Bang! Bang! Bang!
A series of urgent knocks echoed through the door, followed by an angry shout from a middle-aged man.
So meow meow.
Get out here right now. Do you know what time it is? Where's the food? Do you want the whole family to go to work hungry? Su Meow Meow, who had been sleeping deeply, was startled awake by the furious knocking. She sat up in bed, her heart pounding wildly. What's going on? Are the zombies attacking again? Wait, where is this? Looking around at the familiar yet strange room, her sluggish mind finally caught up. Right, she remembered now. She had somehow traveled through time. After the apocalypse began, she had awakened dual powers, water and space abilities. She had survived 10 long years in that cruel, man-eating world and had become one of the strongest survivors. But being powerful also made her fearless. She had tried everything she once didn't dare to do. After defeating the zombie queen, she finally relaxed for the first time in years, fell asleep in the cemetery behind the base, and when she woke up, she was no longer in the same world. Now, she had become a pitiful girl from the 1970s, tricked by her stepmother and stepsister into being sent to the countryside. Su Meow Meow, are you deaf? You. The man outside paused, as if remembering something. His knocking softened a little, but his tone was still harsh. Your aunt only signed you up to go to the countryside. Is that worth throwing a tantrum over? You haven't even cooked yet. Hurry up, or we'll be late. Realizing her situation, Su Meow Meow's attention returned to the shouting outside. How long had it been since she'd heard someone speak so shamelessly? Judging by how hard he was pounding the door, he wouldn't stop until he broke it. Suppressing her irritation, she took a deep breath, got dressed, and stepped out of bed. The old-fashioned green outfit she wore was patched all over, but she didn't mind. When she opened the door, she met a pair of eyes that were both domineering and slightly guilty. Her father awkwardly hid the hand that had been knocking. You're up. Why didn't you answer? Do you think you're too good to respond? Then, pretending to be generous, he waved his hand. Go make breakfast. If you're short on time, just make something simple. And the dishes from last night are still in the sink. Who do you think is going to clean them if not you? Su Meow Meow was speechless. The original girl hadn't eaten anything yesterday, refusing to cook in protest. And yet, not only had they not saved her any food, they'd left her the dirty dishes to wash. Still planning to treat her like nothing ever happened and keep making her work like a servant? Think about the original girl. She used to get up before dawn every day to cook. Steamed buns, dumplings, side dishes, porridge. She tried to make different things with the little food they had, just so the family could eat happily. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Father Su called from the stairs, frowning when he saw her not moving. Su Meow Meow came back to her senses and looked at him calmly. Was he joking? The original girl had been manipulated by this family, but she wasn't. She wasn't crazy enough to be their maid. What did you say? Father Su stared at her, thinking he must have heard wrong. I said, I'm not doing it. Did you hear me clearly? Su Meow Meow said coldly, meeting his eyes. This was her biological father, a man who changed completely after remarrying, especially since his new wife had given him twin sons. He spoiled them endlessly. The daughter from his late wife had become an eyesore. The original girl had been so obedient, always working quietly, even bringing in her own resources, that the family had shown her a little kindness. Father Su couldn't believe his usually quiet daughter dared to talk back. His anger rose at the challenge to his authority. Say that again. He rushed down the stairs, raising his hand as if to hit her. Su Meow Meow didn't even blink. She just rolled her eyes. Are you losing your memory? You keep asking me to repeat myself. I'm already tired of it. And if you dare to hit me, I'll go to the neighborhood office and tell everyone how my dear stepmother took over the job my real mother left me, and how you tried to send me away. Let's see what everyone thinks of you then. I wonder if your factory leaders will still keep you after that. In those days, bad personal conduct could really ruin someone's reputation and even cost them their job. Father Su glared at her, breathing heavily, but in the end, he didn't dare to strike. He could see from her eyes that she meant every word. She would really do it. Looking at his daughter, who seemed like a completely different person overnight. He was filled with doubt and fear. Could going to the countryside have changed her this much? He tried to calm his tone. If you don't want to do it, then don't. If you want to rest for a day, no one will blame you. There's no need to say such angry words. We're all family. If you go out and make a scene, none of us will look good, and others will laugh at us. Su Miao Miao looked at the man in front of her, half smiling. So you do know it's a joke. Then you'd better hope no one in this house upsets me again in the next few days. And don't knock on my door anymore. It's annoying. With that, she slammed the door shut. Father Su was now certain that his daughter had changed. The once timid girl who never resisted and always endured was gone. It was as if the last straw had broken the camel's back and driven her to the edge. And being sent to the countryside was that final straw. Someone who had always been under control suddenly broke free, like a gun turning into a ticking time bomb in his hand. It made him restless and angry, and he couldn't help but take it out on others. And the one who started it all, his dear stepdaughter. He stormed the largest bedroom on the first floor, kicked the door hard, and shouted, "Come out. Make dinner. If you won't, then get out of this house." Soon, the whole floor was filled with noise. Back in her room, Su Miao Miao listened to the commotion outside and sneered. So soon they've started fighting among themselves? She looked around the small bedroom. Most of the space was filled with clutter, things the family couldn't bear to throw away but didn't need. The only space left for her was a narrow wooden bed just inside the door. Dark, cramped, and suffocating. Not even a ray of sunlight could reach it. Her selfish father had said, "Miao Miao, you leave early in the morning and come back just to sleep. What does sunlight matter to you?" Then he turned the nearby maid's room into a playroom for the twins. Because, of course, they needed sunlight when they played on weekends. The most ridiculous part was that this two-story house in the busy district of Shanghai had been left to her by her own mother. Not only had they taken it over, but she had even been made to feel grateful for it. It had to be said, the family's manipulation of the original Su Miao Miao had been very successful, subtle, and complete. It was now the year 1970. 10 years ago, when her mother passed away, she was only 8 years old. At the funeral, her father held her in his arms, crying and promising to find someone who could take care of her, saying he would give up anything for her happiness. Less than a month later, he married a new wife, a woman who brought along her own daughter, Li Lianlian, who was a year older. At first, the stepmother and her daughter acted very kind. They treated her gently, never raised their voices, and even told her to call the woman auntie instead of mom when she couldn't bring herself to say the word. Her father still loved her deeply back then. The four of them seemed like a warm, happy family, happier than many real ones. Everyone said she was lucky to have such a good stepmother, and she believed it too. That changed when the stepmother became pregnant and gave birth to twin boys. Her father was overjoyed. He was in his 30s and finally had sons, 2 at once. He spoiled the twins endlessly and showered their mother with affection. From then on, the stepmother slowly changed things, using her sons to win more of her husband's love and attention, while shaping the girl's life bit by bit. The twins were noisy and hard to handle, so the young girl learned to help, washing their clothes, cooking, and taking care of the whole family. To give the twins a better room, she moved out of the main bedroom and into a small storage room on the first floor. When money became tight, her stepmother even took over her late mother's old job, saying it was just temporary and promising to return it once the girl finished high school. But 2 years after graduation, that promise was still unfulfilled. Every time she asked, her stepmother would smile and say she didn't want her to work too hard, making her feel grateful instead of suspicious. But when the stepmother secretly signed her up to go work in the countryside in place of Li Lianlian, everything became clear. Even someone as trusting as her could no longer ignore the truth. Everyone knew what happened to those who had gone to the countryside in recent years. Some came back completely changed, and some never returned at all. A month ago, the local office announced that every household must send one person to the countryside. The twins were only 10, so they were out of the question. That left only 2 choices: her or Li Lianlian. No matter her age, family ties, or the job her stepmother had taken from her, the original girl was never meant to be the chosen one. Because of this, she had felt deeply guilty toward Li Lianlian for the past month. She not only did all the housework, washing clothes, cooking, and even preparing bathwater, but also tried to feed her meals and gave her all the money she had secretly saved over the years. Li Lianlian accepted everything without hesitation, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You owe me," which only made the girl feel even more guilty. But yesterday, the neighborhood office issued a notice about sending young people to the countryside, and the name Su Miao Miao was written clearly on it. The girl was shocked. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, Li Lianlian covered her mouth, dragged her back to the room, and wiped her hands on the girl's clothes with disgust. "Well, surprise. Do you know how sick I felt watching you try to please me this past month? If you really felt guilty, why didn't you sign up to go to the countryside yourself? Did you have to make me do it? You're the most selfish one here, always pretending to be innocent. Now that you're the one being sent away, let's see how long you can keep pretending." Before the girl could react, Li Lianlian messed up her own hair, slapped herself hard across the face, covered her cheek, and rushed out of the room crying. Her voice trembled as she shouted, "Sister, I know I've wronged you. I'll just end it now so I won't bother you anymore." The poor girl was completely stunned, never having faced anything like this before. In the living room, the stepmother was wiping her tears while explaining to Sue's father, "I know this is my fault, but Lianlian is already 19. She's at the age to get married. She's such a lovely girl. If she goes to the countryside, her whole life will be ruined. But Miao Miao, she's used to hard work. If she endures for 2 years, we can find a way to bring her back to the city. It won't delay anything." Just then, Li Lianlian ran out of the room, still covering her swollen face, and headed straight for the kitchen. Panicking, the stepmother rushed to hold her tightly. "Lianlian, don't scare me like this. Whatever it is, we can talk it through. If something happens to you, how will I go on?" "Mom," Li Lianlian cried even harder, showing her red, swollen face as she struggled. I don't want to, but since my sister wants me gone, maybe it's better if I just disappear now." The stepmother clearly saw it too. After a long pause, as if she had made up her mind, she said, "No, I did it. If Miao Miao wants to blame someone, she can blame me. I'll make it right. It's just your 2 little brothers." Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Father Su, who had already stood up from the sofa, her face full of sorrow.
De, Za Bao and Xiao Bao.
"I'll leave them to you. Please take good care of them. Don't be angry with them because of me. You're their real father." "Mom, big sister, I don't want you to leave." The twins, who had been playing outside, ran in when they heard the noise and clung to their mother and sister, crying loudly. The living room was soon filled with heartbreaking sobs. "Enough!" Father Su shouted, his head aching from all the crying. He had lost his patience. "It's just someone going to the countryside. Why make such a big scene over it?" Although he had been angry at first, after all, Miao Miao was his own daughter, he soon said, "De Bao, Xiao Bao, come here." "Go to your father," the stepmother urged, hiding the excitement in her eyes as she gently pushed the twins toward him.
Dad.
"We don't want Mom and big sister to leave." Father Su, showing his fatherly side, picked up one child in each arm. "No one is leaving forever. They were just joking. It's just that one of your sisters will go to the countryside and won't come back for a long time."
Who do you want to stay?
"Big sister," the twins said together. Big sister always played fun games with them, while second sister was quiet and only did chores. When she smiled at them, it always felt forced. "All right then, big sister will stay," Father Su said cheerfully, trying to keep them happy.
Dad?
The original girl couldn't believe it. Her future was being decided so casually, just to please her younger brothers. Those 2 boys, she had helped raise them since they were babies. Father Su grew impatient. "Enough. It's just going to the countryside. Why make such a fuss? You even hurt your sister over this." "It wasn't me," she protested fiercely. "If not you, then who? Did your sister hurt herself? You've become so cold-hearted. Anyway, it's settled. With that, he carried the twins out of the room. Only Li Lianlian remained, looking at her with a mocking smile. The stepmother spoke with false sympathy. Meow meow, I really had no choice. Lian is my own daughter, and I can't just ignore her. But it's not that I don't care about you. To make your life in the countryside easier, I even spent money to move your placement to the northeast. I heard that people there can stay home for half the year, without much work. Seeing that the girl wasn't so easily fooled this time, the stepmother stopped talking, adjusted her appearance gracefully, and went upstairs. After all, this stepdaughter had long been raised to be obedient. She wouldn't dare cause any trouble. Sure enough, at dinner, the table was filled with more dishes than usual. The stepmother sat down with a fake smile, picked up her chopsticks, and looked around with a slight frown. Dear, should I go call Meow Meow to eat? She might still be upset with me.
Sit down.
Why call her? Does she think she's so important that someone has to fetch her for dinner? If she doesn't want to eat, let her be hungry, said Father Su impatiently. He didn't want to see that ungrateful face at the table. For years, he had already done more than enough to please her. In his eyes, she should be thankful for even being allowed to stay. Inside her room, Meow Meow heard her father's raised voice. The small hope she had felt instantly vanished, leaving her cold all over. She looked at her rough, calloused hands from years of work, then thought of her stepsister's smooth, fair skin. For the first time, she truly wondered what her place in this family was. She listened as the noise in the living room faded into silence. No one came to knock on her door. She sat there motionless until midnight, feeling like a joke. Overwhelmed by despair, she ended her life. And that was when Su Meow Meow, who had survived the apocalypse, suddenly found herself in this body. To be honest, she wasn't happy about it. Life in the apocalypse had been hard, but she had already survived the worst of it. She had fought her way to the top, becoming someone no one dared to provoke. Just the day before, she had defeated the last zombie king and was ready to welcome a new beginning, to finally live in peace. Then suddenly, she was thrown into the 1970s, a time of shortages and strict rules, where even leaving town wasn't easy, and now she had to go work in the countryside? Who had she offended to deserve this? Most importantly, it was her personal space, the wealth she had worked so hard to gather through countless efforts, her life's foundation. Without it, she wouldn't even want to live. Wait a second. She suddenly felt a faint connection to her space. With a thought, a drop of water appeared at her fingertip, and she jumped up in excitement. In the apocalypse, both humans and zombies only gained powers through the crystal cores in their brains, so after changing bodies, she hadn't even considered that possibility. She never expected her ability to travel through time and space with her soul. That was definitely worth studying. Eagerly, her spirit entered the space, and the first thing that caught her eye was a dazzling golden wall, 100 meters long and 1 meter wide, shining so brightly it almost hurt to look at. She leapt up like the Monkey King on his cloud and pressed herself against the golden wall, eyes closed, face full of joy. At that moment, she no longer resented the powerful being who had sent her here. As long as her ability space came with her, she wouldn't complain even if she were sent to the primitive era. All that gold had been, well, collected from various banks during the apocalypse. Back then, gold wasn't nearly as valuable as food. It was practically useless, just shiny metal you could kick on the street. But she loved it deeply, a love rooted in her very bones. Before the apocalypse, she had lived at the very bottom of society, often getting hurt just for a few coins worth of bottles. So her childhood dream had always been to have lots and lots of money. Even her hard work in school, getting into a top medical university at 19, was driven by her desire to change her fate. So when the apocalypse came and she gained power, she began collecting gold from all over the world. Whenever she felt down, she would lie here for half a day, and her energy would instantly return. After confirming that all her gold was still there, Su Meow Meow continued exploring her space. Because it was a power-based space, it wasn't like the ones described in novels, no magical springs or living creatures. It was simply a cube, 100 meters on each side, where time stood still, basically a portable warehouse. Inside, opposite the golden wall, rows of containers were stacked high like drawers in an apothecary cabinet, 8 rows deep. Each of the tens of thousands of containers held a different type of supply she had stored away. From the smallest things like needles and thread to the biggest like oil, airplanes, weapons, and even rare items, anything she saw and thought was useful, she stored away. She didn't just love gold, she loved everything that had value. When she opened a random container and saw it filled with rice, Su Miao Miao's eyes curved into happy crescents. In this life, she could finally live the way she wanted, without struggling. After leaving her storage space, even the dark, cramped utility room that once belonged to the original owner looked different to her now. What used to make her angry now felt strangely new and interesting. She looked around, touched a few things. But the feeling didn't last long. The moment she remembered that she was living in a storage room while others occupied the bright, spacious bedrooms that should have been hers, her anger flared again. Those rooms belonged to the original owner, and now that she was the original owner, they were hers. She had always prided herself on not taking advantage of others, but being taken advantage of? That was something she couldn't stand, especially when it came to a house. They had taken it for years, and even made her work like a servant. And they used her money too.
Calm down.
Deep breaths. She would make them return everything. If they didn't, she'd make sure they did. After studying her emotions, Su Miao Miao packed up all the original owner's belongings into her storage space. She had no plans to ever step into this room again. Just as she opened the door to wash up and eat, she came face to face with a terrifying sight. Startled, she stepped back, her heart pounding, and looked at the figure that had fallen to the ground in a clumsy arc. The person wore a white dress, white socks, and shiny shoes, like someone from an old-fashioned show, but half her face was swollen and red, making her look frightening. "You crazy woman! How dare you kick me?" Li Lianlian shouted angrily, clutching her stomach as she struggled to sit up. Su Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. Oh, the original owner's stepsister? For a moment, she thought she'd run into a ghost from the 1970s. Was this the same person who had hit the original owner so hard yesterday? Thinking of that, Su Miao Miao slowly walked toward her. "Good. You know your place," Li Lianlian said arrogantly, stretching out her hand like a queen. "If you want me to forgive you, go wash the dishes for me. And since I'm not feeling well today, make my slap." A sharp sound rang out, shattering Li Lianlian's pleasant dream. Su Miao Miao shook her sore hand and smiled brightly. "What are you thinking? I'm just making up for what I should have done yesterday." One of her rules was simple. If she was wrongly accused and couldn't explain herself, she might as well make the accusation true. But when she looked closely at Li Lianlian's face, she realized there was more than one slap mark. No wonder her own hand hurt so much. Someone else must have hit her too. Outside, the morning light was bright. The family should have already gone to work or school. Who could have done it? Li Lianlian covered her cheek in disbelief and fell back to the floor, staring blankly at the lively and confident Su Miao Miao. Her mind buzzed, filled with confusion and fear. That morning, she had been sleeping soundly, even dreaming happily about never having to see that annoying girl again. But her stepfather kicked the door open and shouted at her to make breakfast, threatening to send her to the countryside if she refused. Fuming, she got up, but when she saw the pile of unwashed dishes from yesterday, she lost her temper and went back to her room, deciding she wouldn't clean anything. She had never been treated like this before. She thought her parents would scold Su Miao Miao when they came downstairs, but instead, she was the one who got hit. "For your sake, I signed that girl up to go to the countryside," her mother yelled. "Now she's gone mad and is threatening to tell everyone that I took her mother's job and sent her away. Your Uncle Su almost hit me when he found out. You've caused such a mess, and you still dare to act spoiled? Have you forgotten who you are? From now on, all the housework is yours. You took her place so you can do her share too. This morning, your uncle and I are taking your 2 brothers out to eat. If we come back at noon and the kitchen still looks like this, you can pack your things and go to the countryside too. At least then we'll save some food, and look like a family with good values. Li Lianlian was stunned. The harshness in her mother's eyes shattered every memory of their once gentle relationship. How could she have forgotten what kind of person her mother really was? Her temper had only seemed better over the years because nothing had gone against her wishes. Back then, her mother had almost sold her own daughter just to marry into a better family. Ignoring the pain all over her body, Li Lianlian forced herself to stand and gently explain to Su Miao, "Sister, you misunderstood me. I was just under a lot of stress because I'll be sent to the countryside for a month, so I said those foolish things yesterday. I hurt myself because I felt guilty toward you. It was Father who misunderstood. If you still feel upset, I'll apologize to you right here." Her mother said Su Miao had changed, but she didn't believe anyone could change overnight.
She was sure it was just an act.
It must be that she upset this girl too much yesterday. Once she showed a little weakness, this girl would come running to please her again. Yes, that had to be it. Su Miao looked carefully at her rough, calloused fingers, feeling both familiar and strange. Hearing Li Lianlian's soft, coaxing words, she smiled with quiet sarcasm.
Oh.
After a long pause, she replied carelessly with a single word. Li Lianlian waited for more but got nothing, so she repeated, "Sister, I already apologized to you. I heard you. You heard me then. Go make breakfast." Li Lianlian barely stopped herself from blurting it out. She took a deep breath. This girl was doing it on purpose. Those chores were hers to begin with, and now she wanted her to beg for help. "Sister, I've already apologized, and you've hit me back. I'm sore all over now. Could you please wash the dishes in the kitchen? And the food, everyone's used to your cooking. This morning, even the younger ones were talking about wanting your meat buns again."
Ha.
Su Miao couldn't help but laugh. Looking down at Li Lianlian, she said, "You're standing at my door early in the morning to scare me. Are you still dreaming? You better get used to it soon. Haven't you thought about who'll do all the housework after I leave for the countryside?" Li Lianlian's face turned pale. Of course, she had thought about it, though even her mother probably hadn't considered it carefully this morning. But there was no way she would be the one sent away. "I know you still haven't forgiven me," Li Lianlian said, trying to sound sincere. "You're still angry that I'm the reason you're being sent away. Otherwise, you wouldn't refuse such a small favor. But you know what happened to Sister Xiaoyan from next door? She was too pretty, and something terrible happened to her in the countryside. Do you really want the same thing to happen to me?" Su Miao, who had been bored and ready to leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her tired eyes widened. She had imagined many possible reasons, but she never thought Li Lianlian would refuse to go to the countryside just because she thought she was too pretty.
What are you looking at?
Li Lianlian asked, feeling embarrassed and annoyed when she noticed Su Miao staring at her as if she were watching a show. "I'm looking at your face." Although Li Lianlian's face was now swollen and red, Su Miao remembered clearly from the original owner's memories that her face had always been quite large, with features that didn't stand out. The most memorable part was her flat nose, so flat that if she wore glasses, the frame would almost rest on her nostrils.
What do you mean by that?
Li Lianlian's voice suddenly rose, sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "No matter what, I still look better than you.
How dare you mock me?
Have you even looked in a mirror?" She hated being called ugly more than anything. Her mother was a beautiful woman, but she hadn't inherited any of her looks, only her father's. A big frame, a broad face, and a flat nose. If it weren't for her careful skincare routine that kept her skin fair and smooth, no one would even call her decent looking. But no matter how much she dressed up, she always looked like a clown next to real beauties, like their neighbor sister Xiaoyan, and especially Su Miao.
Especially Su Miao.
She still remembered the first time she saw her. Su Miao had looked like a princess, glowing from head to toe. Her features were delicate, almost like a painting, and her eyes, bright and lively, seemed to draw people in. But now, looking at Su Miao standing above her, Li Lianlian felt a wave of satisfaction. So, what if she had been beautiful before? Now she looked terrible. The only thing Li Lianlian regretted was not having ruined those eyes too. Su Miao instinctively raised her hand to touch her face. Ouch! The rough, sandpaper-like texture was bad enough, but it also stung painfully. Seeing the barely hidden delight in Li Lianlian's eyes, she quickly found the reason from the original owner's memories. 2 years ago, when the original Su Miao was going through puberty, a few pimples had appeared on her face. They would have gone away naturally, but Li Lianlian insisted on helping her get rid of them. She used needles, squeezed them with her nails, and even applied all kinds of strange homemade remedies to her face. In the end, things turned out just as she wanted. The original Su Miao had ruined her own face. Her once delicate features were now covered in red and dark marks, uneven and scarred. Sister, I didn't mean to say those things. I was just too scared of being sent to the countryside and spoke without thinking. Li Lianlian finally realized she needed help and tried to make up for her words, her face pale. What a fool, she thought. Why argue at all? Su Miao's face was already ruined. She would never be able to outshine her again. Su Miao came back from her memories and stared at Li Lianlian for a long moment before saying, Really? You didn't mean it? Then you should be glad your face isn't worth much anyway. A ruined face was almost like a new one after all.
What are you talking about?
Go wash the dishes now. Or, do you want to be sent away for being useless? Did they really think she couldn't see how selfish this whole family was? If it came down to it, even the twins wouldn't stand a chance against her. Su Miao looked up at the still grand little villa. She would make sure to give them a gift one day, something that would end everything once and for all. It would also serve as a tribute to the life of the original Su Miao. Not wanting to waste more time with Li Lianlian, she turned and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing, she looked carefully at the person in the mirror and realized that the original owner's face looked very much like her own from the post-apocalyptic world, an oval face, delicate features. Only the skin was damaged. But that didn't bother her. She could heal it within a month. It wasn't confidence in skincare products that made her so sure. It was her water-based ability. Back in the apocalypse, when her water ability awakened, her once dry and dull hair became smooth as silk, her skin glowed, and even the severe burn that had covered half her face when she was 2 disappeared. Her body had also become softer and more graceful, taking on the qualities of water itself. Even she sometimes found herself amazed when she looked in the mirror.
Bang! Spalat!
Su Miao stepped out of the bathroom, planning to find something to eat, when she saw Li Lianlian holding dishes in an overly delicate way, clearly disgusted by the task. Then, her shiny shoes slipped, and she fell hard, spilling everything all over herself. Su Miao raised an eyebrow. What a talent! But seeing the mess of soup and broken dishes on the floor, she lost her appetite and turned to leave the house without another word. Lying on the floor, Li Lianlian finally reacted after a few seconds. She couldn't believe she had ended up in such a miserable state, lying in a kitchen full of trash, her whole body aching, and even a piece of leftover vegetable stuck in her hair. She couldn't hold back her tears, which flowed like a broken faucet. Why was her life so hard? What would she do in the future? It was all that woman's fault. If she hadn't tried to show off, her mother would have done all the housework. And just now, when she fell, that woman didn't even help her up, just walked away. She thought bitterly, you can only act proud for a few more days. Once you're sent to the countryside, you'll suffer plenty. Maybe you'll even marry a poor farmer and spend your whole life stuck there. But Su Miao, who had already left, didn't feel or care about Li Lianlian's curses. She took out a piece of chocolate from her space, eating it to regain some energy while curiously observing the street around her. This city, which had developed a century ago, had its own unique charm. Tall buildings stood everywhere, their styles varied yet harmonious. Because of the era, the colors weren't bright. Everything looked a bit gray. The streets were lively, filled mostly with workers from nearby factories. Their faces showed genuine, calm smiles as they talked loudly and freely, enjoying the admiring looks from others. This was also why the stepmother had taken over the original mother's job and refused to give it back. In this time, being a factory worker not only meant a stable income and good benefits, but also social respect. What's more, the original mother's job had been as a publicity officer in a textile factory, an office job, safe from wind and rain, with light work. She earned 32 yuan a month, plus 30 jin of grain coupons, 2 jin of meat coupons, for liang of oil coupons, and 3 feet of cloth coupons a year. Sue's father, on the other hand, earned only 36 yuan as a loader, a physically demanding job. Sue Meow Meow paused for a moment, then decided to head toward the textile factory. Meow Meow, are you here to see your father? The friendly gatekeeper called out as soon as she arrived at the entrance. Sue Meow Meow slowed her steps and smiled. Yes. She knew the old man was just being polite, like how people used to greet each other by asking, "Have you eaten?" Most people would just answer yes, to avoid awkwardness. After asking around, she found the factory director's office and knocked on the door before entering.
Sue.
Meow Meow, why are you here? Factory director Gua Chonglin looked up from the papers on his desk and saw a young girl standing there. After thinking for a moment, he remembered. Wasn't this Su Chong's daughter? That face was unforgettable. He couldn't understand why she had ended up in such a situation. Hello, Uncle Gua. Su Meow Meow greeted politely. She closed the door, sat down quietly on a chair, and got straight to the point. Uncle Gua, I came because I need your help. I'm supposed to go to the countryside in a few days, so I wanted to ask if you could help me with my mother's old job. Go to the countryside? You don't want to work at the factory but want to go there instead? Gua Chonglin was shocked and interrupted her before she could finish. Was this girl out of her mind? She didn't want a comfortable city job but wanted to suffer in the countryside? Who said, I don't want to work at the factory?
Su Meow Meow froned.
Gua looked puzzled, his tone carrying a hint of frustration. Then, why didn't you come to report after graduating from high school? Your father said you thought the work was tiring and wanted to rest for a couple of years. He remembered it clearly because their family's case was unique. A few years ago, her family had come to him, saying they were struggling. Her stepmother, Li Hongxing, had just given birth to 2 boys, and the family could barely get by. They asked if Li could temporarily take over the job left by Meow Meow's late mother, promising to return it once Meow Meow graduated. Of course, he couldn't agree at first. The job left by one's mother should go to her own child, not a stepmother. That would be ridiculous. But then the young girl had knelt before him, saying she agreed and couldn't bear to see her little brothers go hungry. Since she herself had agreed, he couldn't refuse. He made sure to write clearly that the job would return to her after she finished high school, the least he could do to protect her. But after she graduated, she never came to the factory. He even went to ask personally, only to be told she didn't want the job. My father told you that? Su Meow Meow frowned, surprised to learn about this. Hiding the sarcasm in her eyes, she continued to act innocent. But every time I said I wanted to work, my family made excuses. Now my stepmother has even signed me up to go to the countryside. Your stepmother signed you up? Not you yourself? Yes, and I only found out yesterday when the Office for Educated Youth came to deliver the documents about going to the countryside. Gua Chonglin sighed, feeling that his suspicions had been right. From the start, he thought that anyone who would take advantage of a child for work couldn't be a good person. Now it seemed he was right. Who knew how much pressure this young girl had faced over the years? Her hands were even cracked from hard work. Looking at the small, pitiful girl sitting in the chair, he asked gently, So, what are you planning to do now? Don't worry, Uncle Gua will stand up for you. That was exactly what Su Meow Meow wanted to hear. Uncle Gua, since I'm going to the countryside, I won't need my job anymore. So, I want to give back the position my mother left me to the factory. Really? Gua Chonglin sat up straight, staring at her to see if she was joking. Really? I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, and my father and stepmother haven't prepared anything for me. Don't worry, the factory will make sure you're treated fairly, Gua Chonglin quickly replied, afraid to miss the chance. After all, jobs were scarce. Once someone had one, they never gave it up. Even as the factory director, he couldn't buy a position with money. But now, if a job opened up, whoever got it would owe him a big favor, and that was worth more than money. How about this? The factory gives you 850 yuan and 50 jin of national grain coupons. Are you satisfied with that? Su Miao quickly did the math in her head. She knew the director was offering a fair deal, but still. 700 yuan, plus 100 jin of national grain coupons, 100 feet of fabric coupons, and 30 industrial coupons. In these times, money alone wasn't enough. You needed coupons for everything. She didn't lack food, but she wanted to eat at a restaurant. Just passing by the state-run one earlier had made her mouth water. As for clothes, well, believe it or not, the undergarments she wore were full of holes. The original girl had been too shy to mention it, and her stepmother pretended not to notice, since no one else could see them anyway. Her outer clothes were all hand-me-downs from Li Lianlian. In this family, the stepsister and twin brothers always got new clothes, while the original girl only wore the old ones. What a joke. Seeing the factory director's troubled expression, Su Miao wiped away imaginary tears. Uncle Gua, I know my request might be difficult for you, but if you don't help me, I really have no other way. And if my family finds out that I gave up my job, they'll never care about me again. Gua Chonglin looked at Su Miao's patched clothes and thought of her mother, who had sacrificed herself for the factory. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, wait here. I'll see what I can do." Less than half an hour later, Su Miao walked out of the director's office holding a thick stack of money and ration tickets. Of course, her job had been donated to the factory. Tomorrow, her stepmother would receive the dismissal notice. She couldn't wait to see their reaction, though she doubted they'd have time to worry about her. Putting the money and tickets into her storage space, Su Miao happily headed toward the state-run restaurant. On both sides of the red brick building's entrance hung old-style slogans, self-reliance and hard work and struggle. When she pushed the door open, the place was nearly empty since mealtime had passed. The server at the counter was leisurely knitting a sweater. Seeing Su Miao approach, she rolled her eyes impatiently. Her tone was so unpleasant it was as if someone owed her a fortune. Su Miao found it interesting. She had only read in novels that service workers in this era could be rude, but experiencing it firsthand felt almost surreal. She didn't take it to heart and said, "1 bowl of fresh meat dumplings, please." That was the dish that had made her mouth water earlier that morning. Although her storage space contained almost every kind of supply she had collected in the post-apocalyptic world, there was no fresh meat, eggs, or milk. 3 months after the apocalypse began, people started awakening special abilities, and she was no exception. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say she hadn't eaten fresh meat in nearly 10 years. Now that she had come to the 1970s, life felt incredibly kind to her. Not only were supplies plentiful, but food in this era was also pure and natural, without any artificial additives. 1 yuan and 5 cents, plus 2 liang of grain coupons, the server said. Su Miao handed over the money and tickets she had prepared in advance. Buying things with money felt pretty good, especially when she had plenty of it. When she received the bowl of dumplings, her eyes widened at the sight of the large, steaming bowl. She had known food portions were generous in this era, but seeing it in person was still surprising. The steaming, fragrant bowl was topped with shrimp and seaweed. She quickly found a seat by the window, ready to enjoy her meal. Well, isn't this Su Chong's little girl who kept saying she wanted to go to the countryside? What's this? Did your stepmother finally give you money to eat out today? Just as she took her first bite, before she could even savor the taste, a loud woman's voice interrupted her. A moment later, someone sat down across from her. Looking up, she saw a middle-aged woman wearing a red armband, the kind that showed her special status in those days. The woman's face was full of curiosity as she stared at both her and her bowl of dumplings. Su Miao calmly took another bite. Oh, it was delicious, thin skin, generous filling, and a fresh, flavorful broth. If only she could take 100 bowls home. Young lady, you see someone you know and don't even say hello? Is that what your stepmother taught you? Aunt Wang, we can talk, but please don't spray your words all over my food, Su Miao said, shielding her bowl, feeling speechless inside. This was the most talkative woman in the neighborhood office, a gossip who had once almost become her stepmother. But because of her loud voice and careless attitude, Sue's father had turned her down and instead married her cousin, Li Hongxing, who had come from the countryside. From then on, the two women became enemies. Aunt Wang resented Li Hongxing deeply and looked at Su Miao with the same dislike, always thinking that if not for her, she would be the one living in a big house now. TSK, 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 look at you acting all proud. You just haven't gone hungry enough. A few years ago, Aunt Wang rolled her eyes and started talking even louder. Aunt Wang, did you come to see me for something? Aunt Wang paused, glanced around carefully to make sure no one was listening, then leaned closer and whispered, Meow Meow, now that you're going to the countryside, what about the job your mother left you? You're not really going to let that heartless woman and her daughter take it, are you? She looked at her with an expression that said, You can't be that foolish. Su Miao looked up at her eyes calm but meaningful. Encouraged, Aunt Wang continued, How about this? You sell the job to me. I'll give you 500 yuan. 500. That's enough to buy thousands of bowls of dumplings. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you're too happy to speak. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we'll go to the textile factory to handle the paperwork. I'll go home now to get the money. She said this and hurried off, her steps light and cheerful, as if she had just found a lucky treasure. Su Miao rested her chin on her hand, watching Aunt Wang, who hadn't moved far, and said calmly, Aunt Wang, don't you know that my stepmother's current job used to belong to my real mother? What? What did you say? Aunt Wang froze for a few seconds, then turned to stare at Su Miao in disbelief. You mean the job Li Hongxing has now? The one she's been doing for 8 or 9 years? The one at the textile factory? You're not joking, are you? Li Hongxing said she found that job herself. Back then, Aunt Wang had even asked about it and had been secretly upset, wondering how Li Hongxing had gotten so lucky to land such a good job, just like Miao Miao's mother's old position. But she hadn't thought much of it, since no one would imagine Li Hongxing could be that shameless. Auntie, why would I lie to you? I just turned 18, and now they're sending me to the countryside. Su Miao's words carried a deeper meaning, leaving plenty to think about. Didn't you say you wanted to go? Aunt Wang suddenly stopped mid-sentence, covering her mouth as if she had just realized something shocking. She sat down heavily, needing a moment to take it in. So all these years, Li Hongxing has been working in your mother's old job, and now she's sending you away just to keep it? I'm not sure, Su Miao said softly. But I only found out about being sent away yesterday, when you brought me the papers. Auntie, I'd sell you the job if I could, but it's not up to me. Aunt Wang's eyes filled with pain. Miao, you poor child. You've let that woman and her daughter take advantage of you, even taking what your mother left behind. Don't worry, Auntie will make sure you get justice. She was determined to expose all the disgusting things Li Hongxing had done, so everyone could see her true face, and that shameless woman who used her to climb up would no longer dare to show herself in public. Auntie, after all, she is my step. You're too soft-hearted, child. But I can't just watch you being bullied like this. It's settled. Aunt Wang left without looking back. Su Miao watched her disappear in a hurry, the corners of her lips slightly curved. After a while, she lowered her head and continued eating her wontons. They were no longer as delicious as when they were hot, but she forced herself to finish before leaving the restaurant. Her plan to go shopping was ruined. Life in this era was slow, but it was far too easy to run into people she knew. Out of habit, she raised her left wrist to check the time, only to remember that the original owner didn't have a watch. Her biological mother's watch was now on her stepmother Li Hongxing's wrist. Honestly, she thought the one who most deserved a second chance at life was the original owner's mother. She stopped a man wearing a watch on the street to ask for the time and learned it was still early. She wandered aimlessly through the city, taking in the unique charm of 1970s Shanghai. It was nearly dark when Su Miao finally strolled home. Passing through the ornate iron gate, she couldn't help but admire the house again. Even in her later life, she had never lived in such a place. You still dare to come back? A slipper flew straight toward her forehead as soon as she stepped inside. Su Miao calmly tilted her head to dodge it and looked at her furious father. What had happened to make him so angry? He had clearly been waiting for her. This is my home. Why wouldn't I dare to come back?
Su Miao said meaningfully.
She meant exactly what she said. This house belonged to the original owner in every sense. The property deed even had her name on it. It wasn't because her father had a sudden change of heart and decided not to transfer it to himself. In this particular era, if the house hadn't been under the original owner's name, it would have been confiscated long ago. Her biological mother and grandfather had both died serving the country, and her grandfather had been a national-level scientist. The original owner was the only descendant left. Her identity itself was a natural shield. If it weren't for the original person being here, the relatives on her grandfather's side would never have allowed a son-in-law who married into the family to take over their house. Father Su seemed to realize something, then quickly changed the topic. Did you say something outside today? Did you tell people that your aunt's job used to belong to Qian Qian? Qian Qian was his ex-wife's name. That afternoon at the factory, many people had come to him, hinting and asking if he had given his ex-wife's job to his current wife. They even teased him about it. How impressive, they said, not everyone could pull that off. Those mocking looks had made him keep his head down all afternoon. Su Miao raised an eyebrow. Aunt Wang really worked fast. News had already reached her unreliable father. She glanced at her stepmother, who was quietly wiping her tears on the sofa. To be fair, even as a middle-aged woman, she still looked graceful when she cried. Then she looked at the twin boys sitting protectively beside their mother, glaring at her with round, angry eyes. TSK. In times like these, when food and clothes were scarce, raising two chubby boys was quite an achievement. Since they were unhappy, she felt even more pleased. With an innocent look that could drive people mad, she said, I didn't say anything. I just ran into Aunt Wang today. She asked if, since I'm going to the countryside, my mom's old job could be given to her. I just told her that the job had already been given to the family. My kind stepmother has had it for 9 years now. Father Su wanted to get angry, but couldn't find a reason. He could only glare at her helplessly. Can't you just keep quiet for once? Su Miao smiled at him. Anyway, stay home for the next couple of days and don't go out, he said. He needed time to figure out how to fix this mess. Otherwise, his promotion to team leader would be ruined. If things got worse, he could always spend some money to smooth it over. After all, the girl had been young back then. He could just say she remembered it wrong. Dad, shouldn't you give me some money and coupons to buy things for the trip? I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, and it doesn't look like you've prepared anything for me. Father Su frowned, looking surprised. What else do you need to prepare? Don't you already have your things?
Just take them with you.
And didn't you get the settlement money for going to the countryside? 40 yuan isn't enough? People say you'll get another 200 when you arrive. How much can a girl like you possibly spend? By the way, I heard the Northeast is a major grain-producing region. When you get there, remember to send some home. Your 2 younger brothers need good nutrition right now, and it's hard to buy grain even on the black market these days. Even though Su Miao had already prepared herself mentally, her father's self-centered words still made her question her life choices. Her stepmother, however, was more skilled. She stopped wiping her tears and looked at Su Miao with sincere eyes. Miao, don't worry. It's not that I don't want to prepare things for you. It's just that your trip will take several days and nights. I'm afraid if you carry too much, you'll get tired or have things stolen. So, I thought I'd buy what you need and send it to you after you arrive. Su's father looked displeased. You're too soft-hearted, he said, then quickly turned to Su Miao with a stern face. See how kind your aunt is to you? She's thinking of everything for your sake, yet you go around ruining her reputation. You're so ungrateful. Su Miao almost blurted out something rude, but held it back. No need to trouble Auntie. Just give me the money or ration coupons instead. Or better yet, give me the property my mother and grandparents left me. Since I'm going to the countryside, it's better for me to keep my own things.
What are you talking about?
What property of yours? Her father shouted angrily, as if she had touched a nerve. You're a girl. You'll get married one day. What do you need property for? And your mother didn't leave any money. Haven't you already spent everything over the years? Do you think you grew up on air? Food, clothes, school, everything costs money. The family's already struggling. 6 mouths to feed, and only a small salary to live on. Su Miao Miao gave a cold laugh. Really? Then why were you just talking about sending me food? Her father froze for a moment. Her stepmother quickly stepped in with a gentle smile. Miao Miao, don't misunderstand. I just didn't want you to worry. I was planning to buy things for you after your father, and I get paid next month. Life is a bit tight, but we'll never let you go hungry or cold. Su Miao Miao smiled. So, they wanted to play tricks? Fine. If they wanted to play dirty, she could play along. She pretended to be touched and said, Then I misunderstood you both. After the little act, she sat down on a single sofa in the living room, closed her eyes as if to rest, but in truth, she had already activated her spatial ability to scan the small villa. Oh, right. She hadn't properly introduced her spatial ability yet. Besides storage, its second function was this. Within 100 meters, it could quietly collect things into her space, ignoring any obstacles. She rarely used it during the apocalypse. If she ran into a powerful psychic, they could easily detect her mental energy. But now, she could only be thankful for her good luck. She started with the master bedroom, where her selfish father and stepmother lived. It used to belong to her grandparents, but now everything inside had been taken over by them. Even the quilt on the bed was part of the dowry her grandmother had prepared for her, only covered with a new duvet cover. Ignoring all that, she searched carefully and finally found a hidden compartment behind the wardrobe drawer. Inside was a metal box filled with neatly stacked colorful banknotes, probably around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Next to it was a savings book with 5,000 yuan in it. There was also the property deed for the building. Su Miao Miao gave a cold smile. So this was what they called having no money? Without counting further, she moved the entire box into her space. Now they truly had no money left. She felt no guilt. This was all her mother's and grandparents' property, which rightfully belonged to her. As for her father, his monthly salary was only 36 yuan, and that was after a recent raise. Feeding the whole family, especially his 2 spoiled sons, already cost more than that. They even bought food from the black market. No wonder they had been so generous. They had plenty of savings to burn. The stepmother was even less reliable. Her job had originally belonged to the original Su Miao Miao. When she married in, she brought nothing but a child. Finding nothing else in that room, Su Miao Miao went to the twins' rooms next. Each boy, not even 10 years old, had a bedroom over 30 square meters, big enough to run laps in. Her father had once told her, Miao Miao, your brothers are growing up and need their own space. It wouldn't be fair to favor one over the other. Could you give up your room and move downstairs so they can each have one? And so, the original Su Miao Miao was forced to live in the storage room on the first floor, since the only bedroom there was already taken by her stepsister. Making her give up her room for so long was truly heartless. Finding nothing useful in the boys' rooms, Su Miao Miao went downstairs. With her special ability, she quickly located a hidden room behind the study, where 2 large boxes were neatly placed. When she opened one box, she gasped. Inside was a chest full of antique paintings and calligraphy. In another box, there were jewelry cases of all sizes. She opened one at random and found a complete set of gold ornaments. Su Miao Miao's eyes instantly turned into hearts. She resisted the urge to melt them down. These were heirlooms passed down from her elders, and she had to keep them safe. After putting the 2 boxes into her storage space, Su Miao Miao didn't find anything else of value. When she opened her eyes, her unkind father and stepmother were sitting at the dining table. The stepmother was patiently coaxing the 2 chubby boys to stop playing and eat properly. Meanwhile, her stepsister, Li Lian, finally looked like a housemaid, wearing a coarse blue shirt and apron as she carried dishes from the kitchen again and again. Her hands were covered with fresh cuts, and though she glared secretly at Su Miao Miao, she didn't dare say anything. Su Miao Miao responded with a mocking smile. She happened to be hungry too, so she sat down, ready to eat. Get out of my seat. As soon as she sat, one of the chubby boys who had been playing suddenly charged at her. Huh, looks like he's been waiting for a chance to take revenge for his mother. The original Su Miao Miao had cared for them since they were little, yet they never showed any gratitude. Ungrateful little brats. Su Miao Miao had no intention of being his cushion. She quickly slid aside with the chair and gave him a light kick.
Bang, that's...
The boy, already running too fast, couldn't stop himself. With the added push, he crashed into an empty chair nearby, sending it skidding across the floor. Tears and snot burst out instantly as he cried loudly. Her father and stepmother froze, watching their precious son fall to the ground. Their hearts nearly broke. They dropped their chopsticks and rushed to him, comforting and holding him. Wah. Dad, you have to punish her. She kicked me. It hurts so much. The boy cried and complained, looking both pitiful and spiteful. All right, don't cry, my boy. Daddy will make it right for you. Seeing the big bump on his son's forehead, Su's father finally lost the temper he had been holding back all day. Su Miao Miao, you ungrateful girl. How dare you hit your brother? You must be tired of living. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Su Miao Miao glanced at her father's raised hand, then at the food already on the table. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes. She had planned to eat first before taking action. Everyone instinctively crouched down, looking toward the kitchen where the explosion had come from. Even the chubby boy, who had been crying loudly, was so frightened that he forgot to cry and started hiccuping instead. What happened? What's going on in the kitchen? Everyone turned to Li Lianlian, who had just come out carrying dishes. Li Lianlian was so scared she could barely speak. I don't know. Another explosion came from the kitchen. Quick, take the children outside. Father Su shouted, completely forgetting what he had been doing just moments ago as the fire spread fast. My husband, the money, I know. Just go. Su Miao Miao ignored her stepmother and father's dramatic farewell and calmly followed the others out the door. Outside, neighbors were already gathering, pointing toward their house. Miao Miao, what happened at your place? There was a loud bang. Aunt Wang asked breathlessly, barely hiding the excitement in her eyes. Oh my, how did it catch fire? I don't know. Before she could finish, her stepmother's piercing scream cut through the air. Miao Miao turned around and saw her father running out of the burning house, empty-handed. He wasn't missing any limbs, so she had thought he might not have made it, but her stepmother acted as if the sky had fallen, nearly dropping the twins in her arms. Father Su's face was covered in soot, and his left hand looked badly burned. He had tried to go upstairs but was almost hit by a falling beam. If his watch hadn't blocked it, he might have been seriously hurt. Moments later, the second floor was completely swallowed by flames. He turned to look at the two-story house that was now beyond saving, his face blank, as if his spirit had left him. My husband? What's wrong? Don't scare me, his wife cried, finally realizing how serious things were. Li Hongxing, what happened to your house? How did it suddenly catch fire? Aunt Wang shouted, fanning the flames of gossip. Yeah, what was that loud noise? The neighbors all started talking at once, curious and excited. The explosion had been so strong that even the nearby houses had felt the shock. Stepmother Li Hongxing saw that Father Su wouldn't wake up and heard the neighbors asking questions. Suddenly realizing something, she rushed to Li Lianlian, raised her hand, and slapped her hard. You bring bad luck. It's all your fault. Everything is gone because of you. Why didn't you? She hit and scolded her, every word filled with anger and pain. Li Lianlian felt dizzy, her whole body trembling as she tried to explain weakly, Mom, it wasn't me. I don't know. I really don't know what happened. Mrs. Su, stop hitting the child. The most important thing now is to put out the fire. Maybe something can still be saved. Yes, let's put out the fire. Everyone, go get some water buckets. Hearing the neighbors, Su Miao Miao turned to look at the house that was almost completely burned down. She thought the neighbors were just trying to comfort them. At this point, even saving a single blade of grass would be a miracle. They wanted her to go to the countryside and suffer while the family that ruined the original owner's life enjoyed her villa? Not a chance. But what could she do to stop them from living there? Selling it was impossible. Not only were houses not allowed to be sold at that time, but this was a property in Shanghai. Once sold, buying it back would be nearly impossible. She was planning to build a tall building here one day and live off the rent. Besides, if she secretly sold the house and left her father's family homeless, people would call her unfilial, even though the house was hers. Most importantly, she didn't want trouble. She was leaving for the countryside in 2 days and had no time to deal with the local office. So, the only solution was to destroy it. Luckily, it was a standalone villa, so no one else would be affected. Otherwise, she would have had to think of another plan. Just now, she had quietly sprinkled a bag of flour from her storage space onto the stove that was still burning in the kitchen. Note: don't try this in real life. It's very dangerous. A dust explosion can be as powerful as an explosion. She then controlled the fire so that no one was hurt and only her belongings were burned. The fire's too big. A few buckets of water won't help. Oh no, the bicycle. Su Miao felt a bit annoyed that she had forgotten to bring in the bicycle, but it didn't matter. Stepmother Li Hongxing regained a bit of clarity and looked toward the carport. Then, she watched helplessly as a board fell from upstairs, setting 2 bicycles on fire until they were nothing but metal frames. Unable to bear it any longer, she coughed up blood from the shock and fainted on the spot. Oh no, Li Hongxing, you're bleeding. Everyone make some space. Aunt Wang cried out, quickly laying her down and pressing her thumb on the spot between her nose and lips. Look, she's waking up. Li Hongxing opened her eyes and saw Aunt Wang. She managed to say before fainting again. The crowd hurriedly sent the stepmother to the hospital. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, people had been fighting the fire all night. By dawn, the flames were finally out. But everything was gone. Only the gate and part of the courtyard wall remained. Su Miao looked at the ruins with satisfaction. After confirming that no one could possibly live there again, she picked up the breakfast Aunt Wang had kindly prepared and headed to the hospital. In the hospital hallway stood her stepsister, Li Lianlian. It was clear she hadn't slept all night. Her clothes and hair were dirty, her face was swollen beyond recognition, and she looked so fragile it seemed she might collapse at any moment. She looked quite pitiful. Su Miao glanced at her sideways and walked past. The original owner of this body had lost her life. Between hardship and despair, one must choose to repay what's owed, right? Inside the ward, stepmother Li Hongxing lay on the bed, surrounded by an air of hopelessness that seemed almost tangible. She looked 20 years older in an instant. 2 chubby little boys, after crying all night, had fallen asleep in the corner. TSK, what a sad sight. Su Miao shook her head and said lightly, Auntie, I brought you breakfast. Aunt Wang made it especially for you. The stepmother didn't respond. People need food to keep going. You have to pull yourself together, not just for yourself but for my 2 little brothers. Still no reaction. Su Miao sighed, realizing her words weren't helping, and set the lunchbox on the table. It's just a house that's gone. You're still here. As long as we're alive, we can start over. If we can't live in the villa, we can move into the staff housing, right? My dad has worked at the factory for decades. He should be eligible for a 1-bedroom apartment. We won't end up on the streets. Besides, the staff housing is close to the factory. You could even get more rest every day. Don't you think you're taking this a bit too hard, Annie? Maybe something she said touched her stepmother's sensitive nerves. The woman's bloodshot eyes slowly turned toward her, and she said through tears, What do you know? The house is gone, but what about the things inside? The money? As long as my dad works hard, we can get those things again. Besides, we still have some money, right? The loss isn't that big. Stepmother Li Hongxing's eyes widened in anger. Her hand trembled as she pointed at her, then she suddenly coughed up blood again. Su Miao raised an eyebrow. So fragile? Calmly, she went out to call the doctor. The doctor rushed in, examined her stepmother, and told Su Miao not to upset the patient again. Su Miao said nothing. Did they think she wanted to? She was busy too. There was a lot to do today. As she turned to leave, she saw her father walking toward her, looking exhausted. Was losing his late wife's belongings such a heavy blow to him? Well, she thought, when you hit the right spot, it always hurts the most. Now the poor victim wasn't her anymore. Leaving the new poor family to deal with their own mess, Su Miao Miao went to the hospital restroom. She locked herself in a stall, took out a lifelike disguise mask from her secret space, and carefully put it on. Looking at the unfamiliar young woman in the mirror, she smiled with satisfaction and walked out. She had a big shopping day ahead, and the less trouble, the better. On her way downstairs, she passed Aunt Wong and her gossiping friends. TSK, even more eager to kick someone when they're down. Humming happily, she first went to the bank to withdraw the money she had collected last night. She thought it was safest to keep her money in her own space. After leaving the bank, she headed straight to the biggest department store in Shanghai. She planned to spend all the ration coupons she had found at home, food coupons, fabric coupons, industrial coupons, all only valid in the city. But she could buy things and store them in her space to take away later. First, she used her 5 pounds of sugar coupons. Standing at the counter, looking at the colorful candies, she felt a little excited. She was an adult now. She could buy whatever sweets she wanted. She bought half a pound of each kind to try them all. If they were good, she'd buy more next time. With her 2 pounds of pastry coupons, she chose peach crisps. The others didn't look very fresh, especially the sponge cakes. They seemed a bit old. Buying was fun, but when she got everything in her hands, she suddenly realized she didn't have a bag. How could a woman not have a bag? She counted carefully. She had exactly 130 feet of fabric coupons.
Buy.
She rushed to the bag counter and found that they also sold suitcases there. But those leather suitcases were already heavy and had no wheels, which meant carrying extra weight for no reason. Not worth it. So she bought a large canvas travel bag that could be carried with one hand, perfect for hiding her belongings when boarding the train. She also picked up a smaller shoulder bag, which would free her hands when going out.
It was a must-have item for people of that time.
After paying, she put the candies and peach pastries she had bought into the travel bag, slung the shoulder bag over her shoulder, and continued shopping. The 2 bags only cost her less than 2 feet of fabric coupons. With the remaining 100 or so, she went to several counters and exchanged them all for fabric from that era. The patterns were a bit old-fashioned, but the quality was excellent. When she went to the countryside later, she could replace all the old, worn-out clothes and the stiff, dark bedding with new ones. Although she had grown up in a tough environment, the older she got, the more particular she became about food, clothing, and living conditions. She wanted good food, never leftovers. She wanted new, stylish clothes. She dreamed of living in a big house and driving a nice car. That was why she had asked Director Gua for so many fabric and industrial coupons. She would rather burn the old things at home than take them into her storage space. After all, she had one rule: no junk in her space. Next to the fabric counter was one selling yarn. It was a bit expensive, but it didn't require coupons. Since she had money, she bought some. She spent 50 yuan on yarn for 2 sweaters, one red and one cream-colored. Even though she didn't know how to knit yet, she wasn't worried. Things would work out somehow. With a handful of industrial coupons, she bought what she needed most: a red peony pattern thermos and 2 aluminum lunchboxes. More was always better. She also bought 2 red double happiness wash basins, one for washing her face and one for her feet. Then she added a large iron pot. That used up all her industrial coupons, and her hands were full. Quietly, she slipped some of the heavier items from her travel bag into her storage space to lighten the load. Su Miao Miao was ready to finish shopping quickly. When she checked her remaining coupons, she was surprised to find a watch coupon. It was printed on fabric, so she hadn't recognized it at first. It looked quite fancy. Perfect, she needed a watch. Without one, she felt uneasy not knowing the time. She had planned to buy any simple one, but when she reached the watch counter, she was astonished to see a Rolex. She directly spent double the price to buy a Rolex, 240 yuan. Yes, that's how vain she was. As she shopped along the way, she took a 250-gram meat coupon to the market, but it was sold out. The seller told her to come earlier the next morning. That was really unfair to her. If she hadn't stayed up all night, she might not have come this early. She traded the meat coupon for 30 cents with a wealthy-looking lady nearby. Even a small gain was still something. It was enough for her to buy 2 bowls of dumplings. After checking that all her coupons were used up except for 5 pounds of local grain coupons, Su Miao Miao, still feeling satisfied, picked up her bags and got ready to leave. As she passed the entrance, she caught sight of someone selling crabs. 70 cents a pound. Cheaper than pork? Even with transport costs, that was a bargain. Then it suddenly hit her. Of course. This was Shanghai, a city with rivers and the sea nearby. What a coincidence. She could go to the sea and catch them herself. In the post-apocalyptic world, sea creatures had mutated and couldn't be eaten, but now they were safe and unpolluted. She loved shrimp. Braised shrimp, salted shrimp, boiled shrimp, stir-fried shrimp. And there were king crabs, bluefin tuna, Australian lobsters. Things she had only seen but never tasted before. Now she could get them for free from the sea. Su Miao Miao walked briskly, her heavy bags suddenly feeling much lighter. She looked for a quiet alley to store her things in her space, but just then, she ran into what people of this era would call a robbery. Be smart. Put down what you're carrying and hand over your money. We might let you go. Su Miao Miao set down her heavy bags and looked at the 2 robbers with interest. One was as thin as a monkey, with a scar running across his cheek, holding a knife and threatening her. The other was bald. With such obvious features, were they really planning to rob someone and expect to get away with it? In this era, even thieves could get shot, couldn't they? Here, take it, Su Miao Miao said with a smile, nudging her bags with her foot. Don't play games with us. Hand over the rest of your money. I just spent it all. You've been following me for a while, you should know that. They had been tailing her since she bought the watch. Who said public safety was good in this era? Under such strict laws, there are still reckless outlaws taking risks. It was fortunate for them to meet her today. Big brother? Should we let her go? The bald man had never seen such obedient prey before and looked confused at the skinny man beside him. Usually, those people would scream loudly and refuse to give up, justifying their actions. But today this. Are you brave? Are you brave? Are you really brave? The skinny man was wondering how this person knew they had been following her all the way and how they knew to go into a quiet alley. Suddenly, hearing his foolish words, the brother jumped up and hit the bald man's head. Why did you let her go? Seeing the prey about to walk past them into the alley, the skinny man drew his knife, aiming at her neck. A cold light flashed in Su Miao Miao's eyes. She confirmed that these 2 had killed before, with skillful techniques aimed at vital arteries. Before he could react, her hand moved, and she took the knife from his hand. With a quick twist, she broke his tendons. It was clean and swift, with no wasted movements, even pleasing to watch. Big brother. The bald man, clutching his wrist, fell down. His silly expression instantly turned fierce, and his eyes flashed with anger as he lunged at her. Su Miao Miao kicked at his lower abdomen. The bald man immediately collapsed. That woman just played us. The skinny man saw his brother fall and knew they were in serious trouble today. Let our brothers go, and we'll pretend we never saw you. But Su Miao Miao remained unmoved. If you hurt us, you won't benefit either, right? He didn't believe this young woman dared to kill. Su Miao Miao smiled and pointed her knife at his scarred face. How can I not benefit? Just make sure you stay silent forever. And today, she had also put on makeup. You. The skinny man stared in disbelief. Just as they were about to shout for help, Su Miao Miao quickly cut out their tongues. When she walked out of the alley with her basket, the 2 men on the ground had broken tendons and ligaments. With the current medical conditions, they would be bedridden for the rest of their lives. I told you, meeting her is their good fortune. Having just defeated 2 villains, Su Miao Miao hummed a song as she found another quiet alley to store her items in her space. Then she strolled to the bund, and when no one was looking, she teleported 100 meters down to the riverbed. Her space ability is so amazing. As long as she thinks about it, she can instantly appear anywhere within 100 meters. If her power improves, she could go even farther, which defies science. But after the apocalypse, the world itself is no longer scientific once powers appeared. Because she has water-type abilities, she can breathe freely underwater, like a fish in water. She controlled the water flow to follow the river into the sea, seeing sights she had never seen before. No wonder so many people like visiting aquariums or snorkeling. The underwater world is truly beautiful. When sunlight shines down, the sea creatures sparkle, creating a unique charm different from land scenery. It's vast and boundless, full of freedom. She also found that many fish in the sea are very beautiful, with bold color patterns that set trends. Nature is truly amazing. She wondered if she could eat these fish. But never mind, she doesn't lack food, and with such bright colors, they might be poisonous. She took out her large plastic buckets, each weighing about 10 tons and holding 10 cubic meters of water from her space. She poured out the water and began her underwater hunt. First, shrimp, great for frying, steaming, or boiling. She filled 10 buckets with them, enough for good breeding. Next, crabs, lobsters, sea cucumbers, various fish, and shellfish. Each type filled 2 large buckets. She never thought that in the 1970s, the first thing to be achieved would be free seafood. In the future, she could make a fortune from seafood without relying on real estate. Suddenly, she felt that when you're broke, you're really broke, and the rich seem to get richer. She returned the buckets to the sea, along with the trash left by the Americans, doing a good deed for the day. Su Meow Meow also decided not to go back to the hospital. She had mostly avenged herself. She left a little surprise for her scumbag father. No matter how much his wife or Li Lianlian tried to defend him, he was the real culprit. She hoped that in a month, when he was disabled and needed care, his wife would treat him well. Oh, she really looked forward to that. She went back to the state-run restaurant, and after eating her fill, she started packing generously. Buns, steamed bread, dumplings, braised pork. She spent all 5 Jin of Shanghai ration tickets. Later, she spent 3 cents to take the tram to the train station, found a place to remove her makeup, and used her countryside proof to stay at the guest house. After a night's rest, she woke early, packed her bag, carried her travel case, and slung her canvas bag as she headed to the train station. She was starting her new journey. Holding her countryside youth travel permit, she boarded the train. Since it was the starting station, she quickly found a window seat for 2. Her travel bag was not placed on the luggage rack, but under the seat. Although her belongings weren't very valuable, she didn't want to constantly worry about theft. Her shoulder bag was full, and she carried it comfortably, making it easy to reach. She considered herself lightly packed. She didn't like carrying heavy bags when traveling far, as it was uncomfortable and looked messy. Relaxing, she watched the crowd on the platform carrying heavy bags, feeling strangely at ease, as if she was in a safe place. Lian, slow down, don't run so fast. Brother Ingjun, I'll save seats for us. Su Meow Meow's eyebrows furrowed slightly. What's going on? Same name, same surname? Her gaze shifted to the aisle of the train, where she saw Li Lian, with a swollen face and nose, rushing madly through the crowd toward her. Little sister. Seeing her, Li Lian cried out painfully, tears and snot streaming down her face, making the comrades she pushed away feel embarrassed to scold her. Everyone's eyes turned toward her, curious to see what kind of touching sisterly bond was happening. Su Meow Meow thought, is she crazy? Little sister. Li Lian finally reached her seat, crying so sincerely and tearfully that the boy beside her felt awkward and gave up his seat for her. Did you take the wrong medicine? Do we know each other that well? Su Meow Meow said coldly, with a hint of confusion. She then looked at Li Lian's outfit, still wearing the rough blue cloth shirt from the night before, though some parts had burn marks. Her hair was neatly combed into 2 braids. Compared to the last time she saw her in the hospital, she looked much cleaner. But there were many new bruises on her skin, and the slap marks on her face, after 2 days of swelling, looked even more shocking, with redness, swelling, and purple-blue bruises. Was she also volunteering for the countryside? It seems she has chosen both going to the countryside and facing hardships. Little sister, I know you're still upset with sister, but I realize I was wrong and I've thought it through. Yesterday, I went to the street office to ask Aunt Wang and signed up to go to the countryside so I can take care of you better. Li Lianlian sat across from her, speaking sincerely and kindly. She looked at her face carefully. Little sister, don't worry. When our parents found out I secretly signed up to go to the countryside, they were angry and hit me. But I'm not hurt at all. Until this moment, her heart finally felt a little lighter. She knew that meeting Su Miao Miao meant she probably wouldn't starve or freeze anymore, and this sister, who once helped her wash her feet and underwear, was now holding at least 800 yuan. As long as she clung to her, her future would still be bright. She just didn't know if they could be assigned to the same team. Yesterday at the hospital, she thought things couldn't get worse, but they did. Her stepfather, with white hair, came to the hospital. Seeing her 2 younger brothers hiding in the corner, he tried to get a place for their family at the textile factory staff housing. She thought their family, with 2 workers, could get a 2-bedroom apartment. But to her surprise, Su Miao Miao, this unkind girl, quietly sold her job. Her mother, who had just gotten out of bed, had to lie back down again. So, they only got a 1-bedroom apartment, less than 30 square meters. It was smaller than their original bedroom, and now the whole family of 5 had to live there. No matter how much her brothers cried and shouted, there was nothing she could do. Su Miao Miao, this unkind girl, ran away and couldn't be found. They took their anger out on her, hitting and scolding her. The people in the staff housing heard but pretended not to hear, saying she deserved it. There was no place for her at home. She wanted to sleep on the living room floor, but she overheard her stepfather and her mother discussing marrying her off. That old man, who could be her father, with his yellow teeth and tendency for violence, had reportedly killed his previous wives. Yet, because the other woman paid him 500 yuan, she was only worth 500 yuan? She knew she couldn't resist and had to sign up to go to the countryside at the street office. Aunt Wang, feeling sorry for her, reluctantly arranged for her to be in the same commune as Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao watched her quietly, sighing internally at how shameless some people could be. Looking around, the expressions of those secretly watching Li Lianlian were admiring, but their expressions towards her remained cold and disapproving, like ungrateful people. Su Miao Miao remained calm, her red lips slightly parted as she exposed the other's secrets. Li Lianlian, wasn't it you who burned down the house and got hit by your mother? How did it become me? She knew it wasn't Li Lianlian who did it, but it didn't matter. She was determined to spread this rumor. Li Lianlian was stunned. She didn't expect Su Miao Miao to say such things. Shouldn't she have been grateful and signed up to go to the countryside with her? She only retaliated because she didn't want to go to the countryside and sold her job.
But now?
Her instincts told her something was wrong.
What?
The house burned down. A girl sitting quietly beside Su Miao Miao suddenly exclaimed. Seeing everyone look at her, she quickly covered her mouth. Su Miao Miao turned to look at the girl. She had a round face, a bit of baby fat and faint dimples, quite cute. She responded politely, yes, just the night before last. The small 2-story house was completely burned down, nothing left. My stepmother coughed up blood, and my father went gray overnight. Su Miao Miao shook her head and looked regretful. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Some felt sorry, some looked pleased, but most were surprised by Li Lianlian. This girl was capable of turning black into white. Now she appeared here not for her sister, but probably because she was afraid of being beaten by her parents. Li Lianlian almost couldn't keep up her act, her fingertips digging into her palms. She didn't expect Su Miao Miao to be so straightforward. Was she not afraid of family shame? Su Miao Miao, how can you say such things about your sister? Lianlian didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, Wu Yingjun, carrying a big bag, finally reached Li Lianlian's seat. He overheard her sister bullying Lianlian again. Hero saving the beauty. Really? Are you that generous? If I accidentally burned your luggage, would you forgive me because I didn't mean to? Su Miao Miao looked at Wu Yingjun. Though he was called handsome, he was short, awkward, and not good-looking. He had a large mole on his face, with hair growing over it. He was Li Lianlian's crazy admirer during school. But after graduating from high school, didn't Li Lianlian celebrate finally getting rid of this embarrassing admirer?
And now?
You. Wu Yingjun instinctively hugged his bag tightly. It wasn't just his. He had also prepared things for Lianlian. That's just making excuses. Then she turned to Li Lianlian. Lianlian, don't argue with her. Don't worry, I know you have no luggage. You can use mine first. I brought 2 bedsheets. Li Lianlian wanted to agree, but she looked at Wu Yingjun's large mole and almost vomited. She closed her eyes and kept quiet, continuing to ignore Su Miao Miao. Little sister, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to, but now that we're both going to the countryside, we should look out for each other. Look out for what? Burn down the place where I'm supposed to stay again? And then say it wasn't intentional. The girl next to her chuckled again, smiling at everyone. She waved politely and said, Sorry, I couldn't help it. Su Miao Miao glanced at her and said softly, Go ahead and laugh. I just feel a bit sorry for the other young people who have to live with her. At this point, everyone who was listening closely moved away from Li Lianlian, realizing there was more going on than just watching a show. The girl next to her, grinning widely, was momentarily stunned. She hurriedly asked, I'm going to Hongqi Commune in Mingtai County, Heisheng. What about you? Su Miao Miao answered calmly. Same. Li Lianlian looked at everyone watching her and said softly, I'm going to the same commune as my sister. Suddenly, some were happy and others looked worried. The round-faced girl frowned. Little sister, Li Lianlian saw that in just a few words, Su Miao Miao had made her look like someone everyone avoided. She didn't even know how to respond and felt secretly resentful. Su Miao Miao replied straightforwardly, No, we're not related by blood. Don't call me sister. If you hadn't set my house on fire, I wouldn't have caused trouble for you. And why are you getting so close to me? She probably wanted the money in her hand. It seemed that after she left, something happened at home, forcing Li Lianlian to go to the countryside. She had no bedding, and her total belongings were probably only 40 yuan in settlement money. Was she trying to take advantage of her again? She didn't know how deeply the original owner's timid image had been ingrained in her. She had even sold her job, yet the other person still thought she could get something from her. But speaking of money, she remembered she hadn't sorted out her current belongings yet. That was the most important thing. She closed her eyes, refused to communicate, and sank her consciousness into her space. All the supplies and money collected in the past 2 days have been stored in a special container. The door has the word, era, written on it in big letters. I must say, she seems to have some obsessive-compulsive tendencies. First, there was 700 yuan from selling work and 40 yuan for resettlement. Now, she has spent a lot and only has 288.88 yuan left, plus 99.5 jin of national grain coupons. Next, she found a metal box in her stepfather and stepmother's house. The coupons inside had been used. When she counted all the money, she discovered a bundle of large black coins at the bottom, worth 1,000 yuan. She has 8,888 yuan in cash. There is a deed for a busy area in Shanghai, a large box of antiques and paintings, a big box of valuable jewelry. While she was looking through the jewelry, she found a hidden compartment under the box. Inside, there was pure gold. She counted and found exactly 50 small yellow fish-shaped gold bars. She was very excited. The next day, her stepfather, despite risking burns, went into the ruins to search again. Turns out he was looking for gold. If he hadn't found it, he would have been disappointed. She didn't take the small gold bars to fill her gold wall. Instead, she put them back, planning to use them later for property investments. Next to the 2 big boxes, there are daily necessities and some food she bought yesterday. They are piled up randomly, but because of the large space, it doesn't look messy. Looking at all these supplies, Su Miao Miao feels very satisfied. As the saying goes, money can make miracles happen. In the countryside, money is like a pure land. A good life is calling to her. Listening to the train's characteristic clack-clack sound, Su Meow Meow opened her eyes and was drawn by the scenery outside the window. Vast green wheat fields, unknown wildflowers and grasses, mountains, rivers, and fruit trees. The fresh air and the feeling of free breathing. Everything feels incredibly precious to her, who has experienced the end of the world. She realizes that many things are not to be taken for granted. Getting them back after losing them makes her even more surprised. Su Meow Meow greedily absorbs the outside scenery, feeling full of gratitude. In her previous life, she hardly had time to appreciate the beautiful mountains and rivers of her homeland just to survive. Now, with money, free time, and space to protect herself, in this era of clean air and no pollution, she can finally enjoy life without worries. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Meow Meow instinctively looked at Li Lianlian, who was holding her stomach and blushing shyly. Then she looked around. It was mealtime, and everyone was eating their packed snacks. Lianlian, you must be hungry. Here, this is a multigrain pancake my mom made this morning. Let's eat together. At this moment, Wu Yingjun carefully took out a pancake from his bag, split it in half, and offered it to Li Lianlian. Li Lianlian was hungry. She hadn't eaten since yesterday, but when she saw the yellow and black multigrain pancake being offered, she felt a bit disgusted inside. How long had it been since she last ate this kind of grain that she couldn't tell the ingredients of? She couldn't help but look at Su Meow Meow. She didn't believe that Su Meow Meow wouldn't eat anything on the train. So she politely refused. Brother Yingjun, you keep it. You eat it. These days, grain is so precious. I'll eat with my sister later. She knew Wu Yingjun's family situation well. They had 6 children. He was the third, and only his father was a worker. Their family was almost out of food, so they couldn't bring much to eat. She didn't want to bother him at first, but when the others around her heard she needed to borrow money from the countryside, they all kept their distance. Only Wu Yingjun came over after hearing about her situation. Su Meow Meow saw Li Lianlian's nasty smile and knew she was still dreaming about something better. But she didn't disappoint her expectations. She slowly took out a metal lunchbox from her crossbody bag and opened it in front of her eager eyes, a serving of fresh meat dumplings. She clearly heard Li Lianlian swallow hard. Nowadays, everyone's sense of smell for meat was very sharp, and they all looked her way, then showed envy. Being able to afford white flour was one thing, but having meat too. Under everyone's envious gaze, Su Meow Meow calmly took out chopsticks and ate one small dumpling after another, without caring about anyone else. Little sister, Li Lianlian didn't expect her to really dare. Su Meow Meow, why are you only eating yourself? Don't you see that Lianlian is also hungry? Wu Yingjun tried to hide the longing in his eyes and stood up for Li Lianlian. He hadn't eaten white flour dumplings with meat filling in a long time. If only Lianlian could give him one. Su Meow Meow looked up at Wu Yingjun after hearing this, quickly closed her eyes, and shifted her gaze to Li Lianlian beside her. Her look wasn't very attractive, but her eager eyes looked quite appetizing. Li Lianlian watched the dumplings in the lunchbox get fewer and fewer and started to cry anxiously.
You're so selfish.
You eat the dumplings in front of your sister. Do you even have a conscience? You probably bully your sister at home all the time. As expected, there is never a shortage of so-called righteous people eager to help. Su Meow Meow finishes her food slowly, then looks up at the man who just spoke. He is sitting diagonally across the aisle by the window. He looks young, probably from the same group of young people sent to the countryside. His clothes are neat without any patches, and he wears a watch with a plum blossom pattern. He is eating a scallion pancake nearby, looking at her with anger, as if she has done something terrible.
Su Meow Meow stops eating, close her lumbof.
Li Lianlian is happy, thinking her sister is upset by the words, and wants to give her food. She reaches out her hand, but Su Meow Meow quickly puts her lunchbox into her bag. She looks at the round-faced girl next to her. Excuse me, may I pass? Then she walks straight to the young man, throws his scallion pancake and lunchbox in front of Li Lianlian and quickly grabs his chin, turning his face toward Li Lianlian. Li Lianlian, look at this face. Remember it. From now on, this is your half-brother. When he's hungry or thirsty, find him. Don't always call me sister. After saying this, she dismissively flicks her hand. She looks disgusting, with food all over her mouth. He should think this isn't the end of the world. In the apocalypse, those who meddle often die first. Everyone is stunned by Su Miao's action. Even Li Lianlian's eyes widen. Are you crazy? Why are you taking my food? And why are you looking for me? Niu Jinbu finally breaks free from this terrifying woman and speaks angrily. Because he is her brother. Are you saying I am? I don't even know her. Don't you want to stand up for her? Su Miao smiles faintly. If you really care, words are not enough. Take real action. Be her brother. Feed her. Take care of her. Wouldn't that make you look more noble? You are unreasonable. We have no blood relation. I have none either. Niu Jinbu chokes. Isn't she calling you sister? Yes, a stepmother who works for my biological mother and a stepsister who burned down my mother's house. When you add it all up, we have reasons to be angry. You are much closer to her than I am. So why is it considered selfish and mean when I care about her, but not you? After saying this, Su Miao turned to Li Lianlian with a gentle smile. Li Lianlian, thank me. I found you a real younger brother. From now on, stop staring at my food so eagerly. She looked hurriedly packed for the countryside and didn't bring any luggage. This person looks much richer. Even has a watch. Anyway, I won't give you a single cent. The opportunity is yours. Do as you wish. Li Lianlian instinctively felt this was not good, but seeing Niu Jinbu's obvious interest, she was mainly attracted because he looked much more handsome and came from a better family than all her other suitors. Niu Jinbu saw how Li Lianlian was acting and was so scared, he covered his chest and jumped back, blushing and stammering as he explained to Su Miao, I didn't know your situation just now. How could he know she burned her own mother's house? She hadn't said anything. Su Miao said, You say I bully her at home just because you didn't know? Niu Jinbu lowered his head, feeling ashamed. Seeing this, Su Miao didn't say more. She turned to the round-faced girl. Help me check the luggage. I need to go to the bathroom. Her hands were still greasy. So annoying. Miao Xiaoling nodded blankly, eyes shining. Okay. Su Miao turned and left, leaving everyone to watch the dramatic scene unfold. They silently hugged their small bags, feeling very lucky they hadn't spoken earlier. Niu Jinbu secretly glanced at Su Miao walking away, then quickly jumped out like a monkey to grab back the things Li Lianlian was holding that belonged to him. He hurried back to his seat, clutching his belongings tightly. Pooh, he promised never to speak carelessly again. That ugly woman is too scary. Little brother, Li Lianlian watched her scallion pancake fly away and hesitantly called out. She was very hungry. Ha ha. Then the whole carriage became lively. Niu Jinbu's face turned even redder, this time from anger. Get lost. Don't call me little brother. After returning from the bathroom, Su Miao found the carriage much quieter. No one dared to speak even when she was eating braised pork. Li Lianlian was so hungry she couldn't help herself. She and Wu Yingjun shared one portion of his food. After 5 days and nights of travel, I couldn't go on anymore, and Su Miao refused to listen to reason. There's a saying, when you're hungry, all manners, morals, and dignity can be thrown away. So, Li Lianlian approached Niu Jinbu in the aisle. Brother, do you still have some peach cookies? Can you give me a piece? Niu Jinbu, seeing her approach, instinctively hid the peach cookies behind his back. Go away, who said I'm your brother? Seeing this lively scene, Su Miao stepped in to defend him. Some brothers, huh? They eat their own cookies, while their sister watches eagerly. They don't even feel embarrassed, with such a cold heart. Hearing her words, Niu Jinbu felt like he had swallowed a fly. Once again, he regretted meddling. Su Miao noticed he blushed but didn't argue. She lost interest and looked back out the window. At this time, train speeds were slow, just like the pace of life then. The train kept stopping and starting, and now they had arrived at a station. She looked at the crowded platform and couldn't help but check the station sign, Beijing Station. Everywhere on the platform, people were saying emotional goodbyes. Her gaze wandered aimlessly and settled on a very tall, upright figure. dressed in a green military uniform, standing out among a group of equally impressive people. About 1.9 meters tall, with long legs that seemed almost unreal, something she envied and admired. Maybe because she didn't get enough nutrition as a child, she was not very tall, just about 1.6 meters, often at the back of her class. She often looked at tall people more than others. When she was feeling jealous, she even thought about cutting their legs and attaching them to her own. The person's figure was also very good, tall and straight like a pine tree, with a V-shaped back. From her medical experience, she could tell that they dressed to look slim, but had a lot of muscle, with strong explosive power. When the girl was about to say goodbye with a hug, she instinctively moved aside. Su Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh. She seemed to see his hand moving toward his waist. "Why are you all looking at something?" Miao Xiaoling, who was new to her friends and sitting by the window, saw everyone looking at a spot on the platform, each more excited than the last. Curious, she also looked outside. In the next moment, her mouth dropped open in surprise. Wow! Which young lady is about to go to the countryside to experience life? In front of the platform, a group of people surrounded the girl in the center, saying goodbye. They carried luggage, gave advice, and wiped away tears. This family didn't look ordinary. Most of them wore military uniforms. The old man in the middle looked energetic, and there were 2 guards standing nearby. The younger generation was tall and handsome. At this moment, they all seemed to be the center of attention. Xiaoling stood up and tried to see the girl's face clearly by standing on tiptoe. Unfortunately, her head was already sticking out the window, and she only saw the girl's hair in the train car ahead. Ugh, ugh. All right, the train is about to leave. Sit down. The attractive figure turned into a big head outside the window. Su Miao Miao didn't mind and looked away, missing the moment when the girl's eyes locked onto her. Jiang Lin, what are you still looking at? Let's go. A tall man on the platform looked confused, covering his chest as he watched the train gradually become a tiny. He stood there for a long time before turning to follow the crowd. Inside the train, everyone was excited and talking loudly, almost shaking the roof. Xiaoling didn't even have time to sit down before she excitedly asked, "Miao Miao, did you see that girl's face clearly? Is she pretty?" Su Miao Miao thought carefully and prepared to reply. Still, Xiaoling couldn't wait and blurted out, "Well, whether she's pretty or not isn't the point. The girl is so lucky. She's clearly loved by her family, and she has so many good brothers. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Seeing her lost in her imagination, Su Miao Miao just smiled faintly. She rested her chin on her hand and looked out the window at the passing scenery faster and faster. Yes, being loved by everyone. Who wouldn't long for that? When she was a child, she dreamed of such scenes. But it was destined that most people could only rely on themselves. Finally, after 2 days and nights, the train arrived at Mingtai County in He Province. During these days, Li Lian had to use her savings to buy food on the train, even borrowing Wu Yingjun's enamel cup to hold it. 2 days ago, she thought she had fallen from heaven into hell. She didn't expect hell to have 18 levels. Thinking about the days ahead with no light, tears kept falling all along the way. But besides Wu Yingjun comforting her with words, no one else came to show concern, not even to ask a question. Su Miao Miao was even more annoyed by her crying and closed her eyes to avoid feeling upset. When they reached the station, she grabbed her travel bag and left, also helping the round-faced girl next to her, Miao Xiaoling, carry a small bag. The bag wasn't heavy. Even if it were, she couldn't carry it. How could someone with strong abilities be burdened by such a small weight? Miao Xiaoling was quite strong, but she was a bit out of breath from carrying several small bags. "Thank you, Miao Miao," Miao Xiaoling said, feeling surprised that the girl next to her was cold on the outside but kind-hearted inside, especially since she even helped carry her bag. Su Miao Miao looked at her grateful eyes and felt confused. "No need. Let's go." As soon as they got off the train, a cold wind hit them, reminding them of the climate in the northeast. It's already June. When she was in Shanghai, she would have loved to wear sleeveless clothes if it weren't for her circumstances. She hates heat, especially now that she has water-based abilities, which make her dislike hot weather even more. The June weather in the northeast is perfect for her. Perfect for summer retreat. Not far away, someone was shouting through a loudspeaker, calling everyone to gather at Hongqi Commune. Meow meow, hurry. Let's go quickly, Meow Xiaoling said, carrying her big and small bags and walking briskly. Su Meow Meow stared in surprise and regretted helping her with the luggage. About 30 young people, both boys and girls, were assigned to Hongqi Commune. The people from the youth office sent 3 tractors to pick them up. Su Meow Meow looked at the tractors with curiosity. She had only seen them on TV before. The engine and the driver's seat seemed worlds apart, with a metal frame behind it and a small cargo bed. She placed her luggage on it and sat on the edge, ready to enjoy the scenery. Everyone else was doing the same. But as soon as the tractor started moving, it was not what she expected. It was rough and bumpy, almost tossing her out. It felt like her soul was still floating in the air while the vehicle moved, giving her a strange feeling of weightlessness. Meow meow, let's sit inside. This tractor is too bumpy, Meow Xiaoling said, trembling with fear as she pulled Su Meow Meow into the cargo bed. Su Meow Meow. She quietly shifted her position. Sure enough, TV shows were all lies. Her own vehicle was better, with good shock absorption. To get rich, first build roads. The journey is long and full of challenges. The tractor sped for over 2 hours. After one person vomited 3 times, they finally arrived at Hongqi Commune. Su Meow Meow felt like her legs weren't her own. She took a moment to steady herself before following the crowd to line up at the youth office. There were several ox carts parked in the square outside the youth office, used by different production teams to pick up the young workers. Everyone is here. First, I want to welcome all of you to respond to the country's call and come to Hongqi Commune to work and help build the countryside. A middle-aged man on stage began reading from a list. Without further ado, the following names are assigned to Qingshan Brigade: Su Miao Miao, Su Jiao Jiao, Li Mianni, Niu Jinbu, Gu Wenqing, Chen Chong. After finishing the list, Xiao Ling, with tears in her eyes, reluctantly let go of Su Miao Miao's arm. She sobbed, wondering why she wasn't with Miao Miao but instead with Li Lianlian, who was such a troublemaker. Oh, the more she feared something, the more it happened. Heaven, why are you so blind? Su Miao Miao felt that human joys and sorrows didn't always connect. She was quite satisfied. She grabbed her luggage and headed toward the ox cart for Qingshan Brigade. The person there was Zhou Aigua, the brigade leader. He looked to be in his 50s but was actually in his early 40s. His face was deeply wrinkled, and he was slightly hunched. At the moment, he was sitting beside the ox cart smoking a dry pipe, looking serious and worried. When he saw her, he just signaled for her to put her luggage on the cart and then waited for the other young workers. Su Miao Miao wasn't very good at socializing. Seeing his silence, she didn't try to make conversation. Instead, she curiously observed the structure of the ox cart. Everything here was new and interesting to her. Not everyone could travel to another time and see such unique scenery. Wow, those oxen have big eyes, and they even have double eyelids. Put your luggage on the cart and follow behind. The road isn't far, and we just rode a tractor here, he said. Soon, the other 5 young workers arrived one after another. Hey, girl, stop looking at the oxen and come on, Zhou Aigua said a bit helplessly, noticing the curious young girl. The big yellow ox even let her touch it. Lucky for her, not getting kicked. Oh, coming now, Su Miao Miao replied calmly, walking behind the ox cart with the others. Just as she took a step forward, sister. Hey, Zhou Aigua quickly stopped the ox in frustration, looking at the girl who suddenly rushed out with her arms open, blocking his cart. Are you crazy? Wanna die? Step aside. If he hadn't pulled the ox back in time, Da Huang would have stepped on her. Doesn't she have any sense? Does she not want to live? Uncle, I didn't mean to. Can you take me to your team too? I want to be with my sister. I didn't bring any luggage. Li Lianlian was so scared by the ox that she almost sat down on the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face. She only knew she had to stop the cart, so she rushed straight at it. She looked at the luggage Wu Yingjun brought her, just a quilt, patched and patched again. and it had a strange, dark smell. When she asked him about the rest, he surprisingly told her to marry him so they could share everything. Thinking that if she didn't find Su Miao Miao, she would have to marry that disgusting Wu Ingjun or find some rustic farmer, she felt hopeless. Zhou Aigua was originally angry, but seeing the girl crying like she had lost her parents, he couldn't say harsh words anymore. He could only vent his anger on the 3 young women behind him. Whose relative is she? Didn't tell us in advance, and let her rush over like this? If something happens, whose fault is it? Su Miao Miao looked at Li Lian with a serious gaze. The other 2 young women stepped back, indicating they didn't know her. Sister, please feel sorry for me. If you don't help me, I really will have no choice but to die. Li Lian saw that Su Miao Miao was indifferent, so she knelt in front of her. Or you could give me half the money. I know you sold your mom's job and got a lot of money. If we split it, we can both survive, okay? She chose to go to the countryside because she had Su Miao Miao to rely on. Otherwise, why would she go? At least marrying an urban man meant money. Marrying a rustic farmer meant losing everything. But she didn't expect Su Miao Miao to become so resolute. No matter how much she cried or begged along the way, she remained unmoved. Now they had been assigned to different villages, so she could only choose this moment. The leaders of the youth office and the various teams were all present. They held real power. She didn't believe Su Miao Miao would dare to do anything to her. If she didn't get the money, she wouldn't get up. Everyone would stand up for her. Su Miao Miao looked at Li Lian kneeling in front of her, trying hard to suppress her desire to lash out in this peaceful time. Her temper was really not very good. Why was this person so clueless? Comrade, are you just going to watch your sister kneel like that? Aren't you afraid it will shorten your life? And you sold your mother's job. How can you do such a thing? You're worse than animals. You let your sister go to the countryside empty-handed and don't care. How can there be such a mean sister like you in the world? Li Nianer became angrier the more she spoke, her many wrongdoings hard to count. Su Miao Miao slowly turned around, looking for the person who had just spoken. It's not me. Niu Jinbu, standing at the back, saw Su Miao Miao turn around. He suddenly jumped up, waving his hands quickly to show he wasn't the one who had just spoken. Who are you? Su Miao Miao looked at the person Niu Jinbu pointed to. The man's clothes were patched and worn, but he looked full of energy.
I'm Li Nianer.
What's wrong? You did such disgusting things and still want to get back at me? Li Nianer looked a little scared when she saw the other person's gaze, but seeing so many people paying attention to her, she straightened her back. With so many people supporting her, she wasn't afraid. Stop talking, stop talking. Niu Jinbu quietly pulled her aside, then explained loudly enough for everyone to hear. This kneeling person is Comrade Su's stepsister. She burned her stepmother's house. Nothing was left of the 2-story Western-style house. As for that job, it was her biological mother's, and she let her stepmother occupy it for over 10 years. But really, why go to the countryside if you have a job? As Niu Jinbu spoke, he suddenly realized something. Then we should ask Li Lian. Su Miao Miao rarely gave Niu Jinbu face. Having been in the wasteland for a long time, she hated explanations because they were useless. She didn't expect others to stand up for her. Doing so might only make her die faster. Miss, you're wrong. You burned someone's house, and they didn't bother you.
Just be happy about that.
Now you're asking for money. That's just unreasonable. Zhou Aigua, who had been sitting on the cart listening to the truth, spoke. If someone burned his house, he'd tear down their ancestors' graves. And you let go of my wheel. We need to go back to work. How much time are you wasting? He definitely wouldn't let this troublemaker girl go to their team. The young workers already had enough problems. If she caused more trouble, as the team leader, he wouldn't want to have a peaceful life anymore. Exactly, you can't ask others for money. That's your mother's work money. Why should she give it to you? And why didn't you bring any luggage when you went to the countryside? It looks like you're just trying to find someone to take advantage of. At this point, everyone realized the truth. The poor girl was actually the most shameless. Li Lian didn't speak. She just cried, holding onto the wheel of the ox cart, crying her heart out. Both of you pull her apart. If we delay any longer, we might not reach home tonight. Zhou Aigua said, pointing at the other two young women assigned to their team. I won't go.
If you want, you can step on me.
Either way, it's death. If I die, I won't suffer anymore, Li Lianlian said, dodging the young woman trying to pull her and glancing at Su Miaomiao with a quick, fierce look. Sister, I know I was wrong, but you can't just watch me die, right?
I know you have at least 800 yuan.
I don't need much, just 200.
No, even 100 is fine.
Okay. As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions changed. They looked at Su Miaomiao differently. They couldn't believe that such a young girl was carrying 800 yuan. Their whole family probably didn't have that much money. Maybe they'll never see that much money in their lives. Li Nianer, who was holding Li Lianlian's hand, loosened her grip. 800?
Why should she have that?
Her mother almost beat her to death over 40 yuan of settlement money. 800? That would be enough to buy her life. Comrade Su, your sister made a mistake, but why give her only 100 yuan out of the 800 you have? You can't spend all your money in the countryside, but giving your sister 100 yuan could save her life. We are all comrades in the countryside. We should help each other. If someone is in trouble, we should do our best to help. You can't be so selfish, Li Nianer said patiently. Su Miaomiao ran out of patience. She turned to Niu Jinbu and asked, which one is her luggage? This one, and this one. Niu Jinbu looked at Li Nianer, who was still talking about mutual aid, stunned. He's brave, even braver than him. Seeing Su Miaomiao ask, he immediately jumped to the cart and pointed them out one by one. Then he stood obediently. Oh, take them out, Niu Jinbu said without hesitation, removing the luggage. What are you doing? Li Nianer, excited, looked at the two of them, confused by their strange actions. Do you have a lighter? No, Jinbu said regretfully. I can't help you, boss. Do you want some matches? Su Miaomiao took the matches directly, struck a few times. But they didn't light, making her a bit embarrassed. Jinbu stepped forward to help and quickly lit the match, handing it to her. Su Miaomiao gave Jinbu a meaningful look, then directly threw the lit match onto Li Nianer's luggage. What are you doing? Wow. Quick, save the fire. Other onlookers hurried forward to put out the small flames on the luggage. They looked at Su Miaomiao as if she were crazy.
Li Nianer rushed over, looking at her torn bag.
She felt upset, but also angry. It was her only bedsheet, stolen when her mother wasn't paying attention. I'm going to fight you. Su Miaomiao kicked Li Nianer as she charged, using a clever move. Li Nianer was knocked back, but unharmed. Everyone was shocked. Did she really kick a young woman so hard? Their dark thoughts quickly faded. You're only burning your own luggage, yet you're shouting and yelling at me? That's too mean. Be more generous. If you give me 100 yuan, this will be over. What did you say? Li Nianer doubted she heard correctly. I said, in this situation, if you can forgive me and give me 100 yuan, I will give Li Lianlian 100 yuan. I promise. Everyone here is a witness. Why should I? I don't have that much money. No? Then at least 10 yuan. Give me 10, and I'll give Li Lianlian 10. Hurry up. The sun was high, it was getting hotter, and she was annoyed. Li Lianlian, you should beg her now. If she gives me money, I'll give you some too. And everyone here, if you think Li Lianlian is pitiful, you can give her your money. After all, strangers are closer than family enemies, and we have no blood relation. Everyone stepped back half a step. They thought, joking? They were also poor. Wouldn't a plain bun be better than this trouble? Su Miaomiao's gaze turned back to Li Nianer. What's this got to do with me? I don't owe her anything. And you burned a hole in my bag. You have to pay me. Li Nianer's eyes darted around as she started asking Su Miaomiao for money. She didn't have that much. Why should I pay? Isn't it better to be generous? Just a small hole, and you're trying to extort me. Your actions don't match your words. Your ideological awareness is lacking. You. Li Nianer was speechless. Su Miaomiao looked around, then turned to Li Lianlian, who was still holding onto the wheel and refusing to let go. Are you sure you don't want to leave? Do you want to die? Li Lianlian shrank back and held on even tighter. Good, everyone saw that, Su Miaomiao said, turning her stiff neck. She stepped forward and grabbed Li Lianlian's hair, lifting her up, then headed toward the water tank beside the Educated Youth Office compound. Let go of me. Li Lianlian screamed loudly, feeling as if her scalp was being torn off. Aren't you saying you don't want to live? I'll help you end it, Su Miao Miao said as she pushed her head into the water tank. Wow, this woman really has a strong hand. My goodness, she's so brave. Is she not afraid something serious might happen? After a few rounds, Li Lianlian was gasping for air, her eyes looking at Su Miao Miao as if she were a demon. It seemed she had no weaknesses. Do you still want to die? Su Miao Miao asked with a smile. Li Lianlian shook her head madly. Before others could react, Su Miao Miao released her hair and calmly washed her hands in the water tank. Once free, Li Lianlian immediately ran far away. Su Miao Miao ignored her little tricks. After washing her hands, she waved to Niu Jinbu, who looked at her in disbelief and pointed at himself to confirm. As soon as she nodded, he hurried over happily. Comrade, is there something you need? Is there something I can help with? Ask where the nearby water well is. We need to change the water in the water tank. 2 minutes later, he carried 2 buckets on a shoulder pole and came over. Wenqing? Gu Wenqing, where are you going? Chen Chong saw his buddy heading into the Educated Youth office and hurried after him. Finally, 3 male educated youth went to the Qingshan Brigade, emptied the water from the tank, and Su Miao Miao washed the tank inside and out before filling it with fresh water. If there hadn't been enough buckets, more people would have been fetching water. Meanwhile, Li Lianlian took advantage of everyone's distraction and sneaked away with her original team's ox cart. She swore that from now on, even if she had to die, she would never come back to find Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao felt that death was much scarier than anything else. She had never felt such a strong desire to stay alive. Su Miao Miao handed each helper 2 big white rabbit candies and said, "Thank you." She noticed that among the candies collected in later generations, only white rabbit candies have never changed their packaging, and she had collected a whole container. It would take 10 lifetimes to finish them. From now on, she decided to give the candies collected in later generations as gifts and keep the ones bought in this era for herself. Everyone looked at the woman who had just been pressing a woman into the water, now smiling and thanking them. Surprised, she waved her hands and said, "No need, no need. Take it." After sharing the candies, Su Miao Miao went to the youth office and left about 10 pieces. She headed toward Zhou Aigua's ox cart. She grabbed a few more white rabbit candies and handed them to him. "Sorry for the delay. I had to handle a small matter." Zhou Aigua was initially a bit angry because his work points were lost, but when he saw the white rabbit candies, he smiled and put them in his pocket. "All right, let's go." This girl was young, but she was decisive and capable in handling things, and she knew how to get along with others.
She was not ordinary.
Why was she sent to the countryside? Su Miao Miao reached into her shoulder bag and handed the last few white rabbit candies to another female youth, probably named Su Jiao Jiao. Li Nianer watched eagerly for a while but then realized her candies were missing. She couldn't help asking, "Where are mine?" White rabbit candies were very precious. She had never eaten them at home, and some belonged to her younger brother. She couldn't even lick the wrapper. Su Miao Miao was so generous. She had just given out about half a jean of white rabbit candies, plus sugar tickets worth 3 yuan per jean, and she only gave away 1 yuan's worth. She wouldn't even give her sister a single piece of candy. She didn't even want to give her a piece of candy. Su Miao Miao looked at her and said, "Oh, they're gone." Seeing her angry but unable to do anything, Su Miao Miao felt pleased. She turned to introduce herself to the others who had helped her earlier. "Hello everyone, I am Su Miao Miao, Senshui Miao, 18 years old, from Shanghai. Please take care of me in the future." She appreciated their help earlier, and if they needed help later, she would lend a hand. Of course, only small favors. "Hello, I am Gu Wenqing, with the characters for civility and clear water, 18 years old, from Beijing." Su Miao Miao looked at this person. He was handsome, tall, and had a noble, refined air like a gentleman of noble descent, cultivated over generations. It is easy to imagine how many young women would look at her with admiration when they see her in the countryside. He was the first to help besides Niu Jincheng. Hello, my name is Chen Chong. I am Wenqing's childhood friend, 18 years old, also from Beijing. Just now, how did you kick so hard? How could you send someone flying so far? Chen Chong rested his arm on Gu Wenqing's shoulder, looking at Su Miao with a playful curiosity. He had trained with his uncle in the army, but didn't have that strength. Su Miao glanced at Chen Chong, a typical northern man with well-developed muscles, though a bit dark-skinned. Maybe he's a bit simple-minded. Didn't he see that Lin Yenner's face was already dark as a pot bottom? I learned a little technique. Then you're quite skilled, Chen Chong said, a little disappointed but not bothered. He had just noticed that although she kicked far, she didn't hurt anyone. Look at Lin Yenner now, lively, and still glaring at him. It's my turn now.
My name is Nyojin Cheng.
I am 17 years old and come from the same place as Comrade Su, from Shanghai. I hope we can all get along in the future. Nyojin Cheng jumped excitedly, happy that he finally made a good impression on the big boss. He saw that the big boss gave him the most white rabbits. I'm Su Jiao, a girl, 18 years old, from Beijing. Nice to meet everyone. The speaker's voice was delicate with a hint of sweetness, very attractive. Her appearance was even more stunning. But Su Miao wasn't impressed by her beauty or surprised that they were both from the same city and came to the countryside. Instead, she sensed a shadow of water element abilities from her. Or maybe not, because she didn't even come close to the threshold of a first-level water-type ability. But her glowing skin, smooth and poreless, and delicate posture, really resembled characteristics of a water element ability user. She also felt a hint of familiarity. However, she remembered the family surrounding her on the train platform when she arrived, 3 layers of people, clearly not ordinary. Could it be that wealthy people have special ways to maintain their appearance? She didn't understand why she was here in the countryside. It didn't seem like a passionate young person eager to support rural development. And she seemed to know the 2 other young men from Beijing, but they kept their distance on purpose. Su Miao shook her head, unable to figure it out. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally saw the village at the foot of the mountain. Qingshan Village gets its name because it is backed by Mount Qing. Surrounded by mountains on 2 sides and close to water, it is a village untouched by industry, like a peaceful paradise. There are no tall city buildings or busy streets. Because there are no tall structures blocking the view, you can see the sky at the horizon. It feels as if your heart is washed clean by the wide open sky and land, making many worries seem small and calm. Not far away, smoke rises from farmhouses cooking food. Children play happily by the roadside, and the sunset looks bright and colorful, quiet yet lively. This shows what real human life is like. Su Miao immediately liked this place. Quiet, peaceful, and harmonious. If you ignore the hunter carrying a large wild boar weighing about 300 jin, around 150 kilograms, the wild boar looks fierce and seems unwilling to die. Its blood-stained face and the blood on its body add a touch of violence to the lively scene. A group of young men surrounded a leading man, all amazed. Brother Yi, you're incredible. You killed a 300 jin wild boar. I told you before that Brother Yi is naturally strong. If it weren't for him today, that beast might have destroyed the crops. Not just the crops, my second uncle almost got hit and had a heart scare. Brother Yi, just say if you need anything. We're all brothers, go away, line up over there. They joked and laughed. The children playing nearby stopped and excitedly followed behind, not afraid of the blood.
Oh.
We're going to have meat today. I want to eat stir-fried cabbage with meat. I want potato stew with meat. The children drooled over the dead pig, their eyes shining. Children's world is simple. Today's meal is all they care about. Patriotic uncle, are the educated youths back? The group finally noticed Zhou Aigua, who was driving a cattle cart, followed by a few young people, all greeting him loudly. As they got closer, Su Miao and the others finally saw the man behind the 300 jin wild boar, blocking his face. He looked wild and fierce, with a high nose bridge, and his appearance was very masculine. Perhaps for convenience, she was shirtless, showing her strong muscles. Because she was carrying a heavy load, Sweat streamed down her powerful chest and six-pack abs, finally reaching her shoulder area. This scene exuded wild charm and the strong, attractive energy of a man. Su Miao clicked her tongue, recognizing that he was naturally very strong. In the end-of-the-world scenario, only those with special abilities could awaken such power. But is this scene realistic? So many young men, and he alone is carrying a wild boar weighing 300 jin? Zhou Aigua's face was full of smiles, with wrinkles showing his happiness. Yes, we caught a wild boar. No one got hurt, right? Everyone was happy to have meat to eat, even if it was not the usual time. No, just Brother Yi did the heavy lifting. We just stood nearby. Uncle Igor, come to the threshing yard later, and we'll share the pork. Good. Lu Yi is really something. Zhou Igor responded happily, and the speed of the ox cart increased. Brother Yi, among these young people, there's a fairy, so fair-skinned, tsk. Oh, Brother Yi, you're blushing. Do you like her? From far away, the teasing voices of the young people could still be heard. Don't listen to their nonsense. People are good, they just like to talk big. Zhou Aigua, clearly not deaf, explained to Su Jiao, trying to save some face. Among these young people, only she could be called a fairy. Her skin was white and clear, without any blemishes. Su Jiao blushed deeply, her eyes shining with affection as she lowered her head and walked, completely unbothered by the teasing. Su Miao's mind was full of black lines. Why did this scene feel so familiar? It was exactly like the first encounter of the main characters in a historical novel she read during the end of the world. It seemed like she needed to prove something. She looked at Gu Wenqing, who frowned as if annoyed at losing something important. So, she was not only transmigrated but also into a novel? And the female lead's special skincare method wasn't because she was wealthy, but because she drank spiritual spring water? She usually didn't read many novels, but a few months before the end of the world, strange phenomena appeared frequently. Many said the apocalypse was coming. Curious, she searched online and was led to the end of the world novel section. From then on, she couldn't stop. These authors were treasures. They could write so well. She also learned that during the end times, people stockpiled gasoline. She made a note to remember that. Later, she became obsessed with stories about stockpiling supplies, then was recommended to read historical novels by big data algorithms. One of the heroines in a historical novel is named Su Jiao. In the modern world, she is a wealthy and beautiful woman. By accident, blood from her flows onto a family heirloom jade pendant, opening a spiritual spring space. She thinks the end of the world is coming, so she sells her assets and starts hoarding supplies. She stocks up on everything from cars to needles, accumulating over $1 billion worth of supplies. But after sleeping, she wakes up to find that the end of the world hasn't arrived. Instead, she has traveled back to the 1970s. She becomes the beloved youngest daughter of a military and political family. However, she is a romantic at heart. For a man, she gives up a job in a cultural troupe arranged by her family and secretly signs up to go to the countryside. When her family finds out, it's already too late. That man is Gu Wenqing. Their families are equally prestigious, but due to the turbulent times, Gu Wenqing has to go to the countryside. So, Su Jiao's family approaches Gu Wenqing to discuss their marriage, thinking it would be easier to take care of her if they both went to the countryside. But Gu Wenqing firmly states he doesn't like Su Jiao and has always seen her as a sister. Hiding behind the door, the original Su Jiao overhears this and is devastated. Unable to bear the shock, she jumps into the river. When she wakes up, she has become the modern, wealthy, and beautiful Su Jiao. The story then follows her awakening, realizing the truth. Gu Wenqing, the scumbag, chases her but fails to win her back. She goes to the countryside, holds hands with the most rugged and honest man, and lives a happy life. In fact, she doesn't remember many details. She usually forgets the books she reads, not even remembering the titles. But the scene of her meeting the rough man carrying a 300-pound wild boar on her first day in the countryside is so vivid that it instantly triggers her memory. She had also once wondered if it was realistic. Moreover, the heroine no longer loves Gu Wenqing, but she falls for the rustic, honest man, sharing money, supplies, and space with him. Oh, and speaking of space, the author's clever tricks are worth mentioning. Because the comment section was full of complaints about the heroine generously helping with poverty alleviation, after the reform and opening up, her space disappeared. Yes, you read that right, it was gone. This caused a lot of shock among readers. The author clearly understands how to create conflict in a story. This clever move made the book go viral and reach the top 10 on the charts. Su Miao Miao quickly checked her own space and supernatural abilities, confirming they came with her soul. She breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, she couldn't stand her space disappearing for no reason, or she might have gone bald overnight like her scumbag father. As for what happens to the female lead later in the book, the author hasn't written that part yet. In the comments, readers argue that although her space is gone, she is already a winner in life, loved by her grandparents, parents, brother and sister-in-law, favored by her mother-in-law, pampered by her husband, and even her child adores her. The rough man might become the richest person. It's just a storage space. Once it's gone, it's gone. After the reform and opening up, it wasn't useful anymore. Su Miao Miao's blood pressure shot up when she read this part. Usually, she was a calm reader who didn't curse, but at that moment, she started swearing out loud. Her roommate, living with her, saw her and rushed over with red eyes. She spat out a mouthful of blood at that moment. The apocalypse officially began. Could it be because of this that she traveled into this book? Is this the real world? Niu Jinbu suddenly shouted like a pig being slaughtered, then looked at Su Miao Miao with a very wronged expression. Why did you pinch me? So harsh, boohoo.
Su Miao Miao touched her nose.
My hand was itchy. It seemed to be the real world. Everyone was flesh and blood. Niu Jinbu silently shrank back, knowing that the big boss wouldn't forgive him easily for speaking out. Loyalty and justice. Soon, Zhou Aigua drove a bullock cart to a large courtyard gate at the foot of the mountain. All right, this is your new youth training point. Then he shouted inside. Tian Jianxi, new youth trainees have arrived, come out quickly and arrange things. The gate of the youth training point opened soon after. A somewhat weathered man hurried out, first glancing at the new trainees, her and the others, with a moment of worry on his face. Then he quickly smiled and faced Zhou Aigua. Uncle Aigua has returned. Thank you for your hard work. If you have something to do, go ahead. I see the team caught a wild boar, so you'll probably need to go to the grain field. I'll arrange everything here, don't worry. Zhou Aigua didn't hesitate. He helped them unload their luggage, left a note saying, later, go to the grain field to slaughter pigs, and hurried away in the bullock cart. Tian Jianxi watched the team leader walk away, then suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and looked at them seriously. Come with me. I am Tian Jianxi, the person in charge of our youth training point. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. Now I will introduce some information about the youth station. Su Miao Miao and the others immediately picked up their luggage and followed. During this, I noticed that Gu Wenqing tried to help the female lead carry her luggage, but was avoided as if she were avoiding a plague. I don't know why I felt like laughing. Could this be the dark humor of watching a scene up close? When we entered the youth station, it looked exactly like a normal farmyard. The layout was similar to most of the households we saw when we first entered the village. Or you could say it was a bit bigger and cleaner. Directly facing the main gate, there were earthen wall houses. In the middle was a large living room combined with the kitchen. On each side, there were 2 stoves connected to the rooms on either side. Winters in the northeast are long and cold. Besides using Kong beds, clever people also came up with the idea of a fire wall, which allowed cooking and heating the room at the same time, saving firewood. On the left is the boys' room, and on the right is the girls' room. Currently, there are 4 male youth and 3 female youth here. Later, you can choose your beds. Huh? Do boys and girls really share a room? Lin Yenner finally couldn't hold back and spoke. At home, it was fine because they were all family, but here they were all youth. Seeing boys' rooms directly across the door, and the door isn't very sturdy. Su Miao clearly saw Tian Jianxi roll his eyes. If you dislike it, you can spend your own money to build a house or stay with a local family. Here, the conditions are what they are. I tell you, this is already much better than when we first arrived. The stoves, the house, and the Kong beds were all renovated by us old youth with our own money. If you want to live in a ready-made place, then stop complaining. Why don't you just fly away? He didn't ask for their money, which was already enough. Lin Yenner, hearing that she would have to pay to build a house, shut up. Seeing that others had no objections, she quietly packed her luggage and headed to the right room, planning to find a good spot. But as soon as she entered, she was stunned. The bedroom was a standard south-facing room. The window was right above a large Kong bed. The room was only about 3 meters wide, and the 6-square-meter Kong bed looked quite big. But 3 people already lived there, and the space along the wall was taken up. Only the middle space was left, enough for 2 more people, so it was crowded. There was hardly any privacy. But following the principle of taking the initiative, she quickly placed her luggage in the empty space, looked proud, and left the bedroom. Then she heard our female lead, Su Jiao, gently ask about the small independent room on the far right. In historical stories, the female protagonist often has a small, rundown room that no one else wants, and she has to make her own bed. Sure enough, Tian Jianxi smiled and replied, that room was originally used for storage, so it can't be lived in. Plus, in winter, there's no firewall, and it's dark and cold. Otherwise, who wouldn't want their own private space? It's okay, I can do it, she said. Tian Jianxi thought for a moment and said, all right, if you want to live there, you can have a room to yourself. But you need to buy everything for it, including the bed. Why can she have her own room? That's not fair, Lin Yenner said again, feeling upset. She just mentioned that men and women should share a room, and now she has to pay for her own house. Now, Su Jiao is allowed to live alone? Men are so shallow. Is it just because she looks pretty? Tian Jianxi looked at her with obvious displeasure. If you want to live in that room, you can also live alone. Fine. Who else wants to stay in this room? Be clear, once you agree, you can't change your mind. Otherwise, there won't be a place for you at the youth station. While speaking, he opened the dusty wooden door of the small room. Dust flew everywhere. The room was empty, even smaller upon closer look, less than 5 square meters. The bed was bigger than the room, and the window was small and high. Most people who were initially interested took a step back to distance themselves from the room. Lin Yenner was the fastest to hide. Su Miao saw this outcome as expected. Most people's first thought was that they would prefer a small space of their own, but those who haven't actually lived in a tiny room don't have the right to speak. You only understand how oppressive it is once you've lived there. Maybe she was used to living in small, coffin-like rooms since childhood, which made her very resistant to small spaces now. Of course, she also didn't want to sleep in a big shared bed. But since everyone had to find a way to live alone, she wouldn't fight the female lead for this shabby little room. What she couldn't understand was the female lead, Su Jiao, a modern wealthy girl, raised in luxury, and yet her house here is no bigger than her bathroom back home, and she shows no discomfort. She even seems to enjoy it. All right, it's settled. This room will be for this young lady. Does anyone have any objections? Okay. Next, I will talk about your food supplies and settlement allowances. Everyone received 40 yuan from the youth office when they went to the countryside. The remaining 200 yuan was directly given to us. Each person can receive 30 jin of coarse grain, 5 yuan, and some necessary tickets, but only for the first year. This is just a temporary measure, so we need to work hard to earn work points. Otherwise, if we go hungry, no one can help us. Here, we cook only what we eat and don't store extra food. Everyone is facing difficulties, so if there isn't enough to eat, we have to find our own solutions. Soon, I will go to the grain field to distribute pork. Today, I will prepare a good meal to welcome you. When I return, I will help the old youth to bring back the grain. You all rest and relax for now. The other young people went to the grain field to watch the fun. Only he stayed behind to arrange for the new youth to stay here. After saying that, he ran off without looking back. Su Meow Meow quickly and decisively went inside, placing her luggage on the last empty bed. The beds on both sides were occupied. It felt like going back to the days before liberation. The room was big and bright. Since she was sleeping in the middle, the sunset shone through the window, making her look like she was wearing a rainbow. She didn't care what others thought. She had been on a train for 5 days and 5 nights, and even the strongest person would be exhausted. She hurried to wash up, then made her bed, and went straight to sleep. Even though outside was noisy with ringing and banging, it didn't wake her up. Instead, it helped her sleep better. She was finally awakened forcefully by a slightly dark-skinned, sturdy young woman youth who pushed her hard. "Wake up.
Come eat.
You sleep so well, even with all that noise outside. Today is your welcome banquet, and there's meat too. It would be a pity not to eat more." Su Meow Meow was still dazed, staring at the person in front of her, as if her mind was rebooting at a very fast speed. "Hey, get up and eat. Why are you just standing there?" After a moment of silence, she mumbled, "But your eyes are really beautiful, like stars in the sky." But then she looked at her face full of tiny freckles. She shook her head, feeling it was a pity. When Su Meow Meow came out of the room, she saw the young men moving tables into the yard. The sounds of cooking and calling out in the kitchen were non-stop. Even Su Jiao Jiao was helping wash vegetables and serve dishes. This was another confusing point for her. A young lady who was raised by a nanny since childhood, yet she was so good at cooking and so capable and diligent. As a child from a poor family with no fixed home, she often experienced hunger and fullness alternately, yet she always wished to be served by others. "You're awake now. Sitting on the train for so long must have tired you out. Find a seat and sit down. The meal is ready." Just as she was thinking this, Su Jiao Jiao, holding a dish, pulled her and guided her to sit down. Su Meow Meow was full of question marks. Was this female lead taking the wrong medicine? Suddenly being so friendly to her? She didn't understand even after eating. Both the new and old educated youths were very hungry and tired. Since they had been lacking oil and water in their diets for years, as soon as the meal was served, everyone rushed to the big bowl of stir-fried cabbage with meat in the middle. It was called stir-fried cabbage with meat, but at first glance it was mostly cabbage, with only a few oil spots. Su Meow Meow quickly and eagerly picked out a piece of meat from the many cabbage pieces, almost spitting it out when she brought it to her mouth. The taste was just too fishy. The novel had lied to her. Didn't it say that wild boar meat was very delicious? If she remembered correctly, the novel used elaborate descriptions to praise the flavor of wild boar meat, and everyone admired the hero's bravery, which made several young women among the educated youths admire him. Looking around, except for Su Jiao Jiao, who blushed and chewed with a small mouth, everyone else was eating very enthusiastically, especially the older educated youths. Su Meow Meow, not believing in superstition, put the meat back to her plate again. She didn't believe the meat could be that bad. But the truth made her have to believe it. How to describe it? One bite, and it felt like a pig wagging its tail and pushing its butt toward her face. Forget chopsticks, she didn't even want to use her mouth. She quickly bit into a nearby steamed bun, but ugh, it scratched her throat. She took a sip of porridge. Was the cornmeal too hard? Not cooked well. "Why aren't you eating the meat?" the female educated youth who had just woken her up asked while drinking porridge. It seemed to be Tian Shengnan. Su Meow Meow snapped back to reality. Good grief. The dish the size of a wash basin was now cleaner than her face, and all the other green vegetables were gone too. She looked around and saw everyone staring at her, especially the meat she had placed in the corner of her lunchbox. She remained calm and said, "Oh, sitting on the train for so long made me feel dizzy. I can't handle greasy food." Bah, so pretentious. A pretty girl with a delicate face on the opposite side pouted and turned to coquettishly speak to Gu Wenqing. "Don't you think so, Wenqing?" Gu Wenqing's expression stiffened slightly. He cast a barely noticeable glance towards Su Jiao Jiao but didn't speak. Seeing this, the girl rolled her eyes at Su Jiao Jiao and said no more. Su Meow Meow internally muttered, "Wow. The male supporting character's bad romantic interest is already showing up? Looks like I missed a lot while sleeping. Really? Are you going to eat it? If not, give it to me. Tian Xingnan's eyes started fixating on the piece of meat. Surprised, Su Miao Miao looked at her. Huh? I took a bite. You don't mind. Before she finished speaking, the meat beside her lunchbox was taken away by the other person. Mind? No need to fuss. So much. It's better than starving, Tian Xingnan said while eating, clearly enjoying the taste of the meat. Su Miao Miao stared at her for a while, trying hard to remember what the book said about her. But suddenly, it felt like knowledge was passing through her mind from all over the world. She didn't bother herself too much. It's just a book, after all, only for reference. And this is a real world. With her unpredictable presence, the reference value is limited. Yes, that's it. After finishing the main dishes, everyone started leisurely drinking porridge and chatting, getting to know each other. Currently, the longest-standing young people in the countryside are the head of the youth team, Tian Jianxi, and the lively young woman, Tian Xingnan, who just casually reached for her meat. They have been working in the countryside since 1962, 8 years now. During this time, the young people came and went, but they remained steadfast. Farm work is the most exhausting. Seeing the sun-kissed marks on their faces, it's hard to believe they are only in their early 20s. Of course, there are exceptions. Another young man, Qin Shixian, who has been in the countryside for 3 years, still looks like a young, handsome guy. His family is said to be wealthy capitalists, and he went to the countryside early in the movement. But now, he is a primary school teacher in the village doing quite well. The other 2 young men, Zhao Zhengwo and Wu Yong, along with Lu Zhaodi, the quiet young woman who has been there from the start, have been in the countryside for nearly 2 years. And the young woman who called her pretentious earlier only arrived half a year earlier. Plus, she is pretty, and her ambition and pride are obvious in her eyes. Alright, everyone has gotten to know each other. Since 6 new young people have arrived, I'll explain the division of work at our youth team. Tian Jian, she said as the atmosphere became more relaxed, and he moved on to the serious matters. Our young team is made up of young women cooking and young men fetching water. Now, with nearly double the number of people, we need 2 people each day for cooking and fetching water. The boy has 7 people and 1 extra person. That extra person will work alone for a day, but in the next round, they won't be excluded. Instead, everyone will take turns every 2 rounds. Does anyone have any opinions? After everyone agreed, Tian Jianqing nodded happily. Okay, once everyone has formed their groups, come tell me. Su Miao Miao, shall we team up? Su Jiao Jiao asked Su Miao Miao right after Tian Jianqing finished speaking. Su Miao Miao suddenly realized why Su Jiao Jiao had been so friendly to her earlier. Compared to Lin Yenner, she seemed to have fewer responsibilities. But she wanted to say, "Girl, you've misunderstood." "Sure," she replied. She didn't mind. The girl was a good cook, like a 5-star chef, and very enthusiastic. Soon everyone formed their teams. They chatted excitedly until it was dark, then each went back to wash up and sleep. Su Miao Miao lay in bed. On her left was Lin Yenner, on her right was Lu Zhaodi. She could almost feel their breath on her face. But fatigue was the best sleep aid, so she didn't think much before drifting off to sleep. Her last thought was to remember to buy a sleeping berth when taking long train rides. Before 5 in the morning, the village's rooster started crowing loudly. Su Miao Miao wasn't annoyed, because she slept well. What annoyed her was someone insisting on waking her up for breakfast, and then making her eat breakfast before going back to sleep. Tian Xingnan, I've told you so many times I don't want to eat. Can you understand people's words? Her morning temper finally exploded after yesterday and today. Su Miao Miao suddenly sat up and started arguing with Tian Xingnan below the bed. Tian Xingnan paused her hand midair, and the air seemed to freeze. Lin Yenner, who was putting on or taking off her shoes nearby, froze in place, not daring to move. After a while, Tian Xingnan mumbled, I'm just doing this for your own good. How can you not eat breakfast in the morning? It's bad for your health. And I'm not stopping you from sleeping, just asking you to eat first. Why don't you understand what's good for you? Her voice grew louder and more confident as she spoke. Su Miao Miao's forehead veins throbbed. The premise of doing something good for you is that others also think it's good, not just your own opinion, and not even what society generally accepts. From now on, you can use your way on your man, your children, anyone else.
Just don't use it on me.
I not only refuse to accept it, but I also see you as ungrateful. Snicker. Su Miao Miao's gaze instinctively shifted outside the window. This broken house has no soundproofing at all. She turned around and looked at Tian Xingnan again. Do whatever you need to do. I want to sleep now, okay? She really hates people who pretend to do good but actually boss others around in their lives. It seems that as long as you add for your good, everything is considered just. If you don't follow what others say, you become the target of everyone's criticism. Tian Xingnan met her gaze and nodded instinctively. Su Miao Miao lay down, turned over, and tried to get sleepy again. Next to her, Deng Wenfeng, who had been watching the scene, smirked and rolled her eyes at Tian Xingnan. Good. You must be facing a tough situation now. This tactic isn't working anymore. She didn't realize her own little schemes. She just wanted to show authority to the new young people and make everyone listen to her. Otherwise, why would she shout the same thing over and over 10 times, forcing people to get up? So, what if they don't get up? Are they breaking some big rule? They don't need to work today. She politely told you that what you said was nonsense, but she was just trying to gauge the new young person's reaction, who was too polite to refuse. Thinking about her own treatment on her first day working in the countryside, Deng Wenfeng's delayed frustration finally found an outlet. Lin Yenner quietly put on her shoes and tiptoed out with everyone. Seeing Tian Xingnan finally calm down, her hatred for Su Miao Miao lessened a bit. Because she knew Su Miao Miao wasn't just annoyed with her, she was simply attacking anyone who didn't go along with her wishes. Meanwhile, on the bed, Su Miao Miao closed her eyes, her mind filled with thoughts of time to get up for breakfast, eat first, then sleep, add her morning irritability, and she couldn't fall asleep for over an hour. Frustrated, she sat up. After a while, she resigned herself and started getting dressed. While squatting in the yard washing up with a toothbrush and basin, Chun Chong just returned from outside, still wearing a towel around his neck, probably after morning exercise. Seeing her, he grinned mischievously and walked over to squat beside her. Hey, you're up? So early. Su Miao Miao glanced at him, then looked up at the bright sun already high in the sky, and continued brushing her teeth. Don't be silent. Did you sleep well? Su Miao Miao spat out the foam in her mouth and looked at him. Are you laughing at me? She clearly heard him outside the window, not just eavesdropping. And he was laughing so loudly. Chun Chong knew what she meant and didn't bother to hide it. It's really funny. Who would insult themselves like that? Laughing at himself as a traitor. Hilarious. Hey, don't go. I actually like you. Really, you're unique. With her straightforward attitude of calling out what she dislikes, even someone as carefree as him couldn't be so relaxed. He responded with a loud bang as he closed the door. Oh no, my nose. Did you close the wrong door? This is the living room, a public area. Chun Chong outside the door covered his nose and jumped around, but he was just complaining. Seeing her come out with a basin of water, clearly planning to wash her face, he happily went inside to get water and wash himself. Su Miao Miao saw Chun Chong wetting a towel and wiping her face and body, regardless of whether the water was cold or hot, not caring if her clothes got splashed. Looking around, she couldn't find a basin rack. Oh, right, they had a conflict over the basin rack before because of who used it first, so they just got rid of it. And there were no chickens either, because people ate eggs in different amounts and some stole them, leading to fights. Having many people easily causes conflicts. After washing up, Su Miao Miao asked, "Where are they?" Since getting up, she hadn't seen anyone except Chun Chong. They... Chun Chong looked at her, finally speaking again, and was momentarily surprised. Oh, you mean the people at the youth station? The old youths are working, and the new youths have gone to the county town. They've already left. Seeing her surprised tone, Chun Chong's face darkened. Yes. They left early. Villagers start work at 6 a.m. And if they go to the county town, they take a bullock cart at the same time. The journey takes over 2 hours, and some people leave before dawn to save money. Now, the sun is high in the sky. Su Miao was not in a hurry. She casually asked, "Why didn't you go?" Chen Chong proudly replied, "My family sent me some things. They will arrive in a few days." Of course, he originally planned to go. Whether he bought something or just wandered around was fine. But he didn't know what was wrong with his brother lately. Suddenly, he was acting crazy, trying to get close to Su Jiao. Before, when she chased him, he hid far away. Could it be because she became more beautiful? He really couldn't stand his brother's awkward way of trying to please her with that gentle face. So he decided not to be a third wheel. Su Miao thought for a moment and looked at him. "So, what are your plans today?" "Nothing planned," he replied. He just arrived and had no plans. Chen Chong still didn't realize how serious the situation was. "Oh, then later, you can borrow a bike from the team leader's house and take me to the county town." She said this while going inside to pack 2 pieces of brown sugar for Chen Chong.
She had to go to the county town today.
Otherwise, when she went back to the countryside, she would only have a travel bag. How could she explain where she got extra things? At least she needed to bring her 2 thermos bottles. Otherwise, drinking water every day would be a problem. Yesterday, she even washed her feet with cold water. Honestly, she missed the modern conveniences and facilities. Meanwhile, Chen Chong, who had already borrowed a bike and was riding towards the youth station, suddenly realized, why should I listen to her? Even now, he still felt a little excited. Could it be because her tone was too natural and confident? "What are you thinking about?" "Let's go." Su Miao, carrying a shoulder bag and with her empty travel bag, sat in the back seat of the bike. Seeing Chen Chong still not moving, she urged him. "Okay, I'm coming." After riding for a while, Chen Chong couldn't help but ask, "Big sister, what did you do before? She must have been some kind of small leader, right? Why do you call me big sister?" "I'm 18, the same age as you." Su Miao angrily patted his back. Although her appearance hadn't fully recovered, she didn't look old enough to be called big sister. She unconsciously touched her face, thinking about the possibility of restoring her appearance with water-based supernatural powers. "So, were you a class leader at school? If you can't speak, just don't speak," she snapped. How could every sentence hit her nerve? She never lifted her head during school because of the scar on her face. Looking back now, her classmates were quite friendly. It was her own worry and pride that made her live in her own world, causing her to miss many good times. Of course, she focused all her energy on studying. It's just that she missed out on other things, and in the end, she lost some opportunities but gained others. "Hey, can you ride more steadily? You almost made me fall off. This road isn't smooth, so you can't blame me. You just don't know how to ride well. I saw a big flat space nearby."
I didn't see it.
"You're doing it on purpose." The two argued all the way to the county town. Su Miao now had no tickets except for ration coupons. She went to the supply and marketing cooperative just to find an excuse to take out things from her space. So she made up a story, divided some items with Chen Chong, and they agreed to meet at the state-run restaurant at noon. While looking for a quiet alley, she suddenly saw the main character, Su Jiao, with colorful makeup and a basket on her back, turn the corner. In the next moment, she disappeared into thin air.
Su Miao.
Less than 5 seconds later, several tough-looking men came out from the corner. They searched every nook and cranny, but couldn't find her. They left puzzled. Su Miao was stunned. Did the main character go to the black market on her first day in the countryside? Oh, right. She had just sold hundreds of pounds of high-quality rice and meat. No wonder she was being watched. It was the main character's strong aura that allowed her to avoid danger again and again. Even the main character wasn't short of money. In modern times, she was a laid-back person. So why did she suddenly start liking to make money here? Forget it. She decided to change to another alley. She realized that anywhere could hide a pair of eyes. So from now on, whenever she took things from her space, she would first use her space's supernatural ability to scan the surroundings for people. Better safe than sorry. Carefully, she carried 2 thermos flasks in her left hand and dragged a big package with her right hand as she moved into the state-run restaurant. Her forehead started to sweat. No, her physical strength wasn't enough. She hadn't carried heavy things in a long time. Su Miao Miao over here. Chen Chong saw her peek out and immediately greeted her warmly. He then came over to help carry her big package, but suddenly his hand dropped. What did you buy? It's so heavy. Daily necessities and some food, she replied. Chen Chong simply asked this question and led her to a corner seat. After Su Miao Miao sat down, she realized that the woman who had just disappeared into the alley was the main female character, and diagonally opposite was the supporting male character, Gu Wenqing. The main female character now looked fresh and clean, obviously having taken a bath. She couldn't help but feel a little envious. She also wanted to take a bath. Jiao Jiao, where did you just go? Do you know how dangerous it is for a girl to go out alone? If it weren't for that villager Lu Yi passing by, do you have any idea what could have happened? Su Jiao Jiao was annoyed at the moment, upset about her carelessness. She thought those rough men had left, but unexpectedly, they came back so soon. If she hadn't removed her makeup, taken a bath, and redone her hair, and if Lu Yi hadn't looked so intimidating passing by, then those people had very sharp eyes. It's clear she needs to be more careful in the future. Just then, Gu Wenqing kept scolding her, which made her feel embarrassed and angry. Where I go is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. Who are you to interfere? I am your brother. Gu Wenqing choked on his words. Who said that? Do we have blood relations? Just call me brother and sister. She didn't like the original character, and now she was pretending to be caring. Su Miao Miao leaned on her hand, watching the scene seriously. What's wrong? Your throat uncomfortable? Su Miao Miao gave a faint look of concern to Chen Chong. Chen Chong looked frustrated. What do you want to eat? Oh, whatever you're eating, bring me some too. If there's leftovers, I'll take it home, she said, pulling out a stack of money and handing it to him. She had finished the food she bought in Shanghai on the train, and this morning she only ate peach cookies for breakfast. Chen Chong. Really trusting, huh? Just say the word, and she hands over so much money, probably around 10 yuan. At the food stall where Chen Chong went to buy food, Niu Jinbu and Li Nianu arrived shortly after.
Boss.
Comrade Su, you're here too? Niu Jinbu, being friendly, sat next to her, and Li Nianu also sat on the other side, trying to fit in. After all, among the 6 new young workers, 5 sat together, and if she sat alone, it would seem like she had no friends. But during the meal, she realized clearly that she and them were not from the same world. Looking at her bowl of plain noodles and then at the 5 people across the table with dishes like braised pork, stir-fried meat, and pork and scallion dumplings, yet they ate without any sense of novelty or excitement. This bowl of plain noodles was the best meal she had in many days, all made of white noodles. She had forced herself to eat it just to fit in a little. Meanwhile, the 5 people across the table were busy eating their own food, not paying any attention to her. They were probably still criticizing her for being poor and simple. Unconsciously, she clenched her chopsticks tighter and muttered softly, eating so much like spoiled rich kids. Don't they know how many children in the country are hungry and can't get enough food? How can they eat so freely? Su Jiao Jiao, who was about to give Li Nianer some meat with her chopsticks, changed her mind and ate the food herself. Everyone at the table was chatting quietly, and no one responded to her. Li Nianer got even angrier. After finishing the meal, everyone dispersed without paying her any attention. Su Miao Miao could somewhat understand how the others felt. She had experienced similar feelings before. But understanding didn't mean she wanted to save them. Unless the other person suddenly became a billionaire and gained financial freedom, no matter how much others advised, it wouldn't help. Deeply feeling inferior could only be overcome step by step through success. Even then, traces would remain. Besides, she didn't owe them anything. Changing others was much more uncertain and effortful than changing herself, and often it was not worth the trouble. She never did such things. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Su Miao Miao was on the left side with Chen Chong helping her carry a big bag, and on her right, Niu Jinbu was holding 2 thermos bottles. She watched Su Jiao Jiao and Gu Wenqing start arguing again. One wanted to carry a basket for the other, but the other refused. Su Miao thought to herself, this is pointless. Su Jiao has space herself, and the basket is just a cover. She's just taking it away from her. Who would be willing to do that? Seeing them struggle for about a minute, Su Miao looked back at Chen Chong. He looked embarrassed, scratching his head, as if he was also feeling ashamed to be part of this. Before long, they reached the post office right across from the restaurant. Su Miao's eyes lit up, and she went inside to buy 3 sets of stamps. She came out with 1 set for each of them, carrying 2 bags. Here, keep these as collectibles. Chen Chong looked at the colorful stamps in the album. Wait, these are things girls like. Don't give them back to me, she said, having spent a lot of money on them. There's no point in sending things out if you can't get them back. Chen Chong immediately raised the stamp high, teasing Su Miao for being too short, and started joking around. Then, he carefully put the stamp into his own pocket. Niu Jinbu was much better behaved. He had already stored his things earlier, and with the mindset that gifts from the boss should be cherished, he looked at the stamps worth tens of thousands of yuan after more than 10 years, and once again thanked himself for choosing the right side back then. Of course, that's all in the past now. They timed their walk and passed by the place where the ox cart was parked. The ox cart was almost full. The female lead and Lin Yenner had already arrived, along with a few village women, all carrying luggage. Su Miao looked at the remaining empty seat and, with her hands empty, told the 2 behind her, "You 2 should ride your bikes back. Remember to hold my thermos tightly when you sit in the car, and don't break it. You really know how to enjoy yourself. It should be yours," Chen Chong said with a straight face, while Niu Jinbu quickly rode away. Su Miao gave the old man of the ox cart 2 cents, then got on the cart and greeted the female lead. "Hey, is that the new educated youth?" A woman with high cheekbones and triangular eyes on the cart looked her over, as if inspecting goods and estimating the price before speaking. Su Miao glanced at her, confused, and replied, "Yes. Coming here and getting so close to the male educated youth? That's not something a good girl would do. How will you get married in the future? Exactly, not faithful to her family, not pretty, and she's quite flirtatious. She even tried to hook up with 2 guys at once. I wouldn't let my son marry a woman like that," another plump woman said with disdain, wrinkling her nose as if just looking at her was dirty.
People can't judge like that.
Women can get married, it just depends on who they marry. But if she cheats after marriage, then, the high-cheekboned woman pretended to shiver, as if unable to bear to see her future. The 2 women kept talking and criticizing, putting Su Miao down completely. But without her response, it felt like something was missing. Looking back, Su Miao not only showed no shame but watched them with interest, as if they were performers on a stage. Suddenly, she became truly angry. "Girl, how can your face be so thick? I think you don't listen to elders, and you'll have a bad ending in the future." Su Miao smiled sharply. "Thank you, but I don't need your worries. It's enough if you can take care of your own affairs." Certainly, gossipy women are the most disgusting. But then she suddenly realized something was wrong. She had brought her habit of ordering her younger brother from the apocalypse. It had only been 5 years. In 5 years, she had risen to a high position, and it seemed to completely erase her cautious and reserved nature from the past 20 years, her tendency to watch people's expressions. Power is addictive, but the feeling of being high up is truly tempting. The woman with high cheekbones seemed to be hurt and stood up, ready to act, but the plump ant nearby quickly pressed her down. Her eyes still carried a strange look. "Su Miao, this is so confusing." After that, everything became much quieter. During the journey, Su Jiao looked at her with admiration. "Oh, if I remember correctly, the first time the heroine Su Jiao used a cart, she was almost asked about her measurements by a village woman. When they reached the village entrance, Su Jiao took the initiative to ask if she wanted to buy a box. Su Miao agreed, without hesitation. She wondered if she was also planning to buy a box today, or else she'd have to put her things on the ground. It would also be useful for future moves. Following Su Jiao, she unloaded her basket at the youth station. Seeing the small room already taking shape, about 1.5 meters high bed, a layout with the bed right at the door. She felt a sudden tightness in her chest, dizziness taking over. She immediately stepped back to the door, waiting for the other person. After locking the door, Su Jiao led her through several twists and turns to a house. She didn't knock but entered while calling out, Uncle Musheng, are you home? Soon, a small boy with a runny nose came out from inside. When he saw them, he immediately ran over. Jiao, sister, you're here. My grandpa is in the backyard. He then led Su Jiao to them. Su Miao watched the small hand holding a white hand in front of her, full of admiration. In the backyard, a man in his 50s was focused on pushing a piece of wood. Su Miao wondered why the strong laborer wasn't working, but instead, she saw one leg stiff and unable to stand straight. Grandpa, Jiao's sister is here. The man snapped out of his concentration, saw them, and nodded in greeting. Miss, the cabinet you asked for yesterday is ready. Go take a look and see if it fits. In the backyard, there was a large warehouse with its door open. Inside were finished boxes, cabinets, and even tables, chairs, wooden basins, and so on. At the front is a tall, narrow cabinet. I don't know what kind of wood it's made from, but it looks well crafted and sturdy, with no splinters. It has a smooth, shiny finish, giving it a traditional raw wood style. Uncle Musheng, your craftsmanship is really good. It's perfect. Thank you, Su Jiao said happily. My friend also wants to buy a box. Sure, do you have any specific requirements? Uncle Musheng asked. Su Miao spoke up. No, I see you have many finished products in your storage. I just want one that's ready-made. She had just looked around and saw that each box was good enough to sell. Because of her experience, they were even better than the custom ones Su Jiao ordered. Of course. Once you've chosen, I'll ask my son to deliver it to the youth commune, Uncle Musheng said with a smile. No one in the village had bought boxes for many years. Now, with his old bones, earning some money for the family could help lighten the children's burden. In the end, Su Miao chose 2 large matching boxes, similar to the bridal chests from her mother's generation. The top box opens from above, used for clothes and bedding. The bottom box has double doors, with 2 layers inside, for snacks, peach cakes, canned goods, and more. There are also 2 drawers. Plus, with 2 locks, the total cost was 8 yuan. Back in this era, things weren't expensive, but they weren't cheap either, relative to the times. Weddings often required the groom's family to have 36 or 72 legs, showing that furniture was always costly. When they returned to the youth commune, everyone had finished work and was resting. The old youth workers looked exhausted, sitting on the steps to relax. When they saw the girls return, no one said a word or asked anything. Meanwhile, the female youth workers Tiansheng Nan and Lu Zhaodi were busy cooking in the kitchen, rushing around. Su Miao thought about how she would have to cook for more than 10 people after a day of work. She shook her head quickly. She couldn't do it. She plopped down on the step next to Tian Jianxi. Tian youth, when we first arrived, you said we could build our own houses and live in them, right? Originally, Su Jiao was about to go back home to tidy up, but she all gathered around, listening closely. Yes, the youth station is too crowded. I don't like sleeping with others. Not that she was uncomfortable, but she simply didn't like it. Yeah, it's even more crowded for the male youths. Turning over is hard. Chen Chong also couldn't help but speak. He was big, and 7 grown men sharing one bed made him feel out of breath. Last night, he even thought about moving out to live alone. But unexpectedly, Su Miao spoke first. He thought he liked her straightforward personality. She does what she wants without hesitation. As he thought about his purpose for coming out here, he said, Your package is in our room now. I'll bring it to you later. The 2 men couldn't just barge into the female youth's room. Okay, just leave it there, Su Miao said calmly. She wasn't in a rush. Right now, she was more concerned about the house. She saw everyone looking at him. It seemed some of the new youths came from well-off families. If you want to build your own house, you can. But since the land belongs to the team, we only have the right to use the house. That means if you leave the village, the house goes back to the team. Seeing that everyone didn't seem upset, he knew they could accept this. After all, no one planned to come back once they left. They could do whatever they wanted with their houses. But the word "but" immediately caught everyone's attention. But because we are youths, the village won't give us large or good plots of land for building. Otherwise, the villagers would protest, he explained. At such times, villagers tend to be very united.
Så miau miau fråned.
She didn't want to live in a tiny, cramped place in the countryside. Her ideal rural life was to have a big yard where she could relax even without planting flowers or vegetables. She wanted to raise a few chickens and ducks, have a guard dog named Dahuang, and a chubby orange cat that liked to tease Dahuang. And what else? Su Miao Miao's brow furrowed even deeper. Also, since we are all youths, if you build a big enough house, and if the youth station becomes overcrowded in the future, they might arrange for people to live in your house. No, why should I? I paid for my house myself. Why should others decide where I can live? And what about the land? Does that make sense? Nyo Jinbu was the first to protest. If the first 2 points were tolerable, this last one was a direct hit to her bottom line. Tian Jianxi saw the angry, righteous faces before him and remained calm. Based on the house you're living in now, I built it myself. This is the sadness of not having your own homestead. The previous sentence makes all your efforts pointless. Long ago, in 1962, he went to the countryside, working hard from nothing to finally build his own house. But in 1966, everyone was sent to the countryside again. More and more young people went, and conflicts with villagers increased. The authorities decided to give the young people houses. And his house was taken away. They only gave him a small subsidy, pretending it was for the revolutionary cause, and gave him a false honor as an outstanding young pioneer. From 1966 until now, more and more young people arrived, and now no one even remembers that he built that house himself. Can't you just resist? Nyo Jinbu found it hard to believe. Tian Jianxi sneered, as if mocking his naivety. Do you think only the villagers wanted me to give up my house back then? Dinner is ready, said Tian Xingnan, busy in the kitchen, suddenly poking her head out to remind everyone. But when she saw Tian Jianxi, her eyes flickered with guilt. Tian Jianxi saw a cold light flash in her eyes. Everyone except him was involved. How could he resist alone? But he suddenly looked at Su Miao Miao. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be like him. If it were her, she'd rather go down fighting than give up. Unfortunately, he didn't have that courage back then. And he still doesn't now. Today's meal was clearly worse than yesterday's. The stir-fried cabbage didn't even have a hint of oil. Su Miao Miao suspected they might not have used any oil at all. There were also potatoes and carrots, her childhood nightmares. As she grew up, she realized they could be made very tasty. But people who don't have time to enjoy life don't bother cooking well, and if they make good food and eat too much, it's just a waste of food. Tian Jianxi saw everyone's mood was low and thought for a moment before speaking. I know that with 6 new young people arriving, everyone is uncomfortable. It's crowded, especially for the young men. I'll talk to the team leader and see if we can add 2 more rooms. Although everyone was unhappy about not being able to build their own houses, adding rooms was better than nothing changing at all. It was also a hope. Su Miao Miao sipped her thin porridge, which barely reached her face, feeling hopeless. Relying on others isn't as good as relying on herself. She was determined to live on her own. There are always more ways than difficulties, and she would come up with a perfect plan. Moreover, the number of youth points will only increase. Later, as city jobs become more competitive, young people of working age are sent to the countryside. Eventually, there are no more subsidies, and they have to rely entirely on themselves. If she remembers correctly, later the small room of the female lead was crowded with 2 people. After dinner, the door of the youth point was knocked at a specific time. It turned out that Uncle Mu Sheng's son had brought their suitcases. The custom cabinet for the female lead fit perfectly, almost too tight to close the door. The door couldn't open fully, so they had to remove it first to put the cabinet inside. Her suitcase, being very much in line with the ideals of that era, was admired by everyone as it was placed in the northeast corner of the room, shiny and new. Lin Yan, are you and the other girl are both new here. Why didn't you buy a suitcase? At this moment, Tian Shengnan suddenly spoke without knowing why. Lin Yener wanted to bite her, seeing everyone's expressions change from indifference to finally breaking down in tears and running out.
Su Miao Miao.
You've been here for so long, but you haven't bought one either? She couldn't help but tease Tian Shengnan. She wouldn't feel guilty, just because others didn't have things and she did. She worked hard for a long time just to live a good life. Yes, her efforts in the past life were also hard work. Tomorrow it's your turn and Su Jiao Jiao to cook. Remember to get up early, Tian Shengnan replied proudly, turning to go wash up. Su Miao Miao carefully sorted all her belongings into her suitcases, locked them, and instantly felt much better. She had cured her obsessive-compulsive disorder. Just like the rows of containers in her space, everything was organized. Click. Suddenly, Su Miao Miao's heart jumped. Her intuition told her something was wrong. As her consciousness sank into the space, she saw cracks appearing in the bottom container. A wave of despair hit her. She knew this broken container was unreliable. Crack, clatter. As if responding to her, the containers toppled like dominoes, some upper ones crashing down loudly. If she weren't a spiritual being, she would have been buried under them. Watching the chaos in her space, Su Miao Miao felt her mind about to explode. Her obsessive-compulsive disorder. She had thought of many ways to organize her space earlier, but to make better use of it, she could only find these stackable metal boxes. You say that even with a personal space, it's affected by gravity. Does that make sense? But then again, if it weren't affected by gravity, everything would just float around, which isn't practical either. Oh, if only she could build a house inside her space. Wait, build a house? That might not be impossible. Since in the real world, houses are built with bricks and tiles, maybe there are similar space walls or barriers inside her space. She tried to use her space powers not for attack, but to create a barrier, like in martial arts novels. After a while, she looked at the transparent light screen in her hand and suddenly widened her eyes. She was a genius. She wondered if she could make a name for herself in a fantasy world. No, she was thinking too far ahead. She shook her head, but even if this transparent barrier could withstand a nuclear blast, it still didn't feel safe. It's not like a glass walkway. Plus, this thing is bouncy when placed. Maybe it could be a lounge chair. No, she could lie between two mountains, using the sky as a cover, watching the stars. What an exciting idea. Hey, what are you doing? Even if the box is new, you don't have to keep guarding it like that, Tian Shengnan said, bringing hot water and looking at Su Miao Miao, who was still crouched there motionless. She rolled her eyes, such a fuss. Su Miao Miao snapped back to reality, so engrossed she forgot she hadn't moved. But creating a new way to use her space powers made her very excited. Only absolute strength could give her the greatest sense of security. And she was about to solve a problem that had troubled her for 5 years, double happiness. She turned around with a big smile for Tian Shengnan. It really proved that with strength, everyone is adorable. Tian Shengnan. Completely confused. After hesitating a moment, she said, I've boiled some hot water. If you want some, go get it yourself from the pot. Thanks. Su Miao Miao didn't know what politeness was. After everyone finished soaking their feet and went to the yard to pour water, they saw Lin Yener with red eyes being brought back by an older woman. Su Miao Miao looked carefully. Wasn't that the chubby aunt who said today on the ox cart that she would never let her son marry her? Then she heard the other person scolding them. Oh, you really are all educated youths. The older youths should take care of the new ones. No one would make a new youth cry on the first day. We are a team, so we must stay united. Later, she seemed to hint at her. We are all educated youths. How can you only think of enjoying yourselves? You should also consider others' feelings, or you'll suffer later. Su Miao Miao was fearless. Tian Shengnan stared intently at Lin Yener, and the others looked unhappy. Lin Yener kept her head down the whole time. After that, the educated youths' gathering was very quiet. At least the female youths showed their displeasure through their actions. At this moment, everyone believed issues should be solved internally. It was the first time they saw someone outside interfere with Li Nianer, and even the smallest mistake made them seek outside help, which was a bit surprising. The night quickly passed. At the third crow of the rooster, Su Miao had to open her eyes. When she did, she saw Tian Shengnan staring at her with wide eyes, as if ready to take revenge for the scolding yesterday. Su Miao rolled her eyes in satisfaction, yawned, and got up. Last night, she had been thinking about building the space barrier. She finally had some ideas. At least it was smooth and not bouncing back, though still transparent. Now she needed to think more about the color. When she left the bedroom, she saw Su Jiao already washing rice. She was really diligent. She thought the female lead was active. She only needed to light the fire because the female lead found her bothersome. As soon as she sat on the small stool to light the fire, she felt a wave of space fluctuation around her. Then she saw the female lead take out spiritual spring water from the space to cook porridge. Her eyes widened instantly. Was she that generous? She instinctively used her remaining space abilities to explore and noticed a dragon-shaped jade pendant on the female lead's neck. Looking closer, she realized the space was really chaotic, more disorganized than her space, which had been looted. The only relatively tidy part was the spiritual spring in the middle. But it didn't seem inexhaustible. After the space's reform and opening, the space was gone. Could it be that the spiritual spring water was used up? As a dual water and space ability user, she could sense that this space was supported by energy, and the only source of energy was that spiritual spring. If the spring water was overused, Su Miao couldn't help but look at the female lead with a naive and sweet expression. If she managed to save money carefully, she could definitely support herself until her next life. But she was too generous, especially later on when she almost used the spiritual spring water like drinking water for the male lead's mother, who then felt sorry for her grandson. 8 years of support is quite a long time, considering her space's capacity. But what does that have to do with her? As the author said, even without special powers, she would still be a winner in life. The maid wouldn't bother herself with the lady's worries. Sure enough, everyone kept praising how delicious the food was during breakfast this morning. They were all grabbing food wildly, regretting not taking more rice to cook. Inner thoughts of Su Miao. How could it not taste good? It's made with spiritual spring water. It's good for beauty, health, and strength, priceless. As a top-level water element ability user, she wouldn't easily drink water containing energy, as it would drain her core. But eating is fine. When she saw the female lead cooking rice with spiritual spring water, she shamelessly scooped a handful of cornmeal from the grain bag sent from the village. Although it wasn't finely ground, it was natural and pure. After finishing breakfast, she followed the old young workers to the grain field. Wow, there were over 1,000 people, and Qingshan Brigade was a big village within 10 miles around. Everyone knew new workers would start today, and they were all curious, watching the newcomers closely. She thought that with Su Jiao and Gu Wenqing, 2 good-looking people, the villagers would pay more attention to them. But strangely, most people were pointing at her and whispering, occasionally gasping in surprise. Several times, she was sure they were talking about her, but she still had many questions in her mind. Then, finally, an ant from the crowd couldn't hold back and came forward, looking friendly and ready to explain. Oh, is this the new worker? Is her name Su Miao? Su Miao politely replied, yes, that's right. The ant got even more excited. I heard you brought 800 yuan to the countryside. Is that true? Her eyes lit up with anticipation, as if waiting for confirmation or denial. There are over 1,000 mouths and more than 1,000 eyes. I don't know why she suddenly felt very cold. Yesterday, that chubby ant was so warm and comforting her, but then she turned around and spread her words like a demon. Fear of the unknown made her feel dizzy and lightheaded. Su Miao. With such little courage, she's trying to act like a villainous supporting character? She turned back to the older woman and said, yes, really, there's no need to hide anything. The truth will come out eventually. If not Li Nianer, someone else would have said it. Back then, so many people in the youth office, Money was tempting, especially in a rural area where even stones seemed to talk. If it wasn't distorted, it would be considered quick spreading. Oh my, so much money. And you're just a girl holding it. The older woman couldn't take it and almost fainted. Their whole family couldn't even gather 50 yuan, and this girl.
She.
Getting confirmation directly from the person involved made some villagers furious, revealing the ruthless side of capitalists when they stand to gain 300% profit. Be careful in the future. Do you want me to be your bodyguard? It's cheap, Chen Chong whispered softly in her ear. Niu Jinbu also stepped forward and stood behind her. Su Miao chuckled lightly. If I can't handle this small matter, I might as well not bother. From the moment Li Lianlian said that sentence, she was already prepared. Being low-key has its benefits, but being high-profile allows you to live more freely. Although she turned a simple mode into a difficult one. But she was fearless, unbothered by others' opinions, and not afraid to act boldly. That's what she always pursued. And now, she had the ability to do so. You're still just a girl. The villagers have many nasty tricks. If you're careless and fall into their trap, you'll regret it too late, Chen Chong warned her, worried she might be careless. Even if I fall into their trap, they will be the ones regretting it. Chen Chong looked at the powerful aura suddenly emanating from Su Miao, even more intense than her grandfather's. The fierce energy made him feel a bit scared and confused.
Thud. Oh my.
Li Niena, what's wrong? Su Jiao suddenly exclaimed. She saw Li Niena standing in front of her, suddenly collapsing straight down. Her nose and forehead bleeding, clearly hit hard. Her lips were pale, and her eyes were tightly closed. Later, a village official immediately came over and asked Tianjian to take Li Niena to the health clinic.
So Miao.
She hasn't even had a chance to get revenge. She vaguely heard villagers saying that this young worker was getting worse each year. He fainted before even starting work. The chaotic scene was quickly calmed down by the village head with a loudspeaker. He didn't mention what just happened, but simply introduced the new young workers and started assigning tasks. The Qingshan Brigade was divided into 10 small teams. Each team was in competition with the others, so the assignments were made in order, and everyone accepted it without objection. Tian Sheng Nan saw Su Miao assigned to the 10th team. She was about to speak, but then thought of something and closed her mouth. She had so much money. Why worry about her? Then she turned around and followed the 10th team.
So Miao felt confused.
Later, she learned that the 10th team was the worst in the village. They produced the least grain each year. People who wanted to do better usually tried to leave that team. So, only lazy people who didn't want to work stayed there. But because the Qingshan Brigade had good land, near mountains and water and black soil, no one went hungry. But for Su Miao, it was just right. She followed the team leader to the fields. Wow, this ridge is so long. Can't see the end? Now it was late June. Due to the special climate in the northeast, they only plant one crop of grain each year. They plant in April and May and harvest in September and October. So right now the corn stalks are still only knee-high. The main tasks were pulling weeds, removing grass, and fertilizing. Pulling weeds is a skillful job and she was a beginner, so she didn't do that. Fertilizing was mostly done by men. So in these days she was mainly pulling weeds in the cornfield. They also arranged for a few older women to teach her. By coincidence, one of the women was the same one who said yesterday that she wasn't a proper girl, with high cheekbones and triangular eyes. She was the most distinctive looking. Among the women, she was the most serious about teaching her. You must learn well. Oh, you're pulling the wrong one. You pulled the corn seedling. Look carefully, it's this kind of leaf. Hurry up. There are no thorns on the grass. Stop fussing. Look at you, so delicate. How will you earn your food when you get married? You can't even feed yourself. Don't think that having money means you're fine. There will be many places to spend it in the future. I heard you went to Musheng's house yesterday and bought 2 big boxes. How come you don't know how to manage your money? How much grain could all that buy? I told you, someone like you should find an older man who can take care of you. Otherwise, you'll end up wasting your family's money. Older men know how to care for others. My son is single right now. Su Miao Miao's head was pounding from the noise. It was truly a strange fate, a bad one. She realized that Tao Yuanming's life of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence only looked beautiful on the surface. If she actually had to farm seriously, no one would find it relaxing. She just pulled some weeds for a while and already felt her hands burning with pain. Even the warm sunlight seemed too bright. There were dogs chasing her, barking loudly, making everything worse. She thought she had misunderstood what a simple country life was. For someone lazy like her, the ideal rural life should be having enough money, owning a small piece of land, with someone helping to farm it. She would only visit occasionally, feel happy pulling weeds or watering plants, breathe in the fresh soil smell, walk among the green fields, and if she was upset, she could cause some trouble without worrying about money. When the fruits ripen, she would pick and eat them, enjoying the joy of harvest. Oh, you old rascal! I thought you suddenly became enthusiastic today. Turns out, you're just trying to find a match for your son. TCH. At this moment, a few older women in front exchanged looks, as if they were watching a joke. You're so shameless, letting a good girl in her teens be your son's second wife, the stepmother of 4 kids. You really dare to think about that? Exactly. The family is so poor they wouldn't even want a third marriage with kids, and you're dreaming about a girl from the city. No, you're wrong. It's because everyone in the village knows about his family situation that they're tricking the girl. Maybe they'll get lucky. Being called lucky like that. Su Miao Miao felt helpless. Wang Ho Hot, what are you saying? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Come on, try it if you're so brave. Wang Ho Hot threw down the weeds she was holding and stood up. Several other women behind her also stood up. Lai Zi's mother immediately became angry, but she said stubbornly, "Don't think that just because you're the team leader's wife, I will be afraid of you. Now I'm just talking. Talking. About reason. You just envy me because my son can get married. What's wrong with being older? Older people know how to care. Unlike young guys who don't understand anything. Once you get to know them, you'll see how good they are." Seeing Lai Zi's mother speak more and more crudely and shamelessly, everyone looked at her with disgust and continued working without paying attention to her. Wang Hohot noticed that Su Miao Miao didn't speak at all, thinking she was scared. She tried to speak gently. "Miss, you must be careful. Don't be fooled by a few words. If you have any trouble in the future, come find me or Uncle Zhou." Su Miao Miao replied, "Okay. Thank you, Annie. Humph, I thought you were kind-hearted, but it turns out you had other plans." Lai Zi's mother suddenly seemed to have caught on to something important. "You." Wang Hohot was very angry. "Auntie, don't bother with this kind of person. Some people just think everyone is the same as they are." Su Miao Miao quickly comforted Wang Hohot. "It's better to help someone than to make them feel embarrassed." After all the fuss, everyone went back to work. Once Su Miao Miao understood the true nature of rural life, she completely gave up. She ignored Lai Zi's mother's constant nagging, adopting a "say your piece, listen to mine" attitude. She decided to do things at her own comfortable pace. Even so, she couldn't stand it anymore because the sun was getting hotter. It was only June, but the sun was already making her dizzy. The fields stretched out in front of her, with no villages or shops in sight, just vast plains. She wanted to slack off but had nowhere to hide, so she could only endure the heat. She finally understood why farmers wear straw hats and towels. It's all part of their hard-earned experience. This work was too much for her, so her rural life experience ended here. She thought about what the heroine would do, right? Cut grass for the pigs. Although each historical novel has its own charm, the heroine usually has one common flaw: she's bad at farm work. Cutting grass for pigs is the perfect task for heroines. It's easy to slack off, doesn't require being in the sun, and you can go up the mountain to catch wild chickens and rabbits to improve your meals. If you're lucky, you might even find ginseng or lingji mushrooms. She decided to do it right away and went to find the team leader in the afternoon. Finally, after a long day, the bell rang, and Su Miao Miao quickly rushed out. She moved so fast that she almost hurt her back. She ran back to the youth camp, drank a big sip of well water, washed her face, and sat on a chair to catch her breath. Only then did she feel alive again. Farmers really work the hardest. Thinking about the lunch she needed to cook over the fire, she felt dizzy. Who was blocking her light? Who had no sense? When she opened her eyes, she saw Li Nien'er with a bandage wrapped around her head, blood seeping from her nose, and her eyes red and swollen. She was standing in front of her.
Sumiao miao.
I didn't mean to. I was just so angry that I told Pang, and about your money. I regret it now. She promised not to tell anyone. Su Miao Miao smiled kindly. But now everyone knows. She disliked fools even more than enemies. Enemies are naturally hostile, but fools can accidentally ruin you, and then pretend to be innocent. I'm sorry, really sorry. You can hit me if you want. I won't fight back, Su Miao Miao said. Hit you? That would make me look like a bad person. She had many ways to punish her without making enemies or even knowing she had enemies. She moved her finger slightly, using her water powers. Suddenly, the youth camp gate burst open again, and the youth returned one after another. As they entered, they saw the two of them on the porch, and their curiosity grew. Although Su Miao Miao was sitting, she looked like she was looking down from above, while Li Nien'er, standing, looked like a poor little girl. Li Nien'er, are you okay now? Tian Shengnan was naturally not someone who liked to argue. She didn't care about others or herself. Li Nien'er felt a moment of shame when they returned, but she forced herself to stand. She was grateful that Tian Shengnan broke the awkward silence. She quickly responded, I'm fine now. I just fell. I'll rest for a day, and I can go back to work tomorrow. Then why are you still here? Shouldn't you go inside and rest properly? Li Nien'er saw everyone looking at her. She tried hard to suppress her urge to run away. Her voice trembled as she said, I am apologizing to Su Miao Miao. I apologize for what? What did you do wrong to her? Su Miao Miao, you're too kind. Don't fuss over small things. People feel sorry for you. She hesitated, feeling unsure about what to say next. Li Nien'er was afraid that Su Miao Miao might misunderstand her and think she was trying to cause trouble. She almost shouted to interrupt. It was me. This morning, I was the one who mentioned the 800 yuan issue. The quiet at the rural work site was suddenly tense. Tian Shengnan felt like she was being choked. Su Miao Miao's usually indifferent expression paused. She looked up and carefully observed Li Nien'er for a moment, then subtly withdrew her finger.
What?
You were the one who said it. Tian Shengnan turned into a screeching bird. If it weren't for the blood on her forehead, she would have rushed over to hit her. Having lived in the countryside for 8 years, she knew very well how serious this matter could be for Su Miao Miao. At best, it could lead to theft accusations. At worst, it could threaten her life. Today, even when she was working, some older villagers were subtly asking about Su Miao Miao. They were considered good people in the village. She heard that someone even wanted Su Miao Miao to marry his son, who was in his 30s, divorced, and had 4 children. But that wasn't the worst part. The scariest thing was that once they had that idea, they would come up with all kinds of ways to force her to comply. Why are you so malicious? Tian Shengnan finally found an appropriate word. Everyone agreed and kept their distance from Li Nien'er. People like her seemed like poison lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Li Nien'er knew she deserved it. Today, she saw the way some villagers looked at Su Miao Miao, those eyes, full of hatred, as if they wanted to tear her apart alive. The greed in their eyes, the desire to devour her. Thinking about it gave her nightmares. She realized how big a mistake she had made. If she could go back to last night, she wouldn't have gone out, even if Tian Shengnan scolded her to death.
Su Miao Miao.
I know I was wrong. If something happens to you, because of this, I will give you my life. Anyway, my life isn't worth much and no one cares, she said. Su Miao Miao's lips curled slightly. What do I want your life for? Can I get more lives? She stood up and walked over to Li Nien'er, gently fixing her collar that had come undone. First, you slap yourself 20 times to warn. Su Miao Miao's eyes widened suddenly. Before she finished speaking, Li Nien'er had already started slapping herself. In less than a minute, Lin Yenner's face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was dripping from her lips. She had clearly hit herself hard. The other people at the youth station seemed to have been frozen, staring blankly at this strange scene. It wasn't until Lin Yenner was slapped 20 times that everyone regained their senses, including Su Miao Miao, because it was the first time she had encountered such a obedient villain. Shouldn't the other side be shameless and turn the blame back? Then she would naturally defeat her? What does her reaction mean? And then, what? Su Miao Miao instinctively responded to Lin Yenner's unclear words.
Then, what?
Happens next. Lin Yenner carefully enunciated each word clearly. Seeing how pitiful the other person looked now, and thinking about what she had done, both pitiful and hateful, she accidentally glanced toward the kitchen. After this month, I will do all your chores, including but not limited to cooking and boiling water. Yes.
I can do it for
a year. 10 years is also fine. She had done wrong and owed Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao was speechless. A year? She had thought about it, but she didn't believe she wouldn't find a way to move out after a month. Just do well this month. Remember, this is the second time, no more than 3 times. Considering her sincere attitude of admitting her mistake, she decided to give her a little more leniency. Then, her fingers subtly pointed upward toward the corner, aiming at her heart, controlling her space-based energy to wear down her vocal cords. If she talks too much in the future, she might become mute. And she should do fewer stupid things. All right, go cook. Lin Yenner, despite her face full of injuries, looked radiant as she ran to fetch firewood, ignoring the sudden throat pain like a needle stabbing her because her mouth hurt. She knew Su Miao Miao was temperamental, but she always kept her word. If she said she wouldn't pursue this matter anymore, it was over, as long as she didn't provoke her again. She would definitely stay far away from her in the future. She wouldn't say a single word about her. Everyone at the youth station watched this strange development, trying to process it for a while, unsure of what to say. Even Tian Shengnan wanted to speak, but held back. For a moment, everything was incredibly quiet, until Su Jiao Jiao arrived late, breaking the silence with a fat rabbit in her hand. She cheerfully greeted everyone. Everyone's back? Today luck was on my side. This rabbit ran right in front of me. We're having braised rabbit for lunch. She happily waved the bunny in her hand as she spoke. It was soft and gray, with blinking eyes. Suddenly, Su Miao Miao's eyes curved into a heart shape. Oh, little animal. Such a small creature, fluffy and with a tiny mouth moving, seemed completely unaware of any danger. Su Miao Miao quickly ran forward, took the bunny, and gave it a firm rub. Ah, such a nice feeling. She couldn't help but squint her eyes happily. Su Jiao Jiao saw Su Miao Miao's expression and knew she liked the bunny. She remembered a scene from a movie she had watched before. How can you eat such a cute bunny? She was always on guard, thinking about how to respond if she heard that again. Such a cute bunny should be braised, steamed, or cooked with spicy flavors. She had worked hard all morning and wanted a good meal, or she might get angry. But just as the hot water was ready, she didn't get the chance to say anything. Instead, she easily reached into the other's arms and grabbed the bunny's ears. Su Jiao Jiao felt a bit disappointed, having built up her confidence for nothing. Su Miao Miao didn't hesitate at all. She realized she still preferred little cats, clean and tidy. When the bunny was in her arms, it dropped a few pearls, small droppings. But all small animals are adorable. Having seen mutated creatures in the apocalypse that almost looked like tanks, she found even their primitive forms cute and charming. The female lead was truly blessed by heaven. She had space, plenty of supplies, and even rabbits coming to her willingly. No need to wait around. The rabbits just ran into her. Maybe she should try that too this afternoon? While enjoying delicious braised rabbit and steamed cornbread made with spiritual spring water, Su Miao Miao suddenly felt that living in a rural commune might not be so bad. She again admired how lucky the male lead's family was. Was it because the female lead's cooking skills were truly exceptional, or because the spiritual spring water had incredible effects? Once she finished organizing her space, she thought about trying it herself. She had so many water element crystal cores. Dropping one into water could create a mini spiritual spring. She wouldn't even need to waste her own energy. Now, her main concern was her space. How should she decorate it with colors? Su Miao Miao's thoughts started to drift again, and her mind wandered. During the 2-hour lunch break, after resting, she went straight to the leader of Team 10 to talk about gathering pigweed. The leader of Team 10 was an older man. The old man looked at her thin, weak body and thought about the comments from the women earlier that morning. He agreed immediately because keeping her in the fields wouldn't create much value and might lead the lazy group to slack off even more. Watching the girl happily walk away, almost as if she could fly, he shook his head. City kids don't understand the hardships of life. They will regret it when it's time to share the grain. But then he remembered the news he heard earlier. She has money. Well, he thought, why bother with her? Su Miao Miao took a sickle and a basket from the team and set off. Standing at the foot of the mountain, she looked at the endless range, one of the most famous mountains in the country. The mountain is rich in resources and also a natural barrier for the country. Of course, many small animals live there too. So, most villagers only stay around the mountain's edge. Deep inside, there are big bugs, bears, and wild animals. Encountering wolves or wild boars isn't rare. Su Miao Miao tiptoed inside, enjoying the mountain's scenery along the way. When she found a lush spot with lots of plants, she stopped to put down her basket and prepare to cut some pig grass. As she picked up the sickle, she suddenly realized a big problem. She didn't seem to recognize pig grass. But it was all green leaves. Pigs can eat that, right? While cutting, she thought about how pigs today are lucky. In the future, pigs will eat better than humans and even enjoy cherries freely. Big sister, this grass you're cutting isn't for pigs to eat. A small voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned around and saw a little boy standing behind her. It was the boy from the box shop, the one called Tai Dan by Uncle Musheng. He was sniffling, staring at her with big eyes, biting his finger. New kids always have fresh eyes. Looking further, she saw a few more boys hiding behind some trees, probably kids playing around at home. Really? Su Miao Miao thought for a moment, then took out a big, white rabbit milk candy. She spoke softly, trying to coax him. Then, whoever can fill this basket with pig grass will get this candy. Her rule was simple. If she didn't have to work, she wouldn't. Really? Candy was very tempting in this era. Not only did the kids hiding behind the trees come out, but a few ragged girls carrying baskets also appeared. Really? Just fill this basket and you'll get candy? Or white rabbit milk candy? A few girls couldn't believe it and stared at the candies in Su Miao Miao's hand, drooling.
Yes.
Su Miao Miao didn't tease the children on purpose. Then, sister, can you look at mine? I'll give you all the grass in my basket. I can fill another basket soon, and it will definitely be full. Will you give me a candy? Su Miao Miao looked at the small girl's back basket. It wasn't as big as hers, but it was packed tightly with grass. Sure, I said I'd give a candy if you fill my basket. Third girl, I dare you. If you give pig grass to outsiders, I'll tell Grandma. I'll say you don't work and steal candies, and Grandma will scold you. Xiao Bao. The small girl turned to the boy who was talking, wanting to say something, but seeing his teasing look, she shut her mouth. Then she looked back at Su Miao Miao with red eyes, full of pleading. Su Miao Miao looked at the two children. One was ragged, with toes sticking out, yellow and thin hair, and bones showing, carrying a basket bigger than herself. The other, though not chubby, wore clean clothes and looked spoiled by her family. But none of that was her concern. Can you decide? Will your family come looking for me if I take your pig grass? Third girl opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Look, sister, I can decide for myself. You want mine, right? Give me yours. As soon as the other children heard about the candies, they rushed forward, pushing third girl to the back. Take your time, don't push. Everyone will get a turn. Sister needs 4 baskets of pig grass every day. Anyone who wants candies can come and exchange. First come, first served. Really? 4 candies every day? You're not lying, right? Of course it's true. Haven't you heard the adults say? This sister here is the richest in the village, Su Miao Miao sighed. It seemed that news spread quickly in the countryside. Everyone from old women to little children knew in just one day. The speed of rural gossip was a bit extraordinary. In the end, a neatly dressed little girl succeeded. Su Miao Miao felt quite at ease, sitting on a tree stump with her eyes closed, resting until the girl filled her basket. Without a single careless rabbit bump into her stump. All right, proven. Waiting by the tree for rabbits is not a good idea. She patted her bottom, stood up, and prepared to exchange pig grass. Su Miao Miao put on her suspenders and tried to stand up, but she misjudged the weight of the basket and her own strength, causing her to fall into a squat. Seeing the other children around watching her, even she, with her thick skin, felt a little embarrassed. She immediately stood up and tried to lift the basket with one hand, but it seemed to mock her by remaining perfectly still. The little girl nearby, who was feeding the pigs, was almost crying, worried that Su Miao Miao might not be able to lift the basket and would have to take the candy back. She even tried to help by grabbing the basket herself, but because she was small, she only took a few steps before the grass spilled out. Su Miao Miao thought, "It's definitely not my fault. This girl is too honest." The basket was originally only about 50 pounds, but she packed it down tightly. Who could lift that? Just as she was making excuses, she saw the basket suddenly grow legs and walk away by itself. Su Miao Miao rubbed her eyes. Oh, it has legs. It's a person. She quickly ran forward and saw a boy about 10 years old. He was very thin, but his arms were muscular and strong. Most importantly, although he was small, his features were very attractive, sharp but not harsh, very fair-skinned, with dark eyes and bright red lips. If he grew proportionally, he would probably be very charming to many boys and girls. Could such a great face grow on this tiny village team? It was even more striking than Gu Wenqing's looks. If he wore a hood, he would look just like the death god she imagined. "Kid, what's your name?" The boy looked at her without saying a word, not changing his pace. Good, his cold aura suited her even more. Su Miao Miao became interested. But no matter how she teased him along the way, he didn't speak. Now she suspected he might be mute, because when she gave him candy, he took it. "Big sister, why are you walking so close to him?" After returning the pig feed and walking back to the wooden post, Iron Egg secretly pulled her aside, as if to tell her some important secret. "What's wrong? Is that not okay?" Su Miao Miao imitated his sneaky tone. "Of course not, big sister. You just came here and don't know. He's a troublemaker, a loner. Anyone who gets close to him will have bad luck," the little girl whispered. Su Miao Miao looked at her, amused by how she was talking like an adult. "You still know about troublemakers?" "Impressive," she said with a smile. "Big sister, don't joke.
I'm telling you seriously now."
Su Miao Miao immediately pretended to be serious, took a piece of candy from her pocket, and handed it to him. "Don't be angry. Eat a piece of candy to calm down and tell me what's going on." The child, acting grown-up, took the candy. Let me tell you, from Iron Egg's words, she learned that the little boy's name was CMO. It's a pretty cool name, especially since the surname C is quite rare. It doesn't belong to any of the 3 main families in Qingshan village, Zhou, Wu, or Li. She asked and confirmed that Simo's grandfather had only recently moved here. Not long after the founding of New China, many people fled here during the chaos, so it's not surprising. Their family was doing better and better. His father was a soldier, and his mother was beautiful and capable. They were one of the few wealthy families in the village. But when CMO was born, news came suddenly that his father had sacrificed himself on the front line. His mother was so shocked she went into labor early and almost died giving birth to him. His grandmother, hearing about her son's death, also passed away quickly. Within a day, they held 3 funerals. Suddenly, only the grandfather and grandson remained in the family. If it had ended there, it would have been enough. Although rural areas are superstitious, most people don't want to believe in breaking old traditions, especially since they are the family of a martyr. But a few years later, the grandfather, who was still healthy, died from a cold, leaving little CMO, who was under 8 years old. No one could just watch the child starve, so kind-hearted lonely elders gave him some food. But just a year ago, that elder also passed away. So everyone in the village had to believe it. The adults told the children to stay away from him, afraid that even a word might bring bad luck. Now, she even blames herself for tripping at home, thinking it was because she saw CMO on the road today. Su Miao Miao. Suddenly feeling guilty, she only said he looked like the Grim Reaper, not that she was cursing him. She originally wanted to say it was just nonsense, but then she remembered she was from another world. Well, maybe not so sure anymore. The villagers' beliefs are understandable. So, sister, you must stay away from him in the future. He's unlucky, Iron Egg said worriedly. Su Miao Miao reached out to pat his head, but didn't do it in the end. Mainly because water in the countryside is hard to get, and adults and children can't really see each other's heads clearly. Don't worry, sister's got a strong life. She doesn't believe she would die in the apocalypse, and if she were cursed here, she would demand an explanation even in the afterlife. No, if she really died, does that mean she is truly a death god? Can she be given a peaceful job in the underworld for her wrongful death? Her expectations are very low, really. Su Miao Miao's thoughts drifted further away. The iron boy next to her frowned and said, "Sister, don't take it lightly. Plus, this person is quite strange. No one helped him, and he went up the mountain alone to find food. He's only 10 years old, and he didn't die even after going deep into the mountains. When the adults found him, he was drinking wolf blood. They said he's no longer human." Really? So, he hunted a wolf at 10?
Su Miao Miao was surprised.
The iron boy shook his head and gave up. His sister is good at everything, but her mind isn't very sharp. Su Miao Miao didn't find it scary. For survival, who looks good while struggling? When CMO carried her backpack again and saw she was fine, her steps became noticeably lighter. But she still didn't speak from start to finish, and Su Miao Miao didn't mind. They finished their work quietly. Life went on peacefully, with Su Miao Miao hiring children to help with pig grass and resting on a big wooden post. Until she saw Su Jiao Jiao's figure sitting on her wooden post. Usually, the group of children who would gather around her as soon as she arrived were now all around the female lead, Su Jiao Jiao. Everyone's pockets were bulging. "Su Miao Miao, you're here?" I told the team leader, and they came to help with pig grass too. "Now we can work together." Su Jiao Jiao greeted her warmly. Su Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. The female lead finally decided to leave the fields and come to her real place. She had thought for days that maybe the female lead was shy about coming because she was helping with pig grass. But maybe she just wanted to develop feelings with the male lead? Yesterday, she even heard the young workers joking that Lu Yi was helping her with chores and even bringing eggs. Su Miao Miao said, but the spot you're sitting in is mine." She had chosen that wooden post after a long time. She looked around and saw only this one was the biggest and roundest. She had even polished it with sandpaper, making it shiny. She had also applied anti-insect and anti-rodent powder around it. Being taken over like this made her feel quite unwilling. Is this your seat?" Su Jiao Jiao's face darkened. "Are mountain things now divided into private property?" She felt Su Miao Miao was retaliating against her. She decided to copy her way of hitting the pig grass as a way of revenge. "Miss Miao Miao, you can find another place to sit." "Why do you have to sit where Jiao Jiao sits?" Tai Daner blocked Su Jiao Jiao behind her, feeling she was bullying her. 9494. The other children mumbled with candies in their mouths, making it hard to understand. Su Miao Miao ignored them and kept staring at Su Jiao Jiao. Su Jiao Jiao lost to her and quickly stopped the children. Okay, I'll sit somewhere else. And don't eat too many candies at once. Be careful of cavities." Su Miao Miao sat back on her throne, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the morning light. In her mind, she was thinking about bringing a lounge chair. The wooden posts definitely weren't hers to keep, and they couldn't lie down on them. Sitting for a long time was uncomfortable. She hadn't noticed this while thinking about space these days. Oh, speaking of space, it's really great news. Heaven rewards the hardworking. She finally found a way to add color to the barrier. She discovered that whenever she creates a barrier, if she also draws a tiny bit of energy from other crystal cores, she can add the corresponding color to the barrier. The colors are very bright and beautiful. Because the space is transparent, the colors seem very ethereal. Most importantly, the shade of the color changes depending on how much energy she draws. She experimented all night last night and finally found her favorite color. It's the color of the water element crystal core, a deep blue, like the night sky. Since she's a water element user herself, she's better at drawing energy, and she even created a scene that looks like the Milky Way. Her consciousness sank into the space, looking at the blue galaxy barrier in the middle of the space, about 50 meters away, feeling very accomplished. Although her space container was over 100 meters tall, the actual objects inside only took up less than half the space. The container had been shattered into dust by her space storm, so now she just needed to carefully organize everything step by step. Starting from 50 meters, it was the first layer, then every 5 meters another layer, making 10 layers in total. Perfect. She had used up all her space element energy yesterday, so she could only wait a few days before building the second layer. But that was okay. She could spend these days arranging the first layer with gold pieces, one by one. She didn't mind taking her time. Then she saw a small spiritual being happily moving gold bricks from the lower space, piece by piece, and laying them out on the blue galaxy above. Each gold brick weighs 500 grams, just right, with no markings. They can be sold directly in any era. She likes gold simply because of its value as money. To keep it pure, she learned gold refining techniques. She first purified all her collected gold bricks, coins, and jewelry herself because she felt uneasy about unverified items. Then she melted them and poured the gold into uniform molds, making new 500-gram bricks. Every brick here was personally made by her, her own territory. She only left the space when her eyes were blocked by light. When she looked up, she saw CMO standing in front of her. Recently, they had developed a silent understanding. About half an hour before work ended, he would come to carry her basket. The children would prepare a pile of pig feed early, so when they returned for the second trip, they could load it directly. Seeing him staring at her, she followed his gaze and saw her empty basket. Her eyes widened for a moment, and she instinctively looked at the children nearby. The children seemed to be waiting for her. As soon as she looked, they immediately showed proud, teasing smiles. They wanted to show her that they wouldn't agree to anyone bullying Jiao Jiao and her friends. Jiao Jiao was kind to them. She always gave each child a cloth bag of candy. Unlike her, who was stingy and only gave one piece after making them carry a basket of pig feed. They thought she was unfair to the children who didn't understand anything. This was called exploitation. Yes, child labor exploitation. Realizing this, she turned around indifferently. Seeing CMO still staring at her, she hesitated for a moment, but then looked more confident. What's the big deal?
No big feed.
So what? Come on. Try to stop me if you dare. She silently picked up her basket and sickle, turned without a word, and walked away. A victorious smile appeared on her face. Confidently, she prepared to close her eyes and move bricks again when she heard a sharp quarrel from the children's pile nearby. She quickly opened her eyes to watch the scene. The gold bricks were right there in her space. No way to escape. Missing the fun would be a shame. Third girl, give me your candy. No, this is mine. You finish your food first, then you can try to take mine. Why not? Also, Sister Jiao Jiao said I should be braver. Sanya, how dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I will tell Grandma, and she will scold you. Maybe she will sell you to the mountain villagers, and you won't come back. Give me. In the end, Sanya's candy was snatched away. Xiao Bao ran happily, making funny faces at her. Sanya didn't chase him. She just silently shed tears at Su Jiao Jiao. Su Miao Miao saw this. Oh wow, who says kids don't know how to be clever? Sure enough, Su Jiao Jiao couldn't stand to see children upset, especially girls. She immediately said to Xiao Bao, give the candy back to Sanya. Sanya is your real sister. How can you be so rude? Seeing Su Jiao Jiao speak, Xiaobao stopped and listened carefully, but he strongly disagreed with her.
No, I won't.
Sanya isn't my sister. She's a troublemaker and a debt collector. She's just a girl, and she wants to eat candy. She doesn't deserve it. Su Jiao's good manners broke down. She stood up angrily. Xiaobao, stop right there. Since you think girls don't deserve candy, then the candy is from me and you must give it back. I don't want it. I'm a boy. Jiao, how can you support that girl? He said this with a look of disbelief, as if Sister Jiao's brain had been eaten. Su Jiao couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward to grab him. Stop right there. Give me the candy. I knew all along that if you kept this up, I wouldn't give you the candy, even if I threw it away. No. Xiaobao, full of energy, ran around, making it hard for Su Jiao, who was twice his size, to catch him. Instead, she got tired and out of breath. Xiaobao seemed to enjoy playing this game. His mischievous side came out as he teased Su Jiao, running around with the candy he snatched, peeling it open and stuffing it into his mouth. Then he gave a teasing smile. You're such a naughty kid. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I catch you. Run if you can. Oh, you stopped? I caught you. Do you know you were wrong? Say something. Don't think I won't punish you just because I don't say anything. Su Miao couldn't stand it anymore. He really can't speak, and if they delayed a few more minutes, he might even pass away. Then she quickly turned to carefully observe Xiaobao. Suddenly, she saw his face was all purple and blue, and he was clutching his throat, making hoarse, raspy sounds. It was uncomfortable to hear, as if something was blocking his throat. Wait, something blocking? Just now, Xiaobao ran and put candy in his mouth. Could he be choking? Su Jiao was startled and instinctively reached out to take the candy out of Xiaobao's mouth, but the more she hurried, the more she made mistakes. Xiaobao was almost out of breath. Xiaobao, don't scare me. I won't ask for the candy anymore. Please get better, okay? Su Jiao was panicked and helpless, tears flowing uncontrollably. This was a life at stake. While searching for a solution, she suddenly saw Su Miao sitting calmly on a wooden stool. She immediately felt like she had found a lifesaver. Su Miao, you must know what to do, right?
Please help me.
Su Miao raised an eyebrow, looked at the tearful and pitiful girl, sighed, and finally got down from the stool. She thought, let's just do this as a thank you for all these days of eating the girl's spiritual spring water-cooked meals. She was truly kind-hearted. She never thought about taking over the girl's space. Su Jiao quickly moved aside obediently.
Su Miao forcefully lifted Xiaobao.
Really, what does this little kid eat? It's so heavy. She placed her left hand on his navel area, clenched her fist, and held her right hand in a fist, tightening her arms. Then she pressed hard on his chest. After a few back-and-forth presses, a red object shot out of Xiaobao's mouth, flying about 2 meters away. Wow, a descendant of the Qiu Qian lineage. Cough, cough. Xiaobao, now able to breathe again, started coughing repeatedly. His face was no longer purple, clearly having escaped a dangerous situation. Xiaobao, it's okay now, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Sister Jiao is here. In the future, don't eat candy so hurriedly. See how dangerous it is. Next time if no one's around. After surviving the ordeal, Xiaobao burst into loud crying, wailing loudly, ear-piercingly. Su Miao frowned, just then seeing CMO returning with pig grass on his back. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed him and headed straight to the team's scorekeeper. Seeing that she had already earned half a work point, she threw down her basket and sickle, confidently said to CMO, "All right, just count this morning's basket, and we'll settle it in the afternoon." Working on pig grass all day would only earn at most 2 work points. She relied on this to eat, and she'd starve if she didn't. Without another word, she turned and headed toward the youth commune, ready to work. "I'm coming." After sitting for a while, the people at the youth settlement gradually returned. When Su Jiao came back, she was carrying an old hen. "Su Miao, thank you so much today. Without you, little Bao might have had trouble." I traded with a fellow villager for an old hen. I'll stew it later and make some soup for you. Su meow meow. Oh, the heroine is so thoughtful. She hasn't had old hen soup since she arrived here. Mainly because she hadn't found a house or a space of her own. She wasn't in the mood to think about eating these things. As long as she didn't starve, it was fine. Plus, she still had the packed food from the county last time. That's just how she is. When one thing isn't done well, she makes do with other things. Great. I want to drink the soup and also have a chicken drumstick and 2 chicken wings. The best parts of the chicken. The last 2 times Su Jiao Jiao brought back rabbits and chickens to avoid conflicts, everything was chopped into pieces and braised together. Seeing Su Meow Meow being so straightforward, Su Jiao Jiao smiled even more brightly. Sure, I'll save some for you. Today, it wasn't their turn to cook. Everyone knew what Su Meow Meow had done, and they all looked impressed. Although they were tempted by the idea of the chicken soup, they also knew it was well-deserved. And didn't Su Meow Meow just say she only wanted 2 wings and a drumstick? The remaining meat would definitely be theirs. Su Jiao Jiao was always generous, and they had eaten many good things with her. Recently, everyone felt healthier. It turns out that eating well really makes a person healthier. Since it was mealtime now, although the living room had 2 stoves, because iron pots were hard to handle, only the side near the female youth settlers had a pot. Using that pot to stew chicken soup wasn't practical. Su Jiao Jiao then took out a small stove from her little hut. Su Meow Meow immediately recognized it as a personal stove, small, low, simple, and practical. She also took out a clay pot from inside and started to kill and pluck the chicken. Her movements were quick and efficient. Soon, a cleaned, chopped chicken was placed into the clay pot, along with red dates, goji berries, and spring water. Su Meow Meow watched the whole process, unable to contain her excitement. She could almost imagine how delicious the chicken soup would be. Lost in this wonderful fantasy, suddenly the door of the youth settlement was slammed open from outside with a loud bang, startling everyone. Su Meow Meow shivered all over and instinctively looked toward the door. She saw villagers rushing in, some holding hoes, others with sickles. They looked fierce and angry, clearly here to cause trouble. At the front was a woman with high cheekbones and triangular eyes. Su Meow Meow thought to herself, this is such a coincidence. Did I have a grudge with her in my past life? Where is Su Jiao Jiao? Who is Su Jiao Jiao? Come out here. Come out, don't think you can hide from us, and we won't do anything. You're a troublemaker and can't hide forever, Su Meow Meow thought. Oh, so they're not here for her? But Su Jiao Jiao? A troublemaker? Hearing someone shout so loudly in the yard, Su Jiao Jiao came out of her room. Seeing the scene, even with a strong mental state, she felt a bit scared, especially since she hadn't faced many big problems before.
I
am Su Jiao Jiao. What's wrong? Her voice trembled a little, but she still bravely stepped forward. She believed that if she hadn't done anything wrong, she had nothing to fear. Are you Su Jiao Jiao, the woman with high cheekbones and triangular eyes, also known as the mother of the troublemaker, looked Su Jiao Jiao up and down with her own special way of judging people. Her gaze was very uncomfortable. You almost caused my son Xiaobao's death, and now you're here eating. She sniffed sharply with her pointed nose. And making chicken soup? I told you to drink chicken soup. She then sniffed around for the smell, and when she saw Su Jiao Jiao trying to go into the living room to get the soup, Su Meow Meow calmly blocked the door. Ma'am, this chicken soup belongs to me. If you want to take it, you have to get past me first, she thought. She's just a young girl. I've been waiting for her to make a mistake. I won't let her ruin everything. Seeing a young girl standing in her way, the troublemaker's mother got even angrier. She raised her arm, ready to hit, but the next moment, she saw Chin Chong and Niu Jinbu blocking her. Although Niu Jinbu's legs trembled slightly, he was still a man. She shot a fierce look at them through the gap. Today, I'm not looking for you. We'll settle this later. Then she turned and walked back to her group. What's wrong with Xiaobao? He was fine when he went home, right? Su Jiao Jiao asked, genuinely worried after hearing what happened. She was so scared she wanted to go forward but was stopped by Tian Shengnan, so she didn't foolishly rush ahead. Hey, what's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. I warn you, if anything happens to my little treasure, you'll pay the price. Laozi's mother pointed at Su Jiao Jiao's face and scolded her, her eyes looking more terrifying than ever. At this moment, Tian Jianxi, the leader of the youth station, took on the role of mediator. Madam, what exactly happened? Please tell us clearly so we can help. What's wrong with your child, and how does it relate to our Su Jiqing? Laozi's mother glanced at Tian Jianxi and said, It's all because of Su Jiao Jiao. If it weren't for her, how would my little treasure have choked? Now he's lying in bed, not moving at all. My little boy used to be so lively. Since he came back, he's been quiet and sad. His face is pale, and he can't even speak. And she hasn't even come to check on him. She just acts like nothing happened and returned to the youth station as if everything's fine. She still pretends she doesn't know anything. She spoke while wiping tears from her eyes. Everyone looked at this strong woman suddenly showing weakness, feeling a bit uncomfortable. The people at the youth station all looked at Su Jiao Jiao, but the villagers' feelings were different. They wished they could tear her apart. How dare she bully someone from their village, especially a child? What do they think of themselves? They're nobody in Qingshan Brigade. How is that possible? Little treasure isn't fine? How can he be lying in bed without moving? And his throat. How could his throat be hurt? If his throat was hurt, could he cry for half an hour without panting? Su Jiao Jiao felt something was wrong. She couldn't help but look back at Su Miao Miao. Did she not get better? Are there any aftereffects? Are you saying I lied to you? Why are you looking at her? Do you think blaming her will make everything better? Laozi's mother noticed Su Jiao Jiao's small movements and thought she had two lovers helping her. It's not like that, madam, it's just what? Tell me. Look, my little treasure is like this now. What do you suggest we do? If you don't give us an explanation, I swear I won't live anymore. Laozi's mother started to throw a tantrum on the ground, kicking up dust. Everyone make way. Make way. The squad leader is coming. Please give him some space. Why are you all crowding here? Not eating? Are you not going to work this afternoon? Squad leader Zhou Igua frowned deeply. There are so many problems every day, especially with Wang Lizi's family. Things never settle down. But thinking about today's events, it's understandable, since the child is already like that. As she spoke, a man in his 30s pushed a flat cart out. He had typical triangular eyes. Su Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. That must be Wang Lizi, right? He really looks like her mother. For the first time, she truly understood the phrase, sharp face and monkey cheeks, from just a person's face. Everyone make way. Which one is Su Jiao Jiao's? Come out and show me. Look at what my little treasure has become now. We need compensation. No, we need an explanation. Son, why did you push little treasure out? Lizi's mother quickly got up and grabbed Wang Lizi's arm. Mom, I just want to show everyone. Let them see what my little treasure has suffered. I want to see how they deny it. The village chief still didn't believe them and checked their house. He didn't know the full story, but he thought they were lying. This time, they had a reason, so the village chief had to support them. Little treasure? Little treasure, what's wrong with you? How did it happen in less than half an hour? Su Jiao Jiao rushed to the flat cart, panicked when she saw little treasure lying still. Are you Su Jiao Jiao? Come, tell me what to do. Su Jiao Jiao seemed to ignore her and just looked at little treasure, who was about to give up. She turned to look at Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao had a premonition and exchanged a look with Su Jiao Jiao. She knew that the main character's story wouldn't be simple. Su Miao Miao, tell me, isn't it because you didn't treat him well? That's why little treasure is lying there motionless? And now he's trembling. What? So it really is her fault. Lizi's mother finally found a reasonable excuse and started scolding her. Did you treat my son? Are you a doctor? How dare you touch him? Do you not value human life? I tell you, if your treatment caused my son to become like this, you wouldn't even pay us 800 yuan. Su Miao Miao. Looks like her secret is about to be exposed. Su Jiao saw everyone's suspicion turn to Su Miao, and a guilty look flashed in her eyes. Su Miao, is that really true? Is this your first time doing this? Are you inexperienced, which caused the aftereffects? She still knew about the Heimlich maneuver, which is common in modern times, but many people are only half knowledgeable when actually performing it. She was so panicked at the time that she forgot everything. But even if she remembered, she wouldn't dare to act because she has no experience. Non-professional doctors shouldn't just act on their own. Thinking about Su Miao, a young girl of only 18. And even after first aid, she still needed to go to the hospital. She shouldn't have let her act at that moment. If she had used spiritual spring water then, maybe all this could have been avoided. Or she could have given Xiaobao some spiritual spring water afterward. Yes, spiritual spring water. Xiaobao could still be saved. Su Miao, just be honest. I promise nothing bad will happen to you. I won't make you pay either. Su Miao looked into Su Jiao's sincere eyes, a hint of teasing flashing in her own. Human nature is really complicated. You can't see it clearly, whether it's others or yourself. She thought about what the other person relied on most. Oh, right, space. Su Miao, is it really you? If it is, just say so. No one will blame you. You just wanted to help. Tian Shengnan hesitated and tried to persuade her. She wanted to show off a bit. She knew she sometimes had these thoughts of wanting to be in the spotlight. What nonsense are you talking? Comrade Su would never do something she's unsure about. Su Miao turned around. Everyone except Qin Chong and Niu Jinbu looked at her with disapproval. She was being too stubborn. She smiled confidently. You guys are really funny. You'd rather doubt me than doubt this family, or doubt that mischievous kid pretending to be sick. If the child is really in danger, shouldn't you be rushing to the hospital? And yet you're here trying to extort money. What are you talking about? Our Xiaobao wouldn't pretend to be sick. And Xiaobao is my grandson. How could I curse my own grandson? Grandma is in pain. It feels like something stung me. Quickly, check on me, Grandma. The beggar woman looked as if her throat was being squeezed. Watching her lively grandson jump down from the cart, she clearly heard herself utter the last word, child. Then she was furious. Xiaobao, who told you to move? Don't you know we're about to get a big sum of money? She seemed to realize the situation was inappropriate and quickly shut her mouth.
Xiaobao?
Are you okay? Wang Lizi was stunned.
He really didn't know.
Then he looked at his mother. Could she please inform him beforehand if something like this might happen next time? Seeing the money flying away, Wang Lizi suddenly slapped Xiaobao on the buttocks with a fan-like motion. I asked you to pretend to be sick, but you didn't tell his father about it. If you're going to pretend to be sick, why did you get up? At that moment, he really wished Xiaobao would just leave forever. Then, the whole place was filled with the sharp cries of children. But the atmosphere was very quiet, silent, extremely silent. She seemed to see the villagers with hoes and sickles shouting in despair, as if their worldview was collapsing. Team leader, if you don't give me an explanation for this, we'll just have to report it. Su Miao broke the silence first. I think the villagers of Qingshan Brigade had their grandson pretend to be sick to extort 800 yuan to save his life. That's probably very eye-catching, maybe even a social issue. Maybe our Qingshan Brigade will get some fame from this. What do you think? Comrade Su, let's talk calmly. Everything can be discussed. They really did something wrong, and I will make them apologize to you until you're satisfied, said the team leader quickly, knowing Su Miao's fearless personality and trying to calm her down. Now you're apologizing? Weren't you very arrogant at first? Were you all ready to attack with sickles and hoes? If that little troublemaker hadn't stood up, how much unfair treatment would comrades Su have suffered? Saving someone without gratitude, and then being extorted. Who would dare to save people in the future? Niu Jinbu seemed to finally feel proud, venting like a victorious rooster.
He was really scared just now.
If a fight broke out, he, with his thin arms and legs. The villagers looked at their weapons and felt like they were a joke. They wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Su Miao waited for him to finish venting. All right, I believe the team leader will give me an explanation. They still had to live in this village in the future. Turning hostile would be bad for everyone. Besides, every village has a few troublemakers, and it's not entirely the team leader's fault. He had Wang Lizi push the kid over, so he probably didn't know everything. Oh, Neo Jinbu pretended to be obedient, then looked at the others at the youth station, raised his chin, and sneered. Humph. I don't believe Comrade Su. You've been proven wrong. Team leader, you can't do this. Although this isn't really the fault of this comrade anymore, it's true that my little Bao was choked. Shouldn't we get some justice? Lizi's mother's mind was racing fast. They absolutely couldn't let this slip away. After they leave, how will the villagers see them? Will anyone help them if something happens to their family next time? At first, we only looked for this girl named Su Jiao Jiao. Yes, it was her who said that Su Jiqing's help saved us, so we went to ask Su Jiqing for an explanation. Old lady, you're talking nonsense. Your grandson hasn't done anything wrong. Why are you demanding an explanation from me? Su Jiao Jiao was taught a good lesson by the villagers and was also misled into misunderstanding Su Miao Miao over false accusations. She felt both ashamed and angry, her face turning red. How is it none of your business? You were the one chasing after my little Bao, right? If you hadn't chased him, could he have choked on candy? That's not my fault. It was him who snatched Sanya's candy first, so I went after him. Snatched Sanya's candy? Which eye did you see our little Bao stealing Sanya's candy with? Su Jiao Jiao was confused by the unreasonable argument from the other side. She followed their line of thinking to argue back, looking at Sanya, who was standing in the corner like a frightened quail. She hesitated, lips trembling, but didn't say a word. Su Jiao Jiao, aren't you being too mean? Sanya is such a gentle girl. How could she let little Bao steal her candy? If she had candy, she would have given it to our little Bao right away, the ragpicker's mother said sharply, her eyes gleaming. And even if little Bao did snatch it, so what? This is our family's business. Why are you meddling? Su Jiao Jiao looked at Sanya with disbelief, finally breaking down in disappointment. Now I see what it means that a pitiful person must have some faults. And your whole family is just a bunch of rascals who don't play fair. You deserve the way you're living now. You wicked woman, what are you saying? How dare you curse us? I'll beat you to death. Wang Lizi was already angry. Anyone would lose their temper seeing 800 yuan disappear without a trace. Moreover, he was a rascal himself. He didn't care about men hitting women. He would just slap them. His ex-wife died supposedly from illness, but in reality, he had beaten her to death. Everyone was too quick to react, as no one expected someone so reckless to hit someone in public. But it wasn't Su Jiao Jiao who was thrown out. It was Wang Lizi. Looking closely, a tall, mountain-like man stood in front of Su Jiao Jiao, tossing Wang Lizi out as easily as lifting a chicken, without even changing his expression or blinking. King Lotzi, try touching her and see what happens, he declared confidently. Su Miao Miao thought, very good, this is how the male lead should appear. So awkward. I want to scratch my feet.
누예?
You like this little troublemaker, but you can't be unreasonable, right? King Lotzi was thrown out by a man, curling up with no dignity left, trying to argue and take advantage of the situation. Su Jiao Jiao was really frightened just now. As a young woman, it was her first time seeing someone with a fierce face rushing to hit her. Her heart was still pounding. She looked up at the figure blocking her, feeling her heart race. Whenever she got into trouble, he always appeared just in time. Su Jiao Jiao didn't want Lu Yi to be troubled because of her. Wasn't this family just after money? She decided to give them some, wondering if they could really turn their luck around with that money. In the end, Su Jiao Jiao paid King Lotzi's family 10 yuan as compensation, just to make up for her causing Xiao Bao to choke. The money quickly reached Su Miao Miao, who also made them pay 10 eggs as additional compensation, mainly because their family was too poor to offer anything more useful. And so, the farce ended. The villagers came angrily, but left in a hurry, looking like wilted eggplants. The atmosphere at the youth cadre point was also awkward, mainly because of the embarrassment. Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? Su Miao Miao broke the silence. Eat, right now. Everyone responded quickly when the main troublemaker spoke. At this moment, Su Jiao brought a bowl of chicken soup to her. Since that incident, Li Mian'er had become quiet and withdrawn. When everyone was about to fight, she stayed inside, silently cooking in the living room. She also managed to prepare the chicken soup. Su Miao looked at the chicken soup, then at Su Jiao's hopeful face, and hesitated. I'm afraid to drink it. What if there's a problem and I have to take the blame? Su Jiao's face turned pale in an instant. Seeing everyone watching her with subtle expressions, she felt ashamed and ran out, putting down her bowl. At the youth cadre point, no one was eager to speak. Everyone silently ate their meal, finished, and washed the dishes. Throughout, no one touched the chicken soup in the pot. Compared to the quietness at the youth cadre point, King Lotzi's family was much livelier. Quietly and politely, Wang Lizi sent away the villagers demanding justice. Finally, he exploded, saying, "Mother, that little brat Su is really bold. We worked so hard for 10 yuan, and she just takes it with a word. The village chief even asked us to give her 10 more eggs. She's not afraid of dying. No, the eggs are mine. Don't give them to that bad sister." Little Bao shouted when he heard someone wanted to take his eggs. He started throwing a tantrum, and no one noticed the quick flash of satisfaction in Sanya's eyes. But this time, throwing a tantrum didn't work. Even his usually loving grandmother didn't support him. Still eating eggs? I told you to eat eggs. If it weren't for you today, our family could have had 800 yuan, enough to buy all the eggs in the village. I'll beat you, little brat. Wang Lizi was already upset. He lost money, got beaten, and lost face. Seeing Wang Lizi about to hit him, his mother, who knew her son's nature well, quickly stepped in to stop him. Why are you hitting him? He's just a kid, he doesn't understand. Mother, just let him be. Even a fool knows not to get up at that time, Little Bao said. Mom, it's not me. I was just lying down and suddenly felt a needle prick my leg. I couldn't stand it, so I got up, Little Bao argued, tears in his eyes. When he heard he could buy all the eggs in the village, he felt regret for the first time and hurried to defend himself. Stop arguing, because Little Bao often slandered his sisters. No one in the family believed him, even when he told the truth this time. Having special powers, Su Miao could do many things. A simple ice needle was just a small trick. Later, there was no trace of it. Son. Lizi's mother's eyes darted around nervously. She pulled Wang Lizi aside and whispered in his ear, Mom asked you about that thing a few days ago. How did it go? Wang Lizi looked at his mother's mysterious expression and thought for a moment. Mom, are you talking about the one who extorted 10 yuan and 10 eggs from us today? Yes, how did it go? Are you prepared? Mom, that person has a face full of pimples and looks pretty ugly. I still like that girl named Su Jiao. She's as white as a fairy, speaks sweetly, and her chest is full and round. Wang Lizi's face was full of longing, and his mouth drooled slightly. Then he angrily slapped Xiao Bao, saying, It's all because Xiao Bao is useless. If not, maybe that little troublemaker would have married me directly. Lizi's mother saw her son's expression and angrily patted his head. Forget about her. Haven't you had enough of being beaten by Lu Yi today? Everyone in the village knows that girl immediately tried to flirt with Lu Yi, that young guy. How many lives do you think you have to compete with him? Damn city girl from the countryside, not faithful. If she were my wife, I'd break her legs, Wang Lizi cursed, feeling hurt. Then he said stubbornly, Mom, don't look down on your son. What's so great about Lu Yi? Besides his strength, what else does he have? His blind old mother? His paralyzed father? Or his younger siblings who depend on him? I only have one son to support. Sanya will get married in a few years, and that's money. Isn't he better than Lu Yi? Lizi's mother knew men liked pretty, big-breasted women. You're so silly. That Su girl from the city isn't pretty, but she has money. 800 yuan. When you marry her, you can do whatever you want. Once I get that 800 yuan, I promise I can find a beautiful woman even better than Su Jiao, she said confidently. Wang Lizi suddenly seemed to realize something. Mom, you really are my mom. Why didn't I think of that? That's because I am your mom. Lai Zi's mother lovingly patted his head. But, Mom, didn't you say that Sue girl also tried to flirt with two other young city boys? Can she? Wang Lai Zi seemed to understand his own situation, subconsciously. Stupid. When the time comes, just wait for her to be alone, then go for it. Once it's done, everyone will know she's a troublemaker. No man will want her after that. Wang Laizi looked at his mother with admiration. Is that really possible? Won't I get into trouble for being a pervert or something? Stupid.
Just say she was flirting with you.
Even if she has 100 mouths, she can't explain. Don't you know how Zhou Long married his beautiful city girl wife? Wang Laizi was surprised. Oh, I see now. I thought. Hee hee. In the afternoon, when work started, Su Miao Miao was able to relax and watch the children cut pig grass as usual. Because Su Jiao Jiao didn't go to work that afternoon, she heard she had taken a leave. And after this incident, she believed Su Jiao Jiao would think twice before giving candy to the children in the future. Oh, then the male lead will have more opportunities to shine. After spending half an afternoon leisurely moving gold bars in the space, she suddenly felt someone rushing toward her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Sanya running over, trying to grab her sleeve. Su Miao Miao quickly dodged, feeling relieved it wasn't a problem. She generally doesn't like physical contact with others, especially with strangers' children. What if she gets scammed again? Their family has traditions. Big sister, please help me. My brother is missing. Sanya's face was pale, and her eyes showed panic. She was trembling all over, clearly frightened. Su Miao Miao sat up. Oh? Don't worry, tell me what happened. Sanya looked hopeful when she saw her move, as if clutching a lifeline. Maybe because today at noon, Dad hit him. Little Bao was hit for the first time, and he was upset. When I was cutting pig grass in the mountains, he was crying, but when I turned around, he was gone. Big sister, the mountains are full of trees, but there are wolves too.
I'm afraid.
If Little Bao is really lost, my dad and grandma will definitely beat me. Big sister, only you can help me now. Su Miao Miao looked at Sanya, clutching her like she was her last hope. But unfortunately, she had the wrong person. She isn't very caring by nature. So after listening, she calmly sat back on the wooden stake, crossed her legs, supported her chin with her right hand, and relaxed. Sure enough, she saw a flash of surprise in Sanya's eyes. Big sister, won't you help me find him? Would a normal person react like this? Oh, I don't have much fighting ability, so I won't go with you. What if I encounter wolves or boars and get eaten too? She values her life. Big sister, please help me. Otherwise, I'll really be beaten to death by Grandma. Sanya almost knelt. Oh, Simo will come later. Let him help you find him, she said. Big sister, I didn't expect you to be like this. If you won't help me, I'll go look myself. If I get eaten by wolves, so be it. I don't care about my life. Sanya was about to run away in despair when she saw Su Miao Miao turn and walk away. After a while, she looked back and saw no one chasing her, so she was completely panicked. Su Miao Miao watched Sanya run away, her eyes gradually darkening. Big sister, why didn't you help Sanya? Iron Egg watched the whole scene with a look of someone who is afraid of everything. Then why don't you go? I'm still a kid. You know you're a kid? Then what's the use of me being stronger than you and going? Nonsense.
Who is she to him?
Why should he help her? And besides, it looked like a trap. Iron Egg seemed to understand but didn't quite get it, so she sat quietly to think. After finishing their daily task of delivering 2 baskets of pig feed, they saw the main characters by the small river in the village. They looked so free, more relaxed than her. As she got closer, she saw a small figure blocked by someone. Su Miao Miao, stop right there. Su Miao Miao, how can you be so unkind? Let Sanya walk alone in the mountains. What if something happens? Su Jiao Jiao said as she pulled Sanya, who was crying by the river, to her feet. She was soaked, with red, swollen handprints on her face, messy hair, and bruises on her arms and legs. Su Miao Miao said, Oh, even wolves in the mountains can leave handprints? That's quite something to see. Su Jiao Jiao was really kind-hearted, always caring for others. She was just betrayed in the morning but was here trying to help. People like the great Buddha of Les Han should be like her. Su Jiao Jiao argued this was her father who hit her because she lost her brother. If you helped find him, she wouldn't be here trying to drown herself. Luckily, they arrived just in time, or Sanya might have drowned. One life lost. Did they find her brother? Of course, we helped find him. Su Jiao Jiao puffed out her chest, as if that could erase her blame for blaming her earlier.
See?
I'm honest and kind. And you, Su Miao Miao, are someone who refuses to help others in danger and has a bad character. So, I suspect your actions are reasonable. She was found and still beaten like that? Trying to drown herself. Su Jiao Jiao choked. That. Uncle was just too scared. They found Little Bao sleeping behind a big tree, then took him and Sanya to see Wang Lizi. But instead of gratitude, Wang Lizi just beat Sanya without reason. Wow, such an unpredictable man is really scary. Sanya was born into this kind of family, which is sad. They almost got beaten to death trying to stop him, showing how harsh the beatings at home must be. If she hadn't thought that Sanya's last expression was unusual and followed her, maybe Sanya would now be a corpse. So what? None of my business, Su Miao Miao said, hands in her pockets. Su Jiao Jiao pointed at Su Miao Miao, trembling. How is it not your business? If it weren't for us, do you know Sanya and Xiao Bao might be in danger? You're responsible for 2 lives. Sanya looked at her with a fierce and angry expression. It was because of her that her father scolded her for not doing things well and wanted to sell her to a 40-year-old bachelor in the next village. I'm so scared, Su Miao Miao exaggerated, covering her chest. If that's the case, does it mean everyone who dies every day in the world is because I took an extra breath of air? Seeing Su Jiao Jiao so angry, she couldn't speak. The male lead Lu Yi stepped forward. Comrade Su, don't confuse the issue. Su Miao Miao's eyes suddenly turned cold. What if I did confuse it? It's you all who confused it first. Lu Yi, as the male lead, wouldn't be so rude. Hitting women isn't right. Plus, Su Jiao Jiao, who knew Su Miao Miao's fighting skills, was holding her back. Su Miao Miao felt a bit disappointed. She looked at them one last time, and then left. She thought about how she shouldn't stick close to the female lead because a single candy caused so much trouble. But isn't this supposed to be the female lead story? Why give her a supporting role? In a flash, a few images appeared in Su Miao Miao's mind. She couldn't help but stop walking. She deeply looked at the 3 people by the river. It turns out that whether in her past life or this one, she was always the unlucky one. Just now, she suddenly remembered her past life's experiences. It all started when Sanya suddenly came to ask for help finding her brother. The difference was that this time, she only told her, while in the past, she stopped the original owner and Su Jiao Jiao from going. But the story was told only to Su Jiao Jiao because she had candy, money, looks, and a good family background, and she was familiar with the children in the village. The original owner, a quiet and unnoticed person, had been there for half a month and many people didn't even know her name. They just called her Ma Zi, the girl with the pockmarked face. When Su Jiao Jiao heard that Sanya's brother was missing, she was so anxious she seemed frantic. She immediately grabbed the original owner and wanted to help find him. The original girl believed that the 2 girls couldn't do much and suggested asking the villagers for help because many hands make light work. However, Su Jiao Jiao suddenly looked cold and thought the original girl was heartless. She was very angry and believed it was more urgent to find help quickly. The original girl had no friends since childhood. After moving to the countryside, only Su Jiao Jiao was willing to talk to her. She never rejected her because of her disfigurement. The original girl had vowed to protect this friendship. To maintain a good image in Su Jiao Jiao's mind, she acted even more actively than Su Jiao Jiao herself. They were looking for help after work, when the sun had already set. It was dark in the forest, making visibility very low. 2 girls and a child suddenly saw a man rushing toward them in the night. They were so scared they ran in different directions. Su Jiao Jiao, as the main character, had a special aura. During her escape, She didn't even need to go far before meeting the male lead. After surviving the danger, they hugged each other, sharing their feelings and looking at the stars and moon. After crying enough, Su Jiao Jiao remembered the original girl who was running with them. She felt she couldn't do more and went down the mountain to find villagers. When the villagers with torches found the original girl, she had already been caught by Wang Lizi. Wang Lizi saw her under the torchlight and jumped up, shouting insults at her. He called her shameless and a slut who was crazy about men and trying to seduce him. His words were extremely harsh, as if he was the victim, blaming her as if she had wronged him. At this moment, Su Jiao Jiao realized that Wang Lizi was waiting for her. Unfortunately, Su Miao Miao was made the scapegoat. Feeling scared, she thought if she were the one lying on the ground, vulnerable, she would be furious and want to kick Wang Lizi to death. She also hated Sanya, who had tricked them into this situation. The main girl was angry and wouldn't let the person who harmed her go without a reason. She had already prepared her reason. She couldn't stand the gossip and strange looks from the villagers. That night, she was taken to Wang Lizi's dangerous little hut. Wang Lizi's mother was even more vicious, insulting her cruelly. She accused her of liking their son's bed skills. Otherwise, how could she have coincidentally fallen into his arms? That early morning, the original girl got up and walked alone to the small river nearby. She was very determined and drowned herself. Su Miao Miao could almost feel her despair at that moment. Su Jiao Jiao, unable to bear it anymore, finally used her family background to have Wang Lizi charged with hooliganism. Later, she ran to the original owner's grave and told her that she had avenged her. Now she could rest in peace. Su Miao Miao clutched her chest, overwhelmed with emotions. They weren't the original owner's feelings, they were hers. She couldn't stand being disgusted by someone like this. She tried to remember the scene from the book. Haha, the author really knows how to write subtly. It only said that Sanya went to find their brother, and then the original owner tried to show she was more active than Su Jiao Jiao in searching. It seemed the original owner ended up with this fate, as if she deserved it. She almost even dragged Su Jiao Jiao into trouble and made her suffer bullying. Yet, Su Jiao Jiao was still actively helping her find her, and in the end, she even avenged her. Haha, how the author writes is her business, but since this is the real world now, she would follow her rules. During dinner that night, Su Jiao Jiao stubbornly found a reason to talk about Su Miao Miao's inaction in a life-and-death situation. She also wanted to share the chicken soup with everyone. But everyone silently refused. Tian Shen actually wanted to eat it, but she thought Su Miao Miao was a bit strange. She had come here many times, and every time they clashed, she was the one who ended up feeling embarrassed. She was worried that after drinking the soup Su Miao Miao refused, she might have indigestion. Besides, no one else had eaten. As for the accusation of ignoring someone in danger, she believed she had her reasons. Look, she finally found her way back. Su Miao Miao. Very good, well trained. What surprised her was Gu Wenqing. She could see the struggle in his eyes, but in the end, he still refused the bowl of soup, completely embarrassing Su Jiao Jiao. She actually doubted whether Gu Wenqing truly liked Su Jiao Jiao, or if this was just the inevitable result for a male supporting character who once rejected the heroine. A tragic pursuit. Su Jiao Jiao looked at the people at the youth station, feeling betrayed. She thought she always put spiritual spring water in their meals, hoping to help them after their hard work. But now they treated her like this. She pouted and threw the chicken soup and chicken meat right in front of them. She remembered this day. From now on, if she ever gives them a drop of spiritual spring water again, she would write her name backwards. If Su Miao Miao knew her thoughts, she would definitely tell her, "Don't worry, soon you won't have this trouble anymore. Thank me, I'm always good at solving problems from the root." It's a dark and windy night. Su Miao Miao suddenly opened her eyes and looked towards Su Jiao Jiao's room. She slowly activated her water element ability. If energy had a physical form, you would see a blue light ribbon flowing like a river from the dragon-shaped jade pendant on Su Jiao Jiao's neck to Su Miao Miao's palm. Then it entered her body. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Su Miao Miao finally closed her eyes comfortably. She felt no resistance at all, as if the energy was connected to her water ability by nature. She even clearly sensed that her soul was becoming more solid. Remember, souls are very hard to improve. She had only felt such a deep level of soul growth after 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world, in extremely tough conditions. Note: this story is set in a historical world, not a cultivation novel. With a thought, a blue dragon made entirely of water suddenly appeared above her palm. Its scales were clear, and she could faintly feel its vitality. Could she now casually release water containing spiritual springs? She also clearly felt her control over water becoming more precise. She quickly retracted her ability, then pounded her chest in frustration. Why did she wait so long to act? She should have started earlier. In the post-apocalyptic world, she had to fight for everything. If she didn't steal, she was just a third party taking advantage of others' misfortune. No sense of honor or shame. Go tell her lost soul subordinates about that. She had suppressed her true nature for so long. She didn't know how to cherish it. Maybe she should find a reason to take her golden finger. Yes, she was so petty. From the very beginning, she had been coveting the heroine's spiritual spring space. It could grow plants, had a spiritual spring, and could even host living creatures. If she hadn't been born in a martial arts world, she would definitely have a place in the fight for the dragon-slaying sword. She instinctively sensed her space ability again. Su Miao Miao was so excited she sat up straight. It seemed her space had also upgraded. Now she could appear outside her original cube-shaped space, which was 100 meters on each side. Although it was filled with white mist and chaos, the spiritual energy was intense. She took out a watch. The second hand started moving, indicating that time existed here. Su Miao Miao's soul instantly perceived. This place was forming a small world. A tiny world where she could grow plants, had a spiritual spring, could host living creatures, and followed her soul. She trembled with excitement. Although it would take some time to shape everything, it was amazing. She was the creator of this world, and she had a strong feeling that, at most in a year, this small world would be fully formed. At that time, she could also raise chickens, ducks, rabbits, cattle, sheep, and pigs in her space, grow fruits and vegetables, cultivate peach orchards, and even dig ponds to raise fish, shrimp, and crabs. Yum! Speaking of which, since she absorbed Su Jiao Jiao's spiritual spring space, where did all the billions of resources in that space go? Could they be hidden in some corner of this chaos? Or were they directly broken down and absorbed? Su Miao Miao wasn't sure, but she knew she couldn't find out right now. She blinked. It's okay. People shouldn't be too greedy. She could wait another year. Just as well, she could use this time to organize her original special ability space, turning it into a storage area since time doesn't pass there. Having figured this out, Su Miao Miao left her space. She opened her eyes and saw she was still sitting, about to sleep, when she noticed tiny stars appearing in front of her. Looking for the light, she saw Su Jiao Jiao's dragon-patterned jade pendant on her neck had lost its energy, as if it had no support, and was turning into tiny stars drifting toward her. After circling her a few times, they finally disappeared. Su Miao Miao. What's going on? Recognizing an enemy? Next time, remember to stay far away from me. Losing that jade pendant was a bit troublesome, but it's okay, small matter. In the morning, the farmstead was unexpectedly awakened by a sharp, piercing scream. Listening to this scream as if the sky was falling, everyone hurriedly dressed and rushed outside, crowding around Su Jiao Jiao's door, knocking loudly. Su Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? What happened? Tian Shengnen even lost a shoe in her excitement. Su Jiao Jiao, open the door. What's going on? Why are you shouting so loudly? Were you bitten by a snake? In the countryside, encountering snakes is common. I remember the first time she saw one at home. She screamed even louder than this. But usually, the snakes that enter homes aren't venomous, right? Hearing no sound after the initial scream, Tian Sheng Nan was unsure. Su Jiao Jiao, if you can hear us, just answer with a sound. Otherwise, we'll break down the door.
Still no response from inside.
Everyone felt uneasy. Tian Sheng Nan quickly moved aside to let the male farmhands take the lead. Chun Chong, the biggest among the farmhands, took on this task. The door was fragile and unsafe. Chun Chong used all his strength to kick it, but he ended up smashing through it along with the door in one powerful kick. Blood was flowing non-stop, but no one had time to notice. The girls rushed in all at once and saw Su Jiao Jiao, as if she hadn't heard them, turning her back and rummaging through boxes. Clothes and bedding on the bed were pulled up, shaken, and thrown onto the floor one by one. Eventually, she even tried to crawl into the stove of the heated bed. Everyone was frightened and quickly pulled her out because the bed was newly made, and it wasn't the season for heating in June. Su Jiao Jiao's face was covered with some dust, but it still looked scary. She hadn't been seen all night. Had she gone crazy? Was it because no one drank her chicken soup? Su Jiao Jiao, wake up a bit. Tell everyone what's wrong. We will help you. Su Jiao Jiao was suddenly shaken by Tian Shengnan. Her eyes gradually focused. Before she could think about why everyone was surrounding her house like they were grabbing a lifeline, she blurted out, my jade pendant is gone. Jade pendant? Tian Shengnan looked confused. Isn't it on your neck? Su Jiao Jiao looked excited and panicked. Really? Then she quickly pulled at the string around her neck, but after turning it around, she couldn't find the jade pendant. No, where is it? Tian Shengnan looked awkward. The jade pendant is missing, but the string holding it is still there. Shouldn't they be one piece? Su Jiao Jiao once again felt like she had fallen from heaven into hell. This morning, she got up as usual to drink some spiritual spring water, but suddenly found she couldn't take the cup out. She realized she couldn't feel the space around her, and then she noticed her jade pendant was gone. Her big jade pendant just disappeared like that? It must be you. Su Jiao Jiao looked around but couldn't find Su Miao Miao. Where is Su Miao Miao? It must be her. She stole my jade pendant and is hiding. Look, she doesn't even dare to come see me. She said this and stormed out the door, heading to find them at the girls' youth commune house. Tian Shengnan hurriedly stopped her. Su Jiao Jiao, I know you're anxious about losing your things, but you can't just accuse people without reason, right? Especially since you just accused someone yesterday and now again. Moreover, everyone at the youth commune knew Su Miao Miao was a heavy sleeper and loved to sleep in. Sleeping is the most important thing in the world. That's why everyone tried to keep quiet in the morning. It makes perfect sense that she didn't appear here. If she shows up, that would be strange. Su Jiao Jiao knew she was being unreasonable, but the space was too important to her. Even a small hope made her want to try and believe. She shouted through the window, Su Miao Miao, I know it's you. It's you who resented me for exposing you and blamed me for not saving you. But I really didn't do it on purpose. I was just too scared. If you're upset, I apologize and kneel to you. Can I, she begged, please return my jade pendant. It was given to me by my family and is a family heirloom. Please give it back to me. She shouted for over 10 minutes. No matter how others tried to stop her, she refused to listen. She stubbornly kept shouting, thinking that maybe she could call her space back this way. All her belongings were inside: money, supplies, status, and most importantly, her sense of superiority. Earlier, she could mock Tian Shengnan for eating leftovers, work tirelessly, and watch others eat meat like starving ghosts. But now, although her family background kept her from falling so low, it had taken away all her sense of superiority. Most importantly, her spiritual spring water was gone. Without it, how could she keep her skin fair and flawless? Her stunning beauty? The cooking fumes, unshaded sunlight, and even dust would make her skin age faster. And her body. Without the spiritual spring, she couldn't keep herself healthy. A small mistake in eating could even threaten her life. Bad habits might lead to illness. Yes, the spiritual spring. Maybe because she spilled the chicken soup yesterday and wasted the spring, the heavens thought she didn't cherish it and punished her by taking away her space. Everyone watched as Su Jiao Jiao, who was shouting wildly, suddenly stopped and then ran crazily toward the vegetable garden. Then, everyone seemed to have a change in their view of life. Wow, was I seeing things, or did the vegetables in the garden grow a lot taller overnight? Yes, I feel the same, and not just the vegetables. I think the pomegranate tree in the yard also grew much bigger. Maybe it will bear fruit this year. Seeing this, Su Jiao finally felt like the sky was falling. She quickly found the spot where she spilled the chicken soup yesterday and saw that the grass there was especially lush. The chicken was covered with ants and had been completely eaten. Hey, Su Jiao, what's wrong?
Don't scare me.
Hi. Tian Shengnen caught Su Jiao, who was slumping to the ground, and patted her face. Su Jiao mumbled, I was wrong. I won't waste anything again. Please give me another chance. Tears slowly covered her face. Everyone thought she was overwhelmed and had a nervous breakdown, so they decided to take her to the village clinic. Meanwhile, Su Miao, who had already woken up, yawned, put on a simple dress, and leaned against the doorway of the living room. She looked at the unusually lush plants and trees around her. It was true, the space could grow and support living things. Even a tiny bit of energy she released had such a big effect. Since the problem was solved, Su Miao went back inside to sleep some more. When everyone returned with the person, they saw that Su Miao was still sleeping soundly on the calm, a traditional bed. Everyone went about their usual activities. Only when it was almost time to start work did they call her. In the next few days, the youth camp was very peaceful. Only Li Nianer was full of resentment because Su Jiao stayed at the clinic and didn't come back. So, she had to cook and wash dishes alone. But because of Su Miao's intimidating presence, she managed to get through it alone. Su Miao didn't mind. As long as she didn't have to do it, she was fine. During these days, Su Miao found a new resting spot, a sturdy tree branch where she could lie down directly. It felt much safer than the ropes she used before. Lying on the branch, she sank into her space. She noticed the usual chaotic white mist seemed clearer, even if only a little. Any change was good. The beautiful little world was slowly reaching out to her. Then she rolled around on the first floor of the space warehouse, which was covered with golden tiles. Yes, after days and nights of effort, she finally laid all the gold bricks.
Ah.
Her financial freedom.
Ah.
Her mountain of gold. Life is so wonderful. Feeling excited, she finally calmed down, sat cross-legged, and quietly started calculating her wealth. It seemed that gold truly has been used as money since ancient times. She felt like she had traveled all over the world, even exploring the depths of the sea. But now, the golden floor in her space was not even a meter high. Her dream was to fill the entire layer with gold. Thinking about it, she remembered it was the 1970s. That wish probably couldn't come true. But whatever she could get, she didn't mind. She was happy even when taken into the coffin. Maybe in the next life, she can start fresh. After organizing the first level's golden space, she was ready to start building upward. Because her space ability had upgraded, Su Miao quickly set up the barrier from the 2nd to the 10th floor. She overestimated herself a bit, and her ability was drained completely, leaving her pale. But it's okay, as long as she wasn't hurt, it wasn't a big problem. After resting for a while, she happily looked through her space to decide what to add to the 2nd level. Yes, zombie crystal cores. If gold represents her sense of security in real life, then crystal cores are her backup strength. If her ability hadn't reached a bottleneck and couldn't be improved further, she wouldn't have any crystal cores left. Now she knew she needed rare treasures from nature to upgrade. Unlike others, she was lucky to have a special advantage, like a lucky charm. It's a bit of a pity, but compared to others, crystal cores are still very rare and precious. Thinking this, Su Miao eagerly searched through her supplies and found several well-preserved boxes of crystal cores. She carefully placed them along the corner of the wall, treating them as treasures. However, looking at these crystal cores stored in solid wood boxes, she felt uncomfortable. It seemed wrong for the cores to be confined in these boxes, even if they were made of priceless modern materials like golden silk nanmu. Her perfectionist side couldn't stand it and decided to change things. She took out a crystal core of her space ability and carefully extracted some energy. Now, these resources were non-renewable for her, so she had to use them sparingly. After restoring a bit of her ability, Su Miao Miao began building dozens of transparent boxes with her space barrier. Each box was about 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. Then she sorted the crystal cores and placed them inside. Because of their natural colors, the crystal cores looked stunning. Depending on the ability they contained, they were colorful. Higher-level cores were more transparent and shiny. Even the black ones had a shimmering, multicolored look. The crystal cores she stored in her space were all top-tier. In her previous life, she had casually used lower-level ones. So even when placed randomly, they still looked dazzling. It's a pity she didn't have many. Besides common types, the rare ability crystal cores didn't fill even one box, and dark-type cores were even fewer. She didn't have enough to fill a bottom layer. After finishing the second level, she moved on to the third. Looking at the sparkling core on the second level, it triggered her natural love for shiny things as a woman. So, on the third level, she planned to put jewelry. It was much easier. Just move the large box that was emptied on the second level, then fill it with all the delicate, luxurious jewelry, famous watches, large color diamonds, and all the valuable items from peaceful times that are worth more than gold. When she thought about things more valuable than gold, she remembered the antique paintings, porcelain, jade, and cultural relics she used to collect. But forgive her for being an ordinary person who doesn't really appreciate art and who doesn't wear or sell these things. So, when organizing the space, she donated everything. She donated them to the Cultural Relics Museum at the base. Now, thinking back, if she had brought those items to the present, it would have been a huge fortune.
But
In a different time and space, are those antiques still antiques? Would there be two sets of them? Which one is real, and which one is fake? Su Miao Miao's thoughts drifted away, and she couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. She looked at the several large boxes in front of her and placed them in the corner. Now, these items can't be worn, so they can only stay in the corner gathering dust. Oh no, wait, there's no dust in the space. After tidying up, Su Miao Miao jumped down from the tree. It was time to feed the pigs. On the way back to the youth commune, she saw Su Jiao Jiao, who had been missing these days, standing at the entrance, saying goodbye to Lu Yi, who was riding his bicycle. Before leaving, Lu Yi gently patted Su Jiao Jiao's head. Su Jiao Jiao looked down and blushed with a shy smile. Oh, have the main characters finally confessed and officially gotten together? Congratulations! Is it really so quick for the female lead to recover from losing her space? After watching Lu Yi walk away, Su Jiao Jiao glanced at Su Miao Miao out of the corner of her eye, snorted softly, and then entered the youth commune. Earlier, she had misunderstood and couldn't turn things around. She doesn't have space, but she is still the only daughter of the Su family and the granddaughter of the Jiang family. Her family background in this life is even better than in her previous one. Last time, they were just merchants, rich but nouveau riche. This time, they are a military family. Her grandfather is a person who appears on newspapers and TV. She hasn't done anything yet, but her situation is already better than in her past life. Moreover, she has found true love here. Thinking about how Lu Yi has taken care of her so carefully these days, forgiving her bad temper, indulging her unreasonable behavior, and even friends advising him to stay away because she seemed crazy, but he firmly said he would stay even if he was crazy. And his family, who are all kind and good-hearted people, would send her food and wash her clothes when Lu Yi was busy. When she said she had no money, they gave her 10 yuan without hesitation and asked if it was enough. She has been living in the countryside for over half a month now and deeply understands how big 10 yuan is to rural people. She will definitely treat them well in the future. Thinking about the telegram she sent with a Yi to the county town at noon, she believes her family will soon send her money and supplies. When that happens, she won't foolishly share everything with the people at the youth commune. They are ungrateful. She will only give to those who treat her well. Meanwhile, Far in the borderlands of the motherland, Su Weiman looks at the telegram in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. Next to him, a tall man observes his nephew's unusually serious expression and casually asks, "What's wrong?" If Su Miao Miao were here, she would definitely recognize that this is the same figure she saw on the train platform. Nothing. Su Weiman quickly puts away the telegram when he hears the voice. When he turns around and sees Jiang Lin, he says, "Uncle." Seeing his uncle look at the telegram in his hand, Jiang Lin asks, "Oh, you mean this? It's my little sister, Jiao Jiao. She went to the countryside as a youth, right? Just now, the family sent a letter saying she lost money and things in the countryside, so they want me to send her more. The family is worried, so I'm taking my leave to go see her. Losing all her money and belongings? It must have been stolen, or she was bullied. They told her not to go to the countryside at first, but she went anyway. Now she knows how hard it is. There are all kinds of people." Jiang Lin doesn't react much to this. Su Weiman is about to return to the dormitory when he hears a voice behind him. "I'll go with you." "What?" Su Weiman hears clearly, but finds it hard to believe. When did his uncle become so eager? "Oh, uncle, you miss your little sister after 5 years, right?" He says his uncle is cold on the outside but warm inside. Although he didn't pay much attention to his little sister when they were young, he didn't pay much to anyone. Maybe he's just acting superior because he's a generation older. After all, he's used to calling someone 5 years younger than him uncle. "Hey, wait, didn't you just see your little sister?" If I remember correctly, he just finished a short leave less than a month ago, but his former boss forced him to go back and rest again. After all, my uncle has been in the army since he graduated at 19, and in 5 years, he hasn't gone home. Since he just returned from the front lines, he needs to adjust his mindset. "Yes, I just saw him." Jiang Lin states the facts. "Wow, how is my little sister doing? Has she become more beautiful?" He hasn't been home for a year. He misses her a lot. "Jiang Lin, you should go home." Su Weiman checks the time. Damn, lights are about to go out. He then leaves quickly, rushing like a 100-meter sprinter because his wife is still waiting for him. Meanwhile, Su Miao Miao is annoyed, thinking, "Isn't that just like the heroine?" She adjusts her mood quickly. It's only been a few days, and her face looks a bit rougher. Could the beauty effects of the spiritual spring water be so fast?
Actually, Su Miao Miao misunderstood.
No matter how good Su Jiao Jiao's mood is, losing her space is a big blow. She just has a rougher face now, not like her father, who turned white overnight because of drinking the spiritual spring water for a long time. When she arrived at the educated youth station, she saw Li Nianer finally getting back on her feet, so Su Jiao Jiao could make up for the cooking time she missed these days. Su Jiao Jiao argued that she hadn't eaten at the station these days, so she shouldn't have to make up the time. They argued for half an hour, and in the end, Li Nianer lost and admitted she was unlucky. Su Jiao Jiao also felt upset and started thinking about the possibility of marrying Lu Yi and living at his home. She thought everyone at the station was ungrateful, forgetting who had given them rabbits a few days ago. She couldn't even get a thank you from the village children. Su Miao Miao munched sunflower seeds, watching the scene. When there was nothing more to see, she started thinking about what to put on the 4th layer of her space. For sounds like death, maybe she should put medicine there? To heal and balance things out. She has a superstitious side. In the next few days, she wandered around the mountains whenever she was free. But wait, doesn't the heroine always find rabbits hitting trees or digging ginseng? She has explored all the outskirts, but hasn't seen a single ginseng root. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the sky. Well, better not fight with heaven unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, she heard rustling behind her. She reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Wow, this woman reacts pretty fast. Wang Lizi missed his shot and had to brake suddenly. "What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?" The man suddenly froze, and then his eyes filled with a wicked look, even drooling suspicious liquid from the corner of his mouth. "Oh, Comrade Su, it's been a few days. Why does your face look so pale? Don't be afraid. I just want to be friends. Come here, let me touch you and see if your skin is really smooth." Su Miao Miao touched her face. Over time, her face finally started to recover. The spots on her face were mostly just sunburn now. With her already attractive features, the people at the youth camp started to get distracted when they looked at her.
Su Miao Miao was happy.
She cared a lot about her appearance and honestly enjoyed the admiring looks from others. Except for that disgusting man. Hey, don't hide. Are you playing hide and seek with me?
Come out now.
There's no one else here. Be good and come over. I promise I'll make you feel good. Otherwise, seeing Wang Lizi slip and tumble down the winding hillside, sometimes screaming in a way that even men could empathize with, Su Miao Miao's lips curled slightly. In an instant, she appeared at the foot of the mountain where Wang Lizi was lying, watching his fate unfold. Help! Help me! Wang Lizi was in so much pain, he forgot to be shocked and instinctively begged for his life.
He didn't want to die.
Did he still have the strength to lift his hand? Su Miao Miao stepped on him directly, pinched him, and then there was silence. Thinking about the humiliation the original owner had suffered, she used her space powers to throw a 100-gene boulder from the top of the mountain, aiming its sharp edge at his lower body. Seeing the humanoid creature straighten up and then stop moving, she felt that he was still alive. After damaging his vocal cords and destroying those disgusting eyes, she made some noise to attract the villagers working at the foot of the mountain and then turned to leave. From the top of the mountain, she watched quietly as the villagers carried away the scum of society. She looked at the steep slope and thought, she was truly kind. She even chose a place for her revenge. Do they know how challenging it was for her to live so regularly these days? She deliberately avoided crowded places. Luckily, the outcome was good. Look, the fish voluntarily took the bait, didn't it? Falling down the mountain was quite reasonable, wasn't it? Breaking a leg was also understandable. Any other problems were just bad luck. His voice was ruined, and now his eyes are blind.
Perfect.
Yes, she even took a day off today, claiming she was going to the county town.
A perfect alibi.
Looking at the big mountain in front of her, she snorted. She didn't believe she couldn't find the ginseng even after searching the entire mountain. If she couldn't, then even heaven would have to be powerful. She decided to act quickly, rolled up her sleeves, and finally stopped wandering around the outskirts. She wasn't sure if her route was wrong or if she was just unlucky. Besides wild grass and wild vegetables, she didn't find a single wild fruit tree. Not finding wild fruit was okay, but there were no small animals either? Could this be punishment from the heavens for messing with their favorite girl? That would be too intense. Su Miao Miao stood deep in the mountain, pondering life, when suddenly she heard a rustling sound from the dense bushes ahead. Her eyes lit up immediately. Then she saw a huge wild boar, as big as a small mountain, with a fierce face charging out.
Su Miao Miao.
The wild boar saw her as a sign of hope and, after a quick stop, turned sharply and charged straight at her. Su Miao Miao. I didn't mean to block your way to survival. She didn't know how she moved, but after a burst of blood mist, the wild boar suddenly dropped like a deflated balloon right in front of her, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was strange and frightening. Then, a big, golden-striped cat with wide eyes leaped out from behind the bushes. It suddenly stopped, fell headfirst to the ground, and quickly dodged by using its face to brake, sliding a bit before finally stopping just in front of her. Su Miao Miao. Did I just see those striped eyes of this big cat? Animals really can get dizzy like that? I've learned something new. Anime really doesn't deceive me. Then she saw the big cat shake its head, straighten its eyes, and, noticing her staring at it, it trembled even more. It cautiously lifted its eyes, like a person, and looked at her. When it saw her staring, it became even more frightened, then slowly backed away, tail between its legs, begging for mercy. If it could talk, it would probably be muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Su Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh at this silly, golden-striped cat's behavior. No wonder it was so scared. When she first took action, she watched a normal person suddenly turn into a dried-up corpse. She was scared, even though that person had died thousands of times before. At just 19 years old, she faced the end of the world. She had just been accepted into a top international medical school, and her future looked bright. She had finally endured the hardships and was about to become the kind of elite she had seen on TV since childhood, until the apocalypse happened. Fortunately, she awakened a special ability, and it was a dual-type power. Unfortunately, she was still fragile, with no family to rely on, stranded in a foreign land. After being pushed out multiple times and bitten by zombies. Luckily, she didn't die. Unluckily, the last time she woke up in the laboratory, she was completely naked, tied up on a cold experimental bed, surrounded by instruments. She had become one of the test subjects in that top medical lab. Because she was bitten by a zombie but didn't die, her entire body became a subject for research, her brain, bone marrow, and cells. And because scientists needed to study her antibodies to save others, she wasn't allowed to die. She was constantly in fear and despair, but over time, she became numb. She even had the energy to learn about their research. Although they never fully understood her body's special traits, she learned a lot about human anatomy and how to unlock its secrets through her own experience. Humans are made of about 70% water. If water is so common, why can't I control it? The first time she turned a scientist who was slicing her for research into a dried-up corpse, her feelings were more of excitement than fear. She was thrilled to finally control her own destiny. Her fear came from the fact that such power didn't seem like something a normal person should have. And it was true. When she was rescued from the lab, where she had been trapped for 5 years and used her power in front of others for the first time, she clearly felt the air around her freeze. From then on, she earned the nickname the Female Demon. Many people would rather face fierce zombies than confront her. So, her most loyal followers, her subordinates, are also her most faithful. Many water-type abilities users want to learn from her, but none have succeeded. Perhaps she should thank that laboratory for protecting her for 5 years when she was unable to defend herself, allowing her to inherit everything they had. She squatted down and looked at the perfectly dehydrated wild boar. Unfortunately, she made a dismissive face. Wild boar meat is really not tasty. Otherwise, she wouldn't treat it this way. Coincidentally, her space abilities need rest lately, so she was in no hurry. She looked up at the big cat still sneaking around. What a coincidence. You're unlucky too. She smiled kindly, waved at the big cat, and signaled for it to come over. The big cat showed a human-like expression of hesitation, as if asking, "Are you calling me?" Then moved toward her bravely. Su Meow Meow saw the big cat shiver slightly, and in the next moment, it was right in front of her. "From now on, you must obey my commands, understand?"
Come, eat.
"I brought this for you," she said with a mischievous smile, pointing at the dehydrated wild boar at her feet. "Me? I won't eat. I have bad teeth," the big cat replied with a look of despair, struggling to chew the meat. Since there was no blood, the scene was not bloody at all. This gave her a strange pleasure from teasing small animals. She thought that before she raised a cat, she could get a big cat as a temporary companion. Moreover, in this era of scarce resources, not to mention raising small animals, even people are struggling to survive. Anyone with extra money to keep cats or dogs would be reported the next day by someone with a narrow mind. Although it might not cause real harm, it's just disgusting. She liked this golden tabby cat. It looked strong, with beautiful markings, and seemed well-groomed. Its fluffy fur was perfect, touching her deeply. Most importantly, it could hunt on its own, so she wouldn't have to worry about it starving. Just thinking about it made her want to go up the mountain and play. She was also grateful for her abilities. Otherwise, how could she have such close contact with a big cat? She stroked the fluffy head of the big cat. "From now on, I'll call you Big Orange, okay?" Big Orange felt a faint threat from above. Its tail was touched, but it dared not complain. It pretended not to notice and continued eating the meat. After all, it was free. "All right, stop eating. Aren't you full? Your belly looks about to burst," she said. Seeing the wild boar, which now weighed about 100 pounds of pure meat after half was eaten, she grabbed its ears and lifted its head to scold it. "If Big Orange could talk, you should have told me earlier. Do you know how uncomfortable it is for me?" So smelly." Su Meow Meow suddenly smelled Big Orange's breath and almost vomited. She grabbed its ear. Why don't you pay attention to your hygiene? Come on, let's find a place to brush your teeth. She really is a responsible pet owner. Animals have the sharpest senses. Maybe because Big Orange sensed she meant no harm, it led her to a lush area with more plants and a small stream. But that's not the main point. The real surprise was the large patch of ginseng growing there. Did she stumble upon a ginseng nest? Is this how cats and dogs find wealth? Excited, she roughly rubbed Big Orange's head and didn't bother to brush its teeth. Instead, she casually threw a ball to it. Here, go play. Then she took a small shovel from her space and started digging.
Wow.
It's truly in the mountain center, with an untouched environment and few people. These ginsengs are over 100 years old, some even 300. They probably don't have much effect on her now, but she loves collecting good things. People call her a treasure hunter. She dug from noon until sunset, and when her self-set time was up, she stopped. The remaining ginsengs could continue growing here for the right people to find. It's not greed, it's confidence and calmness. She carefully tied a red string around the dug ginseng and put it aside. Then she began tidying up her fourth space. Before the apocalypse, her technology was highly advanced. Correspondingly, there were drugstores every 50 meters on the streets, and medicines were easy to get. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to collect enough. But she had taken the entire laboratory into her space, which contained all the most advanced experimental equipment and scientific achievements from the future. So she divided her fourth space into two parts, one for the laboratory and one for storing medicines. The medicines were split evenly between Western and Chinese medicine. She carefully placed the ginseng into the Chinese medicine section. Looks like she'll need to wait until her space's abilities recover to set up rows of Chinese medicine cabinets. Now that she's in the countryside, surrounded by mountains, water, and fields, there are herbs everywhere. She plans to make good use of them and stockpile. Although she doesn't like studying medicine now, not liking and not being able are two different things. Just like you can be lazy, but you shouldn't be truly useless.
She's not the type to be unprepared.
As the sun was setting, Su Meow Meow watched the big orange cat lying obediently behind her, using it as a pillow. She gently stroked its fur and said, "I'm going back now. I'll come to see you again when I have time." On the way back, she felt like something was following her. When she looked back, she saw its big head turning around, looking around busily.
So Meow Meow.
"I can't take you with me. If I bring you down the mountain, I might scare the villagers. Are you trying to send me off?" "No need, I can go alone. And you're just a small animal. What if you run into wild animals on the way back? If they eat you?" Su Meow Meow looked at its strong, muscular arm. "Forget it. If you want to follow, then follow. But remember, once we reach the edge of the mountain, you have to go back, understand?" Seeing her agree, the big orange cat immediately happily trotted over to her. After walking a while, it suddenly stopped and started growling in a certain direction. Then it was hit on the head with a bump. "Why are you suddenly making noise? You scared me." Damn, mountain lions are not just for show. Her heart skipped a beat from the shock. It wasn't about whether she was afraid or not. It was a natural human fear deep inside. She wanted to hit it a few more times to vent her anger, but just then, birds took flight from the area where it had just roared, followed by the sound of animals running wildly, shaking the ground. Su Meow Meow awkwardly raised her hand, about to slap it on the head, but seeing it didn't notice her, she quickly changed to petting it affectionately. All right, feeling protected by her pet was pretty nice. Walking together on the mountain trail, they moved like a little king and queen. Small animals scattered in all directions. It seemed she had taken a wrong turn. Wasn't this the path with lots of animals and herbs? She had even seized a 100-year-old Lingji mushroom just now. Her luck was finally turning around. As she walked, she used her 5.2 eyesight to scan the surroundings and found many wolf carcasses. Is wolf meat tasty? It was still warm, not dead for long. But these wounds, they looked like they were made with a knife. She looked back at the big orange cat. It turned its head obediently and finally pointed in a direction. "Great. You can have this to eat," She kicked a wolf at her feet. The big orange cat proudly turned its head away, as if saying, "You can't see me, I don't see you. These two-legged creatures just want to kill me. Hey, you're getting temperamental." Su Meow Meow chuckled, patting its head, then headed toward the place the cat had pointed to.
Let her see what is happening.
But when she saw it, her smile slowly froze on her face. She recognized the person lying against the tree, from his forehead to his cheekbones, with beast claws scratched into his skin, exposing flesh. He was covered in blood, with his eyes tightly closed. It was the boy who helped her carry pig grass every day. She vaguely thought she saw ants crawling on his face. She was stunned for a long time and didn't go over.
She shouldn't feel sad.
She just wasn't used to it. Big Orange saw her standing still and walked over, pushing the person down with its paw. Big Orange, you, Su Meow Meow quickly stepped forward to support the person. Still alive. Su Meow Meow's tone was surprisingly relaxed. Even she didn't notice. Looking at the wolf corpses all around, with their legs and paws turned outward, he was still breathing. But it was almost over. Even with modern medical technology, or even future medicine, he probably couldn't be saved. After feeling his pulse, Su Meow Meow relaxed and started giving orders for Big Orange to clear the bodies. She truly was a lucky one, always able to find help wherever she went. She took out a small wooden stool from her space, set up a fire, and felt a bit hungry. Big Orange, I want to eat rabbit. She gestured to Big Orange, describing the shape of a rabbit. Big Orange looked confused and growled. It's just a small animal with long ears, a short tail, and big round eyes. Very cute and timid. They talked back and forth, person and tiger, about the rabbit. Big Orange set out on its mission. Su Meow Meow hummed a song while waiting to eat roasted rabbit. She was drooling. How long had it been since she last ate something roasted?
10 years, maybe.
In the end of the world, there was no fresh meat, let alone roasted. Here, everything was cooked in a pot, careful not to waste a drop of oil or a piece of meat. She was lost in a happy fantasy when she saw a roe deer thrown in front of her. Su Meow Meow. 3 big question marks floated in her mind. I really couldn't find anything smaller. It's her fault for not explaining clearly. But a wild animal is still a wild animal, and that's okay. She took out a set of barbecue tools from her space, spent a long time preparing water and cleaning, then started slicing the meat. As the oil sizzled and popped, the tempting aroma spread out. Su Meow Meow sprinkled her honey-flavored seasoning on the meat and bit into it without fear of burning her mouth. Maybe her cooking skills improved quickly, or maybe the meat was just really good. Anyway, she was very happy, even excited enough to stomp her feet. Next to her, the big orange cat had some suspicious liquid dripping from its mouth. It gently touched her with its paw.
Why?
You little animal can't eat greasy or salty food, or you'll lose your fur. Then you'll turn into a bald tiger, and other animals might laugh at you, Su Meow Meow teased. The big orange cat didn't understand and couldn't comprehend her words. Actually, she couldn't finish all the food, so she ended up sitting there eating, while the orange cat squatted nearby waiting to eat, just without any seasoning. Honestly, feeding small animals is quite relaxing. But looking at the orange cat's round belly, she wondered if animals need digestive tablets. After eating and drinking enough, Su Meow Meow went over to CMO, who had been leaning against a tree. She brushed away the tiny bugs on his face and checked his breathing. Good, your vitality is strong. You've held on until now. Since you're so resilient, I'll save you. She took out a dark element crystal core from her space, feeling a bit painful. She had just checked, and he actually had a rare dark element ability talent. The chance of having this in this world is 1 in a billion. In the future, even her own biological children wouldn't have it. Lucky you. I warn you, once you eat my stuff, you belong to me. From now on, you do whatever I tell you. If you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement. Come on, seal the deal with a handshake. After a series of rituals, she closed her eyes, ignoring everything, and threw the crystal core into his mouth. Whether he survives depends on him. But someone with such strong vitality can surely endure this painful process of cleansing and strengthening. Otherwise, wasting her crystal core would mean she'd chase him to the underworld to get it back. Soon, she saw the person who seemed to have died suddenly convulse all over, roll on the ground, sweat cold on his forehead, but make no sound. Su Miao Miao acted as if she hadn't seen anything, continued sitting on her small stool, and took out a cookbook to study. Let's see what delicious foods she has. Snail noodles, spicy and sour noodles, stinky tofu. She only picks things she can't make now. She directly throws the list back into her space. But speaking of books, she knows what's on the 5th level of her space. Books. There is gold in books. The number 5 sounds similar to fortune, so it's a good pun. Books are very important. The reason she was able to leave that laboratory was because she learned a lot. So she also took action herself. When she huffed and puffed, moving all the books and materials to the 5th level, she almost got exhausted. Looking at the books almost overflowing from the 5th level, her mind was a mess. There are so many treasures of human wisdom. She randomly carried a handful, then looked closely. Titles like Rebirth and Return Mr. Fu's Love and Reborn Noble Daughter, Fake Daughter. Su Miao Miao. Did she not read these carefully when she collected them? Oh, right. She really didn't read them carefully. She remembers at the beginning of the apocalypse, she used her space to gather a library. Forget it. She's tired. She'll organize them when she has time. They're useless now, better to use them as kindling. She's really thrifty. Late at night, with dew heavy, Su Miao Miao couldn't leave her sick patient alone, or her investment would be wasted. If a stranger found her, she'd be disgusted. So she could only warm herself with her big orange cat. Late at night, CMO was awakened by the cold. Just as he was wondering what night it was, he saw a girl sitting by the fire, leaning against. A tiger? He immediately got scared and instinctively reached for his knife. Su Miao Miao, are you awake? She looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Well, no need to go back now.
Su Miao Miao?
CMO was surprised. Su Miao Miao stared at him. You can talk? She thought he was mute. CMO was silent. He could speak, but the villagers didn't want to hear him, so he gradually stopped talking. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly looked down to check his body. His arms and legs were fine, and he touched his face, smooth and delicate, better than his original skin, and he seemed taller. Then he looked at Su Miao Miao with confusion. Did you save me? He glanced at the obedient, closed-eyed tiger, then at the girl sitting beside it. The silhouette in the firelight looked divine.
So,
it was her. He suddenly had an impulse, thinking, if only he could get closer. That would be so good. Su Miao Miao supported her chin with her right hand, looking at him. So from now on, you will be my servant. My little brother. She almost said what was in her heart. In this era, selling oneself was not acceptable. CMO. Okay. A surprised look flashed in Su Miao Miao's eyes. She didn't believe he didn't hear her first words but responded so quickly and clearly with okay, but it didn't matter, as long as he agreed. From now on, I will give you food and drink, but you must listen to me. Don't ask why, just do as I say, understand? Now come over and warm yourself by the fire. Aren't you cold? If he catches a cold, she would have to treat him, which was troublesome. CMO silently walked over and sat opposite Su Miao Miao. She kept throwing something into the fire. Seems like a book? His good eyesight allowed him to see the title, Mr. Fu's Waste. He couldn't help but look at Su Miao Miao's face. Su Miao Miao, what are you looking at? Where would I find firewood for you at night? These are all I have. Even the title was so embarrassing. Go pick up some firewood. Don't go too far, Su Miao Miao ordered sharply, not worried at all that a 10-year-old child might encounter danger. When CMO returned carrying a bundle of firewood, he looked at her. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? CMO didn't speak, just signaled her to look. She saw a branch in his hand slowly disappear.
Su Miao Miao.
Expressionless, She even felt like going back to the past and strangling herself for giving him the dark element crystal core. Is this the gap between geniuses and prodigies? Dark element abilities in the apocalypse bullied her because she hadn't seen them before? Aren't they all skills like corrosion or inability to regenerate? She used a space storm to crush things and throw them into another dimension. And most importantly, if you just eat a crystal core and immediately awaken an ability, then everyone on the street would have abilities. He should be the one caught and experimented on as a test subject. Su Miao Miao felt upset. She left her 10-year-old child to stay awake while she took a blanket from her space and curled up in Big Orange's arms to sleep deeply. When she woke up, she saw CMO setting up a rack and grilling meat. Seeing her wake, he quietly glanced at the empty sun and then calmly said, "I've grilled a rabbit. It will be ready soon." Su Miao Miao's brow relaxed. She was finally going to eat the rabbit she had been craving, and the sizzling, oily look made her very hungry. Without hesitation, she took a rabbit leg and took a bite. Yuck, no seasoning. CMO looked momentarily sad but quickly adjusted his expression. He usually ate like this. Su Miao Miao looked around and felt it was a bit unfair. Can you read? CMO was surprised, as if he hadn't expected her to change the subject so far. Yes, my grandpa taught me when I was little. Su Miao Miao flipped through her space and handed him a cookbook. Follow this from now on. Her longtime cook should definitely have good cooking skills. CMO looked at the object he created out of nothing, and then at the incomplete copy of Manchuhan Imperial Feast in his hand. He was silent, but finally put it away in his pocket. They quickly ate a dull breakfast and then started down the mountain. Su Miao Miao chose a path that led from the county town back to the village. When she saw villagers returning from work, she occasionally greeted one or two. But for CMO beside her, it was as if he hadn't seen anything. She couldn't help but look at him. He hadn't returned to the village all night, and no one came looking for him. If she hadn't passed by yesterday, would anyone even notice if he turned into fertilizer? A strange feeling of suffocation arose. She didn't know why, but she always felt soft-hearted toward him. Maybe because they were so alike? She reached out and patted his dusty, blood-stained head. Suddenly, CMO stopped walking. "Let's go. Take me to see your home," he said. From now on, it would be her home. She was serious about taking over the nest. If he didn't lead the way, she knew how to find her way. She figured out that since building a house at the youth camp was uncertain, she might as well build her house at the villager's home. When the time comes, who would dare to send the youth camp folks into her house? Here we are. Simo's steps became noticeably lighter. Looking at his thin figure ahead, a flash of light crossed his dark eyes, as if he had made a firm vow. The house was at the foot of the mountain at the end of the village. Su Miao Miao looked at the location of the dirt house. It was quite remote, but very close to the educated youth site, just across the street. Why hadn't she noticed this before? Oh, she was lazy. She preferred to walk less. Besides, the youth site was right at the foot of the mountain, so she could just go up the mountain to gather pig grass. Looking at the well-made door, which was full of dents and scratches, Su Miao Miao glanced back at CMO and gained a clearer understanding of his situation. Inside the yard, everything was tidy but empty, except for the firewood stacked in the shed nearby. Then there were 3 earthen houses directly facing them, all seeming to be on the verge of collapse. The easternmost wall was separated from the others, and if a small child were nearby, they could easily sneak inside. Entering the inner room, it was bare, no furniture at all. Not even a cabinet. CMO looked at the empty house, feeling a bit embarrassed for the first time. Their family used to be quite wealthy, but since he could remember, things often went missing. After his grandfather passed away, they became even more reckless. Su Miao Miao didn't mind. These were small issues. When she moved in, if anyone dared to cause trouble, she would make sure they understood why the flowers are so red. She stepped out of the house and started measuring the size of this home. Although it was broken, it was quite spacious, larger than the youth site. The entire plot was a square-shaped piece of land, about 400 square meters. Suddenly, Su Miao Miao thought of Beijing's Sihiyuan courtyard houses. After planning for a while in her mind, she turned back and asked CMO, who had been following her, "Can this house be torn down?" She hoped he wouldn't have any sentimental attachment. After all, it was already so broken. Would she have to explain that all her hopes and dreams were just in her heart? All those thoughts? No, wait. She had saved his life, so she felt justified in her confidence. Fortunately, CMO didn't make things difficult for her. Yes, this house had only been lived in by him and his grandfather. When he was young, his grandfather was often cold and distant. He didn't understand it then, but now he did a little. Thinking of this, he hurried into the house. After a while, he came out with a dusty, dirt-covered face, carrying a heavy bundle. Su Miao Miao was curious and saw CMO hold up a cloth bag in front of her. He slowly unwrapped it, revealing something shining with a golden glow.
Su Miao Miao, gold?
Her eyes instantly lit up. CMO heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This was left by Grandpa. He hid it well, so no one stole it." Su Miao Miao, not knowing what politeness was, said, "Very good, excellent. Remember to share any good things with me in the future." She then threw 5 small yellow fish into the second layer of her space, where all her supplies from Shanghai were stored. Once she saved up more, she could continue melting and making gold bricks.
She was so happy.
Since coming here, this was probably the second batch of gold she had collected. She really was lucky. She told CMO to tidy up the yard these days and throw away anything unnecessary. When she checked, there wasn't much to throw away. She shrugged and left, thinking about her next steps. Back at the youth commune, Chen Chong looked at Su Miao Miao, who had finally returned. "You're finally back," he said. Then, noticing she was empty-handed, he looked surprised. "Didn't you buy anything in the county town? Did she spend the night there?" Suddenly, Su Miao Miao remembered she had forgotten something. She forgot to pretend. But she quickly made up a lie. Carrying things was tiring, so I didn't buy much. We ate on the way." People at the youth commune looked at her relaxed attitude and felt a bit envious. But thinking about how she had 800 yuan, they didn't have that kind of money, so they went back to their work. It's true, knowing someone has money can be a good thing. Chun Chong's main purpose wasn't that. He whispered, gossiping, "Did you know? The day you left, that Wang Lizi, the son of the woman who caused trouble at our youth commune, fell from the mountain. TSK, it was terrible. I heard he's lost both legs and his lower body." Seeing that Su Miao Miao was a girl, Chen Chong held back and didn't say more details. "Oh? How did he fall from the mountain? And so badly? Lost his legs?" Su Miao Miao pretended to be surprised. "Just tell me," Chen Chong said. Just then, a big rock hit him, and the men who saw the scene said they felt cold down there. It was bloody, and he was still alive, hanging on until he reached the hospital for amputation. They said he might have to use a colostomy bag in the future. He couldn't even finish talking because his arm was broken too. They all thought that living was worse than dying. It's probably because he did a lot of bad things and got his punishment. Otherwise, how come he always falls when he goes up the mountain, but others don't? Tian Shengnan couldn't help but add. When talking about this, the people at the youth settlement all became busy. Everyone instinctively gathered around. These days, the villagers have been gossiping about this matter. Tian Shengnan raised her voice and said, "Let me tell you, I heard that Wang Lizi's first wife didn't die from illness. He actually beat her to death. She gave him 4 children. They say he turned against her suddenly. Also, the 2 daughters she had before were sold. The older daughter was sold to an old bachelor in a nearby village, and she just died a few months ago. They went to collect some money from that old bachelor. The second daughter is almost sold now. Their family survives by selling daughters and dead daughters. Otherwise, they would have starved to death by now because they are lazy and don't work. Could Xiao Bao still have eggs for every meal? Remember, most villagers save their eggs to exchange for money at the supply and marketing cooperative." The old youth workers looked calm, but the new youth workers couldn't accept this. How could there be such people? Seeing everyone's interest, Tian Shengnan continued, "And Do you know why things are happening now? Because he plans to sell Sanya too. I heard they've already picked a buyer, an idiot from the neighboring village. That idiot's family has some money, and he wants to leave a successor. The whole thing is just too disgusting to imagine. So everyone says it's because her mother and older sister in heaven couldn't stand it and caused him to become unable to take care of himself. She whispered this last part, as it was superstitious. But Tian Shengnen wasn't worried. This was just what the village women discussed. She was only repeating it. Su Miao Miao, come out for your mother. What? Am I hearing things, or did I really hear the women's voices? Tian Shengnan, just talking badly about others, suddenly heard voices from the women's families. She was so scared she immediately hid behind Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao looked at Tian Shengnan, who had her head peeking out from behind her, speechless. Why are you afraid if they're calling me? But she just felt like she hadn't finished something. It turned out her enemy from the original story was still involved. It was the last straw that broke the original protagonist's spirit. The door of the youth settlement opened. Su Miao Miao saw a group of villagers, old and young, gathered around the entrance. Unlike last time, when they clearly caused trouble, this time most of them were elderly men and women. Many of the women held steamed buns in one hand and green onions in the other, eating them one after the other. Some even carried bowls. This wasn't a fight. It looked more like a scene of people watching a spectacle. Crazy woman, what's wrong now? Are you here to cause trouble again with the local youth? The woman, mother of the troublemaker, glared at the crowd with red, swollen eyes. You all know what's going on. My son only fell because of that local youth. If not her, then who? You all better witness this for me. Her voice was trembling with tears, making her seem pitiful to those who didn't understand the full story. Since they all came from the same village, some believed she might have a reason and was trying to be fair. After all, Wang the troublemaker had suffered a lot, and she, as his mother, was also quite sad. Soon, she would be the only one taking care of the whole family. But most people were just here for the entertainment. Oh? Because of me? Tell me what happened. Su Miao Miao said, surprised. She had even made Wang's voice hoarse to avoid trouble. How could she be involved? She wanted to see where she might have made a mistake, so she could improve next time. When the troublemaker's mother saw Su Miao Miao come out, she immediately jumped forward, trying to grab her face. But other women quickly stopped her. The mother of the troublemaker jumped and tried to shake her off, shouting, "Of course it's because of you. My son only fell into the mountains looking for you. That's why he's like this. You have to take responsibility. Marry my son and take care of him for life. Looking for me? Why me?" Su Miao Miao asked, feeling it was unreasonable. But the woman was being unreasonable and trying to blame her. No matter how carefully planned, it was pointless. The mother of the troublemaker hesitated, her eyes darting wildly. "Of course it's because you seduced my son. That's why he went up the mountain with you, and that's why he fell." She deeply regretted telling her son to find this woman. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Seeing her son lying in the hospital, half of his body injured, she was about to cry her eyes out. That piece of flesh had fallen from her own body. Now, seeing him like this, she wished she were the one suffering this disaster. Everyone looked at her with disbelief, and Su Miao Miao could almost guess what they were thinking. "Ma'am, you need to provide proof. Are you sure I seduced your son? When? Where? Did anyone see? If you can't explain, I will call the police." Hearing about calling the police, the villagers became excited and looked at the mother of the troublemaker, waiting for her to give a reason. She knew she had no proof, but she didn't mind making things up. After all, a woman's reputation was often destroyed by what others said about her. As long as you speak honestly, no one will care whether you actually did it or not. You're secretly talking behind people's backs. Does this kind of thing need to be done in front of everyone? Do you have no shame? Is it just because no one saw it? Su Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh in anger. It made her think of modern gossip. No proof needed, just words, and then no matter how many words are spoken, it's hard to clarify the truth. "Chun Chong, I remember your uncle is a police officer here, right? Yes, but he's not high-ranking, just a deputy director. Chin Chong replied calmly, knowing what to say. Report this to the police. I won't stop until this matter is clear, she said, then turned to the old woman. If the police find out you're spreading rumors, I might start to doubt your son's purpose for going up the mountain. Being a troublemaker can get you into serious trouble. And you, spreading rumors without proof, damaging my reputation, trying to make a young girl marry your half-disabled son. If that happens, you'll all be sent to the harshest farms for labor reform. Then your precious grandson won't have anyone to take care of him and will be taken away too. Seeing the old woman collapse to the ground as she spoke, Su Miao Miao brushed dust off her hands and delivered the final blow. If you keep causing trouble on the road, your old arms and legs might get into trouble. Your beloved grandson might end up all alone and unwanted. If something else happens, your old Wang family will be completely finished. Everyone watched the smiling girl, who spoke like a knife, and their hearts trembled. The food in their hands suddenly lost its appeal. Now, do you still insist I seduced your son? Su Miao Miao stepped forward, squatted down, and picked up a stick beside her, lifting the old woman's chin. The old woman was forced to meet Su Miao Miao's gaze. Terrified, she kept retreating. No, I didn't seduce my son. I was just imagining things. I just wanted to get some money. Please, let me go, let my son go. Su Miao Miao gently tapped her face with a stick, then threw it aside, stood up, dusted herself off, and said, Old folks, aren't you leaving? There's no reason for everyone to stay and eat. Yes, we're leaving. The villagers hurriedly dispersed. Once they were out of the youth camp area, they gathered again, excitedly talking about what just happened. When Su Miao Miao returned to the youth camp yard and was about to step onto the stairs, she suddenly saw Chin Chong reach out an arm beside her, surprising her. Come, take your time walking. I'll support you. Su Miao Miao immediately lost her composure, pushing away his arm. Be serious. I just thanked you. Then she proudly straightened her back and walked away. Her aura instantly changed. Tian Xingnan, who was following behind, didn't know what others thought, but she truly thought Su Miao Miao was amazing. She has been working in the countryside for 8 years. During this time, several beautiful young women were caught up in rumors about marrying local men. Now, she doesn't even dare to look at their lives. It's not that they are careless or reckless, but that it's too easy for someone with bad intentions to ruin you. Just spreading rumors that you were secretly with someone in the woods, with details that make it seem real, whether true or not, it looks like you did it. No one cares about your desperate protests. They just think you're making excuses. Or maybe they know, but since they live in the mud, they hope others will jump in too. This shows how mean human nature can be. Looking at the house in front of her, she thought, wasn't I like that back then? Suddenly, she felt lucky that she didn't offend Su Miao Miao at that time. Otherwise, her grave might be 2 meters high now.
Huh?
Su Miao Miao isn't a terrible person. Why would she think like that? Feeling guilty, she shook her head and hurried back to eat. In the afternoon, after delivering 2 baskets of pig feed, she and CMO went up the mountain for a quick meal. Passed by already, CMO looked at the house that had already gone past and couldn't help but remind her. Oh, to the village chief's house, to discuss building a house. She thought for a moment and decided to ask, what are your requirements for the house? None, CMO instinctively replied, then realized something. Are you planning to build a house at my place? Su Miao Miao stopped in her tracks. What do you mean your place? Right now, it's my home. Remember that. This is my house. Su Miao Miao was clearly claiming her territory. CMO, that I meant to build a house at my. But the villagers won't help. Over the years, the villagers have avoided him like the plague. He's just worried that her hopes will be dashed. You're overthinking. Su Miao Miao turned back confidently and smiled. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Money can make even ghosts push a millstone. CMO frowned, walking and thinking. Isn't it ghost pushing a millstone? When did it change? They arrived in front of a more impressive brick house in the village center. Su Miao Miao and CMO stopped there. This was the house of the village head, Zhou Aigua. Nowadays, in the countryside, people don't knock on doors anymore. They just walk in and call out. Humph humph. Su Meow Meow cleared her throat confidently. Is the team leader at home? Wang Ho-hot had just come out of the kitchen and was startled by this loud shout. Then she saw two people standing in the yard. One was CMO, whom she recognized, but it was the first time she saw him come to their house. The other girl she didn't know. Wow, she is really beautiful. Her demeanor is good, and although she has some freckles, it doesn't affect her beauty. Both have nice features, but why does she look so much more attractive? Are you here? Hello, Auntie. I am Su Meow Meow, a new young worker. We've met before. Met before? Wang Ho-hot tried to remember for a long time but couldn't recall. How could someone so pretty be forgotten so easily? But she didn't dwell on it. She shouted into the inner room, Dad, someone is looking for you. Zhou Aigua came out from inside and saw it was Su Meow Meow. He immediately became cautious. Was she here to complain about what happened at noon? That family, Wang Lizi's family, really knows how to cause trouble. The last issue had just been settled. Su, the young worker, is here. Is there something you need? Seeing the village chief's expression, Su Meow Meow knew he had misunderstood. She didn't rush to explain. She looked at the free-range chickens walking around in the yard, her eyes shining. These feathers are so bright and they look healthy. Eggs from these chickens must taste great. Suddenly, she remembered her space. Due to the survival environment of the apocalypse, she hadn't had a single egg in 10 years. Not a fresh, complete egg in all that time. Here, eggs are a luxury. Since she was used to the post-apocalyptic life, she hadn't realized she could have eggs freely all along. Su Meow Meow pounded her chest in frustration, feeling like she had missed out on a fortune. Oh, and she also remembered that Wang Lizi's family owed her 10 eggs, which they hadn't given her, causing her to miss out. No, this time, she must get her eggs back. Wang Ho-hot looked at the beautiful young girl staring at her big, colorful hen, feeling wary. She couldn't help but step forward to block the hen. This hen was their main egg layer, sometimes laying 2 eggs a day. Su Meow Meow looked at the now slightly plump middle-aged woman and smiled sweetly. Auntie, how many eggs does your hen lay each month? Do you eat them all? Wang Ho-hot frowned. Although the young girl in front of her was pretty and had a sweet smile, was she being too rude? Asking such private questions right after arriving at someone's house. Does she think she's one of those thoughtless men? Could she be easily fooled? Su Meow Meow quickly clarified, Auntie, I don't mean anything bad. I was just wondering if you can't finish the eggs, maybe you could sell some to me? I'd buy them at 5 cents each. Although she didn't know the current price of eggs, the original owner, who often bought vegetables and cooked at home, knew that eggs sold at the supply and marketing cooperative in Shanghai were usually less than 4 cents each on average. So she thought carefully before speaking. As for the extra 1 cent, she figured since she'd be living in this village for a long time, it was like a long-term protection fee. It didn't really cost her anything. These were genuine farm-raised chicken eggs, unlike the ones in later generations that came from chickens that never wandered more than 3 meters from their coops. If you wanted authentic farm eggs, you could pay more. And even then you might not get real ones. Now she could buy genuine ones. She decided to buy as many as she could, and buy regularly. Once this era was over, she'd lose this shop. In a year, her small world would be set up and she could raise chickens in her own space. But that was a year away.
What?
You're serious? Wang Ho-hot's face immediately changed from a frown to a smile. She instinctively glanced at her husband, then quickly composed herself. Comrade Su, you might not know yet, but the eggs we sell to the supply and marketing cooperative are small ones for 3 cents each, big ones for 4 cents. If you want, we can exchange at the cooperative's price. Although it hurt a little to sell at such low prices, a quick check would show that arguing over a few cents wasn't worth it. It would cause unnecessary trouble and seem greedy. Su Meow Meow smiled, even more happily. That's fine. I want a lot, but I have one request. Wang Ho-hot saw she was being so clear, and since this young comrade still wanted to buy at 5 cents and in large quantities, she couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. What's your request? I want them fresh. All the eggs delivered to me shouldn't be more than 10 days old. That's no problem. It's just in the same village. Whether you come to pick them up or I deliver, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, I'll pick out the big ones for you. Oh no, Auntie. I prefer small eggs. I heard small eggs taste better. Su Miao Miao quickly argued. People in later generations specifically buy small eggs. Fearing that Aunt Wang might misunderstand, she emphasized again. Oh, that's embarrassing. Look at Auntie. Aunt Wang's face smiled like a sunflower. How many do you want? Su Miao Miao looked at the hens in the yard. At least 100 eggs a month. Every month? 100 eggs. Wang Hohat's eyes widened, and even Zhou Aigua, who had been quietly observing her, straightened up. They instinctively started calculating. If 1 egg costs 5 cents, 10 eggs are 50 cents, and 100 eggs are 5 yuan. That means a minimum profit of 2 yuan each month. Their team's strong workers earn about 8 yuan a month based on work points, which is a lot of effort. Su Miao Miao asked, "Is that not okay? Or too many?" "No extra, of course not.
Come inside, sit down.
Have you eaten? Auntie will give you a red sugar egg." Aunt Wang quickly looked around and pulled her hand to lead her inside. Su Miao Miao looked back to signal CMO to follow, and Wang Hohat didn't say anything. "Auntie, don't bother. We'll eat first and then come." In the end, she was still offered sweet soup by Aunt Wang. "Auntie, you're overthinking. Do you think you can finish so many eggs?" "Of course. Just for the 2 of us to eat. Also, my younger brother CMO is growing, and he needs to be nourished." "Your brother?" Zhou Aigua spoke. If he remembered correctly, they originally had no connection, right? As the team leader, he knew all about the villagers' relationships. He had never heard that CMO had a sister. "Yes, I just recognized him. From now on, CMO is my younger brother. I will take care of him," Su Miao Miao said, sensing the topic shift. "Team leader, I actually came to ask for your help. The youth training site is too crowded. I want to move to my brother's house, but you know his situation, so I plan to demolish that house and rebuild it." "Build a house?" "At CMO's. At the C family's place." Zhou Aigua was hearing about this request for the first time. In their village, people building houses? And even recognizing relatives for that? He knew about the youth training site being crowded. Tian Jian, she had mentioned it to him a few days ago. But the team doesn't have money, and even if the village had funds, people wouldn't agree to use the money to build houses for the educated youth. It would cause a big fuss. So he just said to wait and see, that when the government allocated funds, they would discuss it then. Speaking of money, Zhou Aigua looked at Su Miao Miao and said, "Comrade Su, I know about the crowded youth settlement. If you really want to build a more comfortable house, I can apply for a special permit to give you the piece of land behind the youth settlement. That land is basically wasteland, and the villagers wouldn't mind." It was originally meant to be allocated to the youth settlement. When Zhou Aigua said this, he suddenly realized something. Looking at Su Miao Miao, who was half smiling, he wondered why someone would go directly to villagers' homes to build houses. At that time, their village had indeed done something wrong, using villagers' land to build houses with their own money and effort. But compared to the villagers' opinions, if the houses were built inside villagers' homes, it would perfectly solve the problem. Otherwise, with her temper, she might make all the villagers' houses become abandoned. "Uncle Aigua, I know you're trying to help me, but I prefer to live in a spacious place with a big yard. That piece of wasteland is too small." Zhou Aigua went along with her, saying, "Yes, in that case, when do you plan to build?" He couldn't stop villagers from building houses on their own land, and he had no reason to prevent it. "Uncle Aigua, the sooner the better. I want to build a big brick house like yours, but only 3 rooms instead of 5. My family is small, so I'll need your and Annie's help with the bricks and everything else. How much do you think it will cost?" "You want to build a brick house." Zhou Aigua thought she was being a bit showy. He also remembered that on her first day, villagers already knew how much money she had. The villagers were eyeing her wealth, and if he hadn't kept things under control, many villagers might have rushed in. Of course, he was doing this for the villagers' benefit. Anyone who saw her kick a girl flying would think she wasn't easy to deal with. Now she wanted to build a house. That was good. Spending some money would make the villagers worry less and feel better. Zhou Aigua compromised, saying, if you want to build a simple earthen house like ours, it would only cost around 100 yuan, since you can buy the bricks from the villagers. But if you want a brick house, it will cost more, including labor costs from the villagers. It will add up to at least 300 yuan. At this moment, Wang Hohot finally realized and enthusiastically joined the conversation, saying, yes, when we built this house, it cost over 500 yuan, but it is very comfortable to live in. Su Miao thought for a moment and said, that's fine. For her, money could solve most problems, so she added, later, I will trouble Uncle Aigua and Auntie. Oh, no trouble at all. Since you're new here, I should take good care of you. You should come visit Auntie more often. Su Miao smiled brightly and said, definitely, Auntie. I'm a bit lazy, so if you have anything new, just call me. I saw you grinding beans in the yard. Are you making tofu? Once we have our own house, could you give us a piece of tofu each time you make some? Just count it with the eggs. You're so polite, just for eating tofu. Tomorrow, Auntie will make some and bring it to you so you can taste my cooking skills. Wang Hohot's face lines deepened with her smile. She had a faint feeling that she could rely on her talent to make a fortune. This city girl, well-off and generous. She became even more enthusiastic about her own benefactor. In the end, they were sent out of the alley by Auntie Wang, who looked very happy walking ahead. On the way back, Su Miao looked at CMO, who seemed to be deep in thought. She patted his head silently, saying nothing. Leading by example, actions speak louder than words. Meanwhile, back at home, Wang Hohot was excitedly whispering with her husband. Husband, where does this Sioux city girl come from? How can she build a house without blinking an eye? That cost 300 yuan. Even their family had taken a long time to consider when building their brick house. Zhou Aigua glanced at his wife and puffed on his pipe. Are you chatting happily with someone? Luckily, they were still in the village, so they could barter goods. Otherwise, they might be accused of speculation. His wife was good at everything, just a bit obsessed with money, but it wasn't a big problem. She was a good person. With him around, nothing serious would happen. Still, they needed to be cautious about Sioux City Girl in the future.
I saw you didn't object, she said.
He knew her well. If she didn't dislike someone, he would have interrupted long ago. You have a point, but why didn't you recognize that it's the young educated youth you talk about every day, the one with 800 yuan? Zhou Aigua's eyes flashed with pride.
What?
Who are you talking about? Wang Guohua was confused. Just because she didn't know Su Jiqing, does that mean she didn't see him on his first day working? With all those pimples, he could be called the ugliest young educated youth in history. At that time, she thought not all city-born young educated youths were fairer than those from the countryside. It's him. And besides, those aren't even pimples on his face. It's just an allergy that made it look like that. Recently, people in the village had been asking around, and once they knew who it was, they got even more excited. But Comrade Su went up the mountain every day to gather pig grass, and he only saw a bunch of children. When it was time to finish work, he would go straight back to the youth station, so people never really ran into him. Oh my, that's impressive. An allergy that looks like a disfigurement, Aunt Wang said casually, not expecting a clear answer. It's just that she doesn't know how to manage her money. With only 800 yuan, she dares to spend 300 on building a house and even build someone else's house. And she even told the seller the price of eggs, but she still wants to buy them at 5 cents each. Zhou Aigua tapped his pipe against the bed frame, looking at his simple-minded wife. He thought that Comrade Su probably didn't have any bad intentions. Otherwise, he would be playing her like a game. Why do you look at me like that? Wang Guohua touched her face. Did she get food on it? Do you think everyone says she only has 800 yuan, but she actually has more? According to his estimate, Su Jiqing's money was at least in the 4 figures. And do you think she really loses out just because she spends 2 more cents on your eggs? So what? Isn't it obvious? I'm asking you, are you already thinking about how to get bricks and build a house for her? Or who to ask for help? Isn't that what we should do? The 2 children without adults taking care of things, what's wrong with that? Are you sure? Zhou Aigua shot her a sidelong glance, not knowing what she was really thinking. Wang Guohua finally started to think under her husband's gaze. She seemed to understand a little. But for the money, what's wrong with taking better care? Working hard in the fields, isn't it all for money and grain? She was just doing a small favor. No one would lose out. Why does this girl have so many confusing ideas in her head? After thinking quietly for a while, Aunt Wang suddenly slapped her thigh, almost dropping her cigarette. Why are you so startled? Brother, what do you think about introducing Su Jiqing to our second son as a wife? His second son is honest and straightforward. A clever wife would be just right for him, and it would help his future career. At this, Zhou Aigua nearly fell off his stool. What are you thinking? Do girls from the city really want to marry into our countryside? Besides, Wang Guohua was unhappy to hear that. What's wrong with us being from the countryside? Now, many city girls have also become farmers. And our second son is a soldier. He's a bit older, but he's already a deputy battalion commander. Very promising. Many girls from the county are interested in him, and their conditions are better and better. His second son missed his chance because of military service. He's 28 and still unmarried, and she's worried sick about him. This stubborn kid doesn't care about his future, so she, as his mother, has to handle everything. Zhou Aigua looked at his wife, who got angry every time she mentioned their son, and shook his head. He wouldn't persuade her anymore. She would learn from her failures. He, as an old man, was happy if it could happen. But he was worried their humble home couldn't hold a phoenix. In the next few days, everyone saw trucks of blue bricks being brought to Simo's small yard. After asking around, they finally found out that Su Miao Miao wanted to build a house at Simo's unlucky home, and it was a brick and tile house. The jealousy in their hearts was hard to hide. Now, even if Su Miao Miao arrived early in the morning or left on time, she couldn't avoid being surrounded by villagers when she returned from work at the Knowledge Youth Point. They didn't care if CMO was nearby. They directly asked, Su Jiqing, I heard you're going to build 3 brick and tile rooms at Simo's place. Su Miao Miao looked at the tightly blocked road and helplessly replied, Yes, that's right. What's the matter? Oh, such a waste. Do you know how much it costs to build 3 brick and tile rooms? And you're building them at someone else's house?
You
really don't understand how expensive life is if you haven't managed a household. Do you know that all this money might be wasted? Well, in a few years, when CMO is grown up and gets married, you'll be an outsider. Maybe you'll even be disliked and kicked out. What are you really after? This was the first time CMO spoke back, but he looked at Su Miao Miao and said, I won't get married. His tone was calm, but Su Miao Miao could feel he was serious. She didn't respond directly, just smiled and gently pulled him behind her. It seemed she hadn't thought much about this issue before, but now, after 70 years, in at most 8 years, the college entrance exam will be restored. By then, CMO will be 19, and getting married wouldn't be too late. She just needed to make sure she lived comfortably during these 8 years. Building a house she liked was worth it. After all, how many 8-year periods does life have? She didn't reply, but the older women couldn't hold back. You're still young and don't understand much. When you grow up, you'll want a wife, they said, continuing to look at Su Miao Miao with kind but earnest words. Many women have lost their families for their husbands, and you're just an outsider. Listen to me now. It's still not too late to regret. The bricks are just sitting there. They won't spoil. Exactly. If you really want a house made of blue bricks, you can wait a bit longer. Find a young man from the village to marry, and then move into a new home. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Not to brag, but my son is quite handsome and well known in the area. Su Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. If she remembered correctly, this chubby aunt was the one who had said she would never let her be her son's wife. Come on, stop it. Your son already has his eye on someone else, and you're trying to fool a young girl from the countryside. What are you saying? Don't spread rumors. If you delay my son's marriage, can you afford to pay? She said, reaching out to scratch the other's face. Seeing a fight about to break out, Su Miao Miao quickly intervened. Ladies, I know you're all doing this for my good. But I've already made my decision. Besides, this house is built by me, and it's part of me. Even if CMO gets married, he can't take it away. The women looked at each other, exhausted from trying to persuade her, feeling a bit heartbroken, as if they were hurting themselves. But when they heard that the house was also part of her, hope lit up again. When the house is finished, everyone is welcome to come and celebrate the roof raising. Although due to the old customs being broken, there weren't many formalities now. It was still traditional to invite people to celebrate the completion of the house. It didn't matter if the decorations weren't expensive, just good luck. Everyone else had already discussed with the team leader about building houses for the villagers' 10 strong workers. They work for 80 cents a day regardless of meals and are eager to help. Currently, farm work isn't very busy, and even a full day's work isn't worth half a day's harvest during the busy autumn season. Plus, during harvest time, even working full days, they can't earn 80 cents a day. When they returned to the youth commune, everyone learned that Su Miao Miao planned to build a house at Simo's home. Everyone admired her boldness and her clever idea to avoid having her house taken over. Most of all, they envied that she could live there herself, instead of squeezing into the youth commune. Tian Jian, she looked at her with more complex feelings. Only she could come up with such an unexpected yet reasonable plan. Su Miao Miao explained, "In a few days, Simo's old house will be torn down. I want him to stay in our youth commune's living room for a few days until his new house is built." Everyone stayed silent, but it seemed they accepted her plan. Su Miao Miao almost wanted to laugh. "Don't worry, I will cover dinner these days. After work, you can help out a bit. No need to do much, just help out to show you're there." Over the past few days, she had been thinking about what to store on the 6th and 7th floors of the space warehouse. She finally decided to store food. After organizing, she realized she had accumulated a lot of supplies during the apocalypse. People need food, and food is always the most important. Right after the apocalypse started, everyone rushed to restaurants and supermarkets to get food. That's why these supplies are worth it. Food mainly includes rice, flour, grains, oil, vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, milk, and processed foods, 10 categories in total. She divided the space on the 6th and 7th floors into 10 sections, each 20 m by 49. 5 m, separated by a 1-meter wide corridor. From left to right, the labels are rice, flour, grains, oil, general goods supermarket, vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, milk. These labels are to prevent confusion. Currently, the 6th floor is empty and the 7th floor only stores rice, flour, grains, oil, and general goods. For example, candies, snacks, chocolates, instant foods, seasonings, and kitchenware all belong to the general goods supermarket. Other sections, vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, and milk, are almost empty because, in the apocalypse, these items are scarce. The basic foods stored in her space were either collected there or taken after she destroyed that laboratory. The end of the world was caused by both natural disasters and human mistakes. While ordinary people were panicking and zombies roamed freely, the top officials were already well armed. Later, as circumstances changed, they were eliminated. In the end, she benefited from this. Of course, vegetables and fruits were still sold later because there were plant-type abilities users, but their harvest was too small to eat enough. Now she has come to a beautiful, clear mountain area from the 1970s. Back then, food was not as advanced as in later times, with less technology and fewer options. It felt like she was here to stockpile supplies. Plus, in a year, she would have her own space with a spiritual spring for planting, providing endless food. So, right now, her main goal is to eat or sell all the supplies she collected during the end-of-world chaos to free up space. Su Miao looked at the dozen or so people at the youth station. She thought that her space's food could last these people for hundreds of years. Maybe she should sell everything during the reform and opening up period? Really? All the meal costs are covered? And only when you're off work to help? Tian Shengnan couldn't help but get excited about food, her eyes shining as she looked at her. Su Miao felt a bit insecure under her gaze. But she knew she should be confident because she suddenly remembered that the food stored in her space was mostly fine grains, of very high quality. However, she hadn't stored food for very long. If she wanted to provide meals now, she'd have to buy coarse grains for them. But she couldn't exchange them now. The villagers wouldn't want to trade coarse grains for fine grains. They thought it was too luxurious. Tian Shengnan saw Su Miao hesitating and looked disappointed. But since they were fellow youth, she would still help with big tasks like building houses. She pretended to be indifferent, saying, "It's okay, just." "No, I'm thinking about where I can buy grain. I only have food coupons for eating at restaurants." "Don't even think about that," Su Miao Miao said, looking at Tian Shengnan with an innocent face. Tian Shengnan. She wanted to speak, but then realized that in this era, inviting people to eat out was not easy. In the end, Su Miao Miao bought grain from the brigade with money. She was glad she only needed to manage the dinner for these dozen or so youth. From now on, she decided not to make empty promises anymore. Otherwise, having endless grain and still buying more felt like wasting money, even though she had plenty of it. Before the house officially started construction, almost everyone in the village came to watch. In the countryside, whenever there is something new, people will gather around. They pointed at Su Miao Miao, criticizing her as wasteful and not good at managing life. No one dared to say she wouldn't marry, but many older women started to try to make friends with her, showing off how understanding and kind they were, hoping to impress her and gain favor with her family's son. If she marries him, she'll bring home a lucky baby. Most importantly, those with bad intentions were worried because they knew that even the mother of the troublemaker, Lizzie, hadn't gained any benefits from this girl and was almost sent to a farm for reform. Thinking about Wang Lizzie, who now lies at home in bed, eating and sleeping, everyone shivered. Although their bad luck wasn't Sue's fault, villagers are superstitious. Everyone could guess what their family was planning, but just when they went to find Sue, he fell from the mountain. Many villagers had been up the mountain before, but no one else had fallen. Only him, and he fell so hard. And anyone who can be with CMO, this little troublemaker, must be someone special. Now, seeing her lively and charming, it's clear she isn't cursed or unlucky. Who's stronger? Who knows? Phew, how could anyone say Sue is cursed? She's such a good kid. When the old house was torn down, CMO felt a huge weight lift from his heart, as if a big stone had been removed. From now on, he believed he would have a new life and finally find the meaning of living. He turned to look at the person who always seemed shining brightly, and for the first time, he genuinely smiled. Today's sunshine is really nice. The village chief hired skilled workers for the building. After Su Miao Miao shared her ideas, the leader immediately understood and even suggested improvements. Su Miao Miao only knew theory. She listened to the experts for everything else. The work of a dozen strong laborers was impressive. They finished tearing down the old house in the morning and started laying the foundation in the afternoon. Su Miao Miao had taken days off to run around, feeling proud of seeing her house being built little by little. The young workers from the youth training center also came to help after work, hardly ever slacking off, except for Su Jiao Jiao. She wasn't there to work. She was there to see people. Coincidentally, the person building the house is the male lead, Lu Yi. Someone who can carry a 300-pound wild boar is definitely one of the strongest workers in the village. Su Jiao Jiao saw how hard her husband was working and glared at Su Miao Miao. She was a bit petty, earning only 80 cents a day and not even providing meals, which was worse than a capitalist. Once they finish building their house, she also wants to build one to show the villagers the difference. She didn't know it was possible to build a house like this before, or she would have done it earlier. But she couldn't rush because her situation was different from Lu Ye's. Thinking about the small, cramped, and depressing earthen house at the youth station, she felt suffocated just remembering it. The small, high windows looked like a prison. She wondered what the designers were thinking back then. These days, she only enters the house at the right time. She also thought about the 500 yuan and receipts her family sent her again. She was determined to make this happen. She wanted a big house, bigger than Su Miao Miao's. She planned to build 5 rooms, not just 3, and include her brother and sister, too. Seeing her husband's muscles become more defined from exertion, full of masculine strength, Su Jiao Jiao felt her face flush with shyness. Anyway, they would be together eventually, so getting married sooner wouldn't be a problem. Su Miao Miao didn't know what Su Jiao Jiao was thinking, but she saw her glaring and immediately returned the glare. Usually, she didn't hold grudges, but if someone wronged her, she would settle it right away. The next moment, she saw Su Jiao Jiao blush and lower her head. Su Miao Miao rolled her eyes and glared back. Time passed quickly. In less than half a month, a beautiful brick house took shape. On the day the beams were placed, Su Miao Miao climbed onto the roof and playfully threw peanuts, melon seeds, and candies down. This marked the official completion of her house. After 2 days of heating the Kong and airing it out, she placed her new furniture, made by Uncle Sheng, inside. Su Miao Miao and her partner officially moved in. On the first day, Su Miao Miao invited everyone from the youth station to a warm house feast. To make the table look nice, CMO specially went up the mountain to catch 3 rabbits. After all, the youth workers had been very dedicated these days, and it was her way of returning their kindness. They enjoyed a happy meal and then invited everyone to tour the new home. Even Su Jiao Jiao, who usually thought she didn't get along with her, came to see the house. She almost used a ruler to measure everything during the tour. Su Miao Miao could tell that he wasn't really interested in the wine. But she didn't mind. Looking at the small villa in front of her, her heart was dancing with joy. The entire property is about 400 square meters, about 18 meters wide and 25 meters long. Although there are many people in northeast China now, land is still plentiful, and each household has a similar-sized plot. Besides the 3 large tiled houses facing the door, there are small side rooms on both sides. She uses one for a bathroom, and CMO uses the other for storage. She even specially asked Uncle Mu Sheng to make a bath bucket. Since coming here, she hadn't taken a proper bath. Although she has water-based powers and her body stays clean, she still enjoys the relaxing feeling of scrubbing herself. After washing, she feels refreshed. Every time she finishes bathing, she feels a little more beautiful. Apart from the main kitchen in the living room, she also built a simple outdoor kitchen in the west wing, because the bricks weren't enough, so she used earth bricks to connect to the woodshed. Northeast summers aren't extremely hot, but she's afraid of heat. Cooking in the living room kitchen makes her bedroom feel stuffy. The main gate is in the southeast corner, so the toilet is placed in the southwest corner. The remaining space is fenced off as a vegetable garden, looking very neat and grand. Looking at the whole layout, Su Miao Miao was very satisfied. This was her ideal rural home. It would be perfect if she raised a few chickens and a big yellow dog. After she finished tidying up, she planned to ask Aunt Wang Ho Hot for some chicks. Really nice. You've freed yourself, while we still have to squeeze at the youth commune. 7 grown men sharing one bed, Chen Chong said, looking at the spacious, bright, and well-planned yard and house, unable to hold back his feelings. Why didn't he think of this earlier? And now, Tianjian, she told the village chief, he wanted to add a small building. What's the situation now? If it really can't be done, he might pay for a small house nearby himself. The others can't stand him anymore. They feel like they're being squeezed thin. Thinking about CMO, a little girl who is so thin she weighs less than half of him, yet she can live alone with 7 people sharing a bed. He's jealous and envious. Su Miao Miao smiled brightly at him, but her words made everyone at the youth commune feel uneasy. That's just the beginning. I heard that after the new year, more youth will come, and they won't be fewer than us. At that time, the main character, Su Jiao Jiao's small shabby house was forcibly filled with 2 people, so Su Jiao Jiao directly married Lu Yi and moved into a big house. Really? Who told you that? Are you trying to scare me? Chen Chong wailed. Although it was a question, they all believed it because they knew that what Su Miao Miao could confidently say was true. A group of people left feeling disappointed. In stark contrast was Su Miao Miao. She was lying on a 6-square-meter Kong bed, excitedly flipping around. Now that she was alone on the bed, she could roll as much as she wanted, and no one would restrict her sleeping position. Because of this, she didn't bother to customize a Kong bed cabinet, which was a must in every household in the Northeast. She thought that since it was a bed, she didn't need to put anything else on it besides bedding. Of course, she didn't always think this way. When she was a child, she often watched TV and envied those little girls with princess beds, surrounded by plush toys, looking so warm and cozy. When she grew up, she bought many plush toys to display. At first, it was exciting for a couple of days, but then she felt these things took up space everywhere and cramped her sleeping area. Eventually, she put them away. Regarding bedding, Su Miao Miao looked at the thin quilt, which was patched up and the same set she took from the original owner's house. She thought she should have thrown it away long ago. She wondered if she was still the delicate, picky person she used to be after holding on for so long. Moreover, the size of the quilt didn't match the Kong bed, which affected her mood when rolling around. Yes, tomorrow she would ask Aunt Ho-Hot to find out which family could custom-make a straw mat. Then she would learn to make bedding and clothes from Aunt Ho-Hot. She also needed to throw away her old clothes. They should all be replaced with new ones. She didn't know if Aunt Ho-Hot took sewing jobs, but she thought anyway, she didn't have any big issues. This life was about enjoying herself. Learning to make clothes and bedding was also a way to cultivate her character and pick up some skills. In the future, she would have 2 sets of clothes and bedding for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, including one for CMO. She had stockpiled a lot of cotton in the apocalypse, but she wondered if the 100-foot cloth she bought when she went to the countryside was enough. With one idea after another, Su Miao Miao fell into a sweet, peaceful sleep. In the morning, she was awakened by the warm morning light. Surprisingly, she didn't sleep in. She stretched lazily and continued lying in bed, wide-eyed, adjusting herself. Last night, there was no snoring, no teeth grinding, and no mixed smells of sweat and foot odor. Looking at her already turned-over bed, her smile grew wider, and suddenly she rolled over and got up from the bed. In the living room, breakfast was already laid out on the custom dining table. There were fragrant large meat buns, homemade small pickles, and soft, sweet millet porridge. This is true life. After washing up, she took the chopsticks handed to her by CMO and started eating. She cracked an egg. Wow, the eggs now are so fresh. CMO has finally improved his cooking skills under her guidance. He even masters boiling eggs perfectly, with no greenish yolk, just right with a runny center. Just as she was about to praise him, she saw him push the egg toward her. Eat some too. Our family can afford it. From his expression, she could tell what he was thinking. Su Miao Miao looked serious. You're still young. Eating 1 egg a day is enough to get nutrients. I can find ways to get what I want to eat. We're not short of money. Then she remembered something. She went back to her Space's supermarket, found some milk powder, opened it, and poured it into a plastic bag. She took it out and placed it on the table, pushing it toward him. Remember, you need 1 egg and a bowl of milk powder every day. You can eat meat and other good food if you want. I'm not being stingy with you, she continued. You need to fetch water, chop firewood, cook, feed the pigs, tidy up the house, clean the vegetable garden, and in the future, take care of chickens and ducks. None of these tasks can be skipped. These are your responsibilities. But your health is the foundation of everything, she added. You're at the age to grow taller and stronger. You need to eat these things. Otherwise, when you grow up, no matter how much money or delicacies you have, it won't make up for missed growth. Just like me, if I miss my growth period, I'll never grow tall. That was true in my past life, and it's still true now. I'm just over 1.6 meters tall. She sighed and continued her advice. Look at how thin and short you're now. I hope you grow up tall and handsome. It'll be more impressive when you go out. Not like that kid from the other family whose sister is so pretty, but he's so short. She told him, you'd better grow proportionally. Su Miao Miao kept talking nonstop, worried that he might skip meals or neglect his health to save food, which could stunt his growth. She chose him not only because of his personality, family background, and abilities, but mainly because of his looks. It must feel very rewarding to raise a child who matches her aesthetic and see him grow up step by step. Thinking about having a tall, handsome brother who looks like Pan and obedient and gentle, calling her sister, carrying her bags, and helping her vent anger, she couldn't help but smile like a caring aunt. She didn't know what expression to make at that moment, so she quietly put away the eggs and milk powder. After finishing her breakfast, she started measuring her height.
Su miao miao ate her birey fast happiri.
Before leaving the table, she reminded herself, "Remember to tell me when the milk powder is finished, so I can get more." "We have plenty." After getting a response, she looked around her territory like inspecting it. She went to the kitchen to fill the grain jar and arrange the pots, bowls, chopsticks, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The grain jar was specially brought back from the county town. So, she spent over 300, maybe close to 400, on building this house, along with furniture and various daily necessities. It didn't matter. Her family was well off. She also noticed that the more she bought things, the happier the villagers seemed. After waking up from her nap, CMO had already gone to gather pig feed. She was just wandering around, preparing to go out. She locked the house door and then the main gate. Looking at the sharp tree branches stuck in the wall, Su Miao Miao decided to go up the mountain to find her big orange cat. Recently, she and the cat had formed a good understanding. Every time the big orange came to find her, it would bring her gifts, like a trembling little rabbit that looked scared stiff, a pangolin pretending to be dead, or colorful spicy strips. Of course, she had beaten it up once. Do you know how much it hurt her tiny heart when she happily took the spicy strips from its mouth? She has been afraid of snakes since she was a child. Since then, she and the cat have been roaming the mountains and forests, searching for treasures. Now, she probably has collected countless ginseng and lingji mushrooms. She plans to make ginseng medicinal wine someday. Speaking of wine, she suddenly remembered the high-quality alcohol she collected during the apocalypse. Oh, and cigarettes. She doesn't smoke, and she isn't used to drinking alcohol. She still doesn't understand why some people are so obsessed with alcohol, but she respects their choice. Of course, she prefers sweet fruit wines, the kind that makes her feel slightly tipsy, but she now considers them drinks. She knows what she will put on the 8th level of her space: cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and the water of life. Before the end of the world, tap water couldn't be drunk directly. When boiled, it had tiny floating particles, and after settling, it left behind water scale. People had no choice but to buy water. Not only was it expensive, but it was also filtered tap water. Now, the well water is sweet and tasty. So, Su Miao Miao decided to do it. She divided the 8th level of her space into sections like the first 7 or 8 levels. She labeled 2 side corridors with the words smoke, alcohol, tea, drink, and water. Then she started moving things from the lower space to the appropriate places, one by one. When she looked for her 10-ton plastic water container, she suddenly found it was full of fish and shrimp.
Su miao miao.
Oh no! Her mind must have been affected by zombies. She forgot that she had specifically brought back fish and shrimp from the sea. When she returned, she planned to make a full fish feast. As for the water, she thought about the buckets that already held seafood. Never mind, she would find a way later. Next, she placed the seafood into the 6th level, where the meat was stored. Seeing the empty space, she wondered if she should start a farm. Investing in it wouldn't be a loss. She could supply herself with fresh food, which she couldn't do with just her own supply. And she would eat safe, healthy food. Just look at how food safety issues have pushed children in later generations to the limit. On her way, she saw 2 gray wolves fighting fiercely. Su Miao Miao was about to hide and act as a referee, but they were scared away by the appearance of a big orange cat. She looked back at it. The big orange cat looked innocent. Su Miao Miao was annoyed but didn't need a reason to hit it. She gave it a gentle tap on the head. It was easy to knock over. Laughing and playing, she waited for CMO, who was carrying firewood and catching wild chickens. Since they started building the house, he would bring back a small animal for lunch every day when they ate together. It was a nightmare for the small animals in these mountains and forests. Today's lunch was braised chicken with yellow sauce, plus some fried prawns. If she hadn't quickly created a barrier to contain the smell inside the house, the whole village would have come running. The fried prawns smelled so good. The first thing Su Miao Miao did was teach CMO how to peel shrimp. Then she waited to eat, and afterward, they went to the yard to digest. The vegetable garden in the yard had just been cleared, and nothing was planted yet. Su Miao Miao measured it. At least 100 square meters. She planned to grow watermelons, cucumbers, eggplants, beans, and chives. Yes, chives, eggs, rice noodles, buns, and pies are all delicious. She also decided to catch some chicks to raise. She had thought about it yesterday and decided to do it today. After telling CMO, she went to the village chief's house to find Aunt Ho-Hot. Aunt Ho-Hot warmly welcomed her inside and gave her 2 chicks. She wanted to give more, but at this time, raising chickens, ducks, or pigs was restricted. Having too many would be considered illegal trading or capitalism's tail. Right now, chickens are raised based on the number of people. 2 people can raise 1 chicken. Since only she and CMO are here, she only took 2 chicks. She was worried that one might get sick and die if there were more. Su Miao Miao carried the 2 chicks, chased by Mama Hen Dehua, almost pecked. Dehua, why are you like this? I've followed you many times these days, but we're not close yet. And now, because of your chick, you're so harsh to me? She ran while trying to reason with Dehua. Of course, what she didn't say was that she was following Dehua to see her lay eggs. Since she saw Dehua lay eggs a few days ago, she liked this activity very much. She wasn't sure if she was abnormal, but she enjoyed collecting eggs more than eating them. So these days, she went to pick up eggs herself and just kept track of it with Aunt Ho-Hot. Aunt Ho-Hot, respecting her curiosity but not understanding it, just let her do as she pleased. Later, she also asked Aunt Ho-Hot about making custom straw mats and sewing clothes and bedding. There was a family in the village that specialized in making straw mats, and she ordered 2, 1 for CMO and 1 for herself. As for sewing clothes and bedding, Aunt Ho-Hot warmly invited her to come to her house every evening after work. With nothing else to do, Su Miao Miao now had a fixed daily activity. While she was seriously learning sewing, rumors started spreading in the village. Perhaps because Su Miao Miao had been visiting Wang Aunt's house too often these days, everyone was saying that Aunt Ho-Hot liked her and wanted her to be her second daughter-in-law. People were upset, feeling they lost 2 good marriage prospects at once. The rumors spread more and more, and eventually even the people at the youth camp heard about it. Some even came to her house during noon to gossip. Tian Shengnan was the most impatient, her face full of excitement. Su Miao Miao, is what the villagers say true? Are you really going to marry the second son of the team leader's family, Zhou Qingzong? As the person involved, Su Miao Miao was completely stunned and confused by this question. Why would she suddenly say something like that? Usually, only Tian Shengnan, Niu Jinbu, and Chen Chong come to her small yard. They chat about gossip or ask her to do some chores. Sometimes she feels sorry for Simo, who works so hard alone. Life is usually peaceful, and playing with friends is quite fun. But this time, she counted 6, 7, 10, 12 people, all members of the youth brigade, had gathered at her yard for a meeting. Even Lu Zhaodi, the least noticeable among the young women, had bright eyes full of energy. Who told you that? Su Miao Miao sat on a lounge chair on the porch. She had specially asked her craftsman to modify it. The small room jutted out, and the living room was moved back 1.5 meters so she could lie on the porch and watch the rain. When she had free time, she could also set up the dining table outside for meals or barbecues, which was very convenient. Now, chatting was easy too. No need to invite anyone inside. Everyone naturally moved their small wooden stools to sit near the porch. The villagers all say that. Don't you know? Aunt Wang Guohua didn't tell you. Su Miao Miao looked at Tian Shengnan, who didn't seem to be joking. Suddenly, she remembered that a few days ago, Aunt Guohua had casually asked her a question. Miao Miao, what do you think about soldiers? Very good. They protect the country and give a sense of security. Would you want to marry a soldier? Nowadays, which young girl doesn't want to marry a soldier? She remembered saying that at the time. Did Aunt Guohua misunderstand? It had been days, and she still knew that Aunt Guohua's second son was in the army. He was a promising officer. Looking at the dozen or so gossiping faces in front of her, she asked, "What's the big deal?" If I don't want to say, no one can get the exact answer for me. Do you know how many young women in the village are hoping to marry Zhou Qingzong? Oh, Su Miao actually knew that during this period, due to the national background, soldiers were one of the most popular career choices for girls when choosing a spouse. Of course, in later generations as well. Don't you see that a single university instructor receives many pink love letters every day? Do you know the brick house of the squad leader's family? It was built with Zhou Qingzong's allowance. I heard he was promoted to deputy battalion commander this year, and now he gets over 80 yuan in allowance each month. Tian Xingnan Maiden ate with her hand and waved it around in front of everyone. Over 80. Deng Wenfang was the first to react, her eyes shining. Su Miao glanced at her. Oh, she's the girl who said she was pretentious at the welcome banquet when she first arrived. She looks pretty, but her features don't quite match the older generation's taste. Her face is a bit sharp. In later times, she would definitely be a beauty everyone admires. But now, is she no longer chasing Gu Wenqing? She hasn't paid much attention to Gu Wenqing lately, and Gu Wenqing isn't chasing the female lead anymore either. Seeing her comments stir everyone's emotions, Tian Shengnan looked proud. Yes, and I heard that once promoted to deputy battalion commander, you can apply to bring your family along. Then you won't have to work in the fields anymore. With over 80 yuan in allowance each month, and the squad leader and his wife being so kind, life is like that of a fairy. Tian Xingnan's eyes were full of envy. Why isn't she so lucky? But looking at Su Miao's increasingly stunning face and her calm, confident attitude when facing any problem, plus the fact that she has her own money, she suddenly thought, if she were Aunt Wang, she would want someone like her to be her daughter-in-law. The kind of dream that makes you wake up smiling. Among the female educated youth, except for Su Jiao, everyone else looked at Su Miao with envy. Su Jiao secretly curled her lips, thinking that girls from small towns haven't seen much of the world. What's there to envy? Any of her brothers could easily beat her, not to mention her uncle. She wanted to let them see the world but was afraid they'd get the better of her, so she rolled her eyes and looked away. By the way, she and Lu Yi would be getting their marriage license in a few days. What should she wear then? Deng Wenfang's eyes flicked as she looked at Su Miao. Are you really going to marry Zhou Qingzong? She had figured it out. The girl Gu Wenqing was just a wooden block. Although her family was well off, she didn't even look at her properly. She had her own temper after all. Thinking that she was already 20 this year and about to be called an old girl who can't find a husband, she felt anxious. Missing the golden age for marriage makes it hard to find a good match. She also looked at some young men in the village, but she didn't like any of them. They had no money, no looks, and were all macho. Today, she heard about Zhou Qingzong. He seemed like a perfect match for her. Although he came from the countryside, he was promising. How many 28-year-olds could reach the rank of deputy battalion commander? With a little more effort over a few years, she could become the wife of a regimental commander. But why didn't the wife of the squad leader consider her? Su Miao was only slightly better looking, had better skin, more money, more ability. What else? And she spent money more extravagantly than her. Didn't everyone in the village want a wife who was thrifty and hardworking? Seeing Deng Wenfang's expression, Su Miao knew what she was thinking. She thought this person is quite practical. If Gu Wenqing tries to flirt, she'll change partners immediately. Honestly, people like her tend to do well in real life. But what right did she have to do as she pleased? She could make her own decisions, but shouldn't be forced into promises. Yes, she was quite rebellious. Maybe not. You have to meet someone and get along to really know. Deng Wenfang's head immediately drooped, and Su Miao smirked with a wicked smile. Playing tricks is fun. But why did she suddenly feel a bit cold? Looking in the direction of the gaze, she saw Lu Xiaoti's bald spot on her head. Oh, so people in this era can go bald too? She patted her own thick, shiny black braids, calming herself down. Since no one got a clear answer from her, they didn't mind. After gossiping, everyone went back to their own meals. Su Miao didn't care about the village rumors. Since the person involved didn't react, everyone lost interest and returned to normal. She continued to go to Aunt Ho-Hot's house to learn sewing. Congratulations! With Aunt Ho-Hot's help, She finally made 2 quilts. Each was filled with 8 jean of cotton, sun-dried in July, soft, warm, and smelling of sunshine. They fit perfectly on the bed, much more comfortable and pleasing to the eye. She kept going. She still had 2 more summer and winter quilts to make. But when she went again to the squad leader's house to see Aunt Ho-Hot, she was just about to enter the yard when she saw a man in military uniform. She thought, why do the villagers look at her with such strange expressions again? The man, though not very handsome, his face was a bit dark, had a strong, upright build, full of righteousness and an imposing presence. He looked like a true man. Su Miao Miao politely smiled at the other person. This should be the second son of Aunt Ho-Hot, who has been in the army for 12 years. He's back on leave? Zhou Qingzong turned around and saw a girl at the gate with delicate features, fair skin, and looks better than a movie star. He instinctively straightened up. After a long while, he wondered who she was looking for. Just then, his mother came out of the living room and hurriedly ran past him toward the girl. "Oh, Miao Miao, you finally arrived. Annie has been waiting for you for a long time. Come inside and sit. Today, Annie will teach you." Wang Ho-Hot was pulling Su Miao Miao into the house when she saw her second son standing at the door like a gatekeeper. She felt disappointed. Her son had joined the army and seemed to have become a bit slow. He didn't even know how to talk to a girl. Then she turned to introduce Su Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, you probably haven't met him yet. This is my second son, Zhou Qingzong. He just came back on leave to visit family today. This is Su Miao Miao, Comrade Su. She just came to the countryside as a youth. I told you, you must take good care of her, understand?" When Zhou Qingzong heard that this was the girl his mother called a youth from the countryside, his face, usually dark, turned slightly red. His usually firm demeanor became awkward. Yes, it was like he was given an order. Wang Ho-Hot felt her eardrums vibrate. After reacting, she was so angry she almost wanted to slap her son. He was so clueless about saving her face. Seeing Su Miao Miao nearby, who was smiling with her eyes, she quickly pulled her into the house to avoid embarrassment. Auntie Wang didn't bring up matchmaking intentionally, so the two of them continued to chat about village gossip while sewing a quilt. However, when she was about to leave, Aunt Ho-Hot insisted that Zhou Qingzong see her off. Su Miao Miao didn't mind. Summer nights were long. It was already 7 p.m., but the sky outside was still bright. Many villagers sat in groups outside the yard, resting. When they walked past, the villagers fell silent and watched them closely. For the first time, Su Miao Miao felt a prickling sensation on her back. Good. She would definitely become the topic of conversation among the village women. Looking at the woman next to her, whose eyes sparkled with amusement as she overheard the villagers' comments behind her, her face turned red to her neck. People in this era were so innocent. No, wait. Those women's words were so blunt, it was almost like they were talking about a bed right there. Taking the opportunity to find a quiet place in the village, Su Miao Miao decided to clarify things with the other person. Since it was impossible, she wouldn't delay him anymore. Actually, help. She was interrupted by a sharp scream, followed by the sound of someone falling into the water. Su Miao Miao was forced to swallow her words. She thought, surely this is a common scene from a historical story? A soldier brother always saves a drowning woman when returning to the village? Before she could think further, she saw Zhou Qingzong already running toward the small river, taking off his clothes. By the time she caught up, Zhou Qingzong was in the river, holding a woman and paddling toward the shore. The woman clung to him tightly, like an octopus. When he finally got the woman onto the bank, most of the villagers had gathered around. So Miao Miao. Wow, they were just waiting for this? A chubby auntie was the first to come over and look at the man and woman still holding each other. Oh, Qingzong, what's going on? Zhou Qingzong quickly released his hold and raised his hands to show he was innocent. Auntie, I don't know. We were walking peacefully when we heard someone shouting for help. I just helped her out of the water. After reaching the shore, Zhou Qingzong kept trying to push the woman away. But whether she was too scared or something else, every time he moved, she clung to him even tighter. Now it was summer and the woman was wearing thin clothes. He felt uncomfortable touching her anywhere, so they just stood there awkwardly. Miss, you're now safe. You can let go, Zhou Qingzong said helplessly, looking at the woman who still didn't move. Auntie, please help. This lady might be frightened. Help me pull her away and send her back. It's summer, but if she catches a cold, it won't be good, he added. Seeing the woman still holding onto Zhou Qingzong and refusing to let go, the chubby auntie understood what was happening. She wanted to see which shameless little fox spirit this was. She stepped forward to try to pull the woman away forcefully. But despite pinching her skin, the woman refused to leave Zhou Qingzong's arms. Don't touch me, my clothes. My clothes are soaked. Are you trying to kill me? The woman dodged the Annie's hands while twisting in Zhou Qingzong's arms. The scene became quite awkward and uncomfortable. Although she blocked the front, the clothes behind her were tightly pressed against her body, making everything clearly visible, even the outline of her underwear. Su Miao Miao crossed her arms and calmly said, "Your backside is showing." The woman screamed and instinctively tried to cover her bottom. Zhou Qingzong took the opportunity to quickly step 3 meters away. Feeling that her front was exposed and Zhou Qingzong had also left, the woman felt betrayed and immediately looked angrily in Su Miao Miao's direction. Realizing everyone was staring at her and understanding the situation, she hurriedly covered her chest and crouched down. Su Miao Miao raised an eyebrow, surprised to see it was Lu Zhaodi. The same Lu Zhaodi who had no presence at the youth commune from the beginning, looking honest and harmless, with no sign of danger. She had actually played a trick on her? Now, everyone in the village knew she was watching Zhou Qingzong. That's why they say a barking dog doesn't bite, completely unguarded. She hadn't expected Deng Wenfeng to be the one. For the first time, she carefully examined this person. Her skin was tanned and rough from frequent sun exposure, her features plain and common, with no particular charm. But her current appearance made her look pitiful. Zhou Qingzong probably couldn't stand it either. He took his coat from the road and draped it over Lu Zhaodi. "Comrade, are you okay?" Lu Zhaodi, wrapped in the coat, didn't stand up after covering herself, but kept crouching and crying. She ignored everyone's attempts to comfort her and seemed to feel very wronged. Everyone at the youth commune had heard the rumors and came over, including Aunt Ho-Hot, who was stunned after hearing the full story. The first was surprised that Lu Zhaodi dared to do that. She had some courage to try to steal Su Miao Miao's man. The second was furious at her own son's foolishness. How could he fall into such a trap so obviously? Seeing Su Miao Miao calm and unhurried, it was clear the marriage was off. Furthermore, Su Miao Miao cannot become her daughter-in-law, nor is she someone that any random person can dream of marrying, especially not through such dirty means to join her family. Woo woo woo, why did they save me?
Just let me die.
Now I've lost my innocence and been seen by everyone. How am I supposed to get married in the future? I don't want to live anymore. Lu Zhaodi had considered everything but never expected that Zhou Qingzong's mother was Wang Guohua, and his father was the leader of the Green Mountain team. No one in the village wanted to offend the team leader by speaking the wrong words and face repercussions. So, no matter how sad she cried, everyone advised her to go back and rest. When they heard Wang Guohua's words, they realized they couldn't keep going like this. Since no one was helping her, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She still had a life to live. Then everyone saw Lu Zhaodi rush again toward the river with determination, jumping in headfirst. By the time people reacted, the surface of the river was calm again. "Quick, help. Why are you all just standing there? It's not that we don't want to help." Lu Zhaoqing jumped into the river because she thought she lost her innocence. If we try to save her now, and she sees us, what if she tries to end her life again? Many of the village men were still passionate, but they also found this situation difficult and unhelpful. What if they were responsible? Her body was exposed, and she was so thin she looked like a washboard. She wasn't particularly attractive. The women looked on, frustrated that no one wanted to go in and save her. They couldn't believe this was happening. "Zhou Lao, are you? Yes, you just saved Lu Zhaoqing. Now it's only you who can go in and save her. We can't just stand by and watch a life be lost, right? Zhou Qingzong, who had been held back by his mother and older brother, finally broke free and immediately jumped into the river to save her. He understood what was going on from his mother's words, which shattered his worldview. But as a soldier, he couldn't just watch someone die in front of him. However, it seemed that because everyone was passing the blame and wasting time, Lu Zhaodi, who was rescued, was no longer breathing. No matter how Zhou Qingzong tried to check her pulse or shake her vigorously, there was no response. Wang Guohua, initially angry, started to panic. She couldn't believe it and nervously went over, trembling as she reached out a finger to feel her nose for breath. After a long moment, she couldn't bear it anymore and sank to the ground, losing her composure. Could it really be a case of someone losing their life? The villagers whispered in disbelief. Maybe we misunderstood. Lu Jiqing didn't want to rely on Zhou Er. She just accidentally fell into the river. I'm not sure. It's all so confusing to me. Su Miaomiao listened to the villagers' discussion and looked at Lu Zhaodi lying in Zhou Qingzong's arms. She couldn't help but feel admiration. This girl is quite tough on herself. If her first attempt was just acting, her second was truly a desperate act with the hope of dying. Well, I think Zhou Er did save someone, but he also involved a girl, which tarnished her reputation. At that time, he should have promised to marry her. Otherwise, all this wouldn't have happened. While everyone was quietly talking, Aunt Pang raised her voice first. She looked at everyone, puffed out her chest, and snorted. The villagers didn't dare to speak up, but she dared. What does the team leader have to do with this? It's obvious that it's not their fault. If they dared to cause trouble for her, she would report to the commune that her son, Zhou Er, had forced a girl to death. Then, not only would the team leader be in trouble, but Zhou Er might even be discharged from the army. Fatty, what are you talking about? Are you saying my son saved someone but ended up causing trouble? Wang Guohua was already anxious because of the death, worried it would affect her son's future. Now, Aunt Pang jumped in, and she exploded. I'm not saying he did anything wrong, but is it true that he involved a girl? Did she really die because her reputation was ruined? Nonsense. If my son hadn't saved her at first, she would have died long ago. She wouldn't have had a chance to jump again. I think she deserved it today. If she wants to blame my son, that's not right. No matter what, we are in the right, Wang Guohua said more confidently, her legs regaining strength. She stood up and started arguing with Aunt Pang. Well, just believe what you want. Let's see how you handle this. Su Miaomiao watched everyone argue so fiercely that no one paid attention to the main person involved. She sighed and walked over to Lu Zhaodi. She didn't really want to save her, but since Aunt Guohua had been kind to her, she couldn't let this incident stain their reputation. Everyone watched as Su Miaomiao walked toward Lu Zhaodi with a determined look. They all wondered what she was going to do. Suddenly, they remembered that another victim of this situation was her too. They wondered if she was going to do something harmful to the body. Just as they had this thought, Su Miaomiao suddenly made her move. She punched Lu Zhaodi in the chest. Everyone was shocked and wanted to rush forward to stop Su Miaomiao from acting crazy. Then, they saw the body on the ground start coughing violently, bending over and spitting out water several times. Lu Zhaodi sat up, overwhelmed and crying as if she had survived a disaster. Everyone seemed frozen in place, watching Lu Zhaodi come back to life. They looked at Su Miaomiao, then at Lu Zhaodi, then back at Su Miaomiao again. Gradually, their eyes showed admiration. Wow, how does this Su Jiqing have such skills? She's amazing. Just then, old Zhou pressed on the other person's stomach and no water was spit out. They suddenly remembered that the little boy from Wang Lizi's family was saved by this same Su Jiqing. At the time, they thought Lizi's mother was just trying to make trouble and didn't pay much attention. If they had known she had this ability, why would they have argued for so long? Everyone felt relieved, except for Aunt Pang, who started to feel scared. She looked at Wang Guohua, who was still acting proud, and her eyes towards Su Miaomiao turned unfriendly. She had always disliked Su Miaomiao from the start, even though she had once wanted her to marry her son. What a betrayal! She had been so kind, only to be betrayed like this. She kept thinking of ways to fix the situation, but then she saw Lu Xiaodi, still pale and lying by the river. She hurried over, showing concern, and said, "Comrade Lu, you're finally awake. Do you know how scared you were just now? If old Zhou hadn't saved you again, you might have floated away down the river. Do you understand?" Lu Xiaodi had been close to death. If not for that, she might have really died. She was still scared, but compared to the idea of marrying Zhou Qingzong, she could overcome her fear. 3 years ago, she fell in love with Zhou Qingzong when she went to the countryside. It was just a quick glance, and she never had the chance to meet him properly. Over the years, she had been waiting for him, remaining pure and chaste. She refused to talk to other men and repeatedly rejected her parents' requests for her to return to the city to marry. Now, after all she had done, he was coming back after 3 years, wanting to marry her? And he was with Su Miao Miao, a flirtatious woman?
Why?
Su Miao Miao spends every day flirting at the youth station, pretending to be her brother, teasing Qin Chong and Niu Jinbu, and now she even wants to tarnish her older brother Qingzong. She dreams of rescuing brother Qingzong from this sly woman, telling him that only she truly loves him. "Brother Qingzong, why are you still trying to save me? It would be better if I just died. Now, how can you live in the future? Everyone saw everything." "Boo-hoo," Aunt Pang quickly chimes in. "Zhou Lao just marry her. Otherwise, do you want the female comrades to jump into the river again? This time, there are people around. If next time no one is nearby, you'd be a murderer." Aunt Pang's eyes show determination. She's had a tough time, and she won't let Wang Hohat's family have an easy life. Having such a daughter-in-law would definitely disgust Wang Hohat. If she can't marry in, she might cause chaos and make their family a mess. Zhou Qingzong frowns. He didn't expect to encounter such trouble on his first day back home. "Zhou Lao, does your marriage matter more than someone's life? Besides, if you ruin this woman's reputation and don't marry her, who else would want her? You're just leaving her no way out." Zhou Qingzong tries to reason. "I was just saving someone. Even though Lu Xiaodi almost died just now, he truly acted with integrity." Aunt Pang, seeing this, stands up anxiously. "What do you mean, saving someone?" "Yes, you saved her, but you also touched her, and everyone saw how close you were. You should marry her." Perhaps she was too excited and didn't notice that behind her was the river. She tripped on a stone and fell headlong into the rushing water. Help. Help me. Aunt Pang, overweight, struggles desperately in the water, waving her arms at the shore. "I can't swim."
Hurry.
"Save me." Su Miao Miao looks at those trying to go into the water and softly says, "You all better think carefully." Aunt Pang just said that, although she was saving someone, if you touched a female comrade, you have to take responsibility. Don't forget, Aunt Pang is also a female comrade. The young men, who had already taken off their clothes by the river, are stunned.
This.
Isn't it? Where is Aunt Pang's man? Quickly find her man to save her. The man from Aunt Pang's family. He should be at home, right? Everyone looked around and confirmed he was not there, and his sons were also not present. You could see Aunt Pang struggling, but her strength was gradually fading. Everyone was very worried, but no one wanted to be the first to act, fearing past mistakes. Lu Xiaodi was still a young girl, but Aunt Pang was over 50, a mother of 3, and her size was enough to be overwhelming. No one knew how she managed to eat so much when everyone else was hungry. Where's that woman? Does anyone know how to swim? Help Aunt Pang, quick. The women in the village stepped back. They looked at their small bodies and then at Aunt Pang's huge figure. Not only did they not know how to swim, but even if they did, they couldn't guarantee they could save her. What if they failed? Would they cause a big problem? If they also got dragged under and drowned, who would they turn to for help? Seeing everyone anxious, but unwilling to act, Su Miao Miao walked over to Zhou Qingzong, who was still being held tightly by Aunt Hohat. "Why don't you go down and save her?" Aunt Hohat immediately widened her eyes. Why should her son save her? She thought the fat woman should drown so she could learn her lesson. She hated her so much, she wished she would die, almost ruining her second child's life. Zhou Qingzong, who was capable of becoming a deputy battalion commander, quickly realized what to do. He took advantage of his mother's moment of distraction and hurried down to the river to save her. He wasn't unable to break free earlier, it was just that his mother was holding him too tightly. If he resisted fully, he might hurt her. Zhou Qingzong went into the water to save her. Aunt Peng struggled for a long time and looked exhausted, but as soon as she touched the obstacle, she clung to Zhou Qingzong like seaweed, pulling him down with her. Everyone on the shore saw Zhou Qingzong being treated like this and felt terrified. Su Miaomiao watched as Zhou Qingzong's limbs were tightly held by Aunt Peng. The water ghost's strength was endless, and it almost drained the strong man of all his energy. Aunt Ho-Hot was crying anxiously. Su Miaomiao approached Chen Chong and said, "Take off your clothes." Huh? Chen Chong was caught off guard. Did they want to go down and save her? It wasn't that he was afraid. With Zhou Qingzong in that state, what could he do? Here. Gu Wenqing, standing nearby, quickly understood. While Chen Chong was still stunned, he took off his own clothes and handed them to her. Su Miaomiao looked at the clothes beside her, glanced at Gu Wenqing, put on her clothes, and then jumped into the river. Hey, who else jumped in? It seems to be Comrade Su. No, it's definitely Comrade Su, the young worker. You say even old Joe is pulled in. What is Comrade Su doing causing trouble here? Oh my. Everyone on the shore grew more anxious, wondering what was happening. They couldn't help but look at the person responsible, Lu Xiaodi, with unkind eyes. Lu Xiaodi shrank back in fear, hugging herself tightly. Things had gone beyond her control. She had a vague feeling that she was doomed. Even though she had just risked her life, she felt she was finished. Look, someone's coming up. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Miaomiao grabbing old Zhou's arm with one hand and pulling the fat ant's hair with the other, dragging her onto the shore. The fat ant was unconscious, her hair almost pulled out, but she didn't resist. Old Zhou was in much better shape and could walk on his own. Aunt Ho-Hot hurried over to help her son wipe his hair, crying happily, "You little rascal! What are you trying to do? If something happens to you, how will your mother live?" "Mom," Zhou Qingzong wiped his mother's tears, choking up. Over the years he had been in the army. His mother had shed many tears and worried a lot. Now she had white hair. If only. He turned back to see Su Miaomiao dragging Aunt Fat onto the shore like dragging a pig, then pressing on her chest repeatedly before she coughed up water. Aunt Fat opened her blurry eyes and saw Su Miaomiao's wet hair and cold eyes. "Aunt Fat, how does it feel to be repaid by your own words? Does Zhou Qingzong need to take responsibility for you?" Aunt Fat's mind was still confused. Had she been saved? Was she still alive? She saw Su Miaomiao looking at her with her mouth moving, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in her scalp. Seeing her clearly unconscious, Su Miaomiao no longer wanted to speak. Looking at her wet clothes sticking to her body, her dripping hair, and her irritated expression, she remembered that yesterday she had just had CMO wash her with water. Then she was covered with a piece of clothing. Turning back, Chen Chong touched his nose. Don't catch a cold. He didn't realize that her reason for wearing clothes was to go into the river and save someone. It's all Gu Wenqing's fault, stealing his first younger brother's position. Su Miaomiao unceremoniously put on her clothes, ready to go home and take a shower. As she walked, a cold wind made her shiver. Feeling upset, she thought about the person who started all this trouble. She stopped and walked toward Lu Xiaodi. She squatted down to look at the woman curled up like a quail. "Haha, why aren't you crying anymore? Weren't you going to jump into the river? Keep going. I promise no one will save you now. I'll make sure you get what you want, death." Comrade Su, Zhou Qingzong looked worried. He was afraid that if Lu Jiqing got too upset, she might really jump again and Su Miaomiao would get into trouble. Su Miaomiao looked at him without expression, then turned back to stare at Lu Xiaodi. She spoke slowly, but this time, you can't blame Zhou Qingzong if things go wrong. If you say he ruined your innocence by saving you, then he also saved Aunt Peng. Everyone saw that just now. Aunt Peng was holding him even tighter than you, and she couldn't move her limbs. So, did he also ruin Aunt Peng's innocence? Should Aunt Peng divorce her husband and marry Zhou Qingzong? And, did you forget? He's a soldier. What kind of person is a soldier? Someone who protects the country. He's saved many people, fighting floods, rescuing disaster victims. If saving someone of the opposite sex meant he had to marry them, he would already have many wives and concubines. Threatening a soldier with this kind of thing, are you smart or not? Oh, and I actually hope you die now. If things get worse, I can write a report explaining everything clearly, so everyone can see the consequences of good intentions. I want to show that even Aunt Pang, who is over 50, was too afraid to rescue someone because of this. In the future, more innocent people will die in vain. And when that happens, I'll make sure everyone hates you for it. Seeing Lu Xiaodi clearly about to break down mentally, Su Miaomiao's tone softened a little as she stood up. She passed by Zhou Qingzong. Remember, next time you rescue someone drowning, attack from behind. If they struggle too much, knock them out first. Otherwise, you won't be able to save them and you might risk your own life. Okay, I understand.
And.
Thank you. Zhou Qingzong looked at the girl with a stronger presence than his former leader, and he smiled bitterly, realizing he had just been daydreaming. Su Miaomiao saw that he understood and said nothing more, simply leaving. Halfway there, she stopped and looked back at Tianxing Nand, Qin Chong, and Niu Jinbu. Still watching the show? Come back with me to boil water. Since gaining her special ability, Simo practiced on the mountain every night after tidying up, working so hard that no one could find her. Hey, we're coming. The three of them immediately followed her eagerly. The result of this was that the women in the village avoided the riverbank, only washing clothes when the men brought water home. Everyone kept the secret, but they all disliked Lu Xiaodi. She looked honest, but was actually like a poisonous snake, and no one wanted to deal with her. Strangely, after Lu Xiaodi jumped into the water twice, she seemed to age suddenly. Her face, under 20, developed wrinkles, and people said it was karma. It was indeed karma, but her punishment was from Su Miaomiao. Since the human body is about 70% water, this amount decreases with age. In other words, the water content in the body indirectly affects aging. Lu Xiaodi not only tricked her, but also forced her into the river to save someone. How could she let her go easily? But since it wasn't a death penalty, she took 1% of her body's water, making her feel the effects of aging early. It was harmful but very effective. Lu Xiaodi hid at the youth station, not daring to show her face, and then heard that her family's letter had been received, and she returned to the city to get married. Originally, the old boss wanted to buy a young girl, but seeing her wrinkles almost matching his middle-aged wife, he immediately called off the engagement, making her yet another topic among neighbors. But she didn't have the courage to die. Once a person has died once, their thoughts change drastically, and they become afraid of death. So even if her parents and brother despised and scolded her at home, she endured it and married a fool. From then on, she would always remember this day, asking herself over and over why she was so foolish. But life has no regret pills. She could only stay in this rotten mud and stink. Meanwhile, Su Miaomiao's house became very popular. Everyone thought she was capable and wanted to build good relations with her, hoping she could save their lives if needed. Anyone who spoke ill of her would be reported by others.
Su Miaomiao.
As for Aunt Ho-Hot, she directly carried a basket of eggs, along with malted milk and canned food, to give to her. She said it was a thank you gift for helping their family a lot. Not accepting it would be rude. Even though she knew Su Miaomiao and her son wouldn't become a couple, she wasn't upset. Instead, she clarified her reputation and later helped her son find someone suitable. After all, he's quite old now. In the village, children his age are already out and about. People aren't worried about theft, but about others having bad intentions. Luckily, this time was safe, but next time, luck might not be on their side. It's better to find a good match for her son quickly. However, Zhou Qingzong, who was supposed to come back for a matchmaking date, hasn't had any good news. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao and Lu Yi had already registered their marriage. As a member of the youth settlement, Su Miaomiao went to see the move when Su Jiaojiao was moving. She saw Su Jiao Jiao sitting on a stool, holding a bright red certificate like a prize, smiling happily. Lu Yi was busy moving things in and out of a small room. Others wanted to help, but the room was too small for Lu Yi, who is quite strong, to fit into. Su Miao Miao sat nearby, casually whispering to Tian Shengnan. What's going on? They suddenly registered? Do they have a wedding planned? What about the parents? Tian Shengnan, who knew the most about news in the youth settlement, was also confused. I don't know. Su Jiao Jiao just came back from the county yesterday afternoon. Then she showed us her marriage certificate. That's when we found out. Today, she suddenly said she was moving to Lu Ye's house. Wow, it was faster than a rocket. In the countryside, people usually meet first, then invite matchmakers, right? Even if you love each other freely, shouldn't there be a wedding first? Or at least a small ceremony? Moving straight into someone else's house. To rural folks, that looks like reckless behavior, almost shameful. Tian Shengnan had a lot to say, but since they just registered and were happy, she didn't want to spoil it. Otherwise, her good intentions might be misunderstood as jealousy. After all, she's already 24. Thinking about this, Tian Shengnan couldn't help but glance at Tian Jianxi. Here, wedding candies. Everyone else gave some yesterday. Now it's your turn. Su Jiao Jiao saw her coming and took a bundle from the moving cart. After rummaging for a moment, she pulled out a handful of candies and handed them over. Su Miao Miao suddenly saw the colorful candies and chocolates in her hand. Looking up at Su Jiao Jiao's slightly proud and shy expression, she reached out to take the chocolate. As always, she generally doesn't hold grudges. If she has a problem, she deals with it immediately. Su Jiao Jiao had tricked her and the original owner before, and she had taken her most important space. As long as she doesn't bother her again, they can coexist peacefully, like ordinary colleagues. So she confidently opened a piece of chocolate to eat. Then she started to regret it, her brow furrowing so much it could kill a fly. Oh my, it's too bitter. Su Miao Miao couldn't help but pick up the wrapper and look at it repeatedly. What's that look on your face? This is imported chocolate. I usually don't give it to just anyone, Su Jiao Jiao said, unable to resist teasing Su Miao Miao's pretentious attitude. It felt like her good intentions were being trampled on. Su Miao Miao asked, Don't you have taste buds? She had wanted to ask this for a while. Maybe her tastes are different from those of the rich and beautiful girl since childhood? What do you mean? Su Jiao Jiao's eyes widened. Su Miao Miao looked sincere. Don't you think it's bitter? You really are like a pig that can't eat fine rice. Chocolate is supposed to be bitter, she said, raising her chin at Su Miao Miao's expression of confusion. Humph. I like that flavor, okay?
Don't know anything.
Coffee is also bitter, but so many people love to drink it. And tea, Su Miao Miao. Honestly, she really shouldn't say anything. She truly can't drink bitter coffee or eat bitter chocolate. She only likes her tea sour and sweet. And alcohol. She only drinks the ones that have been flavored and improved. You're right, I can't handle bitterness, Su Miao Miao said confidently. Then give it back, Su Jiao Jiao said shyly and angrily. Su Miao Miao immediately hid the candy behind her. I can't handle it. I'll take it back to my brother. Maybe he'll like it. Just bully others, she thought. If she doesn't eat it herself, she'll give it to CMO. Since she's already accepted her little brother, she should be kind to him. She shouldn't be stingy with her clothes and food. But instead, Su Miao Miao did the opposite. She ate the good stuff first, used it first, and enjoyed lazily. In the countryside, she surprisingly became a wealthy young lady who never touched spring water while she exploited CMO. Several times, she saw the thin child carrying firewood and pig feed taller than others, while Su Miao Miao walked nearby empty-handed. She was almost like a ruthless boss, more of a capitalist than her father. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Su Miao Miao argued, How did I bully him? Seeing Su Jiao Jiao roll her eyes, she looked for an ally. Tian Shengnan, do you think I bullied CMO? Tian Shengnan saw the fire burning toward her and wanted to speak, but in the end, her conscience made her hesitate, and she couldn't even shake her head. See, the people's eyes are sharp, Su Jiao Jiao said proudly. Not only did she look good originally, but now she looked even more charming and lovely. Lu Yi, who was carrying luggage nearby, was so amazed he couldn't take his eyes off her. As they were about to leave, Su Miao Miao couldn't help but call out, "Su Jiao Jiao," after eating the wedding candies. "When will you have the wedding?" Su Jiao Jiao turned back with a smile. "Don't worry, you won't miss out. Once we finish building the house, we'll hold the wedding." "Build a house?" Su Miao Miao was surprised. "Of course. I want to build 5 rooms, better than yours. We'll hold the wedding in the new house." Su Miao Miao watched the girl, completely immersed in happiness, and felt a bit helpless. She wanted to say something, but seeing the other person's pure happiness, perhaps in the eyes of those with influence, the two seemed incompatible and unworthy. But maybe the people involved believe that happiness is the most important thing? Without Lu Yi, she might never have moved past the pain of losing her space. Even if that person had some small thoughts, so what? As long as he didn't truly hurt others, it was fine. Who in the world doesn't have small thoughts? Who doesn't want to marry a noble daughter from a wealthy family? Who doesn't want to marry a noble son from a prominent family? Most importantly, what does it matter to her? Everyone's life ultimately depends on themselves. Rely on yourself to make decisions. Rely on yourself to pay the price. A few days later, on an auspicious day, Lu Ye's family's house began construction. When the blue bricks were brought to the door, it immediately ignited the entire Qingshan brigade. Although building a house for Su Zhiqing's family was a bit of a waste of money, they only considered him as a younger brother. CMO was truly capable, handling everything at home and outside, never seeming to have free time. Previously, Su Zhiqing even spent sugar to get children to gather pig feed, but now they saved that. Life was so easy, like living as a fairy, eating and drinking without worries. But Su Jiao Jiao is different. Everyone in the village knows what's going on with Lu Ye's family. His father was paralyzed after being hit by a rock years ago. His mother went blind from hard work. They have 2 younger brothers and sisters under 10 years old. The whole family depends on Lu Yi to earn work points. Their family is known as one of the poorest in Qingshan Brigade. Even women who are remarried wouldn't consider marrying him, so he's still unmarried at 25. Everyone knows that marrying him means taking care of his entire family. Surprisingly, a naive girl from the city, a young educated youth, married him. Not only did she marry him, but she also didn't mind their family situation. She even gave 500 yuan to build a brick house for them, 5 rooms. Suddenly, Lu Ye's family became one of the wealthiest families in Qingshan Brigade. This shocked the villagers. The young men in Qingshan Brigade were furious. They thought if we had known Su Zhiqing was so easy to trick, why didn't we stop Lu Yi from getting such a good deal? Later, they would mock Lu Yi whenever they saw him. "Lu Yi, you're clever. Teach me how to find a pretty wife who can build 5 big brick houses." "Yeah, how did you see right away that Su Zhiqing was easy to fool? And what made her fall for you so completely? Now she's even sleeping with you before the wedding feast." Next to them, a greasy man chuckled. "What else? Lu Yi might not be the best at everything, but he's definitely strong. When he gets Su Zhiqing on the bed, no woman can resist. Even the widow from our village, who's always hanging around Lu Ye's door, just wants to."
Haha.
The greasy man's lewd smile was suddenly interrupted by a punch to his left cheek. He was knocked flying. He got up to fight back, shouting, "Damn you, old man," but saw Lu Yi, big and strong like a bear, with his fist raised but not swinging. "Humph, I won't waste my time on a man like you," Lu Yi said. A group of people hurriedly came, and then left quickly. It seemed like they only came to fight him, but from then on, Lu Yi was known as the soft rice man, a man who relies on his wife's support. Su Jiao Jiao felt very sorry for him. She personally stepped in to defend him, teasing those who mocked him. Despite the villagers' gossip, Lu Ye's house was quickly and actively being built. Su Miao Miao, as a member of the youth team, went to see the construction briefly, just like when Su Jiao Jiao was building her house at that time. She only didn't look at the man. Su Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything. The food was quite good too. Su Jiao Jiao was generous. She paid and took care of the meals, which included meat. Because of this, Su Miao Miao's reputation for being thrifty and responsible was even more solid.
Su Miao Miao.
She didn't want to thank anyone. One peaceful day, a military jeep drove into Qingshan Brigade, causing a buzz among the villagers. Everyone wanted to know why the military vehicle was there. Was it looking for Zhou's second son? The children excitedly ran after the jeep, without thinking about safety. Unexpectedly, the jeep finally stopped in front of the youth team's gate. After helping Su Jiao's family build their house, Su Miao Miao and the others saw a military vehicle parked at the youth team's gate, surrounded by children. Tai Dan immediately pointed and shouted, "Uncle, look! The youth team sisters are back. Thank you, little one." Then, the driver's door of the military vehicle opened, and a man in a military uniform stepped out. He was tall, with a straight posture, handsome features, and a commanding presence that matched the tough jeep. The women and girls nearby blushed at the sight. Wow, the village is so small that any new event quickly becomes the talk of everyone, spreading fast, something Su Miao Miao knew well. Next to Tiansheng Nan, seeing such a commanding and handsome man, she looked at Su Miao Miao and asked, "Miao Miao, is this someone looking for you?" No wonder she didn't like Zhou Qingzong. Turns out she faces such top-tier people every day. The crowd was watching as Su Weimin, following Tai Dan's pointing finger, looked carefully but couldn't find his sister. Instead, he saw a girl who looked like a fairy. Her features were perfect, her skin so white, he couldn't find a flaw even with his 5.2 eyesight. Her figure. He couldn't help but glance a few more times. Could such a beautiful woman come from this place? She was even more beautiful than the girls in their military district's art troupe. However, he is a married man and only looks at beautiful things for a moment before turning to find his sister. After looking around twice and about to approach and ask, he suddenly saw his uncle, who had been sitting silently in the passenger seat, get out of the car. Su Miao Miao clearly heard the gasps of people nearby. If Su Weimin gave villagers the impression of a handsome, strong man, then the man who came down later had an aura that made people cautious even to breathe. He is taller than Su Weimin, nearly 1.9 meters, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a well-proportioned figure. His features are sharp and carved, with deep, mysterious eyes. Although he didn't intentionally look cold and even had a gentle smile, he still made people instinctively feel quiet. Seeing his build, Su Miao Miao recognized that this was the same figure who had seen on the train platform sending Su Jiao to the countryside. But when she saw the man's face clearly, she was stunned, calm, and composed even in the face of big surprises. Feeling that familiar, almost engraved, soul wave. No one knew what she was thinking at that moment or what huge waves were stirring inside her. After a moment of shock, Su Miao Miao smiled, and her smile grew wider and brighter. "He's really here to find me, huh? What did you say?" Tian Shengnan didn't hear clearly, but when she turned to look at Su Miao Miao's beautiful smile, she couldn't help but drool a little. "Really? Why are you smiling for no reason? Don't you know what you look like?" She truly envies the man who will marry her someday. That face, that flawless skin that turns red with a touch, and that figure under the loose clothes. Wow. Do you know how shocked she was when she saw him for the first time? If she were a man. No, she shouldn't think like that. It's a sin. Besides, Su Miao Miao wouldn't even look at her if she were a man. She might even get beaten up for giving her a lecherous look. "Hello, comrade. May I ask if Su Jiao is here to go to the countryside?" Su Weimin watched his uncle walk straight toward the young woman, asking her questions, almost dropping his jaw. Could it be that his uncle has been replaced? Where is his cool and calm demeanor? He always thought his uncle couldn't be uninterested in women, but now he realized it was because of high standards. When faced with a true beauty, he probably reveals his true self. It would be good to have the rest of the family come over and see how much her uncle has changed now. Su Weimin was quick to notice his uncle's rare display of confidence and quickly pulled back his leg, quietly waiting for his uncle to share some information. Su Miao Miao listened to the deep, magnetic voice that seemed to be right beside her ear. She couldn't help but step back and look up at him. That damn height difference. After all this time, he's still just over 1.6 meters tall. Yeah, who are you to her? She asked. I'm her uncle. Lin looked at the young girl in front of him. He really wanted to cover his excited, bouncing heart. He had never seen her before, and he wasn't the type to fall for looks at first sight. But seeing her fair skin, he was starting to doubt himself. Do people really fall in love at first sight?
Su Miao Miao was surprised.
Uncle, hey, I'm just her senior by age. I'm only 23. Oh, and I'm not married. Su Weiman watched his uncle stammer and stumble, clearly inexperienced with talking to girls, and couldn't help feeling a bit worried for him. But his concern was met with a cold stare from his uncle. Well, that's what he gets for meddling. Oh, by the way, your niece is now at Lu Ye's house, Su Miao Miao said with a bright smile.
Lu Ye?
Who is he? Why is my sister at his house? What is she doing there? Lin hadn't answered yet, but Su Weiman suddenly had a bad feeling. Ignoring his usual tact, he eagerly wanted to know what was going on. Seeing their reactions, Su Miao Miao guessed something and answered carefully. Your sister, Su Jiao Jiao, and Lu Yi are already married. Don't you know? What? Married? Su Weiman's voice shot up an octave, filled with shock. His sister was married? How could he, her older brother, not know? Is this some kind of joke? Yes, they've been married for several days now. Don't you know? Su Jiao Jiao moved out of the youth commune a while ago and is now living at Lu Ye's house, and they've been together since they first went to the countryside. Su Weiman's approach broke the awkward silence. Everyone around started chattering, eager to talk to such a handsome guy. From their words, Su Weiman gathered one key piece of information. His sister, Su Jiao Jiao. Since going to the countryside, she was tricked by a dishonest troublemaker from the village. She helped take care of her paralyzed father, blind mother, and younger siblings. A few days ago, her sister secretly married the man without telling the family, and now the marriage is already settled, even with money spent on building a house for them. Su Weiman suddenly felt dizzy. His sister, the obedient and gentle girl he raised since childhood. Now he only has one thought. He must fight the troublemaker who tricked his sister. A group of people headed toward Lu Ye's house. Su Miao Miao looked at Su Weiman, who had disappeared from sight, then at the man who didn't want to move, and asked, Aren't you going? He can handle it alone. But I want to go see. Lin looked at the curious girl, speaking in a teasing tone, like she was flirting with him. At that moment, he felt his heart beat faster with excitement.
Okay.
Lin turned around, walked to the passenger seat, and gestured for her to get in.
Su Miao Miao.
It's just a few steps. She's not that delicate, right? The car is borrowed.
Su Miao Miao seemed to understand.
She looked at the children running and jumping around the car, shouting excitedly. Even the lively quarrels couldn't distract them. Just now, she saw some brave kids trying to climb onto the roof. If something went wrong... All right. Su Miao Miao got into the passenger seat without hesitation. The man helped her close the door. When he sat in the driver's seat, he didn't start the car immediately but looked at her and said, Hello, comrade. My name is Lin.
Su Miao Miao. You can call me Miao Miao.
Okay, comrade Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao looked at the serious man and wanted to laugh. Start the car, Lin, comrade. A faint flicker appeared in Lin's eyes. His lips pressed into a thin line. He wanted to say something, but finally started the engine. Just as the engine roared to life, Su Miao Miao saw Iron Egg running over to look at her. Miao Miao, sister, can I come with you? I'll show you the way. Su Miao Miao watched Iron Egg with longing eyes, looking at the car and the children nearby who were clearly watching them. She glanced back at Lin, receiving a reassuring nod, then smiled brightly. Today, she was in a good mood and decided to fulfill a small wish of the children. However, she leaned against the car window with a sad expression. Are you saying that sister doesn't remember how to get to Lu Ye's house? She had just returned. No, sister, I just... Tiandon's words were obviously lies, and he looked embarrassed about losing face in front of his friends. Su Miao Miao chuckled softly and stopped teasing him. Come on up. As she spoke, Tiandan excitedly jumped up, then tried to open the back door with his hands and feet, but couldn't do it properly. Su Miao smiled and was about to get out to open the door when she saw the man beside her quietly turn off the car. He then got out, gently lifted Tiandan, whose cheeks were red, opened the back door, and helped him inside. Su Miao thought, this person is still so rough with children. She wondered how he treated his own kids. While Su Miao was lost in her thoughts, Tiandan, who had been roughly lifted, was happily screaming, wishing he could do it again. Since he grew taller and chubbier, his dad no longer played this game with him. Being able to be carried was already a big deal. Today, he experienced a bit of childhood happiness again. Plus, he was sitting in such a fancy little car. Tiandan looked around excitedly, then stuck his head out to see the little friends running behind the car, feeling a bit proud. Uncle, turn this way. The road here is wider. Uncle, are you a soldier? Uncle, does every soldier drive a car? Uncle, Tiandan seemed unafraid of being shy or nervous. Even when Jiang Lin looked cold and didn't say a word, he still enjoyed himself. Su Miao felt a bit of schadenfreude. If she wasn't mistaken, when Tiandan called him Uncle, the man gripping the steering wheel tensed up. But his hands were still so attractive, long, strong, with visible knuckles and occasional prominent veins, full of a sense of security. In the past, she didn't trust him, but she loved the warmth his hands brought. Uncle, we've arrived. The brick house ahead is Lu Ye's home, Tiandan said. Su Miao asked curiously, why do you call Lu Yi brother? He's already 25. Jiang Lin was only 23 and looked much younger than Lu Yi. Tiandan looked at her as if she was silly. Of course, because Lu Yi is Jiao Jiao's boyfriend. That's what Jiao Jiao specifically taught me. She raised her chin proudly, acting very spoiled. Oh, then you can also call this brother. Why? He's clearly an uncle. My parents told me to call the police officer uncle, and soldiers are also called soldier uncles. She said this with a look that said, don't try to fool me, Su Miao. Looking at the man beside her, she tried her best. Suddenly, she remembered a video she saw a long time ago. An old man in his 70s or 80s lost something, and when he saw a young man in his 20s on duty, he also called him police officer uncle. It made the young man very confused. We're here, get out of the car. Tai Danner looked reluctant, wishing he could stay forever. But he knew his limits. Being able to sit in the car was already a big achievement. After jumping out of the car, he shared his experience of riding with his friends. The sound of the car engine didn't catch the attention of the crowd. However, some onlookers saw Su Miao get out of the car with wide eyes of surprise. Then they saw the man walking over from the driver's seat to her side. It was obvious they weren't just ordinary acquaintances. Everyone's eyes lit up with curiosity, but when they heard the sounds of a fight ahead, they hesitated, unsure whether to watch the chaos or not. In the end, they chose to watch the more intense scene. Su Miao could talk about this later. Second brother, stop fighting. It's because I forced Lu Yi to register our marriage. We truly love each other. As soon as Su Miao entered the yard enclosed by a fence at Lu Ye's house, she heard such melodramatic lines, making her feel both shocked and overwhelmed. Her foot, which had just stepped forward, hesitated. Su Weimin was already angry. Seeing his sister, who dared to stand in front of this wild man, made him even angrier. If he hadn't acted quickly, her face might have been ruined. It had only been a year since he last saw his beautiful sister. Her face was now covered with spots, her hands rough, and her eyes lacked their usual sparkle. It was clear she was exhausted from taking care of the family. When he arrived, he saw his sister boiling water, saying she was going to help their father wash up. She hadn't even boiled water for her own parents. Su Weimin was deeply upset. He sneered coldly at his beloved sister's face. Oh, so you truly love him? Truly love him? He didn't even hold a wedding and let you move into his house? He didn't even meet your parents and just tricked you into registering the marriage? You don't understand, do you? You're a grown man, and you still don't get it. If you truly loved her, would you be embarrassed to use your money to build a house for your family? Su Jiao, have you been blinded by foolishness? Su Weiman lost his temper and became irrational. His frustration and disappointment made him go crazy. He found it strange. His sister has always been delicate and picky. She always liked people like Gu Wenqing, someone with a good family background, looks, and talent. So, why did she forget everything and go to the countryside? Why would she fall for such a person and willingly become a free caregiver? Oh, wait, she even gave him money. Su Weiman felt suffocated. Su Miao Miao was afraid he might faint. Second brother, this is all my choice. It has nothing to do with Yi. He even tried to stop me. I just wanted to live more comfortably, so he reluctantly agreed. And we're not planning a wedding yet. We're waiting until the house is built. God damn it. Damn you. Su Weiman pulled Su Jiao Jiao away and punched Lu Yi in the face. Su Miao Miao saw Lu Ye's nose crooked and blood flowing. Second brother, stop fighting. Please stop. Su Jiao Jiao tried to stop him, but the furious Su Weiman was too strong for her as a small girl to hold back. She could only look around for help. But everyone was backing away. Do they think their bodies are made of iron? Even Lu Yi, that brute, couldn't withstand it. Of course, part of it was because Lu Yi didn't dare fight back, but to them, it didn't matter. Seeing her beloved face covered in blood, tears streaming like a water pipe, Su Jiao Jiao suddenly saw hope. Su Miao Miao watched as Su Jiao Jiao rushed toward her. Nearby. Uncle, please stop second brother. Otherwise, he might really hurt Yi to death. Zhang Lin stepped aside to avoid Su Jiao Jiao trying to grab his sleeve. He frowned and looked at his niece by blood. Weiman has control. Su Jiao Jiao was shocked by his cold tone and realized what she had just done. She had actually tried to throw herself at her uncle? Had she gone crazy? From the memories of the original owner, the whole family spoiled her. Grandparents, great-grandfather, parents, 3 brothers, and even all the children in the courtyard. Only her 5-year-older uncle was indifferent, always reading books. When the original owner was young, she was not willing to accept things. The more she ignored her, the more determined she became. After trying many ways to get his attention failed, she accidentally set fire to her uncle's study, burning all his notes and books. Her uncle almost beat her to death, but her grandfather also nearly hit her uncle when he returned. If her grandmother hadn't stopped him, her uncle's leg might have been broken. Since then, her uncle became like a ghost at home. No matter how her grandfather hinted or tried to make peace, he remained distant. At 13, he went straight to college and stayed in the dorm, not returning home even during holidays. At 19, he graduated and joined the army, going to the front lines, and he disappeared from sight. The only time her uncle came back in the past 5 years was when she went to the countryside. He seemed gentler to everyone, but it felt more like he just didn't care. Everyone in the family cared about her safety and happiness, except her uncle. He wouldn't even touch her. But in fact, the person she admired and wanted to be close to most since childhood was her uncle. Son, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom. If something happens to you, how can I live? Big brother. When Su Jiao Jiao snapped out of her memories, she saw her second brother had stopped, and her mother, along with her younger siblings, was crying with blood on her face, holding Lu Yi. She immediately ran over in shock, ignoring her own pain. Yi, what happened? Does it hurt? Get lost. Just get lost. Our family can't afford your arrogance. Hurry up and leave with your good second brother. Leave my house, leave my son. Before she could reach him, her mother pushed her away forcefully, crying and telling her to go away. Mom, I won't go. You won't go? Do you want my son to be beaten to death by your second brother before you're satisfied? You're so cruel. Didn't you say your family agreed? If you told us your family was like this, wouldn't a Yi keep bothering you? Mom, I'm sorry. I just really wanted to be with a Yi. I planned to talk to my family properly after some time. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Su Jiao Jiao was pushed and fell to the ground, scraping her hands. She didn't blame anyone and kept explaining humbly. Su Jiao Jiao, get a grip. Why wouldn't you give up on such a man? And you said before that you lost money, but I think you didn't lose money. You spent it all on this wild man, right? Second brother. Su Jiao Jiao was already angry, and now her second brother mentioned her losing her space, causing her to burst out. Can you stop slandering a Yi? Do you know that if it weren't for a Yi, I would be dead? Su Weimin was frightened, then worried. What happened? How did you die? Tell me clearly. Who stole it? Talk to second brother. He'll help you get justice. If anyone bullies my sister, I will. Lin saw the scene where the whole family lost their temper whenever it involved this niece, and he frowned. He stepped forward and held Su Weimin back, saying, "Don't embarrass us here. Let's go inside." Luya's family didn't want to be the center of attention on the street, so they bypassed the broken bricks and entered the dilapidated inner room that hadn't been repaired. The family slept on one bed, with an old man lying on it, his mouth crooked and eyes askew. A curtain separated a small room for the newlyweds. Seeing this, Su Weimin's anger flared up again, but he suppressed it when he saw his uncle's cold face. How could a family like this marry his sister? Su Miao Miao, the only outsider present, didn't understand what it meant to be shameless. She sat down on a small stool and said, "You all talk, I won't bother you." She then took out some sunflower seeds from her pocket and started cracking them. After a while, feeling it was too troublesome, she handed the seeds to Lin, signaling him to peel them. Lin looked at the seeds in his hand, feeling the warmth from his palm, and his mood instantly turned cheerful like bubbles. He silently started peeling the seeds.
So we mean.
If the situation weren't so serious, he would have mocked his uncle a few words. He hadn't even started yet, and he was already so obedient. What's next? But now, seeing his sister from the moment she entered, with a face full of concern as she bandaged that wild man, not even glancing at him, he felt a little hurt. Didn't she see that his hand was also hurt? Though it was from fighting. Finally, after bandaging everything, Su Weimin desperately wanted to know what was going on with her money. Su Jiao Jiao's rationality returned, and she instinctively looked at Su Miao Miao, who was watching the scene. Why was she everywhere? Su Miao Miao, why are you looking at me? I remember you only lost your jade pendant. How come your money is gone too? It was her who did it.
So what?
I think you have no proof. Why is my sixth sense so accurate? Could this be the heroine's terrifying intuition? Brother, I just woke up this morning and found that my money and jade pendant were missing. I was so upset that I almost tried to end my life, but I saved me. Second brother, if it weren't for I, you wouldn't see your beloved sister anymore. Boo-hoo, Su Miao Miao watched Su Jiao Jiao's actions. After finishing her dramatic display, she started to act sweet. This made her brother Su Weimin, who is very protective of his sister, feel uncomfortable. But just because you lost your pendant and money, you want to give up and think about ending your life? What are you thinking? Is your life not important? What if something really happens to you? How would mom, dad, and us brothers live? After hearing this, Su Weimin felt even more confused. Were they not treating her well enough? Did losing some things make her want to die? No, brother. It's our family's heirloom pendant, the one with the dragon pattern. It's a top-quality imperial green jade, worth billions at modern auctions. Su Jiao Jiao tried hard to prove she wasn't overreacting. Moreover, the pendant contains a space inside, which can't be measured with money. Thinking about this made her heart ache again. When did our family? Su Weimin stopped mid-sentence and looked at his uncle, a guilty look flashing in his eyes. The Su family doesn't have a family heirloom jade pendant, but the Jiang family does. And the reason the Jiang family's jade pendant is in her sister Su Jiao Jiao's hands is simply because she likes it. She took it from her uncle's neck when she was a child. What's wrong with our family? Su Jiao Jiao asked, unable to hold back when her second brother stopped talking halfway. Nothing. She was still young back then and had long forgotten about it. Her older brothers had lied to her, saying it was their family's heirloom. Otherwise, why didn't any of the three brothers have one? Why did the family heirloom suddenly pass to a girl? So the pendant is lost, Su Weimin suddenly realized and instinctively stood up. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Oh, it's nothing. Su Weimin realized something and sat back down, secretly glancing at their uncle, who seemed unaware of their conversation and was focused on peeling a melon seed. He quietly let out a breath. Damn thief. Jiao Jiao, do you know who stole it? There must be someone you suspect, right? No, it just disappeared overnight. The people at the youth training camp are all very good. Su Jiao Jiao didn't dare to say too much. She had carefully reviewed everything afterward and was sure that her space had suddenly disappeared, taken back by the heavens. Otherwise, if someone stole her, she would notice because the jade pendant is linked to her blood, both in her past life and this one. When she traveled here, she thought all her hard-earned supplies were wasted, but then she saw the same jade pendant on her neck. After blood was again used to recognize the pendant as hers, all her supplies reappeared. Did she grow long legs and fly away overnight? Su Weiman always felt his sister wasn't telling him the truth. Su Jiao Jiao. Of course, she grew long legs and flew away. Her red string with the jade pendant was still intact, but the pendant was gone.
Who could she argue with?
Do you know how strong her desire to be happy is right now? All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Su Weiman saw that his sister didn't want to discuss it and couldn't get the truth out of her. He changed the subject. So, why didn't you tell your family when you registered your marriage? Did that guy deceive you? Brother, I've told you many times. It was all my choice. And I didn't hide it from my family. I just didn't have time to tell them. Second brother, I lied to Jiao Jiao. It's nothing to do with her. I was just too afraid of losing her. At this moment, Lu Yi, with one swollen eye, spoke up, looking like a brave hero taking the blame. Oh, he's the hero. He looked at Su Jiao Jiao with a caring and touched expression. A Yiyu. But unfortunately, the second brother, who was like a jealous lover, broke the mood. Who do you think you're calling second brother? Who is your second brother? I tell you, just because you tricked my sister into marrying you doesn't mean we can't do anything about it. You just wanted to fool her for money, right? I'll give you two choices now. Either you divorce my sister, or I won't ask for the 500 yuan for building the house. Consider it a thank you for saving my sister, though I don't know if I really was the one who saved her. Second brother. Don't speak yet, let me finish. Su Weiman knew his sister was outgoing, but he didn't expect her to be this bold. Either you keep deceiving my sister, or from now on, our family won't give her a single penny. And you have to pay us back the money for the house in installments every year. Second brother, how can you do this? Su Jiao Jiao frowned, angry and stomping her foot. She was deeply loved and fearless. How can I do this? I tell you, if you keep being with this scoundrel, I will be even harsher. Your second brother, I am a man. I understand that if a man truly likes a woman, he wouldn't be willing to spend his own money on her, let her support the family, or have her serve the whole household. If you want to jump into the fire, go ahead, but taking the family's money to support them is not acceptable. Su Weiman tried to avoid looking at Xiao Jiao Jiao. He knew his words were a bit harsh, but if he didn't speak firmly, she might think he was joking. It's better to suffer a little now than to suffer forever. Second brother, I will not divorce Jiao Jiao. I have sworn that she is the only woman in my life. I will treat her well and pay back the money for the house you built. I will make sure you can trust me to take good care of Jiao Jiao. Lu Yi tried to stand straight and swear to Su Weiman. Su Weiman looked at Lu Yi's strong build and sneered. I'll wait and see. Finally, he glanced at the empty house and Xiao Jiao Jiao, then turned and left. Su Miao Miao, who had been just a background figure, saw that everyone else had left. She took the shelled sunflower seeds from Jianglin's hand and put them in her pocket, planning to eat them next time she had some. She clapped her hands and stood up, then also left. She really admired Xiao Jiao Jiao. The place she was living in now was worse than a communal dormitory. She didn't understand why she was in such a hurry to move here. And that curtain in the middle of the bed didn't block any sound at all. Wouldn't she hear everything at night? Oh, right. How did the male lead become the richest man in the end? Never mind. I can't remember. My brain isn't good at this. Xiao Jiao Jiao saw her family had all left and told the people inside the house she was going out immediately. Only Lu Ye's family of 5, was left in the house. Brother, why did you agree so easily?
500 yuan.
When will we pay it back? And this house isn't even ours to build. It was sister-in-law who insisted on building it. Why should we pay for it? Lu Chen looked at his brother, full of injuries, complaining. What are you saying? When we built the house, weren't you happy as can be? And after it was built, you didn't even want to live in it? But even the best house, we don't have the money. If you ask me, brother, you should have chosen the first option. Taking 500 yuan and calling it good. That sister-in-law is a city girl, a golden phoenix. We can't keep her here. Lu Chen, say one more word, and I swear if your sister-in-law hears this, I will break your legs. In this life, I want you to be my brother-in-law. Also, you should help out more with the family chores. Don't think that going to school means you can just come home and do nothing, expecting to be served. You're even less capable than your little sister. Brother, I'm just doing my homework. It's not on purpose. I already see what's in your mind. When your sister-in-law wasn't here, you didn't do your homework. Now you have homework? If you don't listen, you might as well drop out. There's no college entrance exam anymore, so studying is useless. Second brother, shut up. Big brother, it's all the parents' fault. I've let you down. Mother Lu sat on the bed, holding her husband's hand, her eyes full of guilt. If it weren't for these two lazy ones, with their big build and strength, the oldest son would have been a popular young man in the area long ago. Now, finally, a girl from the countryside who doesn't look down on their family wants to marry in, but her family openly looks down on them, saying they're climbing high and living off others, and they even beat up the oldest son. If it weren't for these two old folks. Mom, what are you saying? I will make sure you and Dad live a good life. You have to trust your son. Don't think too much. Each member of the Lu family has their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Jiao chased after and stopped Su Weimin, second brother. How can you hope your sister gets divorced? Lu Yi is really a good person. Don't be fooled by what others say. Just spend some time with him and you'll see. Yes, he's honest and kind and very filial. He could live well on his own, but he still works hard to support the whole family. Do you know how rare and difficult that is? Doesn't that show his good character? And don't judge people from a small gap. I believe that Yu will have a bright future. Lu Yi is not a man who depends on others. He earns dozens of yuan every month from the black market, but because his family was sick, they fell into hardship. Still, he managed to send his brother to school. I believe that after the reform and opening up, he was among the first to get rich. Haha. Su Weimin looked at her sister, who seemed to have a cloud over her head. Tired, let's destroy it. If you think it's good, then go with him. Brother, I definitely won't divorce Lu Yi. If you don't accept Lu Yi, then what? Then don't want me as your sister anymore. From now on, whether I have a good or bad life, it has nothing to do with you. Su Jiao looked at her second brother with wide, dangerous eyes. She had never been treated like this before and felt very wronged. Her words were sharp and unkind. She held her head high, more determined than him.
Fine.
Fine. Su Weimin watched her trembling fingers. He didn't expect his beloved little sister since childhood to give up her family for a man. It made him feel cold inside. But in the end, he couldn't say something harsher. He turned to Zhonglin and said, Uncle, let's go. They had come home on vacation and visited his sister. Now that they've seen her, it was time to leave. Without waiting for Zhonglin to reply, he turned and headed for the door. Wow. That kid over there can't climb on the car roof. Oh, damn. Su Weimin was feeling sad when he saw a child on the car roof jumping and bouncing, holding a stick and pointing at other children below. The surrounding kids were excited and screaming. But because of his shout, the child on the roof saw him and, panicked, fell straight down. Su Weimin was so scared, he didn't have time to feel sad or nostalgic. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly tried to run over to catch the child, but he was too far away. Su Momo looked back at Zhonglin. As expected, she forgot to have someone watch the car. Zhonglin touched his nose. Fortunately, since the ground was muddy, the child wasn't badly hurt, just scraped his hand a little. But the child seemed to know he had caused trouble and was very scared, crying loudly. Jia Momo, I tried to stop Sanju from climbing on the car, but Sanju said his dad is the village secretary, so he's not afraid. It's just a small car, and he can climb on the roof. Jia, he's just jealous of me. Su Momo looked at the tattletale iron egg and then at Sanju, who was clearly scared and crying nonstop. She smiled slightly. Kids, after all grown-ups once were children. Sometimes, children's feelings of comparison are even more straightforward than adults. And they don't think about consequences, just a little push and they get carried away. When the wife of the squad leader ran over crying loudly, first she checked that her son was okay, then she served him with a firm hand, followed by bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. The trick of playing the victim was very clear. Su Weiman was so tired that he didn't have time to get angry. He just told her to watch the children and that they shouldn't be so naughty in the future. Everyone was surprised that the wife of the secretary didn't cause trouble. Usually, if her child was accidentally pushed, she would come to complain. Actually, it's not that the wife of the secretary doesn't want to stand up for her child, but the more power someone has, the more they know to avoid trouble. After solving the problem, Su Weiman and the others really had to leave. Jiang Lin stood in front of the car and turned a serious face towards Su Miao Miao, saying, "I will stay in the county town these next 2 days. Uncle, you're not going with." Su Weiman swallowed his words under Jiang Lin's threatening look. Well, a man who opens his feathers like a peacock is not to be messed with. Wasn't it agreed that they would come to see Jiao Jiao first, and then go home? Did he misunderstand? Thinking about hearing that uncle wanted to take another leave and pretending not to care, but stumbling over his words, he remembered Grandpa. It seemed he was going to disappoint Grandpa again this time. "Captain Jiang, Captain Su?" "Hello, sir." Zhou Qingzong, dressed in a military uniform, hurried over and, recognizing the officers, saluted excitedly. "Zhou Qingzong? You." After returning the salute, Su Weiman was also very surprised. How could he see his subordinate here? Hadn't he asked for leave to go home and get married? After looking around, he suddenly realized, your home is right here in Qingshan Squad? It seemed he hadn't done his homework well. If he had known earlier, maybe it wouldn't matter so much. "All right, behave normally when you're out," Zhou Qingzong said, not minding how obvious he was. "Yes, are you all heading back now?" As Zhou Qingzong approached, he also overheard that Luya's girlfriend was actually Captain Su's younger sister. He really didn't know what to say. Zhou Qingzong couldn't find words to describe his feelings. Su Weiman, regaining some of his roguish attitude, said, "I'm about to go back, but Captain Jiang might stay longer." He said the last part carefully, as if to warn others there might be something fishy. Zhou Qingzong looked at Jiang Lin, who was paying close attention to the girl beside him, and for a moment, his expression darkened. But he quickly adjusted himself. "Captain Jiang, is there something you need? If you don't mind, you can come to my house for a meal. If you need any help, just let me know. I may not be able to do much, but I am a native from the Northeast, so I have some advantages." Jiang Lin looked at Zhou Qingzong and, not knowing what he was thinking, was polite and asked, "No need for meal. Do you have an extra room at your house?" "Huh?" Zhou Qingzong didn't expect this question but still answered instinctively, "Yes, I do." "Would you like to stay?" "My house has plenty of rooms, no problem. Besides the 5 brick and tile rooms at the front, there are 2 rooms on the west side. Although there are 4 siblings, there are still spare rooms." "Good, then I'll trouble you. No trouble at all. I'd be happy if you stay at my house. I'll go back and ask my mom to prepare everything." Zhou Qingzong saw that the others clearly had something to say, so he left at the right moment. He was able to become a deputy battalion commander at 28, thanks to his background, ability, and good judgment. Su Miao Miao and the others left, watching Jiang Lin with a bright smile. "Didn't you say you'd stay in the county town for 2 days?" Jiang Lin's eyes gradually wandered, not knowing where to look, as if trying to pretend he didn't hear. But his ears, red as blood, betrayed him. Su Weiman looked at his uncle's shy, eager expression and almost thought he was imagining his uncle, who at 13 had no hesitation in confronting spies with a chopstick, was just a fantasy. Do men always pretend when they're in love? He definitely isn't like that. A real man should be strong and honest. He's always been honest with his wife. "I'm leaving." Su Weiman didn't want to be a third wheel, so he sat in the driver's seat and started the car. "Wait." Su Miao Miao looked at the sky. It was still early in the afternoon. Are you going to the county town? Sue Wayman was confused. Yeah, why? Oh, I want to go to the county town too. Drop me off along the way. Since the first day they went to the countryside, she hadn't been to the county town for a long time. Mainly because she was lazy. Carts were slow and bumpy, and sitting on one was more tiring than walking. Sure enough, the uncle who originally said he would stay in the village didn't hesitate at all and got into the car, even sitting in the back seat with a female friend. Treat him as the driver. Next time, when he brings Yuechin, she will also sit in the back seat and let him be their driver. Sue Wayman's thoughts were hidden from others. Su Miao only knew that Jiang Lin was almost stiff as a sculpture because when he helped her into the car, she firmly pulled his left hand to confirm if he was that person. She saw the identical mole on his palm. She even pinched it hard. Then the man's face turned red from ear to neck, as if ignited, sitting there like a sculpture, breathing barely audible. Su Miao looked at this seemingly innocent man and suddenly understood the three joys of life, regaining what was lost. Perhaps heaven is kind to her. When they reached a fork in the road, Su Miao thought of something and spoke to Sue Wayman in front. Can you give someone a ride?
My brother, CMO. Huh?
Aren't you a young person from the countryside? Yes, I adopted a younger brother after going to the countryside. Is that okay? Of course, of course. Which way? When they arrived at the brick and tile house that was a landmark for their family, Su Miao quickly opened the car door and got out. She went inside and called CMO, who was chopping firewood. Change your clothes and come with me. CMO wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at her without saying anything, and soon changed into the new clothes she had just made for him. Seeing her clean and handsome little brother, Su Miao smiled like an ant, thinking, yes, she was very talented. Look at the tailoring and craftsmanship, really excellent. Come on, sister is taking you to the county town today, she said, grabbing his hand and leaving. Inside the jeep, Sue Wayman watched Jiang Lin still staring in the direction where Su Miao disappeared, and his mouth twitched. Uncle, what's going on with you guys? Is it love at first sight? He just couldn't believe it. Did they meet before and not tell him? Otherwise, how could their understanding be so natural? Jiang Lin looked at the wooden door outside the car window. I like her. He never thought he would fall in love with someone until that person appeared. Just looking at her made him feel happy. Thinking about spending the rest of his life with her made his blood boil with excitement. So we mean. He wanted to say that everyone already knew the situation, so there was no need to mention it. His behavior had already made it obvious. Just sitting with a female comrade made his face turn red. But looking at him, it seemed impossible to get any secret information. He thought of another question. Should I tell my family? His grandparents cared a lot about his marriage. It's said that last time, his grandfather used his authority to force his uncle to come back for a blind date and get married. However, it ended badly. It wasn't because of a disagreement with the blind date. They hadn't even reached that point. It was a fight with his grandfather. He didn't know if his uncle and grandfather had a grudge from their past lives, but both had very strong tempers. Could this be another form of family conflict? Hearing this question, Jiang Lin looked back seriously at Sue Wayman. Is it necessary to inform both parents about marriage, even if their relationship is cold? Even if he can handle things on his own? He had disobeyed his grandfather's orders more than once. Of course, Sue Wayman shouted excitedly, worried that his uncle might secretly register the marriage without telling his grandfather, which would make his grandfather very angry. That's responsible for a man. Listen, uncle, don't be like Lu Yi, that idiot. Otherwise, the parents will think you've kidnapped their precious daughter, think poorly of your character, and in the end, make you divorce her. Then it'll be over. Huh? Sue Wayman was caught off guard. Just tell the family. Okay. Sue Wayman hesitated, his throat tightening. He hadn't even mentioned that he needed his parents to help plan the wedding. Forget it. This time, he would be the most popular kid at home, especially since he had first-hand information from his uncle. Maybe he could even trick his grandfather into giving him the latest model of a gun. Hey, wait, are you sure about your relationship? And you want me to say something? His grandfather asked me. What should I say? That your son has a crush on a young woman from the countryside? Is that all? Jianglin clearly knew what he was thinking. Be honest. If you dare exaggerate or say one more word, you won't get out of bed for a week when you come back. Su Weimin instinctively touched his leg, shivering. He quickly begged for mercy, his handsome face showing a flattering smile. No, you don't know me? Don't worry, I'll be very careful. Damn, this uncle is almost inhuman. He is among the strongest in the entire army, yet he has never lasted more than 3 rounds in a fight with his uncle. You could say he couldn't last 3 rounds even when he's in good shape, and when he's not, it's still only 3 rounds. It's a clear insult. Lying in bed for a week, whether he's healed or not, that's exactly 1 week. Also, no matter what you say, I don't want anyone to bother her. Understood. He doesn't want his family to interfere when he's in a relationship, especially before he's even officially dating. Just then, Zhonglin got out of the car and looked at the gate. Wow, he really is the younger brother of the beautiful girl, just as handsome as her. He saw Su Miao pulling along a boy, about 11 years old. Although he was shorter than them, his features were even more handsome. His nose was straight, his skin pale and clear, lips red and teeth white. If his eyes weren't so sharp and dark, he would be more attractive than most girls. This is my brother, CMO, Su Miao introduced him, then let CMO sit in the front passenger seat. When the car left Qingshan team, Su Weimin started to liven up the mood. He wondered why his uncle suddenly turned cold after seeing his little brother. Shouldn't he be trying to impress him secretly? Comrade Su, are you taking your brother to the town to shop? No. Then where are you going? Su Weimin looked puzzled. Oh, I saw that little boys in the village like cars, so I brought him to experience it, she said. He can't enjoy what other kids do, but he can enjoy it. When they go back to the village, her brother CMO will definitely be the most handsome kid around, making everyone jealous and resentful, and isolating her family's CMO. Huh. Su Miao didn't understand what tact was.
Su Weimin rarely fell silent.
He opened his mouth, then closed it again, unsure how to smooth things over and seem more emotionally intelligent. Meanwhile, CMO, who had been secretly observing the car's interior since getting in, was stunned for a moment before turning to look at Su Miao.
See?
I knew boys like cars and guns. You can touch and look at them. When I have the ability, we'll buy one too. She used to envy other kids who could ride in their own family's cars home. Now, to make up for her childhood, her space is filled with luxury cars and even planes and yachts. Currently, I just can't take it out. Regarding space, after several days of tidying up, her space now has a decent layout within 50 meters. First floor, gold second floor, crystal cores third floor, jewelry fourth floor, medicines and laboratory 6th and 7th floors, food 8th floor, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and water 9th floor. Daily necessities. Su Miao looked at the cars on the 10th floor of her space. They were arranged neatly like during military training, and almost every car was made from new materials that could withstand a level 10 zombie attack. The reason I say almost is because she couldn't resist her childhood love for pink, so she kept several pink diamond supercars. Su Miao leaned on the hood of one car, her eyes forming a heart shape. Besides the cars, she also squeezed a few cool motorcycles into the last parking space. But she wasn't very interested in them because she didn't have long legs, so she couldn't reach the ground when riding. It wasn't very harmful, but it felt very insulting. It was better to use a small electric stove nearby, which was simple and convenient. Yes, go ahead and touch it. Maybe after we get to the county, my brother can teach you how to drive. Su Weimin happily finally got to speak. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. Originally, he planned to watch his sister take her sister shopping, eating, and buying things, but now. Is that okay? Thank you, Su Miao, not knowing what face she was making, agreed directly. She also thought that it might be too much to let him walk back alone after arriving in the county. It only took about 2.5 hours by ox cart from Qingshan Brigade to the county, so the car ride was less than half an hour. To thank them for the ride, Su Miao paid for everyone when they went to the state-run restaurant to eat. Su Weimin looked at his uncle, who showed no reaction, feeling disappointed. What a great opportunity it was. How could a woman pay for the meal? Besides, the two men could eat a lot. Although Sue's outfit and demeanor suggested she wasn't from an ordinary family, she was wealthy. It seemed the only reason his uncle might be interested in her at first glance was her face. After dinner, at the restaurant entrance, Sue Wayman wisely took CMO away. Once you finish learning to drive, just go home by yourself, Sue Meow Meow told CMO.
Simo nodded obediently.
So we mean? No. Aren't you planning to pick him up? He's just a kid, only about 10 years old. Aren't you worried something might happen to him? If Sue Meow Meow could hear his thoughts, she would definitely roll her eyes. Something happened to him? He's unlikely to get into trouble. A few days ago, he brought back a big bear. When asked why, he said it was to make her a warm winter coat. Who would dare to harm him? They would be very unlucky. Watching the two walk away, Sue Meow Meow looked back at the man who always stood behind her. He was tall and strong, and it seemed like he only had eyes for her. She really wanted to go and hold his hand, but she saw the dull surroundings and people secretly watching them, so she held back. Did you bring the money? Yes, Jonglin nodded. Then shall we go see a movie? These days, couples usually go to the movies, right? Sue Meow Meow led the way ahead. She looked at the serious but obedient man beside her and pretended to be a little upset. Are you not willing to talk to me? Just answer me one word at a time. Jonglin looked innocent and wronged.
No, it's not that.
I don't know what to say. What if he said the wrong thing and made her think less of him? She probably liked his looks. If he didn't speak, he could still have some dignity. And they just met. If she thought he was just interested in her because of her appearance, that would be bad. So, you have nothing to say to me? Sue Meow Meow lowered her head. No, I just haven't interacted much with girls and don't know how to make them happy. Jonglin moved to walk in front of her, eager to clarify that he didn't mean it that way. If she misunderstood, he wouldn't know where to hide his tears. Sue Meow Meow seemed not to hear and kept walking with her head down. Oh, she exaggeratedly covered her head, pretending to be upset, but when she looked up secretly, she saw the man looking frustrated, unsure where to put his hands. She couldn't help but chuckle. She remembered how proud and confident he used to be. Just joking. Let's go. The cinema was not far, very close to the state-run restaurant. It was early afternoon, so there weren't many people. Sue Meow Meow chose a seat in the corner and sat down. Jonglin initially thought sitting here might make it hard to see clearly, but he believed there was a reason she chose this spot. After sitting down, he handed her the open soda he had just bought and held the popcorn so she could eat easily. The young girl looked delicate and spoiled. She didn't even want to crack sunflower seeds herself. When the movie started, the lights went out. Only the screen was bright, and everything else was dark. Jonglin had seen this movie before, a war film that the whole team watched together. He had good memory and sharp eyesight. As he looked around, he saw a few young couples getting closer, even noticing a man reaching into a woman's clothes. Seeing this for the first time, he widened his eyes in shock. He instinctively looked at the girl beside him, only to see she wasn't watching the screen but was looking at him. The images he just saw made him feel uncomfortable and a little afraid to meet her gaze. He knew it was wrong to think like that, but the images kept flashing in his mind, making him want to hit himself. Suddenly, his hand was touched softly and delicately. His breath caught for a moment. Jonglin watched as she moved the popcorn away and gently held his hand. He couldn't help but feel her soft, smooth skin, and he hesitated before daring to breathe loudly. Sue Meow Meow wasn't interested in movies from this era, but she was very curious about the person sitting next to her. Seeing how much he seemed to surround her, she wanted to hide in his arms. But the armrest was in the way, stopping her from being bold. She looked at the man who was frozen in place because of her touch, then decided to take his hand and adjust her sitting position, burying her face in his palm. His hand was large and strong, with some calluses. It was a little rough, but it gave her a sense of safety. She was surprised to fall asleep in such a noisy environment. In her dreams, she seemed to return to that laboratory. Wearing a white coat, she should have been the most trustworthy angel, but instead, they injected her with viruses, drew her blood, and cut her flesh. They didn't even want to give her decent clothes. 1 day, 2 days,
A year.
2 years, 5 years. She, once a beautiful water-type psychic, was now just skin and bones, her cheeks sunken, like a living skeleton. Until one day, a small team dressed in camouflage burst in. The tall, handsome man looked like a finely crafted work of art, making her seem more like a rat hiding in the shadows, never meant to see the light. The first thing he did when he saw her was to cover her with a coat, holding her gently without any sign of disgust, then leaving with her. 3 years had passed, and he had taken care of her without anyone else's help. Because she hadn't walked for a long time, she couldn't even move properly. Since she hadn't eaten normal food for a long time, she needed careful nurturing. She had been tortured in a dark, sunless laboratory for 5 years, which made her temper sharp and her behavior wild. But this person had cared for her every day for 3 years, feeding her, taking care of her needs, without any dislike, always patient with her. In times of illness, children often show no filial piety, let alone a stranger she had never seen before. She watched him with suspicion, thinking he must know her value. After all, everyone in the laboratory had turned into zombies, and she was the only one alive. She thought he was trying to manipulate her, and that she would suffer a worse fate than in the lab. Even when she deliberately showed weakness to her enemies, and he died saving her, she still believed he was just pretending. When she could no longer find him in her life, she started to panic. She even dug up his grave to see if he had been replaced, like in the movies. But all she found was his decayed body. The once tall, handsome, and brave man now looked so ugly lying there. She saw his comrades crying and cursing her, saying she was an unfeeling stone. What did she have that was worth his risking everything? If he didn't like her, why would he be so careful? If he didn't like her, why did he die? He was so powerful that even the zombie king couldn't hurt him, yet he was pierced through the heart by a tiny dagger. Jiang Lin looked at the small, obedient head resting in her palm. Her heart felt like it was melting. How could she be so gentle? She really wanted to touch her, but was afraid she might wake up, so she stopped. In the lively movie theater, she could only see the little girl in front of her. Maybe he liked her very much in his past life, so just seeing her now made him happy. She probably liked him too, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't be so close to him. From his intuition, she probably didn't like being touched by strangers. But since their relationship wasn't clearly defined yet, he felt uneasy. Maybe they could clarify things after the movie? But what if she hears an answer she doesn't want to hear? But if she doesn't ask, she won't know her status. In just half an hour, Jiang Lin, who is usually decisive, almost became a bundle of indecision. He had never realized how hard it was to make a choice, until he felt his palm getting wet. Curious if the cinema was leaking, he used his other hand to shield the little girl's face and checked the ceiling for a long time. Only then did he realize it was her tears. Looking at the quiet girl lying in his hand, silently crying, he felt like someone was cutting into his heart. Wake up. Su Miao Miao dreamed she was sleeping every day by his tombstone. It felt like he was always there with her. She felt a gentle push, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of caring, worried eyes. At that moment, she finally remembered that in the lab, when he first saw her, he didn't dislike her but felt sorry for her. But she was lost in her own thoughts and didn't want to believe it. Are you okay? Did you just have a nightmare? Su Miao Miao looked at the worried man kneeling in the narrow corridor of the cinema. Her smile grew bigger. Yes, but now it's not a nightmare anymore. Jiang Lin looked at the girl, tears still on her face but smiling happily, and felt relieved. I'm glad you're okay. She wanted to stand up, but the corridor was too narrow, and her legs couldn't stretch properly. She failed to get up. Su Miao Miao then realized she was still holding his hand tightly, which also limited his movement. Seeing the man's adorable expression again, Su Miao Miao couldn't help but lean in and kiss his face. After the kiss, she saw the man freeze as if someone had suddenly pressed a pressure point. He didn't move, and his eyes seemed stiff. Although she knew that in this era, Couples rarely kiss, and it was shocking to kiss him on their first meeting. She didn't regret it. Every day after her past life, she fantasized that if she had trusted him earlier and responded sooner, maybe he would have been happier sooner. At least, when she died, she would have some good memories, instead of feeling she had disliked him from the start. Just as she was feeling proud, she suddenly felt her view shift higher. When she came back to her senses, she saw the man lifting her up, placing her by the corridor, then holding her hand and walking out of the cinema. Su Miao Miao was forced to follow, but she was not worried at all, and even thought that this person suddenly became quite assertive. However, she was overthinking. After passing through an empty alley next to the cinema, the man suddenly seemed to run out of courage and started stammering. Su Miao Miao looked at the alley, recognizing it as the place where she had previously seen the heroine, Su Jiao Jiao, disappear into thin air. Then she felt her hand being firmly grasped. She looked up at the man, who looked nervous and unsure of where to put his hands, and then at the hand still holding hers. She couldn't help but move slightly. Zhonglin noticed that he was still holding the young girl's hand and immediately let go, as if electrocuted. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Then you don't want to take responsibility? No, I
didn't mean it that way.
I was just eager. In the end, he took a deep breath and decided to follow the scenario he had rehearsed many times in his mind. He straightened his military uniform and saluted her. This made Su Miao Miao involuntarily become serious. Comrade Su Miao Miao, my name is Zhonglin. I am 23 years old and currently serve as a company commander in the Shenyang military region. My monthly salary is 102 yuan with bonuses for missions. I have been in the army for 5 years since I joined at 19. The military service allowance is 10% of my salary, enough to support a family. I have a graduate degree, so I believe we can find common topics to talk about. I consider my personal qualities good, with no bad habits. My parents both have jobs. My father has a security guard to take care of daily needs, and my mother is healthy and easy to get along with. Comrade Su Miao Miao, I was attracted to you the first time I saw you. I hope we can form a revolutionary friendship with the goal of marriage. After saying this long paragraph and staring intently into her eyes, it seemed like he was waiting for her judgment. She hesitated for a moment and then chose to agree. Okay, what? Zhonglin was afraid he had misheard due to his eagerness. Didn't hear me? Well then, I heard you. You agreed. Zhonglin immediately responded, joking that if he wasn't quick-witted now, he would be the biggest fool in history. Hey, what are you doing? Su Miao Miao looked confused as Zhonglin, excited, started undoing his clothes. On this big road. No, even the small alley seems a bit too bold. As Su Miao Miao was thinking whether to give in or pretend to resist, she saw a stack of money bills handed to her. She looked up at the man who was looking at her seriously, his clothes already tidily put back on. His hand, which was holding the buttons on his chest, paused, and he took the money without pretending anything had happened. This is the money I brought out this time. Zhonglin looked at the nervous girl, worried she might be passed over for having too little money. He quickly added, the rest is in the passbook at the military dormitory. Next time I come, I'll definitely give it to you. If he knew he would meet her here, he would have brought all his savings. He just wished he had the ability to see the future. Su Miao Miao looked at him, then at the money, then at him again, then at the money. She lowered her head and started counting. Sure enough, she was very lucky with money in her life. 1, 2. A total of 9 large banknotes, plus miscellaneous small bills, totaling 101.53. Yes, she decided to count how much wealth she had accumulated since coming here. To keep things tidy, she specially set up a small room on the second floor of her space, where she stored a deed to a bustling area in Shanghai, a box of antique calligraphy and paintings, a box of jewelry and accessories, 55 small yellow pills, 1,000 yuan in large black notes plus over 8,800 yuan in cash. Zhonglin watched her finish counting and then said at the right moment, there are also 2,000 yuan in the passbook. He had been saving since he was 13, earning various bonuses and annual allowances after joining the army. After giving half of his money to his parents each year, he still had this much left. From now on, I will send you my salary every month. Why? Not even married yet, and you're handing over your salary? Afraid I'll run off with your money, Su Miao Miao teased him. Zhang Lin's heart tightened, then he looked at her sincerely and suggested, keep it for me. Then I'll have money every month. But what if I accidentally? Shut up, Su Miao Miao snapped sharply. I don't want to hear that word. If you say it again, I'll hit you. She waved her fist. Zhang Lin smiled. Okay, he just wanted to say that if he sacrificed himself, she could receive his pension, which would be enough. But he promised to try his best to protect himself in the future. Su Miao Miao looked at his once cold and tough demeanor, now softened by a smile, with a hint of a gentle, puppy-like feeling. So, what are we doing now? We agreed to watch a movie, she said, pulling him back. Although she still didn't understand what the movie was about, it was mainly about creating a certain atmosphere. Oh, right, Su Miao Miao said, holding the money ticket in her hand. She took out a large bill and handed it to Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin looked at her, with confusion. How can you go back without a single penny on you? She asked. Are you going back? Also, from now on, 10% of your salary will be kept as your pocket money. No need. Zhang Lin shook his head, indicating he didn't want it. He stayed in the army every day, eating, drinking, and sleeping with little to spend. The only expense was helping out struggling comrades once a month, but that wasn't much. Now he had a wife to support, so he would stop taking this money. After so many years, it was enough. They weren't his responsibility, but his wife was. The young girl looked delicate and spoiled, always needing the best in food, clothing, and living conditions. He wanted to work harder for her. He wondered if the gun design he submitted last time had been made, whether it was as powerful as expected, and if it could be mass-produced. And he planned to continue going on missions when he returned. Su Miao Miao looked into his eyes and said seriously, you will use it. Not only now, but also in the future. No matter if your salary increases or not, no matter how much it increases. In this real world, whether man or woman, without money, they feel insecure and unhappy. The feeling of asking for money with an open palm is never comfortable. Of course, looking at the man in front of her, he might not have this worry. Coming from a wealthy and strong background, with respect and dignity, he might not feel this way or might even feel proud of it. But she couldn't. Since she was young, asking her parents for tuition fees made her feel like her dignity was being trampled on, enduring insults. She understood that feeling, so she avoided it herself. You can use this money to do what you want. I won't interfere, except for one thing. Suddenly, Su Miao Miao's eyes turned dangerous. If you dare to mess around outside, Zhang Lin immediately almost swore by the sky, no, I only like you. But then he felt this sentence sounded a bit empty. If I ever do anything wrong to you, I will never wear this military uniform again. Su Miao Miao looked at the man whose face was turning pale. Actually, she believed him, or rather, she never doubted him in this matter. In her past life, her temper was wild, and she didn't trust him. She only suspected he had some plans for her, not that he liked someone else or had liked someone before. Now, as they talked about this, she found it strange.
Why?
He was still young. Forget it, she thought. If she can't understand, she won't think about it anymore. All right, don't be so serious. I believe you. If you really did something wrong to me, impossible. He would never do that. He had a lifetime to prove his innocence. She couldn't accuse him falsely. Not even in her imagination. Okay. Su Miao Miao, afraid of him, said, where were we? Oh, right, about giving you 10% of my monthly salary as pocket money. It felt like the conversation was drifting off topic. I don't need money. How could you not? Don't you want to occasionally invite your comrades to a restaurant to catch up and build friendship? Zhang Lin pursed his lips. They were so good-looking, but the cafeteria's big pot meals couldn't satisfy them anymore. Seeing his expression, Su Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh with anger. Then, can't you buy me a gift? Speaking of gifts, you're going to the squad leader's house tonight, right? Come on, let's go shopping. It's getting dark, and I wonder if the supply store is still open. She grabbed his arm and started walking, but she let go after leaving the alley because a few members with red armbands happened to pass by, their eyes like searchlights, staring wildly. What a special era. Jianglin was suddenly enlightened by the girl's words. Yes, he could buy her a gift. Now, what do people give as presents these days? It seems everyone likes watches, right? Damn, last time he gave his nephew a watch ticket, and his nephew used it to make his wife happy. But thinking about it, he only had 10 yuan now, which wasn't enough to buy a watch. He needed to save more. It would take a year, that's too long. If only his salary were higher, or if he could do a few more missions. However, that would mean seeing the young girl less often. It would be better if the young girl went with the army. I wonder if he can report their marriage this time? No, they must meet with each other's parents first. Jiang Lin followed Su Miao Miao closely, walking with a stern face, but who knows what wild thoughts were running through his mind. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Miao Miao was thinking about what to bring when staying at someone else's house. Suddenly, she saw the man seem to have opened a special channel, asking the clerk about the price of snow cream. Thinking he could afford it, he took out his last 10 yuan and handed it over confidently.
So meow meow.
Is it appropriate to buy snow cream as a gift when staying at someone else's house? She couldn't help but imagine Annie Ho-Hot or Zhou Qingzong receiving snow cream. Then she saw the man hand her a large jar of snow cream. Here. To me, Su Miao Miao suddenly realized it was for her. No wonder she had been dismissing herself. Since gaining water-type powers, she had almost forgotten about skincare products. Just washing her face daily was enough to go out, no need to worry about appearance or skincare. For someone who loves beauty, this was simply wonderful. Now, looking at the snow cream handed to her and the hopeful expression in the man's eyes, she thought she might not need it, but could still pretend to use it on her face. She happily accepted it. Yes, the most important thing was that the man was giving her a gift for the first time, so she should encourage him. So when she took it, she casually hooked her finger around his. Jiang Lin was so excited, he wanted to buy another jar, but he was short on money. If only he had more, he would buy it all. As for the earlier idea of buying a watch, he would save up slowly. For now, he would buy what he could afford. Su Miao Miao, based on the original owner's memory, looked around the supply and marketing cooperative. When she came out, Jiang Lin was carrying 6 jars of fruit preserves, 2 boxes of malted milk, a pound of jiang rice strips, and a pound of egg cakes. Jiang Lin initially wondered if they needed to buy so many things just to stay at someone else's house. But then he thought they could eat these at home too, so he kept quiet. It seemed the young girl liked canned food more. Next time she visited the county, she would buy these again. But does she not like white rabbit candies? In this era, don't everyone like sweets? There are no sugar tickets. Because in the army, there was hardly anywhere to spend money, so he would exchange his vouchers with comrades each time. Next month, he can't do that anymore. He now has a family to support. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, the moon came out to take its shift. Walking alone at night might be a little scary, but for young couples, it adds a lot of romantic feelings. Su Miao Miao watched a tall man carrying all her things walking beside her. He didn't hold her hand, so she had to take the initiative herself. But as soon as she reached out, he firmly took her hand. Su Miao Miao smiled happily, because she knew he would. Walking on a country road, surrounded by large fields of corn and the sounds of insects and frogs, with the moon high in the sky shining cold white light, everything felt quiet and peaceful. Holding hands, they walked home. For the first time, she suddenly felt very happy. It was like a scene from her dreams. Have I ever told you I like you too? Now you have, I love you too. Under the night sky, the girl didn't notice the deep love in the man's eyes, nor did she see the greed he dared to show only because of the darkness. The journey was very long. Because she had someone to rely on, Su Miao Miao finally acted spoiled and asked Jiang Lin to carry her. They only got off when they reached a place with people at the village entrance. Su Miao Miao rubbed her legs and then her chest. Realizing that movies and TV shows were all lies, Being carried felt uncomfortable, no matter how strong the person was. Looking at Jiang Lin, whose forehead was sweating profusely, she felt a bit puzzled. Am I heavy? Not heavy. Not as heavy as when he was training. Then he probably has no health issues this lifetime, right? He was so strong in his past life. Well, maybe. Anyway, she hadn't enjoyed that. Could it be that this lifetime wouldn't be her turn to have bad luck? Seeing the girl with a worried look, as if she needed early treatment, Jiang Lin was speechless. He could still feel the soft touch on his back. He had thought the girl's figure would be good, but he hadn't expected it to be this. You have a nosebleed. Su Miao Miao saw his face turning red and bleeding, and seemed to understand the reason. Good, as long as it's not a health problem. She quickly took out a handkerchief and tiptoed to wipe his face. Since coming here, she couldn't openly use tissue paper, so she had sewn many handkerchiefs for herself. But the more she wiped, the more it seemed to bleed. Jiang Lin smelled the faint fragrance from the handkerchief and immediately remembered the scent on the girl's neck when she had just leaned on his back. He turned around quickly. Su Miao Miao. He heard the man's muffled voice. It's okay, it will be fine soon. Jiang Lin silently reminded himself of the 3 main rules and 8 points of attention. After a while, he managed to calm his restless feelings. He looked back and saw the girl squatting on the grass nearby, poking at ants with a stick. She was small, well-behaved, and adorable. It was amazing. Just moments ago, she was so alluring, and now she was so obedient. If Su Miao Miao heard his thoughts, she would definitely protest. When did she ever flirt with him? She hadn't even disliked his naive thoughts. All right, let's go, he said, noticing some villagers watching them. Su Miao Miao threw away the stick, took the leftover pieces of the egg cake, and replaced them with a large white rabbit milk candy, about 10 times bigger. I'm giving the spy ant wrong information. It's a pity they couldn't see how the ants carried such a big piece of candy into their nest. At home, she could try using her own ant nest. That's another fun way to pass the time. It would be a shame to waste such a beautiful day. After walking through most of the village, they finally reached the door of her house. Seeing villagers sneaking around and watching them, Su Miao Miao didn't invite him inside. Instead, she divided a small part of the things they bought on the stone steps outside. She only took out 2 cans of canned food and handed them to Jiang Lin. All right, now you know how to get to Zhou Qingzong's house, right? Jiang Lin, wanting to say he knew, remained silent. Su Miao Miao thought he had just arrived today. She chuckled, realizing there had been so much happening that she almost forgot. Just as she was about to tell him the way, Zhou Qingzong ran over. He really has good eyesight. At this moment, CMO also heard the noise, came out and took Jiang Lin's luggage. When Jiang Lin handed the gift Su Miao Miao prepared for him to Aunt Ho-Hot, she beamed with joy. Oh, we're so honored to have you stay with us. Why bring anything else? Come stay in this house. It's big, and I've already tidied it up for you. If you need anything, just tell me. Faced with his comrade's mother's warm hospitality, Jiang Lin felt a bit uncomfortable, but knew to be polite. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Auntie. Sorry for the trouble. Oh, no trouble at all. Just settle in. There's hot water inside, so it's just like being at home. After the others left, Jiang Lin quickly tidied up and went to bed to rest. Meanwhile, Manhwa, excited, pulled Zhou Qingzong into their room. Oh my, is everyone from the city this good-looking? And their presence, their height. How can they be so tall? Manhwa looked at her son standing there blankly, starting to feel disdainful. No wonder Su Jiqing didn't like him. If she were Su Jiqing, she would choose Jiang Ying, the commander. No, anyone would choose Jiang Ying. Hey, second son, how come he's only 23 and already a battalion commander? And you're 28 and only a deputy battalion commander? Is it because of his family background? Zhou Qingzong saw his mother's gossiping habit flare up again. Without knowing the truth, she just assumed, and his face darkened instantly. He stepped forward and covered her mouth. Mom, what are you talking about? Stop guessing without knowing. Wang Guohua struggled to break free, curious.
Why?
What's the real reason? Zhou Qingzong knew that if he didn't satisfy her curiosity, she'd keep asking forever. So he decided to tell her what he could.
What?
He graduated with a master's degree at 19? That's a higher level than college? A genius. Did she see a real genius today? Oh my, how smart must that child be? Seeing her mother's amazed expression, Zhou Qingzong couldn't help but feel she was quite inexperienced. If he told her that Jiang Ying not only graduated with a master's at 19 but also heard he's skilled with weapons and has double master's degrees in English and Russian, she might just go crazy. But he remembered how he felt when he first heard it, so he silently closed his mouth. Most importantly, Jiang Ying was not only smart but also physically top-notch, with all skills at the highest level, like a born soldier, with real military achievements. Sometimes he had to admit the gap between people was huge. He got sleepy reading books. Studying was almost like a matter of life and death. Some things
Just couldn't compare.
Mom, don't tell anyone what I just said. It's a secret. If you tell others, I might have to stay home with you. Zhou Qingzong was joking with his mother. What could be shared wasn't a secret. He just thought that if he didn't say this, his mother might shout it out to the whole world. If something happened, better to keep things simple. Come on, you can't say that. Wang Hohat was surprised, her eyes wide. She had already decided what to say and who to tell tomorrow, but if it involved her son's future, she wouldn't say a word no matter what. Don't worry, son. Mom definitely won't say anything. Since she couldn't share other people's gossip, Wang Hohat suppressed her curiosity and shifted her focus to her son's future marriage. Second son. What do you think of the girl we met today? Su Jiqing didn't like her son much, but her son was still quite popular. Today, she took her second son to the county town and introduced him to a girl she had been watching for a while at a state-run restaurant. The girl had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a round face, black braids, and a lively, loud personality. She also had a big backside, which she thought could help produce children. Her son was already older and a soldier, so she thought it was urgent to have grandchildren. Mom. Zhou Qingzong frowned, showing his disapproval. His mother was basically choosing a partner for him based on her own ideas. What's wrong? Not interested? Well, tell me what kind of girl you like. I have to say, if you don't get married this time, you can't come back home. You're already 28, not 18. There are many kids your age in the village, and even your younger brother has 3 children. He still wanted her to worry about him. Zhou Qingzong knew he should think about his future marriage, especially since he came back for this purpose. The local leaders also thought it was important. But the more urgent it was, the harder it was to make progress. He just couldn't come up with a plan. And if he had ideas, no one liked him. Before the rooster crowed in the morning, Zhang Lin opened his eyes. After Zhou Qingzong got up, he saw Jiang Yingzhang quietly washing clothes by the water basin. Jiang Yingzhang so early. Usually their morning exercises were around this time, right? It's true. Those who are better tend to work harder. After finishing the morning training, Zhang Lin refused the idea of eating at Zhou Qingzong's house and consciously went to Su Miao Miao's door. It was opened by CMO, and it was obvious both of them looked a bit disappointed. CMO just glanced at him and then let him in. After that, he went on with his own chores, fetching water, chopping wood, planting vegetables, feeding chickens, boiling water, and cooking. As a first-time visitor, Zhang Lin also helped out. Surprisingly, even though they didn't talk much, they quickly developed a good understanding. Until they sat at the dining table, CMO picked up a steamed bun and started eating. Jiang Lin couldn't hold back anymore and asked with a look, "Meow meow, where is she?" "Not eating." CMO glanced at him and gave a look in return. "No." Jiang Lin frowned. "How can you not eat?" CMO looked at him with a mischievous glint in his eyes, full of childish liveliness. "Then you go call her." Jiang Lin looked at the hopeful expression in the little kid's eyes and instinctively felt something was off. "Why don't you go?" CMO remembered how he was excited to get up early and call someone on his first day, only to be hit with a pillow. Shivering at the thought. But he still looked at Jiang Lin as if nothing had happened, encouraging him. Does he look like a fool? But this little kid's cooking skills are pretty good. He controls the heat just right. even better than what he learned in the kitchen class. It seems he needs to work harder. Last night, he found out that this kid isn't related to the girl. That's why he thought he didn't like him at first sight. After finishing his meal, CMO was about to go up the mountain to gather pig grass. Seeing Lin still standing in the yard, not moving, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He didn't fall for it. Next time, he would have to pretend better. You're not leaving? Sister has to gather 4 baskets of pig grass every day. Even if he's slow, he knows he can't leave Su Miao Miao alone with a man at home. The villagers would gossip. Lin watched CMO so confidently leave the little girl inside the house. If someone came in, he looked at the high wall of the yard, topped with sharp, carved branches and the thorny bushes around the fence. He felt reassured. He also knew that being alone with the girl at home wasn't good for her. Carrying a basket on his back, he followed CMO, who then took out a lock and locked the door. He wanted to say something but thought better of it. Leaving it unlocked didn't seem right either. He kept quiet. Early in the morning, the 2 men finished gathering a day's worth of pig grass and each harmed a small animal. When Su Miao Miao woke up and came out of the house, she saw 2 people, one big, one small, working together in the West Wing kitchen, chopping vegetables in perfect harmony. Both of them looked very handsome and tall, with a neat and capable appearance. After days of being fed by her, CMO had grown a few centimeters, nearing 1.7 meters, close to 1.6 meters. Seeing such a pleasing scene early in the morning was very refreshing. She admired them for a while before going to wash up. Lin saw the little girl just waking up through the window. Her messy hair was bouncing, and her eyes still shimmered with water. She yawned and stretched lazily, looking like a very relaxed kitten. Looking outside at the bright sun, he couldn't help but smile affectionately. She really does look just like a cat. She probably woke up in a bad mood, and her temper is so big she'd rather skip meals. It seems he needs to be careful in the future. From now on, no more breakfast for her. Dinner is fine since it lasts longer. When Su Miao Miao finished her bath and came out, she saw Lin squatting by the sink, cleaning fish. She walked over. A gentle scent drifted from nearby. Lin turned his head and saw the little girl sitting quietly beside him, hands in her lap, watching him gut the fish. Her little nose wrinkled in dislike. He smiled softly, unaware of his own affection. Go play over there. This fish smells bad. The girl had just finished her bath, dressed neatly and beautifully, still damp, and didn't match the bloody fish in his hand.
Huh?
Su Miao Miao instinctively looked at him. She was just wondering where the fish came from, whether it was tasty, whether to cook it in soy sauce or steam it, so she didn't hear what he said. Lin was caught off guard by her tilt of the head, looking adorable but a little mischievous. If it weren't for the dead fish's eyes reminding him, he almost reached out to pat her head. But then he'd get her hair dirty, and he'd probably get scolded. But Su Miao Miao didn't look for long before she went to play with her little chickens. She had 2 chicks adopted from Aunt Ho-Hot's home. Under Simo's care, they had grown quite a bit, about the size of pigeons, with more beautiful and intricate feathers. They had actually survived. But she knew only one could be kept at home, and the other would have to be killed and eaten when it grew bigger. She felt a little reluctant. It's true, no matter what animal it is, she develops feelings for the ones she raises. Although she hadn't fed them much, she occasionally gave them some spiritual spring water. So, whenever the 2 chicks saw her, they would run happily toward her. But only sometimes. Even though she could now give them spiritual spring water with just a thought, she was stingy. If they drank too much, they wouldn't care anymore. CMO, what about the bugs you caught this morning? Sis Mo came out of the kitchen, took a glass jar from the windowsill close to her, and handed it to her. She sighed. They've already eaten. It's okay. Eat more so you grow faster. The chickens raised from her spiritual spring. If they don't lay eggs soon, she'll pluck their feathers. Sis Mo silently looked at the 2 small chickens with big bellies. Better luck next time. Don't eat them tomorrow. Then she went back to the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Hey, you're still picky? You won't eat these delicious bugs? Give them to me. Then she saw a beautiful girl with 2 braids chasing after 2 small chickens, trying to catch them. The chickens, with weak wings, flapped around but couldn't fly away. If they could, they'd have flown onto the wall and run off. But, come out, you guys. Are you bullying me and not letting me catch you? Momo stomped her feet by the vegetable patch. She had just changed into new clothes and shoes, and the garden had just been watered. She angrily pulled Jianglin, who was still cleaning fish, and pointed at the 2 chickens leisurely walking in the garden. Catch them for me. Today, I must teach them a lesson. How dare they ignore me? Jianglin looked at the girl who seemed about to turn into a pufferfish from anger. You're still laughing, no more love. Knowing she was just joking and not serious, Jianglin didn't go in to catch the chickens. She liked them so much, she would be heartbroken if she got hurt. All right, don't be mad. There's a litter of puppies at a friend's house. Want to hold one and raise it? She clearly liked these little pets. And dogs can guard the house. After Sis Mo goes out, having a dog at home is an extra layer of protection. They are descendants of military dogs, more alert and cautious. Really? Can I? Momo's eyes lit up. She had wanted to raise a dog for a long time. At first, she thought she wasn't allowed, but then she found out that the village secretary's family and the accountant's family both had dogs. That meant there was no explicit ban. But both families had big male dogs, and they didn't have puppies. She couldn't just steal someone else's adult dog, right? Nowadays, puppies are hard to find. Harder than tiger cubs. A few days ago, Big Orange brought her a little tiger cub, wanting to give it to her. When she found out that Big Orange had stolen it while the mother tiger wasn't paying attention, she was furious. She punched his big head hard. She just looked a little longer, well, 3 times longer. Never mind. She just wanted to look, but who knew he was so quick? She secretly took notes so that next time she went to look, he would bring something back for her. At that moment, the mother tiger came running over. Feeling guilty, she put down the little tiger and grabbed the big orange cat, running desperately. It was the first time in her life she had been chased so awkwardly. Of course, you can. Jianglin saw how excited the girl was and knew he was pleasing her in the right way. Wow, when can I hold and raise one? You won't still be holding it when you go back, right? She knew that if the puppy was too small, it would need its mother and might be hard to take care of. No, I can definitely bring it back before I leave. If you're in a hurry, I'll go see it tomorrow. After retiring, his comrade now works at the county police station. Their family is pretty well off, so they adopted a retired military dog. Yesterday, they visited the comrade's home and found out that the retired dog had puppies, 5 in total. They should be almost a month old now, and they've been looking for families to adopt them. He only took a quick look then, but now he was using that knowledge. You saw them, right? Are they cute? I won't keep any that I don't think are good-looking. Yes, she's quite appearance-conscious. She keeps dogs mainly for guarding the house, but what she really cares about is that they look good, handsome. It's a purebred German Shepherd. Pretty good-looking, right? But do girls usually prefer cuter ones? Like Pekingese or something? Luckily, Su Meow Meow didn't know what he was thinking, or she'd definitely shake her head wildly. She hated small dogs. They were tiny but had big tempers, just like her, and didn't get along with her. That's fine. You can go tomorrow, Su Meow Meow said without mercy, making him run around the yard, looking for a place to make a dog's nest. Jianglin watched her lively and energetic look, smiled and shook his head, then went inside to prepare his braised carp. Just now, Zhou Qingzong insisted on sending some fish over, saying that today the team was dividing fish, and they sent him an extra one. Jianglin's first thought was, what about his little girl? Did the villagers bully her? He turned to look at the bedroom with the curtains still not drawn. Then he remembered that the girl only earned 2 points a day, and that was done by CMO. And CMO altogether, they earned 4 points. If he hadn't seen that CMO was pretty good at hunting, he might have suspected they were going to starve. The young girl must be wealthy. Today, every household in the village is eating fish, so the smell of fish fills the air throughout the village. One family's aroma is especially strong, as if they are not only having braised fish but also chicken and rabbit. People start coming out of their houses to see whose home it is, and they all gather in front of Su Meow Meow's house. Wow, this smells so good. Are they celebrating the new year? They're having such a big feast. Everyone knows Su Jiqing is rich, but he usually isn't this extravagant. Then it suddenly occurs to them that today's guest is a soldier under Zhou Laoqi's leadership. They're hosting him well. People always say that comparing oneself to others can be discouraging. It looks like Su Jiqing is spending his money quickly, and now he's getting involved with Zhou Laoqi's boss. Zhou Laoqi earns about 80 yuan a month, so how much does his boss make? Su Jiqing is really lucky. He keeps spending more and more money. His family savings for the whole year might not even be as much as what others spend in a day. But Su Jiqing's cooking skills are truly good. Usually, you wouldn't smell this kind of aroma from their house. No one would expect someone to be so shameless as to let guests cook for them. The strong smell is just because today, Su Meow Meow didn't set up a barrier in the kitchen to block the smell. Sometimes, letting people know you're enjoying a good meal is fine, but if your house smells like this every day, you might get some trouble. Su Meow Meow isn't afraid, but it's like mosquito bites. You can easily swat them, but they're annoying and gross. Setting up a barrier isn't hard, and it also helps her practice her space powers, so she doesn't neglect her abilities. Outside the house, adults and children holding bowls stand at the door, smelling the delicious aroma. Su Meow Meow doesn't care. She's sitting nicely at the dining table, waiting to eat. She has a chicken leg, a chicken wing, a rabbit leg, and is waiting for the two of them to serve her fish. Recently, because she's been causing trouble for small animals in the mountains, her skills in making roast chicken and braised rabbit have improved a lot. So good that it's almost mouth-watering. Jianglin's braised fish is also top-notch. They are both beautiful and useful. Su Meow Meow claps happily inside. After eating, she goes straight to the yard and sits on a lounge chair, pulling out a book from her space. Those white coats are really crazy, but she has to admit, they're smart. The complicated words are hard to understand, even for her. She needs to think for a while, then do some experiments to fully grasp the meaning. No problem, just passing the time. She doesn't need to take exams, so she can learn as much as she wants. By chance, her relaxed attitude actually helped her learn faster. Before she knew it, a month had passed, and she finished one bookshelf. Now she has 1, 2, 3, 1,000 bookshelves to go. It's wonderful. These are all the results of human wisdom. She also already removed duplicates and useless books. Oh well, I'm tired. Time to destroy the old books and go to sleep after eating. If she doesn't rest at noon, she'll feel terrible in the afternoon. After washing the dishes with CMO, Zhonglin saw the little girl lying on a soft lounge chair, half covered by a book, sleeping. Her feet were swinging gently. He couldn't help but laugh. Is this the famous phenomenon of getting sleepy when reading? But seeing the strange symbols on the cover that he couldn't understand, he thought, my little girl is really impressive. In the afternoon, Su Meow Meow was full of energy and took Zhonglin to go up the mountain. They weren't going to harvest pig grass today. It was overgrown. She just wanted to have fun. The summer sun was blazing, and cicadas were loudly chirping, making the hot summer even more oppressive. Su Meow Meow stood under a big tree, carefully identifying it. She noticed cicadas on the tree and felt a strong urge to catch one. She looked at her new clothes, then at Zhonglin's neat military uniform, and then at the tall, 10-meter-high tree. She hesitated, wondering if it was worth it. The fabric was hard to buy, after all. Big Sister Meow Meow, what are you going to do? She turned around and saw Tai Dan leading a group of children behind them. Not far away, Su Jiao Jiao seemed to be harvesting pig grass. Wait, harvesting pig grass? In the past, she and Su Jiao Jiao were part of the pig grass harvesting duo. They were both quite lazy. She relied on CMO, and Su Jiao Jiao relied on Lu Yi and his siblings. Now, because Su Weimin said she wouldn't give her money anymore, she came alone? Isn't that a bit obvious? She should think long-term. Oh, right, I almost forgot they're building a house at home. At this moment, Su Jiao Jiao seemed to notice something. She looked up and saw Su Meow Meow, dressed beautifully as if she was on a trip, standing in the forest with her uncle beside her. Her uncle, who had always kept a cold face since childhood, was now carrying a basket with a water bottle hanging around his neck and holding a sickle in his right hand. It was as if he had suddenly been taken off his pedestal. She is now wearing old clothes, and because she is not very skilled at using the sickle, she keeps cutting her hand and has to continue gathering pig grass. This is the easiest and most economical task in the village. For a moment, she wanted to run away, but she held back. What's wrong with gathering pig grass? Earning work points through her own effort is not shameful. The shameful person is Su Miao Miao, who has been lazy and careless from the start. Besides, aren't they just trying to laugh at her? Laughing at a wealthy young lady who wants to marry a common farmer, mocking her for choosing hardship and not knowing people well. They even try to prove she's wrong by cutting off her financial support and forcing her to compromise. But she wants to tell them they are wrong. She and Lu Yi truly love each other, and time will prove how narrow-minded their ideas are. It's just a temporary hardship. She will go through tough times with Lu Yi. When the reforms open up, she wants everyone to envy her and admire her good judgment. After looking bravely into her eyes, Su Miao Miao glared at her. Then, Su Jiao Jiao, who was working harder at gathering pig grass, rolled her eyes and didn't look at her. Why was she glaring? She rolled her eyes, but caught Jiang Lin's gaze. By the time she wanted to look away, it was too late. To hide her embarrassment, she gave him another eye roll. Humph, your good niece. Jiang Lin looked innocent. What does it have to do with him? But even when she rolled her eyes, she looked good. Beautiful people look good doing anything. Jiji Miao Miao, what are you doing here? Are you going to climb a tree? Tai Dano asked again after he asked Su Miao Miao once and got no answer. Su Miao Miao looked down at Tai Dano in front of the crowd. Wow, he's grown up enough to be the kid leader. Even Li Sanju from the party secretary's family is behind him. Why isn't her brother CMO playing with the kids? She told him to sit in the car too. Her sister is now a well-known figure in the village.
Huh.
I'm just looking, she said. If she said she was going to climb a tree, wouldn't the kids want to try and fall? Who would be responsible? But what are you holding in your hand? This is a cicada. Don't you know what it is, sister? Tai Danner held up a bug with big pincers, smaller than a lobster claw, crawling on his hand, and showed it to her. Su Miao Miao's eyes lit up instantly.
Wow.
A cicada nymph. Fried, it's very delicious. High-protein nutritional foods are sold for several hundred yuan per plate at modern restaurants. Most importantly, she likes to eat them. Not only does she enjoy eating cicada nymphs, silkworm pupae, bee pupae, and bamboo insects, but she likes all of them. Her favorite is fried insects. She excitedly looks at Tai Danner. Where did you find these? Right in the mountains. Wherever there are trees, you can find them. Some are even on the grass by the roadside. Do you want to find some too? I can take you. Tai Danner pats his chest confidently, acting like a big brother. Really?
Can I?
May I ask what you do with these? Eat them. Grilled tastes great, and fried is even better. Tai Danner drools. His parents don't let him fry them because it uses too much oil. He's only had fried insects once at the brigade leader's house, and they were so delicious his tongue almost fell out. Which is better, candy or these insects? Su Miao Miao starts to consider whether she can trick them into giving her some cicada pupae. She can catch them herself, but alone. How many can two people catch? Plus, she can store leftovers in her space and eat them whenever she wants as snacks. And these are meat, fresh meat. Of course, candy is better, Su Miao Miao says, seeing the longing in every child's eyes when they mention candy. Tai Danner also stares at her intently. Since Sister Miao Miao got help from CMO, the troublemaker, they no longer have to gather pig grass, so they have no more candy. Jiao Jiao's sister only lets Lu Chen and Lu Yan, the brother and sister, gather pig grass after the Little Treasure incident. They always get a handful of candy, enough to last until next year. But they can't eat it casually anymore. The villagers say Jiao Jiao's family no longer gives her money. Only when she and Lu Yi are apart do they give her some. That makes Lu Chen show off in front of her every day. Then, sister, Can you trade you some candy for a cicada?
Just the ones you have now.
I don't want grown-up ones. Su Meow Meow estimates the prices in her mind and tentatively says, 3 for 1 big white rabbit milk candy. A white rabbit candy costs about 1.5 yuan per jean. With a coupon, it's about 3 yuan per jean. One jean has roughly 150 pieces, so each piece costs about 2 cents. Really? 3 for 1 white rabbit? Sister, you won't keep trading and then stop, right? Like last time when they gathered pig grass. Seeing Tai Danner excitedly jump up, Su Meow Meow thinks, well, she even increased the offer? Since she said she wouldn't change, I won't insist. Yes, 3 for 1, but I only want those that haven't grown or shed their shells alive. If they die, I don't want them. Anyone can trade with me, sister. This last sentence was directed at all the children, who happily reached out to give her what they held. It's important to know that cicadas shed their shells very easily, so they won't be valuable later. Su Meow Meow watched everyone surrounding her, each holding a crawling cicada nymph in their hand, which made her double chin show in surprise.
Don't now.
You give them to me, but I can't take them back. Come back in the afternoon after work, and then we can trade all at once. The children were disappointed at first when they heard no, but then they became happy again. They carefully protected their cicada babies and then scattered to find their nests. Zhonglin watched the lively girl happily making a deal with the children. She was full of energy, and he suddenly felt a strange, hard-to-explain emotion. It was as if her liveliness made him willing to pay any price for it. How strange. Let's go find some too, Su Meow Meow said, looking at Zhonglin, who was still staring blankly at her. She wanted to pull him along, but when she started choosing a direction, she suddenly clapped her forehead. Oh no, what's wrong? Zhonglin asked curiously. Wasn't everything fine? I forgot to ask how Tai Danner finds cicadas, whether on trees, in the ground, or somewhere else easy to find. Su Meow Meow looked at him with a pitiful expression. Now if I ask them, they definitely won't tell me. I should have asked about trading sugar first. Zhonglin gently patted her head with his clean hand. Yes, it was softer than he expected, especially since the girl leaned against his palm. He had planned to pretend he was just touching her casually and then leave, but his hand stayed a few seconds longer. It's okay. We can explore. Anyway, they all look for the ones you find. Next time, he should give the girl more sugar tickets, or else she'd run out of sugar with her way of doing things. Su Meow Meow thought for a moment. Yes, that's true. She wanted the experience, the process, and there were so many children involved in the outcome. Su Jiao Jiao watched Su Meow Meow's confident and carefree attitude from start to finish. Although she tried to tell herself not to care, and that she would do better in the future, she realized she could live like this right now. Her family background was already top tier in her lifetime, and Lu Yi, no matter how talented, would mostly succeed in the business world later on. But she really liked Lu Yi. So brave, strong, full of masculine energy, quiet, always working silently. Each one was the type of man she dreamed of in her past life. However, looking at her increasingly rough hands, Su Jiao Jiao didn't know, and of course didn't want to know, that Su Meow Meow was now happily pulling Zhonglin to look for a nest on the ground, because she had just found several round holes the size of coins under a tree. After uncovering the disguise, a cicada ran out and pinched her hand. Then, holding up her hand with no visible red marks, she went to complain to Zhonglin. She was now someone who was cared for. Zhonglin pretended to blow on her hand, speaking in a gentle, childlike tone. When we go back, I'll fry it and give it to you to vent your anger. Let's mark it so it's the first to go into the oil. He then tied a piece of grass to its claws. Su Meow Meow looked at the cicada tied up in many ways, then looked at it again, then looked up at Zhonglin. That familiar feeling. Doing such silly and pointless things, it's really nice to have someone to do it with. She took the tied-up cicada, gave it a gentle tap, and said, "Why did you provoke me? You've kicked the iron plate now." The two spent the afternoon wandering around like they were on a scenic tour, but their harvest was sparse. Compared to children, they looked like two big, useless people, unable to find even 5. At first, she thought her effort was worth a lot, But now she felt like a capitalist, a ruthless boss. When the work shift ended, Su Miao Miao headed down the mountain, not wanting to stay a second longer, like a worker clocking out. Comrade Joe, I accidentally twisted my ankle. Can you help me carry this firewood back to the youth commune and call a few young women to help me walk back? As she walked, she suddenly heard a faint, familiar female voice ahead. Her gossip instinct kicked in instantly. She grabbed Zhonglin behind her, signaling him to be careful, and they quietly looked for a hiding spot to crouch down. Then she parted the grass in front of her to look ahead. Oh, Deng Wenfeng? Coming to gather firewood at this time? How come I didn't know she was usually so diligent? And her ankle really is swollen to the size of a steamed bun, sweating profusely, lips turning pale, with tears almost falling from her eyes. Oh my God, I didn't know Deng Wenfeng had this kind of skill. If she had been born a few years later, she would definitely be a classic heroine from a romantic story. Plus, she looks quite nice. Wouldn't that make Zhou Qingzong fall for her completely? Sure enough, Zhou Qingzong's face turned red. Comrade, if you don't mind, I can carry you to the clinic. Your foot is swollen, and you need to see a doctor soon. If I go down the mountain, it will take some time. Is that okay? Zhou comrade, are you alright? I heard Annie Ho Hot is helping you. No, I mean it's fine. Zhou Qingzong looked confused. And my mother hasn't even arranged a marriage for me yet. Thank you so much. Su Miao Miao watched as two people, one trying to flirt and the other distracted by feelings, just happened to look at each other. She thought it was quite a coincidence. So, the story about saving someone and being rewarded with love only works if they really like each other. Zhou Qingzong saved Su Zhaodi from the river twice, but never agreed to marry her. Seeing the two walk away, one behind the other, Su Miao Miao was excited to share her conclusion with Jiang Lin. But she was suddenly stunned by a group of little kids behind her. Wow, are they eavesdropping in a group? Taidong wanted to say they didn't do it on purpose. Now that work was over, they were just waiting to exchange candies. When she hadn't come back, they came up the mountain to look for her. But instead, they saw Sister Miao Miao sneaking around with Uncle Jiang, eavesdropping. They were curious too. Jiang Lin watched the lively girl, so absorbed in the scene that she didn't even notice the children's movements. He couldn't help but pat her head again. She really loves gossip. But this Zhou Qingzong, how could he not see such an obvious trap? He should go back and have Su Weimin give him a stern talk. Su Miao Miao pretended nothing happened and led a group of little kids down the mountain to go home. When they reached the door, she saw not only children but also some adults gathered there. They were crowded around, some watching the scene, some holding buckets. Seeing such a big crowd, Su Miao Miao started to think about what might happen after she suddenly handed out so many candies. And whether this counts as taking advantage of the situation. Probably not, right? Taking advantage usually involves money and profit. She was just exchanging candies for cicadas for herself and the villagers, so it shouldn't count. It's just bartering. Although she tried to convince herself for a long time to avoid gossip or trouble if someone reported her, she decided not to exchange too much in front of everyone. A pound of white rabbit milk candies contains about 150 pieces. It's best to exchange almost a pound at a time, starting with the children who promised her. To avoid causing public dissatisfaction, she first traded with Iron Egg and a few children from the team leader and branch secretary's families. She tried to shift some tension slightly, but she was overthinking it. Even in a village with many people, the cicadas are limited. After exchanging all the cicadas from everyone, she still had half a bag of candies left. When everyone had finished, Su Miao Miao looked at the 3 large buckets of cicadas wriggling inside. She felt excited, but also a bit nervous. She found 2 pairs of gloves and brushes inside the house. Each of the 2 men received one. All right, I'm leaving the next task to you. Make sure to wash them thoroughly. Good luck. After giving an encouraging gesture, she quickly grabbed the leftover steamed buns from breakfast and excitedly went next door. She was eager to share the gossip she just experienced, as it would be outdated once she left this village. She left behind a big and a small person to exchange glances. After dividing the tasks, they began the cleaning process, resigned to their fate. When Su Miao Miao arrived at the youth commune, it felt like going home. This was the main flaw of collective dormitories. They had to knock on the door to enter. Hey, where are they? Upon entering, she found that the usual people, either cooking or chatting in the yard, were not there. Speaking of which, the beds of the female youths at the youth commune were now empty. She and Su Jiao Jiao had moved out, and Su Zhaodi had returned to the city. She had just left yesterday, so it was quite sudden. So, there were only 3 female youths left. They went to the health clinic to see Deng Wenfang. She twisted her ankle. Lin Yenner came out of the kitchen, saw Su Miao Miao, and tried to explain in a hushed voice. She had to stay behind to cook. Since the 3 other female youths left, the meals at the youth commune were now prepared by just 1 girl each day. The male youths also had to help with firewood. Otherwise, it was impossible for one person to cook so many meals.
Su Miao Miao suddenly understood.
She had just seen Deng Wenfang's ankle twist from start to finish. How did she not think of that? Oh well, she was just busy sharing gossip. After waiting for a while and feeling bored, she decided to leave. Lin Yenner opened her mouth but didn't stop her. Since the last argument with Su Jiao Jiao over cooking, perhaps because it was too intense, her voice was damaged. Now, whenever she spoke a little more, her throat felt like it was being cut. So, she tried to speak as little as possible and avoid talking altogether. Su Miao Miao didn't mind at all. She even forgot about it and wondered why she was speaking in a hushed voice. As she reached the door, she heard voices outside. Comrade Zhou, put me down. I can walk by myself. If you can walk, why did you fall halfway? We're almost there. Hang in there a little longer. When Su Miao Miao pushed open the door, she saw a man holding a woman. Her eyes widened immediately. Isn't it said that in this era, couples holding hands in public are usually taken for correction? Why are they hugging in public without any trouble? If I had known, I would have also twisted my ankle and asked Jiang Lin to carry me. It turns out, people can come up with their own ideas. Zhou Qingzong, smelling his daughter's sweet scent, felt a strong urge to go home and ask his mother for her hand in marriage. Just as he was about to kick the door, he saw the gate of the youth station open. Looking up, he saw Su Miao Miao staring at them. Or was it them? He instinctively let go of his hold. Are you okay? I didn't mean to hurt you, he said, realizing what had happened only after a sharp scream woke him up. He hurriedly squatted down to support Deng Wenfang, who was about to fall. I'm fine, sob. Su Miao Miao watched Deng Wenfang say she was fine while tears streamed down her face. She also secretly pinched the swollen part of her leg hard, feeling empathetic and grimacing in pain. No wonder she succeeded. Zhou Qingzong, feeling distressed, forgot everything else and picked up Deng Wenfang again. Su Miao Miao wisely moved aside to let them pass. After they left, she saw the others from the youth station, who had fallen more than 10 meters behind. It was obvious they had been following all along. The leader, Tian Shengnan, looked as grim as if someone owed her 100 yuan. Seeing her at the door, she hurried over a few steps. Su Miao Miao tactfully asked, "What happened? Are they a couple now? So fast. Faster than lightning? Faster than her?" But she had tested Jiang Lin for 5 years in her previous life. Huh? They're not a couple. Tian Shengnan rolled her eyes, clearly full of resentment. What happened? She said I was too weak and kept falling several times on the way. She pulled her arm, making her almost fall backward, almost flying out of her upper body. Seeing this, Comrade Zhou, feeling tender-hearted, immediately caught her and carried her away. You're too weak, Su Miao Miao was puzzled. Not very good. I can't even carry it on my back, so I had to be carried by Comrade Zhou. Tian Shengnan seemed to find a way to vent her feelings and started scolding her. Do you know what the women along the way said about me? They said I just don't like Deng Jiqing, but I shouldn't have thrown him to the ground. Usually, I carry over 100 jin of grain easily, but I was dragging someone who weighs less than 100 jin to the ground, who can't see her purpose? But you flirt with guys, and I just ask you not to involve me. I feel so wronged. Thinking about Lin Yenner, who always cooked at the youth station, she was really wise. Why does she love to join in the fun so much? Now, She's been caught in the middle of the fuss. Su Miao looked at Tian Xingnan's sad expression and couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing. Don't you love your comrades? It's my fault, but it's really funny. Ha ha ha. Su Miao not only didn't hold back, but laughed even louder. Tian Xingnan. She knew she wouldn't get any good from Su Miao. This person just did whatever made her happy. She couldn't help but glare at the 6 male youth who came with her, saying, "And you guys, what's the use of going? You're all youth at the station. Can't you lend a hand? Men and women shouldn't be close," Qin Chong said lazily. He had seen many such schemes at home, all played out, and Deng Wenfang didn't count as a real beauty. All right, don't be upset. Later, I'll give you a fried cicada pupa to eat. Just one? Tian Xingnan heard on the way that Su Miao traded candy for cicada pupae. If she hadn't been busy, she would have gone to join the fun too. Just one is good enough. It's fried and meaty, Su Miao said proudly, acting like she was being generous.
Then now.
Oh, you're making ZMO clean up for you. Lazy as ever. That's not true. I found him a helper today, not just him alone. Tian Xingnan's eyes lit up with interest. You know, I almost forgot to ask. Was that the soldier brother who looked so commanding that no one dared to speak? I heard he's a battalion commander, only 23, and more handsome than ZMO. Well, I shouldn't say that. Each has their own charm. Why are you so lucky? She couldn't stop talking once she started. Su Miao held her head high, enjoying the attention, then slowly continued to stir up some jealousy. Of course, you can't envy that. Tian Xingnan knew this person was shameless. Shouldn't she have blushed first, and then whispered that it wasn't like that? Oh right, do you know if Su Jiao and Lu Yi are still building their house? Tian Xingnan mentioned the soldiers and thought about yesterday's events. Turns out, Su Jiao's family is quite wealthy. She always thought that wealthy young ladies were like Su Miao, too lazy to even move a bowl. But Su Jiao is good at laundry, cooking, and house chores. Do top-tier family kids really get trained to be so well-rounded? Are you asking me? Su Miao looked confused and pointed at herself. Yes, who else? In the end, weren't you the only one here? She wanted to go inside and watch the fun too. She really wished she had Su Miao's courage. They haven't said whether they want to build the house or not, Su Miao said innocently. They should build it, right? Building halfway and leaving it there would be such a waste. Plus, the bricks have already been delivered. Su Miao guessed she would definitely continue building. That's true. Su Jiao also said that Lu Yi was injured, so they took a break for a few days. While they were talking, Zhou Qingzong came out of the girl worker's house. Seeing everyone, he instantly quieted down and nodded at them, his dark face showing a faint blush, and his steps a bit unsteady. Su Miao and Tian Xingnan exchanged glances, both with curious looks. What were they doing inside? They both stretched their necks to look inside. Zhou Qingzong suddenly seemed to realize his image might be misunderstood. After nodding to everyone, he quickly ran away. The girl worker looked at his retreating figure, silent for a moment, as if a dog was chasing him, until Deng Wenfang jumped out of the room, bouncing. Oh, your leg's better. You can even jump now, Tian Xingnan said sarcastically. Tian Xingnan, my ankle really twisted. I fell because I was weak, not on purpose. Hey, don't cry in front of me. I'm not Comrade Zhou.
I don't fall for that.
Next time, I should push a cart over first. I don't believe some people can fall off a cart and say it was too slippery. Haha, Su Miao laughed without hesitation, and Qin Chong also chuckled. The others couldn't hold back either. For a moment, the girl worker's point was filled with laughter. Smiling happily, Su Miao seemed to be attracted by something. She sniffed vigorously, then paused for a second. Wow, my fried cicada pupae are ready. Comrades, goodbye, see you next time. Saying this, she suddenly darted out like a cat that had just been fed. When the others at the youth station reacted, they only saw the door swinging back and forth. Soon, everyone also caught the strong smell of fried food drifting from the next room. Chun Chong struggled to control himself, but finally couldn't resist. Hey, wait for me. Give me one too. He quickly ran inside, grabbed 5 cans of fruit, and followed. Nyo Jinbu decisively took a pound of rice sticks. Even Gu Wenqing, who usually doesn't join in the fun, went back to his room and took a can of milk powder, then leisurely headed to the next room. Tian Xingnan. She had promised she would get her a free piece, so should she also bring something over? They knew Su Miao Miao was stingy and careful with her food. If she wanted to eat her stuff, she could, but she had to exchange something. But she didn't have much to eat. Over the years, she had saved her work points, and she used them all. Forget it, she'd just go empty-handed and eat a piece. After convincing herself, she patted her butt and left, leaving Deng Wenfang, who was about to explain, behind. But she didn't regret it. She hadn't really hurt anyone's interests. Zhou Qingzong was just being cautious, and she was trying her best in her own way. Plus, she acted after Su Miao Miao had completely given up on Zhou Qingzong. She hadn't wronged anyone. After thinking it over, she went back to her room and lay down again. Ugh, so painful. Meanwhile, Su Miao Miao returned, followed by a group of eager food lovers. After placing their gifts down, they naturally sat at the dining table outside the corridor, waiting to eat. Only Su Miao Miao, anxious and impatient, rushed into the kitchen. She somehow found a pair of chopsticks and started grabbing the already fried food to eat. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. She said this while biting into the food. Jiang Lin watched her greedily, but he didn't have time to tell her it was hot before she put it in her mouth. He instinctively reached out to her, trying to make her spit it out. Su Miao Miao was stunned, looked up at him. Jiang Lin realized what he had done and also froze.
It was just an instinctive action.
Even if he wasn't picky, he wouldn't normally take food from someone else's mouth. But just now, Su Miao Miao didn't care about his thoughts. She simply threw down her chopsticks and threw herself into his arms. She confirmed again that even if he didn't remember everything, he was still the same person. He was the same person. In her previous life, because she couldn't swallow at first, she often ate something and then vomited it out. Even porridge was difficult. That's why he, who took care of her consistently for years, reacted this way. Jiang Lin didn't understand why, only knowing that he didn't dislike her. Suddenly, a young girl rushed into his arms, quickly raising her spoon, afraid to touch her. He wanted to pat her with his other hand, but it was covered in oil, so he had to settle for patting her with his clean arm. It's okay. Eat slowly. This whole bowl is yours. No one is going to take it from you. There are so many people watching. It wouldn't be good for the young girl's reputation. Even if he was reluctant. Don't look if you don't want to. It won't make a difference. Did you smell the burnt smell from your next batch of cicada pupae? Su Miao Miao immediately let go of him. Quick, fish them out. She wondered why she smelled something burnt. CMO didn't know either and helped out, giving him a glare for not noticing. CMO, who was cooking. Jiang Lin watched the young girl jump 3 meters away from him, a smile that couldn't be hidden in his eyes. He quickly retrieved the fried cicada pupae from the pot. Although they could eat it, the taste was definitely not great. Su Miao Miao, holding the bowl with a look of concern, then looked at the group of people staring at them with curiosity. She smiled and lifted the bowl to leave.
Come, eat.
This whole plate is yours. Today, I'm in a good mood and being generous. Su Miao Miao confidently placed the bowl on the table and invited everyone to try. Chen Chong looked at her suspiciously. Was she really so kind-hearted? There were about 20 or 30 in this bowl, right? But smelling the tempting aroma and knowing that Jiang Lin, the genius of their courtyard, personally fried them, he thought, even if they were terrible, he had to try the salty taste. He reached out and grabbed one. It wasn't that he was impolite. It was just that Su Miao Miao, the host, didn't even prepare chopsticks for them. Chun Chong took the first bite, his eyes immediately brightening. Then he started to eat without caring about his image. Everyone saw him grabbing second, third, and fourth pieces without saying a word, joining the rush to eat. The 3 men ate with their mouths full, oil dripping, like a storm passing through. Only Tian Shengnan ate 1 piece, and looked on eagerly. It's broken, and she regrets it. She should have brought more things when she came back. Watching only a little be eaten and unable to have more is too painful. Who would have thought this thing would smell so good? In previous years, she just grilled or boiled it directly, wasting it completely. But looking at the large iron pot in Su Miao Miao's kitchen, half full of oil, her family hasn't used so much oil in a year. Frying things with oil is so much tastier. Su Miao Miao saw her constantly swallowing saliva and felt sorry for her. She kindly gave her a piece, but although Tian Shengnan took it, she wrapped it in paper and didn't eat it. Su Miao Miao didn't ask much. Nowadays, many people are reluctant to eat leftovers slowly at home. They hadn't finished frying yet, and the other bowl was already empty. They looked longingly toward the kitchen. Su Miao Miao warned, "I'll tell you, enough now. We still need to eat too." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Or you can also catch some yourself and come here to fry. Remember to bring gifts every 5 days. Today, the cicadas almost caused the village adults and children to go crazy. With this amount, she estimates she can last 5 days. She can store some cicada pupae in her space. They won't molt, and even if they do, they can be used as medicine. They're full of treasures." Really? Chen Chong started to consider buying candy from the village children. "Chen Chong, dare you steal my business?" Su Miao Miao said, clenching her fist with a cracking sound. Chen Chong immediately begged, No, I dare not." Just thinking about it, he could foresee the consequences if he really did that. Everyone finished eating and politely started to leave for the next door. They also needed dinner. When passing by the kitchen window, Gu Wenqing specifically went over and nodded at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin also looked at him and responded. It was clear they knew each other. Su Miao Miao didn't notice this. She just politely saw the guests out the door. But as soon as the door opened, she was startled by the crowd of little children. Oh my, it was definitely all the children in the village gathered at her door. Why aren't they eating dinner? If she could still tolerate the smell of chicken, rabbit, and fish at noon, now the fragrant smell of fried food was dominating the entire village. Adults care about their reputation and usually don't block the door, but children don't think much about that, especially since they are many and strong. Iron Egg has saliva at the corner of his mouth and stands at the front, stretching his neck to look inside. Big Sister Meow Meow, are you frying cicada pupae at home? I want to eat fried cicada pupae. I want to eat too. I want to eat too. Give me some. This is Little Treasure, who is very bossy at home. She says this while trying to squeeze through the door crack. Su Miao Miao raises an eyebrow and glances at Chen Chong. Chen Chong immediately steps forward, grabbing Little Treasure as she steps over the threshold. Let go of me. If you dare hit me, I'll tell my grandma to settle the score with you. Su Miao Miao raises an eyebrow again. Even Lousy is paralyzed in bed, and only Lousy's wife and third sister can work at home. How did Little Treasure become like this? Oh, wait, I forgot. Lousy's wife probably thinks Lousy is unreliable, so she puts all her hopes on Little Treasure, raising her to be even more bossy. I heard she even plans to marry third sister to a fool in the next village and has already accepted the bride price. The villagers wanted to advise her, but every time they tried, Lousy's wife would say, "How can we live if you do that? If you give me money, I won't marry third sister." So, everyone kept quiet. Oh? Has your grandma told you to stay away from me? Little Treasure shivers instinctively when she hears this. She only remembers that last time, her sister caused her to get hit by her father, and her grandma didn't protect her, so she feels a bit scared. Su Miao Miao looks at Little Treasure, who is being held back by Chen Chong, then at the group of little kids at the door. All right, go home and eat. I was thinking if you behaved well, I'd give each family some fried cicada pupae to try. But because some of you were rude and tried to break into my house, I got scared, so I won't give any now. Nonsense. She's not that naive. She's just making an excuse. She starts shooing them away. And joking, so many kids suddenly show up. She's not running a charity. Big sister, it's not us. It's Little Treasure who wanted to break in. It's not our fault. Yeah, big sister, don't be mad at us because Little Treasure didn't give us cicada pupae. Big sister. Su Miao Miao lets them talk nonsense, then after they leave, she closes the door tightly and even locks it. The children looked at the little boy being carried out with sneaky expressions. Frightened, the boy immediately ran home, wanting to find his grandmother. He wanted his grandmother to fry cicada pupae for him. He planned to eat them in front of the others and make them jealous. Humph. Laozi's mother saw her precious grandson return looking sad and worried. She asked, "Little Bao, what happened? Did someone bully you? Tell Grandma, and Grandma will go and settle it." But after Little Bao explained what had happened, he didn't get her to stand up for him. Instead, she held his ear and warned him, "Little Bao, don't bother that Su Jiqing anymore. She's a troublemaker. Stay away from her, understand?" Last time, that troublemaker had lightly slapped her a few times, and her face hurt for a whole month.
Why?
All the kids in the village like her. Just stay away from her, listen to Grandma. Even CMO, that little troublemaker, couldn't beat her.
She's not easy to deal with.
If you listen to Grandma, I'll fry some cicada pupae for you to eat. Really? Then I will listen and want to eat now, not yet. When third sister gets married, we'll have money, and then we can eat fried cicada pupae. When that time comes, forget about just fried pupae. Grandma will take you to a state-run restaurant to eat. She had already arranged with the neighbors that once third sister got married, she would give 100 yuan as a bride price. If she had a son, she would give another 100 yuan. They've already paid a deposit of 50 yuan. Otherwise, how could this old woman support the family? Bang. Huh. Third sister, where did you go? Come serve your father. Everyone here is just a beggar, and I have to serve you all. Why is my life so hard? Laozi's mother knew her son was smashing things again. Since losing his leg, his temper had become worse. He was so thin that even Little Bao could carry him. His waste and urine were on the bed, and maggots were on his body. Truly, as the villagers said, it might be better if he just died. Mom, don't be angry. When I grow up, I will be filial to you. Laozi's mother looked at Little Bao. Luckily, she still had a good grandson. Su Miao Miao closed the door without mercy, using her delicate hands to put the leftover bowl into the sink designated for washing vegetables and dishes. This kitchen was specially designed by her, very large, about 12 square meters. It might not be great in the countryside, but the space was definitely enough. To the east, there is good ventilation. When you enter on the right side, there is a large iron pot for cooking and boiling water. Next to it is a smaller stove which helps save time when cooking. Nearby, there are chopped vegetables and other ingredients. On the other side, there is a place for preparing food, with chopped vegetables on top and grains and bowls stored below. Directly opposite the door are 3 large water tanks. CMO is quite diligent and fills them up every day. Next to the water tanks, on the left side of the entrance, they have tried to make a modern sink. It's used for washing vegetables and dishes. After washing, the dirty water is poured into the sink, and it flows out to the outside trash bin through a drainage pipe. She even replaced the pipe with an iron one, which took a lot of effort. Although she can't help much with washing vegetables or dishes, she thinks about how to make Simo's work easier. Yes, she is a good sister. She keeps thinking about what else could be made more convenient. But she must clarify, she's not doing this out of kindness. Then she looks at the 3 large water tanks again. Fetching water every day is very tiring. In the youth commune, there are only 2 public wells for water, one in the east and one in the west. Their youth camp isn't near either, but to the north. It's at the very edge. The male youths carry water back and forth, trembling their legs. No one dares to waste water or ask for a bath. Who do they think they are? She only teases CMO because he's strong. Otherwise, she'd feel guilty. Maybe they should dig a well in the yard. CMO can also exercise in other ways. He's still young. What if he doesn't grow tall because of the pressure? If the villagers find out, they'll scold her. He's only 11 but already 1.7 meters tall, taller than many adult men in the village. He's growing into a giant. But Su Miao Miao thinks he still needs to grow taller. She's not tall herself, so she likes tall people. That shows she's taking good care of him. Yes, digging a well is very necessary. If they don't do it now, they'll only have to drink tap water later. But the water quality is hard, there's a lot of scale. She needs to see if the yard is suitable for digging a well. If there's no underground water, digging won't help. Using her water element abilities, she finds it quite convenient. She plans to ask Aunt Hohot tomorrow about how to dig a well and how much it would cost. At the dinner table, she announced the good news. CMO didn't say anything, but the slight smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his happy mood as he drank his porridge. He didn't mind the hard work of fetching water, but he liked being cared for and needed by her. Being needed meant she wouldn't reject him. Looking at the man next to her, happily feeding Suo Meow Meow some vegetables, he clenched his chopsticks tightly. He was sure he could do better. And he really shouldn't make her sad. That night, besides cicada chrysalises, they had rice porridge with small salted vegetables. At first, Suo Meow Meow thought she could eat a whole bowl, but her stomach wasn't that strong. After eating about 10 bites, she felt it was a bit greasy. Turns out, Michelin restaurant portions are small for a reason. Later, she found rice porridge and small salted vegetables to be delicious. The rice porridge was thick and soft, and the salted vegetables were given by Auntie Hohot, mustard greens. Honestly, Auntie Hohot's cooking was really good. When her vegetables in the garden ripened, she planned to ask her how to make them. Speaking of the garden, her tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, and eggplants had small fruits growing. Though she didn't plant them herself, she felt a sense of participation and was excited about the upcoming harvest. That's what a lovely rural life is all about. After dinner, she put down her bowl and went to bother the little chickens again. She was so excited because tomorrow she would have her own fluffy puppy. When Jianglin finished washing the dishes, he saw the girl squatting in the yard, poking at something with a stick. He also squatted down beside her. "What are you playing with?" Suo Meow Meow looked at the man talking to her in a gentle, coaxing tone and smiled brightly. She moved closer to him, hooking her arm around his. "I'm playing with ants." Seeing her so energetic, she had already put her plan into action from yesterday, successfully provoking a battle between two ant colonies. Jianglin felt a shiver run through him because the girl's whole body was leaning on him. She wasn't heavy, but it felt like she weighed 1,000 pounds. So Meow Meow was a bit annoyed. She patted him.
Relax.
"You're stiff, and it's uncomfortable for me to lean on you. Okay." Jianglin silently recited his 3 rules and 8 points of attention.
Suo Meow Meow felt satisfied.
His presence made her feel safe. She loved being wrapped in his aura, and his arm muscles were really impressive. She couldn't help but squeeze them. Jianglin couldn't relax anymore. He thought this was a sweet kind of torture. He originally planned to go back and report their marriage soon, but through Su Jiao Jiao and Lu Yi, he learned that getting both parents' approval was necessary, at least informing them first. There were also many complicated steps to follow before marriage. And the girl was still very young. So he knew he couldn't rush things, at least not show too much of his wild side now. He thought. In the girl's mind, he wanted to appear perfect, at least before marriage. And the girl really looked too young. Her body hadn't fully developed yet. If Su Meow Meow heard this, she would definitely puff out her chest and tease him. Who hasn't fully developed? Who do you think? In the end, Jianglin couldn't relax because Su Meow Meow kept touching the part she liked. Even if they were stiff, it was okay. Especially since the man was acting so chaste and noble, which made her even more interested. He might as well stop watching the ants and start watching him instead. Jianglin never wanted to break the rules again in his life. When Jianglin stood up, he wobbled a little, which made Su Meow Meow cover her mouth and giggle secretly. He didn't relax but didn't leave either. Wasn't that obvious? She wanted him to keep going. Outside, it was already getting dark. They had dinner quite late. Su Meow Meow held his hand reluctantly. "Why don't you stay here and sleep?" Any man would be moved by those words. Jianglin's mind raced, almost agreeing, but he couldn't ruin Meow Meow's reputation when they had no official status. In any era, women were judged more strictly. If he slept here, even with CMO in the same room, others would say the girl was not proper. As for him, people would just call him charming, maybe even praise him for not abandoning her after marriage. He didn't want Meow Meow to carry that kind of reputation. "Be good. I'm leaving now. Tomorrow, I'll bring back a little puppy for you," Lin gently patted her fluffy head. Her hair was really beautiful. Su Miao Miao knew it wasn't quite right. Though she didn't care much about her reputation, she appreciated that he was thinking of her. Okay, then make sure to bring it tomorrow. Sure enough, couples could be so sentimental. It took 10 minutes of goodbyes, with her turning her head repeatedly, before she finally left. After she couldn't see him anymore, Su Miao Miao closed the door and locked it. Then she jumped 3 feet high, humming a little tune, and went back to her room. She tossed and turned on the bed. Forget it. She decided to read a book to calm down before sleeping. Lin took advantage of the approaching evening to return to Zhou Qingzong's house, choosing a busy area where many people gathered. From afternoon until it was completely dark, the village was very lively, either people sitting at the door eating or groups chatting and gossiping. Everyone paid attention to him, with respectful looks. In this era, without mobile phones or computers, chatting at the village entrance was the simplest form of entertainment. However, as he neared Zhou Qingzong's house, he suddenly heard a woman's crying. After listening carefully, he quickened his pace. Sure enough, the crying stopped once he left. He wanted to rest early, because tomorrow he planned to bring a puppy to the little girl. The next morning, Su Miao Miao slept until late morning. When she left her bedroom, she saw a small, fluffy, round puppy wobbling as it walked, with a flower resting on its head, lying at her door. If she hadn't called out when she opened the door, she almost stepped on it. The puppy saw her open the door and tried hard to lift its head to look at her, but compared to her, it was too small, and it tumbled over completely. After getting up, it wobbled its dizzy head. Su Miao Miao's tired eyes immediately turned into heart shapes. Da Huang?
Ah, my Da Huang.
You're here. Wow, so cute. Mua. She immediately picked up the puppy and gave it a big kiss on the nose. The puppy was clean and had its own little scent. She rubbed its face affectionately, finding it adorable and chubby. Then she carried it back to her bedroom to take a short nap. Oh, and there was also that wildflower from the roadside. Lin was in the yard weeding the vegetable garden when he heard the girl's excited voice. A smile appeared on his face. She probably saw the puppy he had placed by the door.
But Da Huang?
Did he bring the wrong dog? Aren't German Shepherd puppies usually black when they're young, with only their paws yellow? Or was he blind? And where was the girl? She clearly heard the noise and saw the flowers he carefully picked and brought. He chose the prettiest ones from the roadside. But while Lin was hesitating, Su Miao Miao went straight into her room, took out the cozy nest she had prepared for the puppy, and placed it in a corner of the kong, a traditional bed. She put Da Huang inside. This was the nest she had stayed up all night making after reading a book last night, excited. She had stuffed it with lots of cotton, sure to be very comfortable. Sure enough, she is the type who stays up at night and gets up late in the morning. Her efficiency at night is very high. When she finally woke up from her nap, the villagers had already finished work. Su Miao Miao was holding Da Huang, who was eagerly sniffing her and blinking big eyes. Stay here quietly and wait for your sister to finish washing up, okay? Su Miao Miao placed Da Huang under the wash basin and spoke to it, not caring if it understood her. As expected from a descendant of a military dog, even at a young age, it was calm and obedient, lying there and tugging at her pant leg. It didn't bark or make noise. After she finished washing, she gave it a sip of spiritual spring water. Da Huang immediately knew it was good stuff. It chased her hand and kept licking. Even when it wasn't in its mouth, it was still licking. It was clear it was still not used to being away from its mother. Da Huang, miss your mom, right? Oh, you miss your mom, don't worry. Even though you're away from her now, from now on, I'll be your sister. I'll take you to eat delicious food and have fun. Lin watched the little girl talking to Da Huang since she got up, feeling both helpless and happy. Happy because the girl really liked the gift he gave her. Helpless because she liked it so much that when she left the house, she only glanced at him once, just one look. And then she didn't pay him any more attention. He couldn't help but regret bringing Da Huang out so early. He should have waited until just before he left to bring it out. But speaking of leaving, his vacation was almost over. He only took 3 days off. Su Weiman didn't know that he hadn't originally planned to return to Kyoto. He just had a strange feeling that he should come here and take a look. Now, he knew his sixth sense was very accurate. If he had known, he would have asked for more days off. Where is Miao Miao going? While he was thinking, he saw the girl finish washing up, put on her coat, and sneak out with De Huang. Oh, now he understood what De Huang meant. It's the name the girl gave to the dog. Looking at the black German shepherd being carried in her arms. Calling it De Huang is pretty good, very distinctive. I'm going next door. I'm taking De Huang to meet some people. Su Miao Miao tiptoed, but when she was noticed, she didn't hide anymore and just admitted it. She was going next door to show off. Okay, go ahead, but remember to come back for dinner in half an hour. Jiang Lin chuckled. Su Miao Miao, full of confidence and without any worries, left the house and even set up a barrier to block out the smell from the entire house. She is truly a genius. She has become more skilled at setting up barriers. A few days ago, she even created a barrier that blocks colors. She doesn't know what it's useful for, but it's fun. While feeling proud, she saw a group of children on both sides of the road nearby. Sure enough, one child asked, "Sister Miao Miao, are you holding a puppy?" Su Miao Miao hurried over, but was stopped at the gate of the youth station by a few kids. They all looked excitedly at the puppy in her arms. "Can I pet the puppy, Sister Miao Miao?" "No," Su Miao Miao replied firmly. "Just let me pet it. I promise I won't hurt it," the child pleaded, eyes full of hope. He saw that Miao Miao always managed to get many things he liked. He decided he must get along well with Sister Miao Miao in the future. "No, you can only look." When Tian Shengnan opened the door, she saw Su Miao Miao surrounded by a group of little kids. Su Miao Miao was trying to hold her things high. As soon as she opened the door, the kids slipped inside through the crack. She didn't even have time to see what she was holding. Suddenly, the children bumped into her, causing her to steady herself on the door latch. When she looked back, she saw more than 10 children standing in her yard. "Sister Miao Miao, let me hold it, it's so cute." "Sister Miao Miao, where did you get the puppy?" "Can I hold one too?" This was the last compromise from the child. He knew Miao Miao wouldn't spoil them too much. "Su Miao Miao, where did you get the puppy?" Tian Shengnan tidied her clothes, closed the door, and came over. She couldn't help but tease the puppy with her hand. The puppy's nose twitched as it followed her hand, instantly making Tian Shengnan feel affectionate. Su Miao Miao felt proud. She said no one could escape the charm of adorable creatures. Jiang Lin brought it from his comrade's house. "Isn't it cute?" Tian Shengnan paused her hand, which was petting the puppy, and twitched her mouth. She was annoyed by how they were showing off their affection in front of her. She rolled her eyes and changed the subject. She didn't want to see her showing off. It already annoyed her enough normally. Soon, everyone at the youth station, even Deng Wenfang, who was limping, came out to see the puppy. Their eyes sparkled with genuine affection. Su Miao Miao felt a little proud and happy, just like a parent proud of their child. Chun Chong even went back to get his egg cake to feed De Huang, but Su Miao Miao quickly snatched it away. "Give it here. I haven't fed De Huang yet. I'll be the first to feed him." De Huang? Chun Chong didn't mind losing the cake, but he wondered about the name. The little dog was mostly black, a breed like a German shepherd, and was called De Huang. He remembered the dog at the party secretary's house was also called De Huang. "Oh, I named him that. What do you think?" It's a simple and easy-to-remember dog name. Everyone else.
Miss Miao Miao, De Huang sounds terrible.
It should be. Tai Danner, what are you saying? Miss Miao Miao, it's nothing. De Huang sounds good. Oh, it's getting more and more lovely. Su Miao Miao happily retracted her fist, pleased with the compliment. Tai Danner secretly patted his chest, scared stiff. Miao Miao's sister is quite strict. Yes, she is strict. He just learned that word at school. Finally, Su Miao Miao put De Huang on the ground. Everyone gathered around to play with him. They were well behaved, mostly just holding something to lure him over. No one tried to touch him directly. Su Miao Miao was satisfied. De Huang, smelling so many people for the first time, was a bit overwhelmed. He waddled around, sniffing here and there happily. Just as everyone was having fun, the gate of the youth station was pushed open. The crowd looked over and saw Auntie Ho-Hot leading several women into the place. Oh, everyone's here.
Perfect.
We're here to talk about the marriage between Deng Wenfang, the youth from Deng's family, and comrade Zhou Qingzong. Everyone witnessed this. Before Auntie Ho-Hot could speak, a woman next to her, wearing a bright dress and with a beauty mark on her face, waved her handkerchief and started talking. But her tone didn't sound happy. Is this how you talk about marriage proposals? Still, it's hard to find fault with anything else. You need to stand up from the bench when you're busy, but her legs are badly hurt. She wobbled, but Tian Shengnan next to her helped her, so she wouldn't fall. Quick and alert Tian Shengnan. Can I say it was an instinctive move? If I knew it was her, I wouldn't have reached out. Then a group of people loudly entered the girl workers' dorm at the youth commune, but everyone wisely stayed outside. Su Miao Miao knew her limits. This wasn't something outsiders should get involved in. Inside the room, Wang Ho-Hot looked over Deng, the young woman who was now definitely her second daughter-in-law. She was furious. She always said she wasn't afraid of thieves, just of thieves thinking about her. Now, there's another one. And her second son. Maybe he's been foolish from joining the army. He's been tricked more than once. Last time, Su Miao Miao was there, and it was close but safe. Now, the other day, they were on the mountain, and her second son was caught and taken to the clinic right away. You say you just helped, and that's being helpful? Are you out of your mind? In front of everyone, you had to carry her back. How does that make you look? There are many young men at the youth camp, but none as strong as you. You're the strongest. It made her so angry. Last night, she scolded her son all evening. Her son just said, Deng is not that kind of person. She really twisted her ankle. She was so angry she didn't want to say anything more. She didn't realize her son had the potential to be so foolish. He just liked how Deng looked, pretty and fox-like with a small backside. She always dressed up to impress others. Just a month ago, he was chasing someone else, Gu Zhigang. Her son was clearly a fool. But he's her son. What can she do? He carried a girl worker all the way in front of everyone. If she doesn't marry her, her son won't have a future. What a mess. Because she was thinking about other things, her face looked bad. Deng Wenfang knew she had to lower her head and act humble now. The real thing was to get married.
What?
100 yuan bride price? Deng Wenfang was stunned. Zhou Qingzong's monthly allowance was only 80 yuan, and he was giving her 100 yuan as bride price? Were they bullying her because her family was poor and she was a girl worker? And they didn't mention anything else. 3 turns and a bang, and everything was gone. I tell you, in Qingshan Brigade, the bride price is the highest. Most of our village's marriages are around 10 yuan, and a few years ago, you could marry a young girl with just 2 jin of millet. You still think that's too little. I also know there are cases where the bride price exceeds 100 yuan, but those are families selling their daughters. For example, the Lai family has 3 daughters. The youngest was just promised to a fool from the neighboring village. That family paid a high bride price, 200 yuan. Do you want to go? Wang Ho-Hot couldn't hold back and suddenly burst out in anger. Her son earned his money through hard work. She feels she deserves more than just a small bride price. Is she not worthy? Deng Wenfang fell silent. She knew this old woman was simply jealous and didn't like her. If the person being proposed to was Su Miao Miao, the bride price would probably be over 1,000 yuan, maybe even more, with fancy gifts included. This old woman treats Su Miao Miao like her own daughter. But, in the end, the one who marries into the Zhou family is her. It's Deng Wenfang. She also understands the process of marriage in the countryside and knows how much the bride price is in Qingshan Brigade. 100 yuan is already the highest. She believes that if it weren't for this old woman caring about her reputation, she wouldn't have offered this price. Zhou Qingzong, she can still fool around with, but his mother is clearly sharp. 100 yuan is just that, 100. Once she marries Zhou Qingzong and gains control of his allowance, she can endure for now. Everything will be hers later. Within half an hour, the marriage was settled for the 2 young people. Because Deng Wenfang had a foot injury, the wedding was scheduled for 2 weeks later. Zhou Qingzong was back this time for matchmaking and marriage, so he took a month off. This year's leave was used up. This 2-week period was also perfect for preparing the marriage report. Outside the house, Tian Shengnan looked at the closed bedroom door and sneered. She really managed to outsmart herself. Sigh. Why is the world like this? Hardworking people have no good days, while those with bad intentions seem to soar to the top. Earning only 80 yuan a month, she couldn't even make half of that in a year. Most importantly, Deng Wenfang's family isn't much better off than hers. She doesn't work well and spends all her time dressing up. If it weren't for the rural subsidy in her first year, she'd almost go hungry. But now, she's suddenly about to become the wife of a deputy battalion commander. She'll follow the army and won't have to do farm work anymore. Tian Shengnan felt bitter inside. She had been waiting to see her go hungry, but now she's become a joke. It's just that she's a little more attractive than her. Su Miao Miao looked at Tian Shengnan, who was unusually downcast, and raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's true. But she said, this world isn't fair, and if you keep obsessing over it, your future will be even harder. Tian Shengnan looked at her and seemed to convince herself after a while. Thank you. She knew Su Miao Miao never comforted people, but this time she did, and she even said such kind words. It showed she must have deeply understood the feeling. Even someone like her has experienced such feelings and thoughts. Why should she worry so much? Maybe taking a different path could work out well, and she wouldn't rely on others. She would be more confident walking her own way. She smiled even more brightly. Hey, if you dare to hug me, I will kick you, Su Miao Miao said, covering her chest with her hands and stepping back, looking at Tian Shengnan with caution. Tian Shengnan withdrew her hands, pouting. She knew she couldn't be overly sentimental. It's more fun to tease a little puppy. Seeing her come to a realization, Su Miao Miao's whole face lost its gloom, and she smiled. People often go astray because of a single thought. She was just saying a few words because they knew each other well. Being able to understand shows she's not bad herself. She has some minor flaws, but nothing serious. Aunt Ho-Hot and the other women hurriedly came and left just as quickly, not even staying for a meal, just efficient. Deng Wenfang came out to see her off, cheeks flushed, looking shy. From the outside, it seemed both sides were very satisfied. Su Miao Miao glanced at Tian Shengnan. Luckily, she didn't get stuck on small things. With her straightforward temper, she wouldn't earn that kind of money. Everyone knew there would be a wedding celebration in 2 weeks, and they all smiled and said congratulations, even Tian Shengnan. Fine, she took back what she just said. In life, everyone is an actor. Seeing that the young people at the farmstead were ready to eat, she decided to go home too. After she picked up Da Huang, Tai Dan and the others eagerly followed her. They didn't even bother when her family called her back for dinner. All right, just take them to the door, then go home to eat. I'll bring Da Huang out to play with you again sometime. Sometimes teasing the kids is quite fun. She felt like she no longer had a generation gap with them. She touched her skin and thought, she's getting younger. Really? Then can I come to your house this afternoon to play? No, I can't. I have to wait until I go out with Da Huang before I can play. Otherwise, what if your group scares my little chick, so it won't lay eggs? Taidan knew it was like that. If she didn't want them to go to her house, she should just say so, instead of talking about little chicks not laying eggs. Don't think she doesn't know. Little chicks usually take at least half a year to start laying eggs. Okay, then we'll wait. You're so good, Su Miao Miao nodded happily. Just as they were about to say goodbye at the door, they were startled by a sharp cry from a girl at the entrance. Miss Miao, can you help me? I don't want to marry a fool. Please, I beg you. Only you can help me. Su Miao Miao hugged Da Huang and stepped back quickly. Damn, she was about to open the door, almost bumping into it while trying to hide. Looking carefully at the girl kneeling in front of her door with messy hair, she asked confusedly, "Who are you?" Sorry, she really didn't know. The girl kneeling on the ground seemed to hear something unbelievable and looked up at her. Miss Miao, I am Sonia, the one who used to bring you pig feed. Su Miao Miao recognized her when she looked up, but she said, When did you bring me pig feed? I remember it was your little treasure who wouldn't let you.
Don't slander me.
Su Miao had a good memory at this moment. What's wrong? At this time, Zhang Lin came out of the house. Seeing the girl holding the puppy, clearly showing off, he couldn't help but walk over and pat her head. Why aren't you going back?
Dinner is ready. Ah?
I want to go back too, but you see, Su Miao looked innocent and signaled him to look at the girl kneeling at the door. She didn't even understand what was happening before she saw her kneeling there. Sonia saw Zhang Lin come out, and her eyes immediately lit up. Miss Miao, please help me. My grandma wants to marry me to a fool. Please save me. Su Miao looked at her as she begged for help, but her eyes were fixed on Zhang Lin, her eyes red and full of tears, about to fall. With her slender figure, she looked quite pitiful. She seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Then she saw Aunt Guohua behind the crowd. Oh, I knew it. Wasn't this the trick Deng Wenfang just used? So fast to have a new disciple? You keep asking me to save you, but you haven't told me how I can do that. Su Miao pushed the puppy into Zhang Lin's arms, crossed her arms, and looked down at Sanya. Seeing her cry so sadly, Captain Zhang didn't look at her at all. He only glanced around once, and then focused all his attention on Su Miao, who was kneeling. The sand in her hand slipped through her fingers. Why doesn't it work? Clearly, Deng Jiqing can do it in front of second brother. Why can't she? Her mother said the 3 girls in the family were the prettiest, so her bride price was the highest. That day, she watched the whole scene, arriving earlier than Su Miao. At that time, Captain Zhang even looked at her once. That day, she saw Deng Jiqing hurriedly run up the mountain. She also noticed that second brother Zhou was about to go up the mountain, so she quickly ran ahead to the path second brother Zhou usually took and slammed her against a nearby rock. The way things developed made her realize it could be done differently. If she could do it too, she wouldn't have to be controlled by her grandmother. She could even use the situation to her advantage and find a good person to marry. But she needed to choose her partner carefully. So she cried on Captain Zhang's usual path, pretending to be hurt by her grandmother. But he walked even faster, not even turning his head. She thought he must have thought she was a ghost at night, since she was so frightened by the frogs croaking when she returned home late. This morning, she deliberately covered her arm with her clothes, pretending to hide her injury from her grandmother, waiting for him. But he saw her and just walked past, ignoring her even when she called out. They were all soldiers, shouldn't they be kind? Feeling helpless, she knocked on Su Miao's door while she was out. But to her surprise, it was CMO who opened the door, an unyielding troublemaker. When he saw her, he simply shut the door. She clearly heard the conversation inside. Who is it? Someone looking for your sister. I don't know her, She doesn't know her. Now she knew that the village chief's words about Captain Zhang didn't seem to be true. He didn't listen to Deng Jiqing at all. But that was okay. She could still use the situation. Yesterday afternoon, after returning from the mountain, she realized that if she wanted something, she had to fight for it herself. Captain Zhang might not listen to her, but Su Miao would help her maintain her image in his mind and support her to escape her troubles. She might even adopt CMO, just like she adopted her. When that time comes. Thinking about a smooth future, Sanya trembled with excitement and stared directly at Su Miao. Sister Miao, I beg you, lend me 100 yuan. My grandma has already taken 100 yuan in bride price from the fool's family in the neighboring village. She said if I give her the 100 yuan, I won't have to get married. Miao, I know my request is too much, but only you can save me. I will pay you back, I promise. Please, I beg you. I will work hard to repay you in the future. Su Miao looked at Sanya, who kept kowtowing loudly after begging, blood starting to flow from her head. That's really cruel, using a hurtful trick. A 14-year-old girl, when no one teaches her, her mind can be as sharp as a beehive. In the past, she could trick Su Jiao and then make her stand up for her. Now, with teacher Deng Wenfang, Sanya saw her say so much, but Su Miao just looked at her silently, as if she was always observing her, not caring about the gossip from the villagers. To hit her with this strong medicine, Miao, do you really not want to help me? Do you really want to watch me marry the fool? Are you heartless? Su Miao Miao looked at her with red eyes and smiled. Child, you're morally blackmailing the wrong person. Why wouldn't I care? Seeing everyone around with wide eyes, she dared to say this. She really has no compassion. Looking at Sanya's face, blood streaming from her head after she knocked it, even they couldn't bear to watch. Sanya is truly pitiful. With such a father and grandma, she does the hardest work but eats the least, and in the end, she might even be sold. Su Jiqing, you really are heartless. Commander Jiang, you better open your eyes and see what kind of person you're interested in. A heartless snake, able to watch Sanya marry the fool and still say she's not compassionate. Aunt Pang immediately jumped out. Since she was rescued from the river by Shou Qingzong in such an undignified way. These days, she feels ashamed to go out. It's all because of Su Jiqing. Without her, she wouldn't have suffered these things. She said that Su Miao Miao isn't a good person, and now it's clear. Aunt Pang finished speaking passionately, as if she was defending justice. Jiang Lin looked at Aunt Pang. Who am I to you, my matter? Su Miao Miao grabbed him. After all, he was a soldier. Wearing this uniform, he shouldn't say anything unpleasant. Leave it to me. Jiang Lin looked at Su Miao Miao's confident expression, closed his mouth, and silently stood behind her, handing the battlefield back to her. He believed his young girl could handle it. If she couldn't, he would. Su Miao Miao temporarily ignored the chubby aunt and stared at Sanya. Why don't I feel bad? Your own grandmother can bear it. Your own father can bear it, your younger brother can bear it, and the villagers who have lived with you for over 10 years can bear it. You don't question them, but you question me, an outsider, why I can bear it. May I ask, who am I to you? Are I your father or your mother? Or do we have blood relation? I don't even know you well. We've only spoken a few words. The villagers around, hearing this, suddenly thought, yes, her parents and grandmother can bear it. So why are they questioning Su Jiqing? Sanya was stunned by the question, but she said, but grandmother and them had no choice. The family was too poor. But Sister Miao Miao, you're different. You have money. You can afford fried cicada pupae, build such a big house, and you have Captain Jiang. Oh, so you mean because I have money? I admit that. So, you mean the leader of Qingshan Brigade's family has no money, the secretary's family has no money, the accountant's family has no money, and all the squad leaders' families have no money. Only I, a young person who just came to Qingshan Brigade 2 months ago, have money, and only I can save you, right? Sanya was stared at by Su Miao Miao's gaze and finally felt afraid. She only knew Su Miao Miao had money, but she forgot that there were many wealthy people in Qingshan Brigade. If she dared to nod, she would offend all the powerful people in Qingshan Brigade. Chubby aunt? Do you think the same? Only I have money to save this Sanya, who hasn't even spoken 2 words. Only I can bear to see Sanya marry a fool. Is that right? Su Miao Miao walked up to Chubby Aunt. Answer. Yes or no. Chubby Aunt saw Su Miao Miao coming and broke out in sweat on her forehead in fear. She had already offended a brigade leader, which was enough for her to suffer. If she answered this, she would definitely not be able to stay in Qingshan Brigade anymore.
You.
Don't come any closer. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Ha, with such courage, don't interfere in these matters again. Su Miao Miao looked at her and was so frightened she fell to the ground, ignoring her afterward. Then she looked at the crowd and asked, do you all think the same? The onlookers shook their heads in unison. Sanya, I know you definitely don't want to marry a fool. So, I will take you to the captain's house. The captain will give you 100 yuan. He definitely will. As the captain, it's natural for him to handle your family matters, and he surely doesn't want to see you marry a fool. He has watched you grow up. You are still a villager of Qingshan Brigade. Let me give you money? People might think Qingshan Brigade is full of heartless folks, which is why you had to come to me. Seeing Su Miao Miao's hand reaching out to her, Sanya looked like she saw a demon inviting her to her doom. She immediately stepped back, fell to the ground, then quickly got up and ran away. Su Miao Miao is like a devil. Aunt Pang heard Su Miao Miao's last words about Qingshan Brigade being full of heartless people, and her heart trembled. Although Su Miao Miao was cursing, it felt like she was cursing her. She said that Su Miao Miao couldn't bear to see Sanya marry a fool and had no heart. No, she had to go back and discuss with the head of the family how to smooth things over and apologize. The villagers who had dispersed were also unhappy. Anyone who went happily to watch the fun would be upset if they were called heartless and couldn't even retort back. They couldn't help but look at Aunt Pang, whose butt was covered in dirt, and Sanya, who had already run far away. It was all their fault. As for Su Miao Miao, although she felt uncomfortable, she still didn't allow others to fight back. Now, the villagers' attitude towards Su Miao Miao was to try to get close, and if they couldn't, they should at least avoid conflict. She was already formidable enough, especially since her man was a battalion commander with an impressive background. Why bother provoking her? Hadn't they learned their lesson before? Has anyone ever gained anything from her? Aunt Ho-Hot went home and discussed Sanya's situation with Zhou Aigua. If they didn't resolve this, the Qingshan Brigade would be seen as heartless. Jiang Lin watched the brave young girl, full of pride and admiration. His little girl was truly impressive. Even he might not handle such matters as clearly as she did. Su Miao Miao looked at the crowd dispersing, then turned to the man who had been watching her all along, and she looked at him with a face full of praise. Jiang Lin gently patted her head again. "Our Miao Miao is so amazing." "Of course," she said, taking the big yellow dog from his arms, holding her head high as she went into the house. "Oh dear." Jiang Lin immediately helped the little girl who was walking unsteadily. Su Miao Miao looked at Jiang Lin with a smile that wouldn't go away. No laughing. Don't think she didn't know he was teasing her. Humph. That annoying door threshold. When she turns around, she'll saw it off. When she entered the house, she saw that the table was already set with food, all at the perfect temperature. She felt that CMO was becoming more and more like a black butler. Thinking about it made her very excited. She thought about what else was missing. Yes, education. He still needed to learn. Her brother couldn't be illiterate. Knowing only how to read and understand recipes wasn't enough. She would find time to give him some lessons. He'd better be a little smarter, or she didn't want to turn into a parent driven crazy by childishness. Today, they had tomato and egg noodles for dinner. The tomatoes were borrowed from the neighbor. Their own garden hadn't ripened yet because they planted late, but others' vegetables were gradually ready. In the future, she wouldn't worry about vegetables. During the peak season, she could buy from villagers or store them in her space. She peeled the tomatoes and cooked them until the sauce was thick. The eggs absorbed the tomato flavor, and the noodles were pulled noodles, very chewy, because CMO needed the dough for a long time. She was so hungry she ate a big bowl, plus a chicken leg and chicken wing. So, delicious food doesn't always have to be big fish and meat. Simple, plain meals can be just as tasty. By the end, Su Miao Miao's stomach was so full it was round, and she could only lie on the lounge chair to digest. Watching the two grown men each eat 2 large bowls, she was so envious, she wished she had 2 more stomachs. She was too full. Maybe she'd eat a cicada pupa to ease it. The big yellow dog, circling around her, smelled the meat and was so anxious it almost wanted to speak. But it was too small to eat, so Su Miao Miao cruelly refused it. "Later, when you grow up, all the bones in the house will be yours." "No, I won't give them. Sit." "If you learn to sit today, I'll give you one." Su Miao Miao took out a cicada pupa and waved it in front of the dog's nose. "It's not Woof who told you to sit." Jiang Lin and CMO looked at the tiny dog, about the size of their palms, and remained silent. In the afternoon, Su Miao Miao took Jiang Lin up the mountain to find cicada pupae and also caught a muntjac. These days, meat is hard to come by, and villagers only get it during festivals or before the autumn harvest. So, for children, meat might be more precious than candy. When they were eating, Jiang Lin said he would leave that night. Su Miao Miao felt sad but believed he would come back for the new year, and he would stay for 2 months. She excitedly pulled him up the mountain. She firmly believed that all goodbyes are for better reunions. Nowadays, people often say, "Eat dumplings on the train, noodles when you get off." So Su Miao Miao chose to make dumplings with roe deer meat between wild boar and roe deer. The wild boar meat was too gamey. No matter how she cooked it, it was still gamey. It was tough, chewy, and worse than chicken breast. In other stories, the female lead always goes up the mountain to hunt wild boar, but now Su Miao Miao doubts those female leads have any sense of taste. These days, mountain resources are considered public property. Small animals like wild chickens and rabbits can be hunted freely. Villagers all have hunted before, just a matter of how much. But larger animals must be reported, otherwise, getting caught would be a serious violation of the community rules. Su Miao Miao looked at the roe deer, which looked like a goat, medium-sized, so she decided to cover it up. But speaking of sheep, she suddenly craved lamb skewers. The sizzling oil and the unique aroma of lamb skewers at the night market, sprinkled with spices, she was drooling just thinking about it. Strange, aren't there sheep in the mountains? She hadn't seen any in a long time and no cattle either. She also wanted to eat steak, beef shank, beef tendons, and hot pot with fatty beef. There are only 11 months until her spiritual spring world opens. 11 months. She couldn't eat beef during that time. And even when it opens, she might not get to eat it, since live cattle are needed. Where could she steal a calf in this era? Now she can only pray that the billions of supplies collected by Xiao Jiao Jiao are still there, so she can pick what's ready-made. Su Miao Miao silently prayed to the heavens, then focused on following Jiang Lin to dig wild vegetables. It was rare for her to do it herself, and as she dug, she suddenly found it quite interesting. It was like harvesting from a vegetable garden. She even forgot she couldn't eat meat. The more she dug, the more excited she became, and her harvest was a small bag of vegetables, with a few that looked almost real. Jiang Lin looked at the young girl who never touched spring water with her fingers and began to think about whether she would cook for the troops or go to the cafeteria. Oh, breakfast can be skipped. The girl is too lazy to eat only 2 meals a day. But once she starts eating, she won't stop, so I need to prepare more snacks and fruits. I should also learn from the cafeteria chef. When their work shift ended, on the way back, they saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the youth station from afar. Su Miao Miao's gossip spirit immediately ignited. She greeted Jiang Lin and quickly slipped into the crowd. Jiang Lin, left behind. Have I been abandoned? Just now, he said he couldn't bear to part with her, and now she has to do everything herself? Using her height advantage, she saw the girl moving quickly into the center, seemingly asking around about what was happening. He shook his head and smiled, thinking it should be fine, then continued walking to the neighbor's house with his basket. When CMO opened the door and saw only Jiang Lin, then looked in the direction of the lively scene next door, he skillfully welcomed him in and closed the door. The two started working together smoothly, cutting meat, preparing bones for soup. A seamless process. What they were talking about remains unknown. Meanwhile, Su Miao Miao rushed into the crowd and into the yard of the youth station, where she saw 3 people at the center, tense and angry. Zhou Qingzong with a gloomy face, Deng Wenfang, crying with one foot twisted, and Sanya, covered in bruises, her face battered. Brother Zhou, I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. If you don't, ask Sister Miao Miao. She saw it too. Sanya spoke anxiously and choked with emotion, seeing Su Miao Miao suddenly look like she saw her last hope. Su Miao Miao looked confused. Everyone suddenly looked at her. She rubbed the person next to her, Tian Xingnan, and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" Tian Xingnan sighed inwardly. Wherever there's a crowd, Su Miao Miao is there. She lives her life watching dramas, worry-free, eating and drinking without worries. When can she live like that? But that was just a fleeting thought. She then summarized the recent situation for her. Oh, I just got back from work and heard the noise of a quarrel in our house. I didn't hear clearly, but I saw Sanya run out of the house. When Zhou Qingzong came to see Deng Wenfang, Sanya grabbed him and started saying, Deng Wenfang deliberately lied to him. She saw Zhou Qingzong going up the mountain to gather firewood, and she intentionally sprained her ankle at that time and place, just to trick him into carrying her, so everyone in the village would see, and he would be forced to marry her or something like that. Deng Wenfang said that Sanya was slandering her to ruin her reputation, and Zhou Qingzong didn't believe what Sanya said. So, now Sanya has no way to defend herself. Isn't that why you came here? Did you really see it, Su Miao Miao? She arrived at an inopportune moment, going from a bystander to one of the involved parties. She liked watching the drama unfold.
Next time,
she would make sure to find out the truth before deciding whether to confront her face to face. Sanya saw that she wasn't speaking and eagerly wanted her agreement. Miao Miao, I know it was wrong to borrow money from you at noon.
I was just too scared.
Thank you for helping me despite everything. Now, the village chief has already told my grandma that I will not marry the fool. I will thank you for life and repay you someday, but I really didn't lie this time. It was Deng Jiqing who deliberately tricked Brother Zhou. You saw it, didn't you? I saw you see it, and Jiang Mingzhong also saw it, right? Sanya spoke more confidently, believing that soldiers wouldn't lie and wouldn't bother to lie. She looked at Deng Wenfang, a look of revenge flashing in her eyes. She was stingy, unwilling to give her even 100 yuan, even though that amount could save her life. Deng Wenfang would have countless hundreds if she married Zhou Urge, but she wouldn't give her even that. Since she didn't care about her, she wouldn't keep her secret either. She wanted Deng Wenfang to be disgraced, to lose everything, her reputation and her money. Maybe she wouldn't marry anyone or would marry a fool. After she ran home at noon, the village chief, along with the village secretary, accountant, and other local leaders, came to her house. They clearly told her that her grandma couldn't marry her to the neighbor's fool, or they would send her family to a farm for labor reform. No matter how her grandma threw a fit, it was useless. They forced her grandma to return the bride price to that family. But her grandma used the bride price to buy food and treats for Xiaobao. Early in the morning, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a large barrel of oil, spending a third of it right away. The remaining third was covered by the village chief using the village's funds, but later, that money would be deducted from their family's work points. Her grandmother cried loudly when her money was taken, and when asked for work points, it almost cost her life. After the team leader and others left, they showed no mercy and hurt her badly. She could feel that her grandmother truly wanted to hurt her badly. Even if she didn't kill her, she planned to starve her to death, because she had lost her value. Later, her grandmother would say she died from an illness, just like her mother who was beaten to death by her father. The villagers only secretly felt sorry for her and then went on with their lives. She didn't want to die this way, without explanation. So she thought of Deng Wenyang, telling her grandmother she could get money, which made her grandmother stop. She originally thought Deng Wenyang would give her money to marry Zhou Urge, but unexpectedly, she pretended to be confused and accused her of slandering her. She looked innocent, as if she had truly mistaken her vision that day, except for the slight challenge in her eyes that flickered. Even when she said she would tell Zhou Urge and everyone in Qingshan Brigade about this, she didn't back down. She had never seen such shamelessness. That's why she was so angry she ran out, ready to find Zhou Urge. She felt terrible, and she believed no one else would feel better either. But who knew Zhou Urge, this blockhead, refused to believe the facts right in front of him and told her not to slander his fiancée. Now, seeing Su Miao Miao and staring directly at Deng Wenyang, she smirked with a teasing smile and retorted, "You think only I saw it back then? Let me tell you, you're finished." Deng Wenyang's eyes finally showed panic. She didn't expect Su Miao Miao to be there at the time, and everyone knew Su Miao Miao was not someone who cared about appearances. She always told the truth and loved to stir up trouble. She couldn't help but look at her with pleading eyes, daring not to blink, afraid she might say something unfavorable.
Su Miao Miao was looked at by three.
No, for pairs of eager eyes, and she twitched her lips. The third was Zhou Qingzong, and the fourth was Auntie Guohua, who had rushed over. Honestly, she said, I really saw Deng Wenyang sprain her ankle and Zhou Qingzong carried her down the mountain. The pride and satisfaction in Sanya's eyes almost couldn't be hidden, but Su Miao Miao's next words made her feel like she had fallen into an icy pit. But when I saw it, Deng Wenyang's ankle was already swollen like a bun, and Zhou Qingzong was nearby. I heard Deng Wenyang tell Zhou Qingzong to go down the mountain and find a young woman to help her back. You are talking nonsense. Are you upset with me because of what happened at noon, and that's why you're trying to get back at me? Sanya screams in despair. Can't she even do revenge? She looks at Su Miao Miao with hatred, her eyes cold and snake-like. Sanya, you're wrong. Su Jiqing only told what she saw. Just because she doesn't follow your ideas doesn't mean she's lying. You have delusions, thinking someone is threatening or kidnapping you. Aren't you done causing trouble? Deng Wenfang quietly relaxes, feeling relieved inside. But she didn't expect Sanya to keep arguing and start attacking her. Since Sanya came to find her, she wanted to scold her. It seems she must be more careful in the future. She didn't realize there are eyes everywhere, even in the mountains. No, that's not true. I didn't lie. And there's Captain Jiang. He saw everything too. He looked at me. He wouldn't lie like Su Miao Miao. Sanya tries to run outside, clearly heading somewhere. Su Miao Miao calmly uses her powers. Are you sure? Do you really want to go? Maybe think again. Since you saw us, you should know when we arrived. We came later than you. You also saw what we saw. And there are more people behind us like Taidan and others. Yes, we saw it too. We saw Brother Zhou insist on carrying Sister Deng. The children nearby also saw everything and chattered excitedly. Sanya reaches the door, but doesn't open it. She finally realizes she overlooked something. She was there the whole time, but she didn't notice. Asking Captain Jiang won't help. It might make her look more like she's lying. Plus, Captain Jiang is Su Miao Miao's man. Why would he support her? She sinks to the ground in despair. Is the sky against her? She can't get her money back. Her reputation is bad. No good family in the village will marry her. Her ending might be worse than marrying a fool or being beaten by her grandmother. She looks back at Su Miao Miao and Deng Wenfang. Her gaze finally settles on Deng Wenfang. It's her, the one with bad intentions, trying to seduce Brother Zhou. Otherwise, why was she panting so hard? Yes. Deng Wenfang, how dare you say you're not trying to seduce Brother Zhou? If not, you were working in the fields that day. How come you ran up the mountain right after the bell rang? How do you explain this? Deng Wenfang felt her heart tighten and her stomach clench as she looked around at everyone waiting for her explanation. Her pupils shrank slightly, and Zhou Qingzong also seemed to realize the situation and looked at her. Sweat started to form on her forehead. I was in a hurry to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Is that wrong? You went to gather firewood before work was finished? There's no more firewood at the youth station. I went to gather some. Is that not allowed? Everyone looked at the pile of firewood in the firewood shed at the youth station. Sanya saw Deng Wenfang finally start to show her fear and answer hesitantly, looking guilty. She burst out laughing loudly. She had won. Even though Deng Wenfang still had to marry Zhou Ergo, her reputation was ruined just like hers.
Ha ha ha.
Deng Wenfang, do you dare to swear? Swear that if you didn't deliberately try to seduce Zhou Ergo, Zhou Qingzong then. You will never have children. Ha ha ha, she forced her to marry Zhou Ergo. Even after marrying him, she wouldn't have a good life, just like her mother, always giving birth to daughters. She originally wanted her to die without a proper burial, but she thought this was even more torturous.
Ha ha ha.
Deng Wenfang was furious. Sanya, dare you curse me? I'll tear your mouth apart. Sanya looked at Deng Wenfang, who was stopped by Zhou Qingzong, and her smile grew more wild. She was no longer afraid. You're guilty because you didn't do it? Swear it. You're a coward who dares to do but not admit it. Sanya's words became more and more vulgar and crazy, as if she wanted to vent all her resentment and dissatisfaction from her life. Hurry, everyone, take Sanya home. She's gone crazy, and Ho-Hot said, glaring fiercely at Deng Wenfang and her son, who was always begging for food and tidying up the mess. Seeing that the village chief's wife had spoken, a few older women stepped forward, covered Sanya's mouth, and forcibly dragged her away. In the end, there were no winners. Sanya had gone mad. She had actually been crazy for a long time, since she was born, called a money grubber, before she even learned to cook and light a fire. watching her two older sisters either marry old, cruel men and die in misery, or marry a widower with 3 children and be beaten to exhaustion. And now, she was about to marry a fool and give birth to children for others. It's never the last straw that breaks a camel's back, but every single straw. She ultimately only succeeded in scheming against others, and seeing someone ruin their life like her made her feel excited and crazy. After everyone left, Zhou Qingzong and Deng Wenfang stayed behind. Zhou Qingzong let go of Deng Wenfang's arm. He looked at her with a scrutinizing expression. Deng Wenfang felt more and more guilty under his gaze and dared not look directly into his eyes. She knew Zhou Qingzong must have figured it out. Not only Zhou Qingzong, but everyone in the village, adults and children alike, could guess her secret thoughts. It's all because of third sister. If it weren't for her, she would be the happiest bride. Seeing Zhou Qingzong waiting for her to explain with a serious look, Deng Wenfang tried to speak several times, but couldn't find the words. Finally, Zhou Qingzong looked at her coldly and was about to turn and leave. "Don't go." Deng Wenfang was frightened, her voice trembling. She hurriedly held onto Zhou Qingzong's arm tightly, afraid he would break free, even hugging his waist at the last moment. "I won't let go. Let go." Pulling and tugging like this, what kind of behavior is that? Don't you have any shame? "No, I want you." Deng Wenfang held him even tighter. She could tell that her last words had made him feel better, so she quickly gathered her courage and spoke carefully. She believed that sincerity was always the best weapon. "Qingzong, I know I schemed against you in this matter, but it was because I like you. The first time I saw you, I was attracted by your aura, especially when you wear your military uniform. But my aunt already arranged a marriage for you with Su Miao Miao. I know I can't compare to her, so I just watched silently. However, Su Miao Miao fell in love with someone else. I thought my chance had come, but my aunt never intended for you to have a village marriage. She always arranged for girls from the county, so I never even had a chance to get to know you. That's why I came up with this plan, to attract your attention first. With a reason to approach you, you would see my good qualities gradually. Otherwise, we would never have a chance to meet. Even now, I don't regret it. Look, now we're together. Being scolded is better than watching you marry her." Deng Wenfang looked up into Zhou Qingzong's eyes, showing her determination and seriousness. Zhou Qingzong looked at her stubbornness, and all his expressions finally turned into helplessness. "Let go first." "No way, if I let you go, what will I do? My leg isn't good. Where can I chase after you? Just let go first." "I don't want my leg anymore." Zhou Qingzong looked at her, noticing her ankle was more swollen and bruised. She looked pained, her lips turning pale, clutching him tightly. He felt both worried and helpless. "Do you promise I won't let go and you won't leave after I do?" "I promise I won't leave." Zhou Qingzong raised 3 fingers to show his promise, looking into her hopeful eyes. Deng Wenfang cautiously loosened her grip on him, seeming ready to hold on again at any moment if he moved. Zhou Qingzong let her hold his sleeve until she finally let go, then squatted down to check her ankle. "Why are you so stubborn? Aren't you afraid your leg won't heal and you'll walk with a limp?" Deng Wenfang took a deep breath. "Ouch, be gentle. I'm not afraid. If you're careful, I have more reason to stay close to you." Zhou Qingzong couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. "Serves you right for hurting yourself," he said, but his movements became gentler. "I'm not afraid. You forgive me, right?" Deng Wenfang eagerly grabbed his arm to confirm. Zhou Qingzong didn't say anything, but his clear, bright expression showed he was pleased. Deng Wenfang almost jumped with joy, but Zhou Qingzong held her firmly to prevent her from hurting herself again. They were back together. No, it's not just a reunion. It seems their relationship has grown even stronger because of this. The young people hiding in the dark watching the scene were all surprised by how things turned out. Next to them, Tian Shengnan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this rich girl really deserves her happiness. Her brains and emotional intelligence, just a few words and actions, and everything is resolved. And they're even closer now." Seeing the pink bubble of love surrounding the two, Tian Shengnan felt a bit jealous. Su Miao Miao, mysterious and profound, said, You don't understand the real point. Tian Xingnan and everyone watching from the window looked at her, waiting for her explanation. Su Miao puffed up with pride, as if she were a wise sage, and stroked her non-existent beard. The real point is Zhou Qingzong fell for Deng Wenfang. Otherwise, no matter how tough or skilled you are, it wouldn't help. Loving someone means finding all sorts of excuses for her. Even if she caused her own death, I still believe she didn't do it on purpose. The sound of the door opening woke the two people who were lost in their pink bubble. Su Miao looked around and seemed to realize there were others nearby. She waved her hand and said, "You two keep going. I don't exist." And then, goodbye. Zhou Qingzong and Deng Wenfang wanted to pretend they didn't see anything, but as they watched one person after another come out through the living room door, they knew they couldn't hide it. Both of them turned red in the face. No matter how bold they were, being watched like that made them feel too embarrassed to stay. They endured the faint glances from everyone and nervously went into the other room to look at their ankles. Meanwhile, Su Miao went back to look at the man chopping dumpling filling. He wore a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves. His arm muscles moved smoothly with each cut, not too exaggerated, not too weak, just strong and full of energy. His good figure made even chopping meat look attractive. "When will it be ready to eat?" Zhang Lin looked at her, holding onto his waist with her restless hands and her little head resting on his arm. He paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. "The filling will be ready soon. Be good and go play with Da Huang. Da Huang hasn't seen you all day and keeps calling. I can't work efficiently with you here." Su Miao gently stroked her firm abs, smiling happily. Just as she was about to lean in further, she was stopped. She pouted. She could feel his feelings, but why wouldn't he take the initiative? Shouldn't couples like to be close? Has she lost her charm? But his reactions didn't seem like that. Why was she the only one acting so bold? But seeing how excited he was yet trying to hold back made her want to tease him even more. Would his body be okay if he kept holding it in? She thought about it from her medical perspective. No, she should help him out. This was about her happiness in the future. Zhang Lin saw the girl's hands, which had been messing around, suddenly stop. Then she looked thoughtful and walked out. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he felt regret or relief. He started wondering if he was too harsh just now, or if he said too much. Did he hurt her feelings? He was about to put down his knife to comfort her. At worst, he could just review the rules again. Then he saw her suddenly jump up and run back into the room. Well, it was obvious he was just imagining things. Su Miao jumped back into the house, suddenly remembering that he would be leaving soon. Next time it would be during the new year.
So, there's no need to worry now.
She decided to wait until he returned for the new year before talking about it. That's settled. She jumped outside again and saw CMO preparing to take out the dough for making dumplings. It looked like he was about to roll out dumpling skins. Su Miao became very interested. She found a rolling pin somewhere and started to try making her own dumpling skins. CMO looked at the oddly shaped dumpling skins, silent. It's okay, they just don't look good. After chopping the meat filling and adding the pre-chopped cabbage, she made a basic filling with more cabbage and less meat. Then she added seasonings, poured hot oil over it, and the delicious smell instantly filled the air. Su Miao immediately put down her rolling pin and went to bother the dumpling filling again. She picked up her chopsticks and was about to bring some food to her mouth when Zhang Lin quickly snatched her chopsticks away. "You're not experienced, so you can't eat yet." Su Miao suddenly remembered these were meat dumplings. Usually, she ate vegetable ones, so she looked at him with wide eyes. "Oh, it's not my fault. It just smells too good." "Yeah, it's all its fault. Once the first one is cooked, I'll let you try." "Humph. Even if it's not its fault, I'll be the first to eat." Su Miao was very confident about that. Maybe I should be the first to taste the saltiness? Zhang Lin rarely teased her. Su Miao turned to look at him, pretending to be hurt. She covered her chest and pointed at him trembling, acting dramatic.
You.
Zhang Lin gently held her small hand. "All right, don't be mad. Let's make dumplings?"
Okay.
"I want you to know, I also helped with this meal. I rolled the dumpling skins." Zhang Lin became interested. "Really? Let me see." Then she saw the dough on the chopping board, which looked like it had grown a lump, almost like a tumor. Well, it was much better than he expected. It wasn't perfectly round, but it could be used to make dumplings. Meow Meow, you're amazing.
So Meow Meow felt proud.
She had never rolled dumpling skins before. She just hadn't mastered the technique yet. She was sure she would get better with practice. However, when it came to folding the dumplings, Su Meow Meow got dramatic. If she put in too much filling, it would spill out. If she put in too little, she wasn't happy. The skins would stick to the filling and not close properly. But she didn't want to put in less filling because she thought it wouldn't taste good. Before the end of the world, she lived at the very bottom of society. Because of that, she didn't care much about the taste when cooking or frying food. As long as it was cooked, it was fine. Making dumplings. Every New Year, her family would argue. Actually, they argued all the time, but during holidays, it was even worse. In their family, there was never a big New Year, only poverty and constant fights where they wished each other dead. But now, all that is gone. She thinks about the gold in her space, which could rival a country. Seeing the calm people around her, she feels free to cause trouble, and they even praise her for being brave. She really loves her current life. Oh, and there's a dog too. Big Yellow, doesn't it smell so good? Should I give you a piece later? Big Yellow wags its tail so hard it looks like a broom. Its big, black, round eyes stare at the dumpling filling, and a little drool drips from its mouth. Su Meow Meow. Da-da. Big Yellow, you need to be careful about hygiene. She quickly puts Big Yellow down and points at its nose to scold it. Big Yellow's shiny eyes look at her. I'm telling you, don't pretend you don't understand. Next time, if you almost drool on my hand again, I will spank you. She pats its bottom as she says this. Do you understand you were wrong? If you understand, just bark once and I'll forgive you. Hey, you're getting cheeky now. I knew you could understand. Jonglin watches the little girl arguing with Big Yellow again, quietly reworking the dumplings she had wrapped. When the dumplings are finally cooked, Su Meow Meow is the first to eat because they are definitely cooked after 3 rounds of cold water. If you ignore the dumplings made from the other dishes she wrapped, they look and smell delicious. Su Meow Meow feels a bit guilty. She shouldn't have interfered, ruining the harmony. But the taste in her mouth is still the same. Wow. It turns out that making dumplings with venison is also very delicious. No need for vinegar. They taste great on their own. Yes, next time she will make shrimp dumplings. There are 2 big buckets of shrimp in her space, and she hasn't used much yet. 1 big shrimp per bite. The 3 of them eat surprisingly a lot. They wrapped a basin of filling, and they ate half of it in 1 meal. The remaining half, Su Meow Meow packed into a lunchbox to take with Jonglin on the way. She even contributed her 2 aluminum lunchboxes for this. All right, the station isn't far away. If you drive, you'll get there in half a day at most. Don't bring so much food. It might go bad on the way. How can it go bad? You eat a lot. Jonglin. Su Meow Meow looked proud. After packing her things, mainly her clothes, toiletries, and lunchbox, there wasn't much to pack. She even added a barrier to block air, just in case it spoiled on the way. As long as he didn't open it too often, it wouldn't go bad. Su Meow Meow also changed into new clothes. Her outfits were the typical blue and green suits from this era. They were new and fit well, but she wanted to wear something new now. With the weather getting warmer, she could wear a skirt. Next time, she planned to ask Andy Guohua how to make a skirt. Excited to go out and see someone off at the station, she saw the man standing at the door. I'm leaving. Stay home and take good care of yourself. If anything happens, write me a letter. When I arrive, I'll send you a reply. And don't go up the mountain alone. Bring CMO with you. Just in case of danger, CMO would be there to protect her. Jonglin looked at the girl in the green suit. Her figure was still eye-catching, with 2 thick black braids and some loose hair framing her forehead. Her starry eyes made his heart race at first sight. Her fair, tender skin was soft and sometimes obedient, even relying on him. It made him want to shrink her down and keep her in his pocket. She was his little girl. You won't see me off. Su Meow Meow's face instantly fell. She had prepared everything, even changed into new clothes. Jiang Lin put down his luggage, stepped closer, and gently patted her head. You don't need to see me off. It's already dark. I'm a grown man. I don't need a little girl to see me off. After I leave, will you go back alone at night? What if something happens? If you're worried, you can ask CMO to escort me. This kid looked like a soldier, strong, healthy, quick, and powerful. Su Miao Miao immediately shifted her attention. She looked at CMO. He was still young, but CMO was even younger than her. And if something really happened on the road, who knew which kind of spirit or deity the other side had offended? Maybe even her. But she still enjoyed being worried about, and was very used to accepting others' kindness. All right, let Simo take you, Su Miao Miao continued, glancing at Simo, who was already half-grown. She signaled Jiang Lin to bend down a little more until Jiang Lin cupped his ear close to her mouth. Su Miao Miao quietly said, Simo is almost 11 this year, and he's about to turn 12. He's a boy, so you should teach him some things about boys. Although I am his sister, there are many things I can't teach him. If I spoil him too much, I might not know where to cry. Jiang Lin felt the warm breath near his ear and the scent entering his nose. His ear twitched involuntarily. Seeing Jiang Lin's reaction, Su Miao Miao stared wide-eyed. His ears can move. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched his ear. Jiang Lin was so surprised that he straightened up and jumped back. Su Miao Miao watched the man's big reaction and thought, so his ears. It was like she had discovered a new toy. Jiang Lin quickly covered his ears when he saw what was happening. He looked at her like a little wife and said, I can do it. I'm leaving. After giving her one last look, he turned around and opened the door without hesitation, walking out. Once outside, he called Simo to follow him. Su Miao Miao felt the soft, bouncy sensation of the man's ears, then touched her own. Her ears weren't easy to feel, and after touching them, they turned red and then hot. No matter how she cooled them down, she couldn't get rid of the heat. Su Miao Miao. She couldn't help but slap her left hand, muttering, You cheeky thing. When she hurried out the door, both of their figures had disappeared. Really, they didn't have to be taken all the way to the station, just to the village entrance would do. It wasn't very dark yet. The moon was still working. She didn't know what Jiang Lin had said to Simo, but after he returned, the next day, Simo started asking her for textbooks to study. Su Miao Miao was surprised when she heard Simo's request. She had just said she would help him catch up, so he wouldn't be illiterate. Okay, wait a moment. I'll find some for you. Then, Su Miao Miao wandered through the shelves in the space. When she organized the bookshelves, she sorted everything carefully. She had all the textbooks and guides from kindergarten to high school in one place. As for university-level courses and research directions, those were a huge project to organize. Su Miao Miao directly took out the bookshelf that stored books for university preparation from her special space. CMO had long suspected she had a personal space, and this time, seeing it more clearly, he was still shocked and widened his eyes. But he quickly returned to normal. He should have known this already, especially since he now understood she had such an extraordinary ability. He can now make smaller animals disappear. As for Su Miao Miao, she wasn't afraid. For people she spends a lot of time with, many secrets aren't really secrets. Moreover, since she doesn't have a space, how could she explain those supplies? She only kept her most secret card, her water elemental power, an ability almost like a rule of nature. No one else can speak of it, and she wouldn't even use it in front of others. Furthermore, she looked at CMO, trusting her intuition and her ability to judge people. Just in case. A 1 in a billion chance that she might be betrayed. She's been in the lab before, so this time, she wouldn't be just a simple test subject. These are all the books you need to study before university. Start from this side. If you don't understand something, write it down and ask me later. I'll find time to teach you. Here's a notebook. Remember not to get the books dirty or mixed up. I want to keep them safe. She didn't want to go through the trouble of collecting another set again, which was too much work and not as complete. Although she had already read them, reviewing them occasionally could bring new insights. Often, the more advanced knowledge you learn later, the more inspiration you get when revisiting basic concepts. And also, don't let others see these. CMO looked at the books on the shelf, many of which had dog-eared pages, showing they had been read often. He looked at Su Miao Miao and nodded seriously. If she didn't care about these books, she wouldn't have shown them to him. After putting away the bookshelf, Su Miao Miao went to Simo's room and placed it against the wall. She looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Although it was a boy's room, it was very clean and tidy. There was a bed cabinet for bedding on the bed, and below it, a 2-meter-high cabinet for clothes and other items. Everything else was neat and clean. Seeing how clean and somewhat spacious the room was, Su Miao Miao thought for a moment and then moved a set of desk and chairs from her space. She couldn't just stand and study. She also placed over 10 thick notebooks and a box of pens. Clapping her hands, she finally felt at ease and left. CMO looked at the extra set of tables and chairs, clenched his fist tightly, and looked toward the direction where Su Miao Miao had disappeared. He was determined to become her strongest supporter and never a burden. The next day, Su Miao Miao did not wake up naturally. She was awakened by a terrible smell. Big Yellow. CMO had just returned with water when he heard Su Miao Miao's rare scream. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately went to knock on her door. Su Miao Miao was wearing a long nightgown that covered her whole body. She was stomping in slippers, holding Big Yellow by the scruff of its neck, pointing at it, and then at a lump hiding in the corner of the room. She was so angry she couldn't speak. When she heard the knocking, she quickly let CMO in. CMO entered and immediately smelled the unusual stench. Looking over, he understood what had happened. He saw Big Yellow, with its tail curled up, trying to protect its belly, looking pitifully at Su Miao Miao with blinking eyes. It seemed to know it had done something wrong. Seeing its adorable and pitiful expression, Su Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh out of anger. She suddenly remembered that she had been hearing barking while half asleep, and she was annoyed, so she told the dog to be quiet and turned over to sleep again. That was how it happened. She looked at Big Yellow, who had gone to a corner to take care of its business, and thought it was so small. How did it even get off the bed? CMO said, "Take it outside first." "I'll clean up." Su Miao Miao shot him a look. "You better clean it carefully. I don't want to wake up later with that smell. It's so annoying. I feel like I smell bad too." She sniffed her clothes as she spoke. She grabbed Big Yellow by the neck and went to the yard to breathe fresh air. "You still know how to bark? Listen, you're just a dog, but if you were anything else, you'd be in big trouble." Su Miao Miao scolded it with a bit of annoyance. She had become quite temperamental after years of being spoiled. She yawned, watching CMO carry water, a broom, and a cloth, going back and forth. Her eyes narrowed. Her head tilted slightly. Su Miao Miao was startled and immediately widened her eyes. Was this endless? Was it ever going to stop? She was just about to fall asleep. And outside, someone was shouting loudly. What big thing could be happening to make such a fuss? Is she going crazy? Oh, someone's hurt. Come quickly. Su Miao Miao almost fell down the stairs. Oh my goodness. She took back what she just said. Between going back to sleep and getting dressed to see what was happening, she saw Tian Shengnen run in from outside. She decided to go see what was going on. Meow meow, do you know? Something big has happened. It's said that Wang Lizi's family is in trouble. Everyone is rushing over. Are you going? Tian Shengnen was already planning to check the situation when she heard the scream. She passed by Su Miao Miao's house, saw the door open, and decided to try her luck. She saw Su Miao Miao sitting on the steps, clearly awake, so she asked if she wanted to go. Whether she wanted to go or not, she was going to see it.
Such a big event.
Seeing how worried Tian Shengnen looked, with sweat on her forehead, Su Miao Miao thought, Wang Lizi's family? Their family keeps having problems one after another. Curious, she told Tian Shengnan to wait while she changed her clothes inside. She then said to CMO, who was tidying up, I'm going out. Later, you can give De Huang some food and water. It would be good to teach it to go to the bathroom on time and not to make a mess inside. Okay. CMO nodded, sticking his head out with a cloth in hand, responding. Su Miao Miao put a Huang next to him, then patted her bottom and followed Tian Xingnan.
Slow down.
Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, I'll miss it if I go late. Let's run faster, Tian Xingnan said, pulling Su Miao Miao along as they started to run wildly. Su Miao Miao had just woken up that morning, her mind still fuzzy, and she was suddenly pulled into a run. When they arrived, they saw the small, dilapidated house of Lizzie's family surrounded tightly, with no way in or out. Everyone was not in a rush to work, but was pushing to get inside. They were afraid they might miss something. Tian Xingnan looked at Su Miao Miao and said, "See? I told you we'd arrive late and miss it. The team leader and the secretary are here. Everyone make way. Make way, please." Su Miao Miao had a quick idea. She grabbed Tian Xingnan and followed the few leaders into the house smoothly. After they went in, Tian Xingnan looked at Su Miao Miao with a different expression, as if to say, "Can it really be like this?" But when she turned her head to look at the scene in front of her, she almost fainted.
Blood.
So much blood. She had never seen so much blood before. Just as she was about to roll her eyes and faint, Su Miao Miao pinched her palm hard, making her wake up immediately. However, Tian Xingnan didn't dare to look at the scene anymore. She simply closed her eyes and turned pale. Seeing her like this, Su Miao Miao wondered if this was her courage. Turning to look at the yard, she also frowned because the smell of blood was too strong. In front of an old mud house, at the top of 3 steps, a woman in her 50s, known as the lousy mother, was lying under the steps, no longer able to be aggressive. Her head had a big hole, clearly caused by a sharp corner on the step, but it was not bleeding now. Of course, she was no longer alive. Her body was grayish-white. Next to her, Sanya squatted with her hands on her head, muttering, "It's not me. I didn't do it on purpose. It's not me." Beside her, Xiaobao stared with wide eyes, clearly frightened and filled with unknown fear. "What's going on?" Zhou Aigua frowned deeply. Nothing had gone smoothly these days. Now, someone had died, and the situation was serious. As the leader of Qingshan Brigade, he knew he had to handle this properly or he might face big trouble. He couldn't help but look at Sanya, who was muttering to herself like she was crazy. On the way here, he learned that Sanya pushed the lousy mother onto the stone steps, causing her to fall and hit her head, dying instantly. Thinking about the recent incidents involving Sanya, first, she went to Su Jiqing's door demanding money, embarrassing the whole village. Then she went to the Jiqing station, and now her future second daughter-in-law, Deng Wenfang, had become infamous. Now she had even caused her own grandmother's death. His gaze towards Sanya grew more unfriendly. Sanya seemed to sense this and curled up even smaller. Zhou Aigua looked around at everyone, frowning, noticing that Fat Auntie looked still very agitated. Since these two families were neighbors, he could guess the inside story. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Fat Auntie looked at the brigade leader, pointing at herself.
Me?
"Yes, you. Weren't you the first to arrive?" Seeing everyone's eyes turn to her because of the brigade leader's question, Fat Auntie cleared her throat and started to speak, spilling everything she knew. "Everyone knows I wake up early every day to collect eggs from my family's chickens, or else." "Get to the point." Zhou Aigua wasn't interested in her rambling. Suddenly, Aunt Fat was interrupted. She wanted to argue but recognized who it was and quietly pursed her lips. She had just given a gift to the person yesterday. Her tone then became stiff. "The main point is that Sanya woke up late today and didn't cook." Then, Lizzie's wife came in with a broom and hit her from the bed. She chased her into the yard, cursing and yelling, calling her a troublemaker and threatening to beat her to death. Everyone hears this every day, so I won't go into details. But today was strange. It seemed Sanya fought back. I heard Lizzie's wife say, "You little brat, you dare to hit me back? You must be brave now. I'll beat you to death." Then I heard a scream, and after that there was silence. Little Bao was crying so hard he couldn't breathe, and she didn't wait for Lizzie's wife to come out and comfort her. That's when I realized something was wrong. I ran to her house. Lizzie's wife was already cold. I was so scared I quickly looked for help. That's how things turned out, as you saw. Aunt Fat finished her story. seeming to recall everything and emphasizing, "I've told you everything I know. I had nothing to do with this incident." After hearing her, Zhou Aigua could roughly guess what happened. It was probably like usual. Lizzie's wife hit Sanya, and Sanya either dodged or pushed her, causing her to hit her temple and faint. The key question was whether Sanya dodged or pushed her intentionally. The only witness was little Bao, who was too scared to speak and couldn't explain what happened. Sanya kept pretending to be crazy, saying she didn't do it on purpose. Thinking about this family, the only working person was Sanya, who was considered crazy. The others were old, young, or unable to care for themselves. Could they really rely on the collective to support them? In the end, Lizzie's wife accidentally hit her head on the stone steps and sadly passed away. The villagers hurriedly buried her. When Sanya heard the news, her foggy eyes suddenly cleared for a moment, then she quickly looked down, until she saw the old witch, who had caused her so much trouble, being buried under a torn straw mat and no longer able to jump around, and she, the one who caused it all, faced no punishment. A strange light flickered in her eyes, especially when she saw little Bao, who usually either hits or scolds her, clapping and cheering when her grandmother hit her. Now he calls her sister and tightly holds her sleeve, afraid she might leave him. A smile couldn't be hidden at the corner of her mouth. She no longer worries about being sold to another family for bride price or being beaten. She can support herself through hard work, just pretending to be crazy and foolish. Although she started feeling headaches yesterday, how bad could it really be? On the way back from the funeral, looking at the darkening sky, she seemed to see her bright future. When no one was paying attention, she smiled brightly and quickly looked down to continue talking to herself. Halfway home, heavy rain started pouring. The villagers, seeing their clothes soaked instantly, didn't mind. Instead, they all grinned happily. It was another good harvest year. Just a few days ago, they worried that the crops in the fields might die from drought and planned to fetch water for irrigation. Now, it was a timely rain. Because it rained for several days, the villagers stayed home and didn't go to work. Most women gathered with a few friends, doing chores and chatting. Su Miao Miao watched the rain stop. Seeing Si Mo's muddy legs from fetching water and his shoes all dirty, she took her own shoes, which she had been making these days, and went to Aunt Ho-Hot's house to discuss digging a well. Aunt Ho-Hot warmly welcomed her, and when she saw her come, saying, "Oh, you haven't been here for a long time.
I thought you forgot about me."
Su Miao Miao responded kindly, "Of course not. I was just hoping your eggs could help boost my nutrition. I saw you busy these days, so I didn't want to bother you. Now that you're free, I came. Please don't mind me bothering you." No, I'm glad you came." "Oh, Su Jiqing, you're finally here. My mother has been talking about you these days. If you don't come soon, she'll come looking for you at your house." Inside, Su Miao Miao saw that not only Aunt Ho-Hot was there, but also her eldest daughter-in-law and third daughter-in-law. The bed was covered with a big red peony quilt, and everyone was holding needles and thread, clearly sewing the quilt. Thinking about the upcoming wedding of Zhou Qingzong and Deng Wenfang, she knew they needed to prepare bedding for the couple. The person who just responded was the eldest daughter-in-law. She is sturdy, has a big backside, and an average appearance. She works quickly and efficiently. When she first entered, she gave birth to the eldest grandson of the main family, and later she had 4 sons and 1 daughter, establishing her position in the family. Therefore, she has a lot of influence here. Next to her, the third daughter-in-law was a bit silent. She had 3 daughters, and her personality changed from being generous at first to now being quiet and reserved. In this era, sons are the main support, and they are the future strong workers. Society needs to change gradually. After Su Miao Miao responded, she didn't hesitate. She took off her shoes, sat on the kong, a traditional bed, by the window, enjoying the cool breeze, and took out her shoe soles to mend. This CMO wears out her shoes too quickly, but that's common in the village. People are always working or climbing trees, so many shoe soles are worn out. Yet they keep wearing them. But she doesn't do that. She plans to make more shoes, and when they're too worn out, she'll throw them away. It's not her concern who ends up wearing them. Her sewing skills are not excellent, but they're decent. She can do simple stitches, but that's about it. Mo, what are you coming to Auntie for this time? Ho-hot Auntie also took off her shoes, sat on the Kong, and continued sewing with her needle and thread. Oh, Auntie, can't I just come to see you because I miss you? Don't lie. I know you well. You wouldn't come without a reason. Auntie, you really know me. Hee, I just see Mo working hard fetching water every day, so I want to ask you about digging a well. Ho-hot Auntie was so surprised she almost dropped her needle.
What?
You want to dig a well? Just for 2 people to get water? Before she could speak, the eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Ailin, interrupted, looking at her with wide eyes. Wow. She knew Su Jiqing was wealthy and generous, but she didn't expect her to want to dig a well too. Only a few families in Qingshan Brigade have wells. Digging a well is very expensive. You need professional workers, special equipment, and materials like bricks and tiles. It costs hundreds of yuan, almost as much as building a brick house. AI Lon, even though it's just CMO and me, we use a lot of water. Don't you see CMO fetching water every day? She's busier than anyone else. Sometimes I even want to take a bath. Li Ailin listened and agreed. She often saw that young man working in the morning, then again in the afternoon, and sometimes even at night. She really wanted to say, "Why do you love washing so much?" In their countryside, people only manage to clean themselves once a year, which is good enough. Seeing how clean and tidy Su Miao looked, she decided not to say anything. After all, she didn't need her money, and even sent money to her family every month. Sometimes, she would trade 10 eggs for Su Miao, earning just 2 cents each time. She was so happy she almost lost her dentures. She couldn't afford to offend her lucky star. That makes sense. You should dig a well, especially since fetching water in winter is even harder. Sometimes the snow gets higher than people, so villagers really save water. Does it snow that much? Su Miao had seen snow before, but she had never seen snow higher than people. Yes, sometimes the weather is so bad that the snow can be higher than the roof of a house. When that happens, many roofs could collapse, Li Ailin said, watching Su Miao's rare, innocent look. She couldn't help but speak freely. But don't worry, your brick house is sturdy. Really? Then I'll see for myself someday, Su Miao replied, understanding the conversation. Enough about digging wells. Why are we talking about houses now? And Ho-hot finished adjusting the topic and spoke. Her eldest daughter-in-law was good at everything, but when she got excited, she often lost control of her words. Could a roof collapsing really be something to joke about? Last year, the cowshed collapsed, and when the snow melted, they found several displaced people had frozen to death. This year, she planned to talk to her husband about building a mud house, even a small one. It's better than freezing to death. You see, people sent down here from the north with their small frames just can't handle the cold. Yes, we need to dig a well. Annie, I just wanted to ask and see if you could help me arrange it. I don't know the area well, Su Miao said, not wanting to dwell on the topic. Girl, you just said that, but now you're saying you don't know the area? Everyone in the village knows you. Whenever you meet someone, they always bring you some vegetables or something, Aunt Ho-hot said, smiling warmly. No matter what, she was one of the villagers who knew Miao best.
Su Miao's mouth twitched.
She was helpless about the villagers' enthusiasm. She didn't want to see a doctor, but luckily, most villagers knew their limits and went to the health clinic when they were sick. They just wanted to say hello to her and keep a good face. They thought that if something serious happened later, she might be able to help. Okay. Auntie was wrong. Annie has experience digging wells. When things are less busy, I'll handle it. I promise I'll make it look nice. Wang Ho-hot patted her chest loudly. And I'll also go help, Li Ailin casually added, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the room was very friendly. They agreed to start preparing for her family's well digging after Zhou Qingzong and Deng Wenfang's wedding was over. Is Annie at home? Laughter filled the room, but then they heard a familiar female voice outside the door. Su Miao hadn't yet guessed who it was, but saw Li Ailin immediately frown. How dare she come here? What are you talking about? She will be your second sister-in-law someday, Andy Ho-hot said, giving her daughter-in-law a sharp look. Lee Aylin felt her mother-in-law's gaze and shrank back, but still muttered quietly, not convinced, "I'm not that shameless sister-in-law who uses sneaky tricks to attract men." "You," Andy Ho-hot warned her with a look and then left the room. Seeing her mother-in-law really leave, Lee Aylin pretended to be calm.
Exactly.
And for such a shameless woman who uses underhanded methods to seduce men, why does she get so much bride price and new bedding? "I didn't get so much when I got married." Seeing no one responded, Lee Aylin tugged her third sister-in-law and asked, "Third sister-in-law, don't you think? Why is she so special among all the sisters-in-law? I heard that on the wedding day, mother-in-law even plans to slaughter a pig at home." Before her third sister-in-law could speak, Su Meow Meow thought she might overhear someone's family secret, so she quickly put away her sewing. "Aylin's sister, I just remembered I locked the little dog in my room. If it pees inside, I have to go back." "Huh?
Oh, right.
You have a dog at home. You should go back quickly. It'll definitely make a mess." "Okay, I'll come back to do chores with you next time." When Su Meow Meow left, she saw Deng Wenfang standing at the door, holding a basket. "Auntie, I picked these mushrooms on the mountain after the rain stopped. I thought I'd bring some for you to try fresh." "No need, you can take it back. We have plenty at home." Their family has so many people that they take turns going up the mountain to pick mushrooms, and they do this every year. Once dried, the mushrooms can be stored for many years. Although not enough to fill their stomachs, they can add some to their meals. They are tired of the food they usually eat. Suddenly, Su Meow Meow's eyes lit up. It seemed like she saw matsutake mushrooms. Deng Wenfang knew that her efforts to attract Zhou Qingzong were better with him, but her family members were all very clever and clearly didn't like her. Zhou Qingzong was obviously a filial person. Before they got married, she couldn't let him feel uncomfortable. So, these days, she would find excuses to get along with her future mother-in-law.